What is happening on this Tuesday morning on the roast? Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to you. Good morning to all the drivers out there driving safely, as it is a bit windy here in the Bay Area. I felt it coming out of the house today, felt it on the roadways, felt it coming out in Barcadero. Good morning to everybody out there trying to get a buck. Congrats to all the graduates out there again. If you're out of school, good morning to all the cops, uni drivers, BART conductors. Come on.
Symphony orchestrators.
Yeah. I like that. Shout out to our boy Norm, who's played at the Over 50 Club at the Olympic Club. How about
Norm,
him?
Dude,
Norm.
Yeah, he's a spin class master.
He is a spin class master. Mondays and Wednesdays. I got to join him on that one.
Shout out Taqueria Zorro.
Taqueria Zorro. He's mad at me. I haven't been there in a while. I said, dude, I'm on Minnesota diet.
The is so good.
Yeah, it is really, really good.
I got to take a jaunt up to Half Moon Bay today, so I might have to stop by one of my taco trucks on the way up.
That's not a bad move. That's not a bad move. And, of course, good morning to all. All the strippers. It's a Monday, man. It's a slow Monday. Hopefully you went out there and you stretched that 50 cent to $1, man. I don't know. Mondays are slow. We had no baseball last night. Well, I guess you had the A's and Pirates.
Oh, I watched it.
Yeah, I like, dude, I just like baseball. It's a tough watch.
And then who were the Marlins playing? Was it Marlins Rays?
Orioles. Was it Marlins Orioles?
I don't think it was Orioles.
Royals, yeah. Royals,
which was
Royals. 9-6. But it was a lot of hitting. Boy,
I know.
That boy Arise.
He's batting .399.
Yeah, no. He went 5 for 5 the other day against the A's. He's got 3. He went 3 for 4 yesterday. The guy may beat a modern day Tony Gwynn.
When Mike Krukow broke it down in the first game that he was Tony Gwynn-esque, and Mike Krukow doesn't really say things flippantly when it comes to Tony Gwynn. Tony Gwynn. Okay, this is gonna sound goofy. You see these Tony Gwynn stats.
They're just sick.
They're incredible. The one that to me is the most incredible of all of them. I'm telling you, 2 strike counts. Okay, 2 strike counts. Major League Baseball since 1988. No one has batted over 265. No one. All right, no one. Tony Gwynn's over 310. That's with 2 strikes. Not Ichiro. Not Wade Boggs.
You ever see his numbers? It is Tuesday. I was just saying a Monday night for the strippers, turning into Tuesday. Sorry. I know it's a Tuesday. I said that right off the rip. Tony Gwynn's baseball card. It's again, I have a sickness of where if I get a little intoxicated at night, and I don't do that much anymore, but if I get bored at night, I just go down the rabbit hole of just random players, right? You look at their baseball cards. Barry Bonds is the one where it's just like, you laugh, you're like, hey, you realize he stole 52 bases in a season in the early 90s? But Tony Gwynn's baseball card, you see his numbers against guys like Greg Maddux, Randy Johnson, Kurt Schilling, John Smoltz. Tony Gwynn he was a god with the bat. And this guy Arise down in Miami is doing it, whether he's batting leadoff, whether he's batting in a 3-hole, whether he's batting fourth. He's just a hit machine. He finds holes everywhere in the defense.
Doesn't it look like, I think Tony Gwynn, Omar Vizquel had elements of this, but Tony Gwynn was a whole nother level. No, but what I'm saying is, when they're batting left-handed, the ability to flip the wrist like a backhand in tennis and just send it right over the third baseman's head.
I don't even go Omar Vizquel. I kind of go Roberto Alomar Jr.
He was another one. Great ability to take the outside pitch and just flip it over the third baseman's head.
We forgot about him because of the incident with the umpire.
No,
and I think
one
he
of the
got
greatest. To me, he's my all-time second baseman.
Yeah, well, something else happened, I think, off the field with him. He's just kind of fade away, but he's a Hall of Famer. And this guy, Roberto Alomar Jr., that was growing up. That was our first, go-around in baseball. Young Shasky, young Bonte.
To me, he's the gold standard at the position.
He was an automatic hit, it felt like. It felt like you cannot get this guy out. He made plays in the field. He made plays with the bat. He hit with power, hit for average. He stole bases. This guy was everything.
I think that's the greatest double play combination of my lifetime.
Vizquel and Alomar Jr. when they were in Cleveland.
Yeah.
Oh, God, that team was so sick.
You're talking about one of the great defensive shortstops of all time in Omar Vizquel. And then the gold standard. And not only was he great for Cleveland, he was amazing for Toronto. He was great.
Well, that's
he was
what
a
I'm talking
player
about.
with the Padres.
The Padres had so much talent. They had all those guys, and they ended up flipping all of them. But Alomar Jr. with the Blue Jays, That was the peak for me.
Yeah, he was amazing.
Now he was amazing in Cleveland.
Yes.
Even went on to Baltimore, had a good year.
Yes.
But the Toronto Blue Jay days, when they went back-to-back World Series, and his World Series against the Philadelphia Phillies, beating the White Sox in the ALCS, beating the Oakland A's. I mean, Alomar Jr. was just a dude. But Tony Gwynn, he was sick. I wasn't alive to see Rod Carew. I heard great things about Rod Carew being a great hitter as well for average and stuff like that. So you see what Arise is doing. And so it was some good baseball on yesterday. It really was. You see Trey Turner hit 2 home runs yesterday in the game. Like you said this yesterday, it's been a really good season for baseball, I believe. I think it's been a step in the right direction with the pitch clock. Games are breezing by. You got a lot of action. Guys are stealing bases left or right. I like what's going on in the game of baseball. So, by the way, Stafford softball was a great watch yesterday. I didn't watch the last 3 innings of that one. They had a chance in the bottom of the 8th inning. And then at the top of the 9th, Oklahoma comes through with a 2-out, 2-strike hit. They win 4-2, but shout out to the Stafford Cardinal women and the men's. The men's team beat Texas A&M to move on to the Super Regional.
So let me ask you, because I always hear this from people. What do you think would be more difficult to hit in a batting cage? One of the women throwing the softball, or a guy, let's say, throwing 80, 85 miles per hour, just a straight fastball? Because that rise ball in softball is tough. So difficult to hit. It wants to saw off your hands.
I thought you were going to go breaking ball, because a breaking ball would be very difficult to hit.
Okay.
But that rise ball is tough.
Well, do you know the breaking ball's coming?
If you know it's coming, then you got to.
Well, you have a better chance.
Yeah, you got a chance. You can't know what's coming.
Yeah.
The rise ball, you can't even know the rise ball's coming. I don't know. They're both tough to hit.
Yeah, my favorite was when Jenny Finch would go up against Joe's versus pros, and guys thought they'd be able to rip off her, she's just destroy them.
Joe's pro. They need to bring that back.
Yeah, they do.
Shout out Kitty Caraway.
Except we need to pick random people on Twitter who want to rip athletes, and we'll pluck them out of the Twitter streets and throw them right into television.
Yeah, Twitter. It was good to be off of Twitter last night, to be honest with you.
Did you see the Brock Purdy news?
Well, it hit my alerts. And Matt Mayoko, and I guess we'll start there because the Niners are working out of bed. I got the Warriors on my mind because I was just listening to you guys talk about the Warriors.
I'm just exhausted with the crushing of young players.
Well, it's
I'm exhausted. Honestly,
everybody's taking Steve Kerr's quote about guys coming to the locker room with a bad attitude. It's not just the youngsters. You don't think Draymond Green walked into that locker room with a bad? He said it on the podcast. Draymond Green walking into that podcast, walking into the locker room with a bad attitude, ripping people. It's not just Jordan Poole. We want to pinpoint because these guys have won championships and we feel loyal to the champions, so we just go straight to the youngsters and rip them. Whatever.
Can I ask you about the loyalty thing? Because I found this interesting. Brandon Belt is doing well right now, and there was some MVP chants up in Toronto. And then I looked.
Brandon Belt turned it around?
Well, whatever. But he's fine. I mean, he's got 3 home runs. We're acting like the guy's dominating, whatever. But, there were a lot. And I don't put Brandon Belt on the same level as Draymond, Clay, and Steph, though I'm sure there are people out there that would make that argument. I'm not going to be one of them. But I was looking at the comments on a tweet talking about him, and it was just Giants fans crushing him. And I'm thinking 2 or 3 years ago, man, Giants fans felt so much loyalty to Brandon Belt, and they did not want to move off him. Heck, 4 or 5 years ago, they did not want to move off of him. And now it's no big deal. And he's what I think a lot of Giants fans would say should have been a lifer.
Right.
Fine, whatever. He's not. And then I look at someone like Madison Bumgarner. Now, Bonte, I think there's a healthy debate we can have. Who's a bigger legend for their team and their sport? Clay and Dre or Mad Bum?
Yeah. It's right there.
Right?
It's right
there.
They're
very close.
Very close.
If you want to go with Mad Bum, I'll listen. You want to go with Clay and Dre, I'll listen to that too. Yeah. I don't even know if there's a right or wrong answer.
I mean, Mad Bum's 2014 postseason is iconic, but you also can't dismiss all the iconic games Klay Thompson's has had in the playoffs. Game sixes, just great games, great playoff runs. Draymond Green just doing what he's doing. But it's an argument that's going to be fun in 10 years.
Now, I'll raise my hand. When they were they went way too far and they didn't trade him, I thought, I'm admitting I was wrong here. I wanted to re-sign Madison Bumgarner. And here was my thought process at the time. You need 5 starters. He's a big body. It'll age well. Andy Pettitte pitched because he kind of slings it.
Right.
Andy Pettitte kind of pitched well late into his career. Not that Bum and Andy Pettitte are like for like, but they're very similar in terms of their build, big lower body. I underrated attitude. And I also underrated that his body was breaking down on him.
Yeah,
Like, just straight up.
Well, you can have an attitude when you're at your peak performance, right?
Yes.
But when your skills start to diminish, you better check your tone.
So
you better check your tone to become a better teammate and a better guy in the community, a better just an all around person. And we've seen guys do like Randy Moss at the end. It felt like at times he started to check his attitude, but then he went to Tennessee, some things happened, Minnesota, and he got around some other guys where it's just like, okay, Randy Moss is not that guy.
Exactly.
But his attitude, it felt like it started to change a little bit. T.O., at times it felt like his attitude started to change a little bit. But when you don't change your attitude, like Bumgarner did, now look at Madison Bumgarner. There's a lot of teams that need pitching, and nobody's even giving them a call.
Well, and how do Giants fans feel today? Because, again, I admit, like, I wanted Mad Bum to be a Giant for life. After they didn't trade him to get back what I felt would be a haul, you know, they missed their opportunity, and I said, all right, let's keep him. I felt the sense of loyalty to Mad Bum. He was one of my favorite players of all time. What he did to the organization was unbelievable. Like, he dragged them to a World Series. They got 6 combined outs from their Game 6 and 7 starters, okay? He dragged them to that World Series. And even in 2016, he won that wild card game. He was amazing. 2012, 2010, he pitches at 20 years old, one of the biggest road games of all time in Giants history. So the point that I'm going at today, are Giants fans happy, or do they not even care about Madison Bumgarner not being on the roster?
I don't think they care. I don't hear people even asking about, well, there's certain people when he got released, bring him back for nostalgic reasons, for dirt cheap. But at the same time, if you watch him pitch and you watch his attitude, I think a lot of Giants fans, because I worked at that other station, this is 2016, where certain Giants fans are starting to get tired of his act.
Really?
Starting to get tired of his attitude, saying, okay, dude, enough's enough. Just pitch, because it was the old club. It was, hey, I don't want you bat flipping. Yeah. You can't celebrate. We don't want you having fun in the game. Today's game, it's more fun because we're allowing baseball players to show their personality, right? Bumgarner didn't like that. And in 2016, it was still scoffed at to say, oh, Yasiel Puig bat flipping. Get this bum out of here. You can't. What, this guy,
it has not aged well.
It has not aged well at all for Madison Bumgarner. And I saw it coming. And then it was like, okay, he's losing velocity.
Right.
He's not doing things. And then you read the article in the Athletic.
He's not working out at all.
Not working out.
He doesn't read scouting reports?
Not reading scouting reports. Not listening to Dan Herron, who's trying to help him extend his career. Dan Herron has some damn good years in baseball.
Dan Herron was sick for a couple of years.
For a couple of years, man. I like Dan Herron.
And he had a resurgence in Arizona.
Absolutely.
I actually was a big Dan Herron fan.
I love Dan Herron.
So I guess where I'm going with this is, like, Warrior fans, like, at some point, like, I understand the loyalty to the players.
You got to move on from some of these guys.
Well, like, think about it this. If I were to just list the top 50 Barry athletes, let's just go down the list. Montana played somewhere else. Ronnie Lott played somewhere else.
Jerry Rice
played somewhere else. Chris Mullen played somewhere else.
Barry Bonds would have played somewhere else if baseball didn't blackball him. He would have been a Tampa Bay Ray.
Exactly. Wilt Chamberlain, Rick Barry. Like, just go right down the list. Willie Mays, Willie McCovey. All of these guys that I did. Tim Lincecum, one of my favorite players of all time, went to the Angels, for Christ's sake.
Do people realize that Joe Namath once played for the LA Rams?
I thought he was a Charger, too, at one point.
Johnny Unitas was a Charger.
Was that what it was? Okay.
Johnny Unitas. Do people know that Kenny Stabler was a Houston Oiler?
No.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So you get where I'm going with this? So, like, I understand. Believe me, it's part of what makes sports different than life. I understand the loyalty that we have to Dre and Clay and Steph and all of that. But you also have to have the loyalty to the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, and if you're loyal to a fault, you can cripple your franchise and set your franchise back 5 years. You can essentially say the Giants got set back by giving those contracts to Brandon Belt, by giving those contracts to Brandon Crawford, by overpaying Jeff Samardzija. And the Johnny Cueto deal, look, he was a good Giant. But for the most part, that contract did not work out. Let's be real.
I mean, he had Tommy John.
Right, let's be real. So when we look at the Golden State Warriors, the way I look at it like this.
Yes.
You have to be 100% sure that you can go down and say, I can contend for a championship with the same regime, with the same core. We all saw warning signs from Klay Thompson, from Draymond Green, where they slipped a little bit. Not much, but a little bit.
Enough to question.
Enough to question to say, can you really get through the Denver Nuggets? Can you really, like, we saw the LA Lakers tear apart the Golden State Warriors. The Lakers dominated that series.
And right now they're negotiating a 3-year extension with Anthony Davis.
So that's that.
So it's not like he's going to leave, I guess.
The Kings pushed you to a Game 7.
And they're going to get better.
and you needed a 50
I
burger
know.
from Stephen Curry. Hell, the Kings had a great shot to go up 3-1, but Harrison Barnes, Fred, this is a wide open 3, and the rest is history. So now it just feels like if you're going to do something with the Golden State Warriors, and Bob Myers has moved on, and we're going to miss Bob Myers, now it feels like the perfect time to tinker and reset the roster while Steph Curry still has something left in the tank. And he has a lot left in the tank. But what does that move look like? I have no idea. But if you want to give out an extension to Draymond Green, just know that it may not age well. If you give an extension to Klay Thompson, it may not age well.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And
especially in a sport where the salary cap structure is so restrictive and so punishing.
Yep. So you got to get more athletic in this league, and now's the time to do it. And if you do it, we're all going to rip this regime. We're all going to miss Draymond Green. We're all going to miss Klay Thompson. But guess what? They're still going to have statues built.
Well, you're going to get over it, yeah.
Their numbers are still going to be in the Raptors.
If Bumgarner right now, like let's say he stays retired, and he comes to AT&T Park and gets to walk out onto the field, you don't think he's getting a standing ovation? Did you see Will Clark's 22 retirement?
Right.
Will Clark played for like 4 other teams.
And he left the Giants.
That's what, in free agency.
Unrestricted free agency, left the Giants and went to Texas.
Exactly.
Left.
And you know what? I actually think that's a very interesting comp because the Giants had a financial decision to make, and they chose the Robbie Thompson, and that was the wrong move.
It was the wrong move.
I mean, let's just call it what it is.
And it pissed off Will Clark.
It really did.
And he left. And it took him a while to come back here. But you know what? We all honor him. We all clap for him. Jeff Kent one day. He's going to come back.
God, I
miss Jeff Kent.
He was such a good Giant.
I know what he is personally.
He was such
He's a
good
red
Giant.
ass. That guy's what we want to talk about Roberto Alomar Jr. Jeff Kent is a top 7 offensive second baseman in the history of the game.
Well, I think it's him and Ryan Sandberg as the greatest slugging second basemen of the modern era.
Go look at his 5-year run, folks.
And Altuve's going to be putting himself into that category.
Altuve's in that category.
Yeah, he's going to
doubt.
put himself in that category.
No doubt. You got to give Altuve
he's
love.
been amazing.
He has been amazing.
He's part of the reason why the Astros were slipping early.
Right, but you know what? Yeah, because he was out.
I know.
And now he's back, and now they're about to make a run. You best believe they're about to make a run.
The same Astros that lost a free agent superstar in Carlos Correa and then played a rookie and won the World Series?
Yep. And don't forget,
a young player on a winning team?
A couple years ago, they let George Springer walk to Toronto.
Right.
How they still won a World Series.
I know.
So they're fine. And Bregman, one day, they'll move on from him and they'll find the next guy because they trust their scouting department and they trust their drafting process here. There was one thing I was going to say. Oh, the babying. I'm seeing a lot of don't baby the youngsters, especially after that Steve Kerr, and we'll replay the clip.
I'm uncomfortable using that phrase with a bunch of men.
Think about
grown
this.
people, adults.
You think they were babying Jordan Poole, Kuminga, Moses Moody? They didn't play. All right? Kuminga didn't play the playoffs. Think that's babying him? That's scolding him. That's punishing him. That's the opposite of babying him. Jordan Poole being babied? No, he was asked to come off the bench once the Warriors got the full strength. He was asked to play with so many different combinations. Nobody was babied on the Golden State Warriors.
Forget your family, because most people are going to go like, talk about your kids. You don't treat them all the same. What about your coworkers, right here in this element? Do you treat Spadoni the same way you treat Lubman?
Absolutely. I try to as much.
I talk to Spadoni different than Lubman because I'm trying to connect with them and get different things, and they're different people.
Relationships, but I treat them the same. I treat them both with equal respect. I respect Lubman as a man. I respect Spadoni as a man. And those are my little brothers
that's
right
different.
there. I look at them as my little brothers.
I know,
you
obviously you respect them. But the way Spadoni and I talk is very different than the way Sam Lubman and I talk. Because
Lubman may take a joke differently than Spadoni.
Exactly.
Vice
and
versa.
so
I get what you're
this
saying.
whole thing about you got to give every one of them tough love and rule with an iron fist. Good luck getting the best out of people in 2023, treating them all identical.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck with that.
Right. You're not going to do it. Because a lot of sensitivity, a lot of insecure, I don't know. It's a lot going there. But we talk about babying. You could say the Warriors at times handle Draymond Green with kid gloves. And he's a veteran. He's a veteran. So I don't want to hear this thing about, oh, man, Jordan Poole got babied. How'd he get babied? He didn't play much in the playoffs. If anything, he didn't play well, and he sat his ass on the bench. That's the opposite of babying to me. That's just me personally. I don't know the definition of babying. Maybe people have different definitions of babying, but we'll continue to talk about this on the other side. This segment was brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. What's coming up on the game, sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. If you have IRS or state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein, because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 1-888-TAX-EXIT, 888-TAX-EXIT. We're going to take more of your phone calls, 888-957-9570. We got some news on the 49ers. We got news on the Giants. We got some Warrior stuff. We got it all here on the Morning Roast here on a Tuesday.
When does that crack come in?
to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Steve? What's up, everybody? Tuesday morning here on the roast and talking about babying players and this and that. And, well, we'll see what happens with the Warriors all season. They have some big decisions to make. And I know we keep overplaying this term, the crossroads, but they truly are at a crossroads. What you do here may set your franchise up for the next 3 years.
Have you ever seen the old Muppets movie, the original one back in the 70s?
Back in it, it's been a long time.
So they're all in the car and they're like, hey, when you get to the fork in the road, go right. And there's an actual fork in the road.
Right.
I was watching that recently with my brother's kids. And so, yeah. They're in the fork in the road.
Baby Chaz hasn't gotten there to the Muppet Babies.
Let's
He's
just
on
put
the
it this
Minnie
way.
Mouse phase.
There are some insensitive moments throughout the movie.
Oh, yeah.
As they go to certain bars.
Oh, yeah.
And I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, leave it at that. Leave it at that.
Waka, waka, waka.
Love Fozzie Bear.
Dude, he was so funny. He was telling jokes when Kermit first met him. It's just really funny. The whole entire premise is there's a guy who wants to do deep fried frog legs, and he wants to use Kermit as the spokesman. Yeah.
So when it comes to the 49ers, I didn't know how to segue there. But,
yeah, sorry, I was stuck on the Muppets.
Yeah,
Did you watch the Muppets growing up?
Sometimes. Miss Piggy, Kermit.
Yeah.
Gonzo.
That's what we used to call people with a big nose.
Yeah,
What's up, Gonzo?
Shout out to big noses.
Yeah, big
Everyone.
noses. Yeah.
I love my chickens.
Yeah, we used to call people Gonzo. Oh, man, you look like Gonzo. The
He
Niners.
was a plumber in the first movie, and so now I'm gonna start calling my brother and my dad Gonzo.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't disrespect them because they don't have big noses. So there's a lot with the 49ers, Shasky.
The Shasky Schnauzer.
There's a lot with the 49ers.
What part?
A lot. Everything. I mean, every day there's new videos, there's sneak pieces, and I thought last year's training camp when I missed it, I was like, damn, Trey Lance's first camp. It's going to be hyped. It's going to be buzz. I don't think last year's going to have anything on this season. If Trey Lance even makes it to training camp. So the 49ers worked out a quarterback named Jack Cohn who played at Notre Dame in Wisconsin. Now, I'm afraid to say this, Jack Cohn. Coan. I didn't like what I saw from him at Wisconsin and Notre Dame.
Who? So that means he'll be a superstar.
But I didn't like what I saw from Brock Purdy at Iowa State. Whatever. Jack Cole got worked out yesterday, and all of a sudden people were trying to connect the dots, saying, Niners are working out another quarterback. What does that mean for Trey Lance? What does that mean for Trey Lance?
Who
Trey
has
Lance
arm fatigue in camp?
Oh, my gosh. Does he have arm fatigue again? Is that a thing? Oh, okay. I don't know, because I can't get caught up in OTAs and jerseys and shorts and make all these assessments. And now you got, even David Lombardi came out as a voice of reason yesterday saying, look, that's a very complicated drill. Tom Brady airmailed passes during that drill. So now we're all hyper-focused. Oh, Trey Lance missed one pass, blah, 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 blah. But Matt Mayoko came out with a piece last night, and I'm looking at our YouTube chat because we were talking about this last night. Basically, Matt Mayoko was saying that Brock Purdy's going to be ready for week one. And the Niners are embracing that. And Niners are all fully prepared for Brock Purdy to be the starting quarterback because he'll be fully cleared by August 20th, 21st, which gives them...
They're hoping.
Yeah, they're hoping. But
there's a lot
Mayoko
steps.
made it seem like, now apparently he's walking in the back. I got to catch up on that. But, okay, if Brock Purdy is that guy, are we sure that he's that... Like, I don't even want to say that. If we're just going all in on Brock Purdy, there's a couple things. One, he's making $900,000. If you're Brock Purdy, do you play for $900,000?
Well, I think you have to because of the way the CBA is structured. You were drafted, and so you can't negotiate your contract and extension until after this year. So you have to.
You have to almost. Which
No,
is crazy.
not almost. You do.
That's crazy.
It's a CBA violation.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you're under contract.
So that puts a lot of pressure on Brock Purdy to perform at a high level once again.
It'd be like a first rounder. Like, for example, when Patrick Mahomes was drafted in the first round, people after 1 year, after his second full season,
right?
But his first full starting season, they're like, he needs to renegotiate. And he had to wait. He had to wait until
that's a good point.
After the third or fourth year.
So he has to wait after this season, correct? To get a new deal.
Yes, which wouldn't kick in until the following year, I believe.
And so that's a big move for the 49ers because they have to make a decision on Trey Lance next year. Do you pick up the fifth-year option with Trey Lance, which would be absurd? The fact that we've been thinking about that now, he's entered his third year.
Right now it's no.
Right now it's no. but we just haven't seen him. So Matt Mayoko basically said Brock Purdy's a favorite to start the 2023 season, and everybody went crazy. Everybody went crazy, saying Trey Lance doesn't even have a shot. Hell, the little bit of Willard Hernandez I listened to, TC from Sacramento, was losing his mind about Trey Lance. And a lot of what TC said, I agree with. And I'll go to my hill, and I don't want to die on this hill, but I always believe that Trey Lance should have started from day one. From day one, just let him start. He didn't look overwhelmed in the preseason, didn't look overwhelmed in training camp. I would just started him from day one.
Yeah, but
and I know some people will say we're 7.5 minutes away from going to the Super Bowl. That was despite the quarterback. Let's not act like Jimmy Garoppolo was great the last 7 weeks of the season. Let's not.
Are we talking about 2021?
2021.
Well, I mean, watch the games, people. Like the Tennessee game, they should have had the playoffs clinched. The Tennessee game, Jimmy got outplayed by Ryan Tannehill. Do people not remember that?
Yeah.
Do you remember that game?
Oh, it was the same day Steph Curry dropped 46 against the Memphis Grizzlies, and nobody gave a damn because the Niners lost to Tennessee.
Kyle Juszczyk is still wide open trying to fair catch that pass that Jimmy airmailed out of bounds.
So I thought Trey Lance should have started from day one. I mean, I went down to Dallas, Texas. Debo carried that offense. Jimmy Garoppolo nearly threw the game away to Dallas. And don't give me this crap that Jimmy Garoppolo outdueled Aaron Rodgers at Lambeau Field. We all watched the game. The Niners scored 0 offensive touchdowns. Debo Samuel literally carried your offense. Jimmy Garoppolo was so bad. Debo Samuel had to run the ball 3rd and 7 for a first down to get him in a field goal range.
When everyone knew they weren't going to throw it.
And everybody knew. They didn't even throw it to clinch the game against Dallas. They ran the ball and gave Dallas the ball back.
I just don't know how anyone could watch that NFC Championship game that year against the Rams and sit here and make these arguments for Jimmy Garoppolo. He was so bad.
So Trey Lance, has he gotten a fair shake? You know, pro sports is not fair. It really isn't. We saw Alex Smith lose his job due to an injury. And he was playing the best football of his Niners tenure.
But here's what I would say, Bonte. Life's about opportunities. I'm a big believer in opportunities. They will knock. The door will knock. It'll open slightly. It is up to you, the individual. I don't care what you're doing in life. And people are all born with things that they have to overcome, okay? Everyone's got something going on internally or externally in their life that is going to, that can cripple you. I really believe it. Even the people that you believe are born with everything, they've got something, either a character flaw or some sort of an issue internally. That door opens, you jam your freaking foot in, and you make the most of it. So when I look at what Brock Purdy did last year, that door opened up just a little for him. And he jammed his foot in there, and he made the most of it. And he deserves to be in the driver's seat right now. If and when Trey gets opportunities, whether it be at practice, preseason, heck, it might happen week 1 or at some point during the regular season, because who believes a 49er quarterback's going to stay healthy for all 17 games? I certainly don't.
Well, we haven't seen it yet.
When that time presents itself, Trey has to take advantage of it. That's all he can do right now.
I want to dive deeper into this because there's a Shanahan angle, there's some Trey angles, there's the Brock Purdy's news, and here's the thing. We'll react to this 888-957-9570. Let's open up these 49er football calls here. Football season's right around the corner. Matt Mayoko yesterday, NBC Sports Bay Area, does a great job covering the 49ers. Tweeted yesterday, the recent vibe coming out of 49er headquarters suggests a belief Brock Purdy is the favorite to be the team's starting quarterback.
A belief.
The vibe, whatever the vibe is, suggests a belief Brock Purdy is the favorite to be the team's starting quarterback when the season opens up. When the season opens up September 10th at Pittsburgh.
Was 2 Chainz in there?
2 Chainz was
It's
not
a
in there.
vibe.
It's a vibe.
It's a vibe. It's a vibe.
So September 10th, Pittsburgh.
That's just a weird phrasing. The vibe suggests there's a possibility.
A belief that Brock Purdy will start.
So the vibe suggests there's a belief.
So
it's an interesting way of
putting
putting
it. So we added, Brock Purdy began throwing a regulation NFL football May 29th. All right, a few days ago. If the anticipated 12-week ramp-up program holds true, he would receive full clearance on or around August 21st, or 20 days before the regular season opener. So Brock Purdy, the belief, according to Matt Mayoko, is that he'll start September 10th in Pittsburgh. Is that too soon for Brock?
I have no idea.
Is he going to be ready? And what if he's not ready?
Well, you know my setting. You know what? Let's talk about it
Let's
on the
talk
other
about
side.
because there's a few things.
Yeah,
I have
let's
some
talk about the
thoughts
other
on
side.
this
'Cause
whole
I'll
word
be
he gonna
real.
tweet.
I'm more conservative than others when it comes to this particular injury for this player and this quarterback, if you believe in him like I do.
Well, there's a couple thoughts I have here for the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, and the money aspect of everything with the quarterback and what it means long term if Brock Purdy does or does not start.
I wanna
There's
hear
a lot
this.
here. There's a lot here, Shasky. So let's ramp it up here. 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen
Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Jordan Poole, what's up, man? Did you see him sneak into a Giants game last week?
I did.
That was cool. Had his hoodie on. Good to see him get out the house and take in a baseball game. It was a good game, too. Giants and Orioles. The Giants lost that day, 3-2? It was a Logan Webb loss. Mm-hmm. But Jordan Poole, hopefully he's having a good offseason, working out, training. You know, despite everything that happened, he did average 20 points per game in the regular season.
Can you name this artist?
Santana.
Featuring?
Don't know who he's featuring. Just know it's Santana.
Okay, do you know who Matchbox 20 is?
I've heard of them. I've heard the name.
That is the biggest lie of all time.
No. I've heard Matchbox 20. I couldn't name a damn song of theirs.
This
but I
is
heard
Rob Thomas
20.
of Matchbox 20. This is one of my dad's favorite songs ever.
Well, I just
he loves this album.
Santana. Is it Matchbox 20 album or is it
No,
Santana?
it's on Santana. It's the same one with Maria.
Gotcha. Yeah, Santana. Shout out to Jose Santana, his nephew.
Putting out all kinds of music videos.
Dude, he's ready to go for Niner season.
Oh, come on, of course.
He's ready to roll. He had Chicago lit up. I
love it.
Yeah, I love it too. So we're talking about the 49ers.
You were talking about money.
Well, forget the money part for a second. I want to just start with Brock Purdy starting. So let's just say he does start September 10th. And he comes back and struggles. Because we don't know how he's going to look. I would think for the 49ers, if they truly believe, and you've kind of been on this, if they truly believe Brock Purdy's their guy, and I get you don't want to give up games because you want home field advantage throughout the playoffs. I get it. You don't want to mess with that. But if Trey Lance is decent, and he comes in the first two games and you win the first two games, and Brock's your guy anyway, now it's the best of both worlds. Because say if Trey starts and looks good, and you give the job back to Brock, well, all of a sudden that puts more pressure on Brock to perform, knowing that, hey, Trey Lance just had a great start to the season. He is their number 3 overall draft pick. He's the guy they moved heaven and earth for. I need to play well. Because not only do I need to play well, I got a future contract on the line. And if I take this job and run with it, well, I'm going to get paid and Trey's going to be out the door. But Trey puts himself in a position to where, hey, the Niners don't pick up my 5th-year option. I'm going to have options because I did put together good tape in the first couple games. To me, that's the way I would play it as the 49ers. Again, you don't want to give up games early on, but I don't think Trey's that bad to where you're going to give up games early on, right? I don't want to rush Brock back. If he's my long-term solution, I want to make sure that he's healthy, that he's good to go, and that he's my guy. So when he does come back in, hey, all of a sudden, Brock, you got to perform now. Trey's already played well. You want your money. Now's your turn to ball out.
Well, independent of Trey Lance, just independent of him, just if you love Brock, and I think everybody loves Brock to a degree, you know, like how can you not? The guy was on fire last year and the team scored a zillion points. Dude, long-term health is everything.
Everything.
I mean, the worst thing you can do, and this is the organization that rushed back Alex Smith. This is the organization that rushed back Colin Kaepernick with a sore shoulder. This is the organization that cleared Javon Kinlaw on how many occasions?
Multiple occasions.
This is the organization that cleared D Ford how many times?
Right.
This is the organization that rolled back Quan Alexander with a torn pectoral, and he did what?
Reuben Foster.
We can go right down the list of guys who returned too quickly. Remember Okella Witherspoon with the bum ankle?
Oh, I do.
Remember when they kept throwing him out there?
Yep, absolutely.
Now, in a lot of those cases, they didn't have a better alternative on the bench, so I get where they're coming from, and those players were so dynamic, they needed those guys to be on the field. But in this one, like, okay, forget Trey Lance. You got Sam Darnold, too. Everybody's telling me Sam Darnold's good. All right. You can't win a couple games with Sam Darnold?
Wow.
And look, the NFL's hard. So even if Brock is ready to go and you do think that there's a calculated risk or whatever, like he could lose a couple games early on in the season, too. Who knows? But for me, the number one thing is about if this is your franchise guy, long-term viability from the jump. And here's the other thing. He misses a couple weeks at the beginning of the year. Well, now he takes less hits throughout the year. You know, maybe he's a little slightly stronger and more durable come week 15, 16, 17 and rolling into the playoffs.
So,
like, I don't see what the big deal is of losing your mind to be ready for week one. He misses 1 game, 2 games. Like, we did this with George Kittle just last year. George Kittle wasn't ready to go week one. No one talks about that.
Well, there's a part of me, and look, again, I'm going to say this every day because I know how this works. You pump up one guy, and all of a sudden people say you love one guy and you hate the other. I don't hate 80 of the Niner quarterbacks. I think the Brock Purdy story was absolutely phenomenal. I mean, he captured everybody. I mean, I'm telling you, my girl is a casual fan and is a casual football fan. She's trying to learn the game, and she's having fun watching it, and it makes me happy, but she's a casual fan. What Purdy did captured her to the point where she got the jersey. She was chatting Purdy. The first time she saw Purdy, she's like, this is the dude. This is the guy. He reminds me of Tom. Like, casual. My mom, casual fan. I'm telling you about the casual fan. I saw a Big Mouth Burger, San Bruno, sipping her lemonade. Yeah, the 49ers, they look good. Sipped their lemonade. Yeah, that quarterback's pretty good. And it was Brock Purdy. Like, he captured it. So it's one of the most remarkable stories, and I'm happy for the young man.
It's on par with Kurt Warner. If he ends up being a starter and taking the team to the playoffs every year.
Absolutely. So I don't hate Purdy. I was wrong on him. I'll be wrong again in the future. I've been wrong about a lot of things in life. It is what it is. But Brock Purdy, if he's that guy, then there's a couple things I'm looking at. If he's your guy, then I'm expecting Super Bowl. Right? Is that the fair expectation?
He's a second-year player.
Is that the expectation, though? He went undefeated last year.
No.
He went undefeated last year.
They're the only team in the league that you can even throw the SB word around, Super Bowl around, where you don't even know what to make of their quarterback situation. Right. Like, you're hopeful and you love it and you're excited, but, like, come on. Like, for example, like, I know Eagle fans are going to say, Super Bowl or bust this year. Let's just see Jalen Hurts have another great year.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I know, like, they feel like they're trying to win the Super Bowl, and that's the ultimate goal, no doubt about it. But, like, if Jalen Hurts puts together another remarkable year, wouldn't you say, oh, they got a quarterback for 10 years, dude. They're going to be in the mix every year.
Absolutely.
So that's the same way that I'm viewing the 49ers situation. If Brock Purdy is what we all hope and believe him to be, they'll be in the mix for 10 years.
You know what it is?
Regardless of roster.
Yeah, so you know what else? Well, we hope they'll be in the mix because Seattle's coming. And there's people who think Seattle has a better roster than the 49ers. And I think Seattle, those last 2 games were closer to what the scores indicated. That wild card game was closer to the score indicated. The second game up there on the Thursday Night Football was closer to what the score indicated. I was there. But here's the other thing. If Brock Purdy does play well, it will signal a change in the 49ers. It will signal a change for Kyle Shanahan. What quarterback has gotten better under Kyle Shanahan?
Well, that's a fair question.
What quarterback has gotten better under Kyle Shanahan?
Certainly not RG3.
Right? And don't give me this Kirk Cousins thing.
He only played like 4 games.
He played 4 games under Kyle Shanahan.
Nick Mullins had more starts.
Under Kyle Shanahan than Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
This whole Kirk Cousins played well under Shanahan. He played 4 games.
Can we go back to the Super Bowl thing just for 1 second?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, because I'm wrapping my head around it. In my view, and I want to hear your view, heading into this NFL season, there's one team that's Super Bowl or bust, and that's the Kansas City Chiefs.
You don't think the Buffalo Bills are Super Bowl or bust?
No, because I just they get to a Super Bowl. If they get to a Super Bowl, they'll be so happy just getting to a Super Bowl.
No. They went to 4 straight and lost all of them.
Do you think they're Super Bowl or bust?
I think they're Super Bowl or bust.
I
With
disagree.
Stephon Diggs and that core and that defense, Von Miller coming back. They just re-signed Ed Oliver to a fat extension. They're Super Bowl or bust. Cincinnati, Super Bowl or bust.
Do you think they are?
They just lost the Super Bowl. They lost the AFC Championship game on a questionable call.
Okay. Well, you know what? I'll listen to Cincinnati. I think Buffalo's a tick down. They haven't even been in an AFC Championship game yet.
No, yes, they have. They lost the AFC Championship game to the Kansas City Chiefs, so Kansas City advanced to play Tampa Bay.
Oh, I guess they did that year. Yeah, I guess you're right.
They did. And then
Cincinnati played them multiple times in a row. For some reason, I thought it was 3 in a row.
Buffalo
but I don't view Buffalo that way.
Yeah, well, I think
they don't
Buffalo
have. They have too many playoff losses for me to view them that way.
But they've been so close, and they've been there, and they have a top 3 quarterback, and they have a top 3 wide receiver.
Okay, but we're talking about a handful of teams.
Exactly.
Is there any team in the NFC you view that way?
Philadelphia.
Okay, so you put Philly in there.
Philadelphia's in that conversation.
Do you put the Niners in there because they've been knocking on the door?
Absolutely. With their
So
roster,
we've got
everybody
5
keeps
teams
telling me
in the league.
So no, Cincinnati, Buffalo, Kansas City. You better believe. You don't think people in Baltimore said We need
No.
to make a run this year.
They just
I
want to
think
win a
so.
couple playoff games.
Nah, I think they need to go.
Okay.
They have big time
So
expectations.
I think we're loosely defining the Super Bowl or bust. I think every year Mahomes doesn't win a Super Bowl right now, it's like because these
Okay.
are legacy years for him.
I would even throw the Dallas Cowboys in there with Jerry Jones because Jerry Jones is talking that talk about being Super Bowl. So let's hypothetically say 6 teams.
Okay.
6 teams in the league.
I would taper it like 1 or 2, but that's fine. I want to hear yours. I think
Buffalo,
we just disagree on this.
Yeah, I think we disagree
Yeah.
wholeheartedly because Kansas City's right there. They want to go back to back. They have Pat Mahomes.
Yeah.
Buffalo's been knocking on the door.
Yeah,
They had a home playoff game last year in the snow and got throttled by Cincinnati.
Burrows feels, and to me, like where Giannis was a couple years ago.
Well, they had that window,
Yes.
but you got to start paying guys. T. Higgins.
Yeah. Well,
Jamar Chase.
him and T. Higgins got to
Right.
get paid the same year.
How many years does Joe Mixon have left? They
that's
have a great opportunity.
great
that
question.
division is getting better now.
Yeah.
You know, Pittsburgh's not going to be down forever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're not. They're not going to be.
They'll be in the hunt.
They're
but
competitive.
Yeah.
They're competitive.
I'm with you. I just don't like Kenny Pickett.
I don't either, but we'll see
so,
about him.
So even at most, we're looking at like 6 teams.
The Niners are one of those teams.
Okay.
Are they not?
All those other spots have clearly defined, established multiple year of excellence quarterbacks. And even Jalen Hurts, it's like a year. It's like a year of excellence.
The Niners are
and I love Jalen Hurts. He's proven me wrong.
The Niners have told us basically we can win without an elite quarterback because our system is in play. One of the best running backs.
Yes.
You got Deebo Samuel.
Yes.
One of the best tight ends, George Kittle. You have Brendan Ayuk, who's ascending, and by the way, he's going to want to get paid at some point. You have Nick Bosa, who, look, he's going to want to do contracting. I don't think he's worth $33 million a year. I think Nick Bosa's really great, but $33 million a year for Nick Bosa?
Well, I didn't think, and this is just my opinion, and people can disagree, and I'm the biggest Bosa fan. Wouldn't you agree, B?
Yeah.
There might not be a bigger Bosa fan than me. I don't think any defensive player who doesn't touch the ball is worth $33 million. Even if you sack the quarterback 20 times, I don't think anyone, Aaron Donald included, is worth $33 million a year. That's just me.
And so Nick Bosa, as Howard Eskin said last Friday, got his ass kicked by Lane Johnson.
He did.
He was
wore it
MIA
down in the playoffs.
He was MIA in the NFC Championship game. He was MIA in the divisional round game against the Dallas Cowboys. Now he wants to get paid. But this roster, everybody tells us it's stacked, which is why you need to go with Purdy. This is a huge year for the 49ers. There's no
Trent
guarantee Trent
Williams.
Williams is coming back.
Yeah.
There's no reason. So, yes, it is Super Bowl or bust with the 49ers. But the problem is, we can move on
God,
in
it
a
feels
second.
so unfair to say that, but
It's
you're
not unfair to say that.
probably right.
And you know what?
But I just think
Doesn't
it's
it-
so difficult to win a Super Bowl.
It's very difficult, but don't you want your team to be in that conversation? Like 888-957-9570 as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Last segment was sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. For me as a fan, like the Warriors now, being in that conversation to be a championship or bust, we hang banners. I like my teams in that conversation.
No,
We're just
I
talking
agree.
about the Giants
Yeah.
where we're in this phase where, you know what, we want to see the development, and that's all fun. That's all fine and dandy watching the young kids, but when are we going to win? Because that's what it's about. We don't play to lose. You talk about playing Monopoly at your family's house. Do you want to lose? You want to win.
No, of course you want to win.
You know?
I
Like Joe Spinotti, you're a Raider fan. How cool would it be just to be in a conversation of being one of the teams where you get labeled, hey, it's a Super Bowl or bust
let me
type
ask
game?
you
It's
about
been like twice in my life, so.
So let me ask you about last year, right? Last year, was it and I hate going back to this, but was it a failure that they didn't win the Super Bowl? Because I feel like they maxed out last year. Even though I thought that, man, if some things break our way, they could have easily been in the Super Bowl. I don't think they win it. But, was it a failure? No, I thought it was a great year.
It was a great year, but it left an empty taste in our mouth.
Okay.
It left something.
It felt
it was like a little
unfinished.
hole because the quarterbacks get hurt. You get blown out in the NFC Championship game for the second. You lose the NFC Championship
So were you
game for the
able
second
to
straight year.
swallow the 2021 one better than the 2022? Because 2021, I came away thinking we're just not good enough at the quarterback position to beat them. Stafford marched them down multiple times in the fourth quarter. Our guy couldn't. And it felt like we went mano a mano and we came up short. 2022, it feels like a cop-out to say we didn't go mano a mano. I still feel like probably the Eagles were going to beat us. But at the same time, man, didn't they overachieve to some degree?
No, they had a generational defense.
Yeah.
We compared this defense to the greatest defenses of all time every single week. every single week we said this defense is one of the best defenses in 49ers history. You can't waste this defense.
Yeah.
That was the dialogue
I know
last
you
year.
got Warner in his prime. You got Bosa in his prime.
I may have been more disappointed last season. Just a tick, because I was depressed after the Rams lost. That was depressing because the quarterback basically crapped on himself, and Jaquaski Tartt dropped the pick. I don't care what anybody says. Jimmy Garoppolo did not lead them to the NFC Championship game. Watch the game. Jimmy Garoppolo got carried by Deebo Samuel. So let's stop with that rhetoric. We just talked about it. Last 6 weeks, Garoppolo was awful. Week 17, Rams game, okay, he played well in the second half. But for the most part, he was awful down the stretch. Let's just keep it real. It's okay to say that. Nobody's going to get hurt. It's okay.
In my mind, whenever someone brings up Jimmy Garoppolo, I think of Danny Manning, Michelle's uncle, throwing the hat at the television in disgust when he throws that lob pass into no man's land against the Cowboys.
Oh, my gosh.
We should have won that game by 25 going away.
I was there talking so much mess. I thought we were winning 31-14.
It's etched in my brain. Like when you say Felix Rodriguez, etched in my brain is the Scott Spiezio home run.
Oh, my gosh.
When you say Jimmy G, there's two throws. There's the Kittle miss in the NFC Championship game, and then there's the interception he threw in the Dallas game. They're like etched in my head.
Rocco and I look at, he got him. He got it. He was running to us, Jasky. He broke wide open, and it was like one of those college bowl games where the crowd is like,
yeah, I know.
And he drops back,
the
and you're
noise.
like, he got him. And everybody in the stadium sees it like, oh, my God, George Kittle's wide open. They're about to go up 7-0, and he airmailed him. And Rocco and I immediately say, well, it's going to be one of those games. We got bad Jimmy today.
I'm thinking about the NFC Championship game this year, and that play where Brock got hurt. I'm elbowing you. He's got him.
Ayuk made the move on Bradbury and cooked him on that corner route.
He had him.
But here's why I felt a little more disappointed last year in Philadelphia.
I'll never forget turning to you also, by the way, and going, I think he has a Tommy John.
You did call it right away.
I said it like right away. He's got a baseball
tent.
injury.
He went to the tent right away. And
you
he
were
wasn't
like, no,
playing.
he doesn't. He's fine.
He's fine. And they started warming up Josh Johnson, and everybody's texting me, yo, Josh Johnson's warming up. And I said, dear God, what did I do to deserve this?
Go back to the Philadelphia.
But the Philly game, to me, I was a little more disappointed because I felt like the Niners were farther away from. We got some breaking news here?
What?
What's breaking news? What's going on? What?
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Oh, don't tell me it's the golf stuff. We're doing some breaking news for golf.
This is my wheelhouse. I've never been more ready for this.
Oh, my God.
I will break this down. Let's go. What is it?
PGA Tour agrees to merge with Saudi-backed rival Live Golf. Oh, come on.
What? Phil
on.
got his payday? Wow.
So they agreed to merge with rival Live Golf, which is backed by the Saudi Arabia Public Investment Fund, an entity controlled by the Saudi Crown Prince. The proposed merger comes after the PGA and Live Golf have been embroiled in lawsuits regarding antitrust claims. The deal would end all pending litigation. Come on.
The moralistic high horse media that was mad at Live, are you going to crush the PGA Tour now?
They should.
Wow.
They're all crooks.
So this is basically like, well, in a weirder way, AFL, NFL merging.
Yeah.
Wow.
They're all crooks.
Wow.
Money talks, right?
Brooks Koepka winning is what it did, huh? Was that what happened?
Money
By the way,
talks.
Brooks Koepka, did anyone see him at the Panther game? He's still up.
Yeah, he's...
My guy looks like he's been railing you know what for weeks on end.
When does that crack come into play for you?
Just straight powder. Looking like Scarface at the end of the movie.
So what's going to happen? Is Live Golf going to now partake in the PGA Tour?
I have no idea. You paid all these guys who left, and then what? You got to pair up Rory with Phil. First PGA Tour event, right?
Cannot wait to see what Tiger does with Phil if that ever happens again.
Well, Tiger's done.
Tiger will come back.
Cooked.
Hey, he'll get the big
Tiger's
ones. Don't
cooked.
worry.
Tiger's cooked.
Wow.
Man, I thought like Trey Lance got traded or something.
Live and PGA Tour
Much more
merging.
exciting than that.
I thought the Warriors named their new GM, Mike Dunleavy Jr.
I mean, this is as big of an upset as the Niners signing Richard Sherman. Like, seriously, this is insane. This is like Brett Butler coming to the Giants.
I swear to God, I thought like
Oral
Klay Thompson got
Hershiser
traded.
pitching for the Giants.
I thought
Juan
the Giants.
Uribe going to the Dodgers.
I thought the Giants traded for Shane Bieber.
You really? Oh, Jordan Poole and Draymond Green dealt in separate deals.
I saw it. I said, this can't be the golf.
7-team trade. Giannis Antetokounmpo to the Warriors.
Spadoti's face.
Big deal. It actually is.
It is.
I guess. I thought it was, man. Draymond Green's opted out of his deal. PJ Liv merging. They're all criminals. They're all crooks. It's all about the money. Everything is about the money.
Newsflash.
Everything is about the money.
Even when it's not about
all
the money.
All the lip service they did, all the fake huffing and puffing from the PGA Tour, all the fake bravado and fake gangsters of the Live Golf Tour, they now merge. Come on.
They got what they wanted.
I don't even know if I want to get fitted for my driver in 3-wood anymore.
Why?
I don't even know what to play the sport
Grow
anymore.
the game, Bonte.
Bonte's taking a stand
I'm
against
taking my
golf.
sticks and
I
I'm
can't
leaving
stand
the
for
course.
this.
I'll still go to the golf spot in Pleasant Hill. Check them out, man. What up, Christian? How you doing today?
So anybody who signed with Liv is like, are they going to get their money? Like, a lot of them already
Absolutely.
did. Wow.
Oh, I'll sue them. I'll still live if I don't get my money.
How righteous will Dan Dibley be at 2:00 because I won't support Liv, but I'll use a China-built Apple phone.
Oh, my gosh. So Phil Mickelson just quoted.
What'd he say?
Quote tweeted, awesome day today. Awesome day today.
Wow.
All right.
I was always not pro-Liv, open-minded. Because I wanted to see the game get better. It was boring. There's too many boring events with the same stuff, and I thought competition brings the best out in everyone. And so I was hoping we would see various formats and different changes. Ugh, that happened so quick. The PGA Tour just has no backbone.
I like the Live versus PGA. I like the fact that Jim Nantz was sliding Live Tour on the CBS broadcast.
Well, and Liv had 3 of the top 5 in both majors this year,
Right.
finishers.
So PGA just basically, they just cowered.
I mean, I think there's money involved in this because, the Saudis, I don't know if you know this, Bonte, endless money. Endless money. They also own how many soccer teams?
Oh, everybody signing in Saudi Arabia. Cristiano Ronaldo.
Oh, are we going to cancel
Benzema.
him? All you soccer fanatics that are also politicos, you going to cancel these guys? We all want the money. Look, if the Saudis came to me and said, Joe, we're starting a radio station in Saudi Arabia, but you get to live in San Francisco and you can simulcast from here and we're going to pay you gobs of money, I'd be like, I love you, Matt and Hegan, and I owe everything to you. I'm out, dog!
Probably God, too. You see the housing prices in the Bay Area? Boy, it gives you a headache, man.
Of course.
Losing hair. Trying to think about a house, man.
Unless you're buying commercial real estate to where you could buy the Wells Fargo building for less than what it purchased in 2005.
There's a great meme of Tiger Woods realizing he passed up $900 million from Live for nothing.
Oh, that's great.
Damn.
I'm sure Tiger's hurting in the wallets.
So a lot of people, this is interesting. I thought it was breaking news or something else.
You know what the Saudis
I had
need
my
to do?
hopes up.
They need to buy the Oakland A's and build that stadium. They'll get it done quicker. I'll
They
tell you
would.
that right now.
It would.
Saudi A's, capital A for Arabia. There you go.
PJ was probably going to look very bad in the lawsuits became public. Just a guess. That's from the Comcast Business text line. How would the
Interesting.
PJ look back?
Well, they're a nonprofit, right?
Yeah.
And so they operate under this weird umbrella where they kind of don't pay certain taxes, and so that's kind of been the dirty little secret. But you know what? We'll get into the real sports.
All right. Well, I got respect for golf. All these guys were huffing and puffing, man.
Back to the 90s.
PJ, Rory, Tiger, you guys look like chumps this morning. All right, what's coming up with the game sponsored by Cars.com. More of your calls. Jose in Oakland will get to you. We'll get back to the 49er talk. Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, Kyle Shanahan. Because I got a question for you, Shasky, on the other side. Let's break it down here on the Morning Roast.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to car.
Stephen Curry, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
All right, so Live Golf and the PGA Tour merged together. That just got announced. And Seth, if you can, in a couple minutes before we get to Jose,
explain
break down
okay.
why this is huge news for the casual golf fans like myself.
Okay, so imagine there's a sports league, right? NBA, Major League Baseball, NFL. And your top dogs, let's use the NBA as an example. LeBron and Steph Curry and, a bunch of other guys, John Morant, decided, nah, you know what, we're going to play in this upstart brand new league in another country, but it's going to be worldwide. We're going to have events all over the world, okay? And we're going to kind of reconfigure. So it's like almost like the Ice Cube 3-on-3 league, right? That's a competing league to the NBA.
The big three.
Yeah, even though most people don't view it as a competitor, but they were throwing around millions of dollars. Right now, Steph Curry's making $50 million, right?
Just look at the USFL and NFL.
Yeah.
In the early
Good
80s. That's the one to look at, I think, when Donald Trump decided to move that league to the fall, and it never came to fruition. But they were competing because Steve Young he went to the LA Express, Jim Kelly went to the Houston Gamblers, Reggie White was with the Memphis Showboats. But they were throwing money around at these players, stealing them out of college, and the NFL's losing out on these marquee names.
Yes, and so let's say Steph's making $50 million this year. Liv offered him $200 million, right? He would get 4 times the guaranteed amount. Now, in other sports, NBA, Major League Baseball in particular, you sign a contract for $200 million, you're getting the $200 million. In the NFL, we all know guaranteed money, right? In golf, you only make what you earn. So if you place in an event, okay, you make the cut, and let's say you finished 40th. Right? You make a percentage of what that purse is, and they break it down. So it's called earnings. So based on how well you're playing, there's an meritocracy to it. That's how much you can make. So Dustin Johnson, for example, signing on the dotted line with another competing league, made like 8 times what he would have made throughout the body of his entire career before even taking a golf shot. So just put yourself in that position. I'm a plumber making $100,000 a year. I don't have to do any plumbing, and I sign on the dotted line right now for the next 5 years, and I'm making, I don't know, $800,000 over the life of the next 3 years or whatever it is. So this is life-changing money for a lot of these guys. Even though they make a ton of money, there's a guarantee there. And so people like Brooks Koepka, who had a bum knee, said, I don't know if I'm going to be good anymore. I'm going to take the money.
Yeah, no doubt.
And then he said, I felt like I was wandering the desert on a league no one was watching. You saw Bryson. Bryson DeChambeau looked humbled.
Yeah.
He looked like he had not had the spotlight for years.
He looked very humbled. I was like, I almost liked the young man. Almost did. No, 925 Comcast business text line. When Liv came out and they started taking players in the PGA, Shasky was not completely against it. He was actually for Liv Tour, and he actually broke down the Liv Tour, and I was like, whoa, this is fascinating. I like it. And then we found out who ran the Liv Tour. Was like, you know what? We're going to back away from that. But the concepts were great. The team aspect, I was all in on that.
Yeah, well, and I still
you were too.
I still don't even think that they've gotten it right. But like, for example, when the ABA and the NBA merged, the NBA soaked in a couple of their concepts, the 3-point line. Right? So when the AFL and the NFL merged, they absorbed some of their concepts, right? And so I'm expecting the team format to continue going. But my question is, all the money that they allocated to all of these guys, how does that work now?
They still get their money, right? It's guaranteed dollars. And the Saudis are probably like, it's already gone. They got plenty of money out there.
No doubt.
They don't care. They're throwing money left and right at everybody.
Well, and in soccer,
left Real Madrid.
Yeah.
I think it's a 3-year, over $600 million deal. Cristiano Ronaldo's making like over $200 a year.
A year?
A year. A year.
Well, and so people are going to say, oh, they're trying to sports wash. Yeah, of course they are. But they're also trying to make themselves be legitimized via sport. And you see this in America, not necessarily in terms of blood money, but you see certain, like Portland, for example. Portland thinks they're a legitimate American city because they have a sports team. Right? And there's something to, hey, we've got the soccer team, we've got the Portland Trailblazers, we're a legitimate sports team. And right now, the reverse is happening in Oakland. A lot of Oakland residents are like, we're losing all our sports teams. We're losing what makes us, special and world class, even though there's more to it than that. So So they're trying to legitimize themselves not only as a destination,
Right.
but as someone that other investors will invest in long term, and you do that by having sports.
The NFL took a lot from the USFL. Challenges, the red challenge flag, instant replay.
Going for two?
Going for two.
Was in that, or am I wrong?
Dancing. No, they took a lot.
Yeah.
You watched the 30 for 30.
Oh, it was
on that.
incredible. Bill
Got a
Simmons
book.
was actually the best you've ever been.
Jeff Perlman actually wrote
Yeah.
a great book on the USFL. Some of the stories. It was hilarious. Some of the stories that were coming out of there. Checks bouncing left and right. Guys racing to the bank to make sure they
Steve
cash
Young.
their bank.
Steve Young, he famously
still was getting paid for the LA Express.
Yeah, $2. He had an annuity, and it never reached its fruition.
Jim Kelly, Reggie White, Nate Newton. You had a Herschel Walker. You had a lot of guys. Doug Flutie was in that league. So this is wild stuff in the world of golf. Let's see what happens. They're going to, I guess, rename the PGA Tour and the Live Tour. And it's going to be named something else.
Well, the PGA Tour has always been kind of confusing. So that we just had the quote-unquote PGA Championship, and that's the Professional Golfers Association for pros, as in teaching pros.
Right.
And so there's always been this confusion. Oh, the PGA Championship is run by the PGA Tour. Two totally different things. Think of the guy you go see to get lessons. That's the PGA Championship, and that's run by the professional guys that teach you the game. Whereas the pros that are on tour, touring pros,
Right.
are different, even though the words are the same and the analogies are the same.
Dan Wetzel.
What's he
is
say?
he still with Yahoo? Dan Wetzel's really good. I
Yeah.
like Dan Wetzel. I'm old enough to remember when the PGA Tour tried to claim the moral high road on Live and the Saudis.
Oh, sounds like something I said immediately. Interesting.
Now I gotta go.
Interesting. Well, what's funny is that, not funny, it's kind of sad, is that everybody was like, oh, the PGA Tour, they're the moral high ground. Dog, the PGA Tour spent like $200 million on a moat and a bridge at their facility because they're a nonprofit entity that doesn't pay taxes.
Right.
So they can miss me with that when all of us regular schmucks are paying up the wazoo when it comes to taxes.
So it's all about the money, basically. Dirty money, fun money, it doesn't matter. Live Tour gets what they have. Wow, look at this. Brooks Koepka just tweeted, welfare check on Chambly. Now, what does that mean? Explain that. Who's
so
Chambly?
Brandel Chambly would be like, he's part Skip Bayless of golf, part like Mike Wilbon, where like he holds the past in such high regard, which I appreciate about him. He is a historian, but like he says ridiculous things.
So
Brandel
what did he
Chambly.
say? What did he say when they merged?
Well, Brandel Chambly, who's obviously paid by the Golf Channel, who has, I don't know, exclusive television contracts with the PGA. So he's been blasting Live the entire time. Brandel Chambly, dog, you're conflicted. You're employed by the PGA Tour.
So what he just ripped Live?
Oh, at
when
every
they
turn.
formed?
Yeah, at every turn. But yet he takes the money from Titleist because he's also a Titleist sponsor. And so, like, dude, I don't know. It just, I actually like Brandel. I find him hilarious, but I also find him to be fake as hell at times.
So
I think,
did he
I
rip
think he
Brooke?
crushed Brooke too.
Oh, he
Brooks
crushed
after he lost the Masters
Crushed
too.
Brooks.
Crushed him.
Gotcha.
He said he's not used to playing 4-day events because they were playing 3-day events at the time.
Wow. So will the PGA Tour move or this new format move? I guess the rules will come out a little later. Will they move to 3 days or will they remain
I don't know.
at 4
Well,
days?
I know the one big thing is that no cuts. And like, what is a cut? A cut is half the field loses, gets cut out of it for
So
the
in
weekend.
this one, there would be
so
no
let's say,
cuts?
for example, you and I, we want to go to Harding Park. They're going to have a basic, PGA Tour stop at Harding Park.
Mm-hmm.
And you and I are like, I can't make Thursday and Friday. We're going to go out on Saturday and Sunday. There's no guarantee that Tiger makes the cut. There's no guarantee that Brooke Koepka makes a cut. So Liv said that's bad for the consumer, which I agree with. And so if you buy a ticket, you kind of want the stars to guarantee themselves spots on the weekend.
So no matter
and the
how-
TV partners want that.
So no matter how bad it is, no matter how bad you play, you can still remain in that tournament.
Exactly.
And the fans get to see you.
And the other thing that I think Liv did that was really good for television. So in a normal championship setting, you have staggered starts. So the guy who's the farthest away from the lead starts off first thing in the morning, and then the guys who are leading start off at like 2:00 in the afternoon. So it's like a 9-hour broadcast. It's a long day. Live did shotgun starts, meaning everyone starts on a different hole, and so it's only like a 5-hour broadcast. Right. So for your TV partners,
right,
it's a lot easier to build advertisement around 5 hours. So a guy
can start on hole 5 and finish up
on the fourth hole.
Right, exactly.
You'll go back all the way around. So instead of starting on one, you could start on any hole and finish on any hole.
And it'll get everything done quicker.
Exactly. And now there's action on every hole the whole time.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It's much better for the consumer.
That's pretty cool.
It's the only sport. It's the only sport, like in basketball, when you're televising it in basketball, I heard this from TV executives that were doing podcasts. In basketball, there's one ball. In football, there's one ball. In baseball, there's one ball. In golf, at any given time, there could be like 25 balls in the air, right? So where do you direct your cameras, right? You know what I mean? So like that's a big problem in golf. How it's presented on TV. Most people, when you say golf, they go, boring. Because of the slow-paced action on TV.
Let's see how many people really tune in or how many people care about this.
I don't know. I think it's a niche sport.
Yeah,
I fully admit it.
Yeah.
It's a niche sport.
Speaking of other news, Nick Wright is a candidate to replace Shannon Sharp on Undisputed. Nick Wright and Skip Bayless.
Who thinks they're smarter?
Oh, boy. That's unwatchable. Let's go to Jose in Oakland. Get us back on track here about quarterback play. Nice little golf breakdown, Shasky. Jose, what's happening?
Hopefully that made sense to people.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
All right.
Where you been?
Trey Lance, working. You know what? He's working in family time. Mm-hmm. Hey, listen, as far as Trey Lance, if we're going to go based on the years that he's been with the team and say he's a bust, we're making a serious mistake. I think it's too early for us to quit on him just because he hasn't really had a chance to play enough for us to say this is what he is. As far as Purdy, I'm riding with the guy all the way, okay? Jimmy Garoppolo was a good game manager, but like all managers, he had his moments. Brock Purdy is a baller, okay? And I call him a baller because he's got that little something that Steve Young, that likes Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady had, okay? That inner fire that says, you know what, not on my watch. If I can throw the ball, we're not losing this game because I'm standing on the sidelines watching my team lose, or because I'm throwing a dumb throw. Okay, I'm gonna do my best for us to win, and he showed me that last year. How many times did he pretty much bail out the team, bail out Shanahan by making plays that winning on the playbook? The guy has a little something. Okay, he's accurate. That's the best part of it. He reminds me a lot of Russell. When he was good, Russell Wilson, when he was good, it's like those throws. Where did it come from? How the heck did he do that? He's got that. So I'm riding with Brock all the way. As far as, like I said, as far as Trey, let's give him one more year, and somehow I'm sure he'll get his chance. And at some point, we'll know for sure whether he was a bust or not.
There's a couple
that's kind of
things
where
here.
I'm at with it.
There's a couple things here.
Yeah, I want to hear it.
With Brock and Trey. And it goes back to the question I wanted to ask you before the golf stuff broke. Is what quarterback has gotten better under Kyle Shanahan? Now, you can make the argument that Matt Ryan did. He won an MVP and they advanced to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they're together 2 years.
Right. But Matt Ryan was already an established NFL quarterback. Hell, a lot of people had him in the top 10 anyway before Shanahan arrived in Atlanta.
Yeah, that was a little high for my liking.
So for the 49ers, Matt Ryan has some really good years. For the 49ers, what quarterback has gotten better under Kyle Shanahan? Because if Brock Purdy does play as well as he did last year and improves, he would be the first quarterback under Shanahan in his 7 years. He's going on 7 years here as a head coach of the 49ers to get better under Shanahan. You could argue that Jimmy Garoppolo regressed. You could argue that Nick Mullen's got worse. CJ Beathard. First, early on, I was like, oh, man, this kid's tough. He's throwing deep, everything. Remember the Monday night game against Green Bay? I was like, wow, look at him throw to CJ. What's our guy? Marquise Goodwin.
That's that game.
Remember that game?
I do remember that game.
And then he got bad. And now he's hanging out for dear life in the NFL. Trey Lance, we don't know what he looks like. Have no idea. If Brock Purdy balls out, hell, if Sam Darnold starts. I mean, this would be basically the first time a quarterback has gotten better than Kyle Shanahan. I think it's pressure on Shanahan just as much as there's pressure on Brock Purdy or Trey Lance or Sam Darnold to get the most out of his quarterbacks.
Yeah,
don't you think?
Yeah, no doubt. And there's pressure across the board because there's obviously the tug and pull of the roster. which it feels like this is the last year of the loaded roster. They're going to have to make a tough decision or 2 or 3 on this roster moving forward. And I keep coming back to the same thing. Dude, football has a way of letting itself play out. Guys get chances. Right? Like, I was ready to write off Zach Wilson like 5 times last year. They just kept giving him opportunities because other guys were getting hurt.
Right.
What was it, Mike White?
Mike White.
Hurt his ribs after he kind of took the job, and then Zach Wilson got another chance to go in there. You know, I'm not saying that Brock's going to get hurt. I'm just saying, like, he will have an opportunity, whether performance slips a little or whether it's preseason or whether it is that they wait a week or 2 or 3 or 4 weeks on Brock Purdy. Trey Lance is going to get an opportunity, and it's up to him to make the most of it. And then conversely, it's also up to Brock Purdy to maintain a stranglehold on the position. I think that's the thing not being talked about enough is, you know, if Brock starts to slip a little, how long is our patience?
Did we see slippage in the playoffs?
Well, they won, so we kind of overlooked those things.
We overlook them, but here's what I'll say about that. We do this all the time. We did this with Jimmy G in 2019, which drove me crazy. Now, hear me out here before you freak out. You remember Eli Manning's first go-rounds in the postseason? Didn't he have a game against the Carolina Panthers where he threw like 5 picks in the wild card game?
Yeah.
I mean, guys struggle in the playoffs. Steve Young was not a great playoff performer.
Mm-hmm.
He just was not. Even when he threw the touchdown pass to T.O., go look at the numbers there. Now, granted, T.O. dropped a lot of passes, but Steve Young was erratic in that game.
2 in the end zone.
You're right. He was erratic in that game at times. Steve Young did not have a great postseason career.
Jerry Rice fumbled.
He did fumble. Green Bay would have been undefeated against Steve. Yeah. They basically would have won like 10 in a row.
Was that Mike Holmgren's last game in Green Bay?
Yep.
Yeah. Keep
Or
going.
He to Seattle.
Sorry.
So, but there's my point is quarterbacks struggle in the postseason, so I don't want to hold that against Brock Purdy, especially your first go around in the postseason.
And against, I believe, to be 2 or 3 best defense in the NFL.
Right. The Philadelphia Eagles and the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
Now, Philadelphia, one thing, again, I want to go back to this for a second. The disappointment of the Philly game, to me, was they're a lot farther apart from the Super Bowl. They're a lot farther from winning a Super Bowl than they are because of the trenches. They got dominated in the trenches. And when you get dominated in the trenches like that by Philadelphia, I'm thinking to myself, boy, you're not even close to them. You're not even on their level. Like, they got punked up front, like the clips of Javon Kinlaw. And you watch the game back, you're like, damn, Javon, that bad? That bad? They were toying with him.
Yeah.
No pass rush. I mean, it was embarrassing how bad they got beat up front. And did they improve themselves up front? Well, they got Javon Hargrave. That's one guy. But offensively, on that offensive line, I don't know if they improved or not. So for me, they felt farther away from the Super Bowl than they felt closer after that game. The Rams game was like, damn.
Quarterback.
Damn, quarterback. Give me a quarterback. Why couldn't you play Trey all year? So I
don't know if we win that game because like I'm seeing it now from the 4-5. Even though if Purdy doesn't get hurt, we win that game. I don't know. But that was the part I feel we got robbed of. I wanted to see it so bad.
I wanted to see it.
I wanted to see it.
What happens if the Niners come down and they tie that game at 7 a pop?
I mean, Bonte, you were in that stadium with me when Christian McCaffrey made that play.
Oh my God!
By the way,
Lemon Booty was looming large.
If they win that game, that's a top 5 play in Niner history.
Wow!
No,
Christian McCaffrey run. That crowd
broke
was shook.
Like 50 tackles.
That crowd was shook.
I've never
and
seen
we were
anything
screaming
like that.
loud. We were amped.
Hey, you know what no one wants to hear? Josh Johnson actually made a couple of throws in that game. I know no one wants to hear this.
He threw the quick slice to Deebo Samuel. Deebo Samuel almost broke that tackle, and we're like, hurry up. All right, cool. We got something cooking here. We got something. Remember that? And then he drops the snap. But also, when the Niners did tie it up at 7 a pop, the game changed. The Niners got called for 3 egregious secondary penalties. The defensive holding.
Tarvarius Ward.
Jimmy Ward on the slant.
Oh, was it Jimmy Ward?
Jimmy Ward, the first one.
Yeah.
And then Tarvarius Ward later on the sideline.
Yeah.
And then I forgot who else got called for something. And that flipped the game. I
think it was the Dre Greenlaw late hit, or no?
I want to say he got called for holding. Maybe it was a late hit, but it was down in the goal line in the red zone.
Yeah.
So, anyway, that's a painful memory. Painful. Just challenge the damn play, Shanahan. But I think it's a lot more pressure on Shanahan, too, because this may be the last year with this team. As much as we talk about the Golden State Warriors and what they're going to do, the 49ers, like, how many years does George Kittle have left in the Niner uniform? They just drafted 2 tight ends.
Yeah.
And we know George Kittle, we all forget, he was drafted in what round? The 5th round.
Yeah.
They just drafted 2 tight ends late that Latu, the kid from Alabama, we've seen a lot of him.
Yeah. Let me ask you this question from the 615, which I have no idea where that's from. A team has been to the NFC title 3 out of 4 years in the game and a Super Bowl in one of those years, and Kyle has to prove he can develop a quarterback? Question mark?
Yeah, because what has held them back in 3 to 4 years?
What's that?
What has held them back in 3 of the last 4 years?
Quarterback play.
Jimmy, 2019, we were about to fight after the Minnesota game. But Jimmy in the Super Bowl in the fourth quarter, I watched that back in Cabo, and it gets worse and worse every time I watch it. It gets worse and worse. It's a painful reality. It's a painful watch.
Is there is there even like a comp in sports of a team without the lead dog, but everything else is great around it, winning? Like football's so unique because
Trent Dilfer, right?
I mean, that was 20-something years ago.
But you asked for a comp. Brad Johnson.
I'm talking about recently.
Oh, recently? No. Nick Foles, maybe? But Nick Foles was airing that thing out. Nick Foles may be the only one.
Flacco
was solid, though.
He was more established than yes. Nick Foles
and
is the
even
one.
Foles went to the playoffs with Chip Kelly Eagles.
He did. He did. He had that great game at the Coliseum.
6 touchdowns?
7 touchdowns.
7 touchdowns. NFL
Jeremy
records.
Maclin?
No, it was who was? Yeah, Maclin might have been there. Riley Cooper.
Riley
Cooper.
Was Sean McCoy?
Yeah.
Was Shady there?
Matt Barkley came in garbage time. He could have thrown for like 9 touchdowns that game.
Wow.
Was that the high water mark for Chip?
It was up there. That Eagles team was dangerous. Go to JD and Menlo Park.
It almost feels like a college football team in that like those Oklahoma teams with like Josh Heupel and guys like that. It's like everything else is great, just don't screw it up.
JD, Menlo Park, what's happening?
Alabama teams.
Hey, nothing, man. I just want to ask you guys: are y'all guys ready to have another Jimmy G? We don't even know if Brock Purdy will even hold up. He's too small, too fragile. Or do we want a dual quarterback? Because Kyle Shanahan had no choice but to open up that playbook for Brock Purdy, and I think he kind of peaked too early. And we've seen what we had in Brock Purdy. We don't see what we had with Trey Lance. He was still trying to see what he had in Trey Lance, so he wasn't really opening up that playbook. So now we got some speed on the outside, so that's going to open up the middle for Debo when he come across the middle for the slants. You know.
So JD,
the speed of yeah.
So let me ask you 2 questions. Number 1. Do you care who the quarterback is at the end of the day?
No, I don't really care, but I care for moving on from Jimmy G. I don't want to know Jimmy G look alike. I mean,
so you believe Brock? So you think Brock Purdy, that was fool's gold last year? You think that he may revert to being a game manager like Jimmy Garoppolo?
Yeah, you can see it. You can see his gameplay. He ain't doing nothing what Jimmy G did when he first came into the Niners. Doing exactly the same thing Jimmy G did. But now we got this dual quarterback. I mean, he with a big arm. Now we got some lightweight speed to open up. Debo taking hits. Now we can call height. They don't know where they go. Is they go to Debo, or is they go to the speed, or is they go to Brandon Ayuk? Now we got more speed on the outside because we didn't have that last year. And they just hired Jimmy G and Brock Purdy arm. They don't got that one to throw the ball downfield like that.
All right, JD, I respect you. But Urlacher Bears is one from the 917. That's a good
20
call.
years ago.
Yeah, I know, but you ask for comps. Teams, we're just throwing teams out there. It's not, it's not a lot of teams out there.
And they lost in the rain to the Colts.
And why did they lose? Bad quarterback play.
Rex Grossman.
You don't have good quarterback play, you're not winning Super Bowls in today's day and age.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And all those references are from the early 2000s. The league's changed a lot in terms of the rules and whatnot. Here's a Kyle Shanahan quote. I love this one, and I want you guys tell me what you think of this, B. We know what we have in Purdy. I truly believe in my heart what Trey can be. It still takes time, and you got to go and do it. In the meantime, we have a guy sitting here who has already done it, and that's a very good thing for the Niners. That's a Kyle Shanahan quote.
Yeah, I saw that quote.
What do you think of that quote?
He thinks that he has this guy in Brock Purdy, and he feels like if Trey doesn't work out, we're good because I have Brock Purdy, and we've seen him play at a high level. Now, you could make the case that has Brock Purdy seen the league adjust to him? There's now a lot of tape on him. And teams will adjust their game plan. And maybe it doesn't change. Maybe Brock Purdy's that good enough to overcome that. with the combination of Shanahan's play calling and the combination of all the players he has on the field, we cannot dismiss the fact that they have Christian McCaffrey. So you have a buffer there. Christian McCaffrey is the ultimate joystick. He's the ultimate check down guy. He can run between the tackles, and he opens up everything for everybody else. That is the biggest thing. You know, we talk so much about the quarterback, Shasky. The reason why I really felt like they had a shot at Philadelphia is because of Christian McCaffrey. Let's just keep it a buck. I thought Christian McCaffrey was the difference maker last year, not Brock Purdy. Christian McCaffrey made Brock Purdy's job easier. Brendan Ayuk made Brock Purdy's job easier.
Let me ask you this. How many games could Purdy struggle this year and still be the quarterback?
I don't know. It depends how bad it looks. Is it a couple 3-interception games? Is it a couple 2-interception games?
How quickly did we turn on Mullins? I forget. Was it 3 games? 2 games? Felt like just the Eagles game?
The Eagles game. He got benched in that game. He was so bad he got benched after throwing for 300 yards against the New York Giants. He got benched on Sunday Night Football. And I cackled. That's a great question right here before we get to Robbie San Bruno. 925 Comcast Business Text Line. 925, a guy who's already done it. Purdy's career only halfway to what Mark Sanchez accomplished. Let that sink in. That is facts.
That's
a lot of people laugh at Mark Sanchez.
That's interesting.
Mark Sanchez went to 2 AFC title games in the first 2 years. They were knocking on the doorstep.
That's a really interesting comp. Actually, I think that's a really good comp.
That's a great comp.
I think he's better than Sanchez, but that's an interesting comp.
Sanchez made plays.
Well, I also was ready to bank on Sanchez moving forward.
I was too.
Here's where I would say Sanchez's team let him down. Thomas Jones was a hog for them.
He was.
And they didn't really have any playmakers outside of that.
Braylon Edwards, I think. That's about it.
Braylon Edwards lasted
defense.
5 seconds with Harbaugh.
Oh, I remember that. And they had a great defense. Great defense.
They were all time.
You know what? This is a good one.
That's a good
510.
one.
To that question about mid quarterbacks, 510 Comcast Business Text Line, the last Peyton Manning Super Bowl. He was a shell of himself. And he got benched that year. He did get benched for Brock Osweiler at times in that year.
He was also brilliant on that first drive. No one wants to give it
That's one drive, though.
I know, but I'm just
how
saying,
many times did we see?
He waited all 2 weeks and came out and he executed.
Shasky, one drive.
He's Peyton Manning. But
Jimmy
can we
Garoppolo.
also say,
was Jimmy Garoppolo great on the opening drive against Minnesota?
Peyton Manning is smarter, than any. He's one of the smartest quarterbacks of all time.
But in that game, in that season, he was a game manager.
No doubt. Osweiler took his job.
He couldn't throw.
Yeah.
All right? So that's a great comp right there.
No,
Peyton
it's a
Manning,
good one.
Super Bowl 50.
But here's where I differentiate. When you're Peyton Manning, even if you're on your literal last leg, your brain is smarter than 99% of the players who have ever played the game. And so I give you a little more. It's like Greg Maddux at 45 years old. You know what I mean? I don't care if the stuff's not there. The brain's still there.
Let's go to Rob at San Bruno. Rob, what's happening?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, Butcher Boy, I remember last year after they injured Kyle injured Trey, I remember you asked the question, if Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't the backup, would he have ran Trey like that? And then you just read a quote with Kyle, and then Monte said, well, he has
Brock
Purdy back there. So basically, he sabotaged his own starting quarterback because he preferred the guy with the noodle horn. I don't understand that. Look, though, this year is going to be tough this year. I don't believe Purdy is a Super Bowl winning quarterback. He doesn't have – the Niners' biggest problem in the playoffs is they cannot stretch the field, and teams know it. If you look at the scheme, you look at when we played KC, we played teams with big defensive linemen. They dominated because the Niners, they want smaller guards. They get dominated because they're slow. They get dominated, and a lot of times Chris Jones dominated the year before last. Yep. The Cats in Philly dominated in the paint. So I'm just like,
Aaron Donald. Hey, Rob, Aaron Donald. NFC, Sean Robinson, NFC Championship 2021.
So to me, it's a scheme thing. It's been like that since his dad. Go look at his dad. Outside of John Elway, they always got beat up. Remember, I don't think I remember 2003. I think they played the Patriots, and then Vince Wilfork beat them up in the middle of the field every single time. So it's like, to me, it's a scheme thing. And to me, you putting Purdy in harm's way because he can't get away from pressure. We seen last year, bro. I'm gonna use that playoff game because I seen the same thing to Seattle the first half. They basically said we're gonna stop the run and take the middle of the field away and beat it from the outside. And he struggled. If he has to hold the ball too long, he can't see over the line of scrimmage. He's like Russell Wilson is now. To where Russell back in the day, Russell could get out and create more time than creative on the outside. Now that Russell cannot get away that fast, he has to stay in the pocket, and he has a hard time shooting over the line of scrimmage. That's the same thing with Purdy. I just don't understand. I just don't get it. But I feel like Trey don't get a chance. It's probably gonna be week 5. But to me, I think Kyle Shanahan has this level board mentality for Purdy, and then he's gonna let Purdy have mistake after mistake, and he's gonna play through mistake. My thing is this: Purdy's not a finished product. So you're willing to wait for Purdy with less talent, but you're not willing to wait for Trey Lance. And my last thing is this: we're not a Super Bowl ready team until we figure this quarterback position out. And I feel like Trey is the reason we're gonna win a Super Bowl. It won't be because of Purdy.
I don't know about
we
that
need
part.
to be able to make plays.
Well, that's the thing. There's Rob's on fire. Can't wait to see him at training camp this year.
I don't know about the Trey portion, but on the portion of because right now Trey is not good. We will see if he's good. Time will tell.
We don't know what Trey is.
Well, okay, fine. But, I can't put them in Super Bowl contender status without more concrete evidence at quarterback. That's just me. Now, it's like week 12, Purdy's rolling. Team is 9-3. I'm like, all right, you know what?
But see,
there we go.
That's my issue. That's my issue right there.
What?
And I go to Shanahan. And people are going to think I hate Shanahan.
What do you mean?
I think he's been a right head coach for the 49ers. He's flipped his entire program. But there is a problem that I can't get over. I can't get over the fact that we're entering year 7 of the Shanahan era, and the quote-unquote offensive guru has yet to figure out the quarterback spot. He's yet to figure it out, Shasky. And 3 NFC championships games, a Super Bowl appearance, but it's like, boy, if you had a quarterback, you may have won a Lombardi, and our conversation will be completely different. The fact that we're entering year 7 and we have no idea who's taking a snap in Pittsburgh September 10th is a problem for me. There's a belief that Purdy's going to start September 10th, according to Matt Mayoko, but the guy's coming off a UCL injury. Will he come back better than ever? I have no idea. He just started throwing the football. I have no idea what Trey Lance is. We've seen him play 4 games. He's made some really good throws in those 4 games. He's made some bad decisions in those 4 games. We just don't know, though. We don't know who he is. And then Sam Darnold, who all of a sudden is, you know what? He's the greatest reclamation project. He has a chance to win comeback player of the year. We've seen 5 years of Sam Darnold. All right? Maybe he does play well. I just don't know. So it's a big question mark at the most important position in North American sports. The most important position in all of sports is a question mark.
Who earned more equity? 2019 Jimmy G? 2022 Brock Purdy?
2019 Jimmy Garoppolo.
Okay. Who was the fan base more iffy on heading into the offseason? Because in 2020, the reason I asked this, in 2020, heading into it, there was obviously Tom Brady stuff. There was the COVID thing. And then there was the Mike Silver report of, if Jimmy struggles.
Well, that was before 2019.
Oh, that was
training camp in 2019.
Why did I think it was 2020?
No, because I vividly remember that with Stein. I was doing a show with Steiny and Guru at the time.
That wasn't 2020.
No, it was going into the 2019 season because he was coming off the ACL injury, and he just had the bad preseason game in Denver. He had the 5 interception practice, and everybody's losing their minds, and we're like, and then we saw the Tampa Bay game. We're like, oh boy, this is going to be a long year.
Yeah.
But you look at the schedule in 2019, he had built up that equity, but it was gone because of the Super Bowl loss. The reason why Brock Purdy has equity now, because we don't know how he would have played in that Philadelphia game. We actually thought he had a shot to win that Philadelphia game. We just don't know. So I think right now the fan base feels a lot better about Brock Purdy because of the way it ended. I feel like he didn't get a fair shot to win that game.
Well, so the reason why I asked this is because I'm trying to remember, go back into the 2020 season. It felt like week 1, after taking the team to the Super Bowl and having the best quarterback season statistically since Jeff Garcia. It felt like a couple of weeks was all we gave him. I mean, a couple of quarters. Week 1, we were ready to crush the guy after losing to Arizona at home.
And that wasn't fair. Remember, the context matters to me. Kendrick Bourne, Trent Taylor, and Dante Pettis was his starting receivers in that football game.
And George Kittle got hurt.
Yeah, George Kittle, it was part of Jimmy's fault. But, I mean, and Raheem Mostert got hurt, too, in that game. Right, remember?
Yeah. He ran one 70 yards.
He caught the angle route, 90 yards against Isaiah Simmons.
And then he was done.
Yeah.
But, I'm looking back at the game logs here. They lose to the Cardinals. They beat the Jets and Giants. lose to the Eagles. That was the game Mullins started, correct? Because of the ankle injury to Jimmy?
Well, Jimmy got hurt in the Jets game, so Mullins started the Giants.
Giants. Okay, so they went 1-1. Jimmy comes back against Miami, 17-43. They lose. I remember you and me doing post-game show from our homes during COVID. It was like unanimous. We need to go back to Nick Mullins.
Not me. No, I was laughing at you.
Callers.
Oh, yeah, callers. Yeah, I mean, they were all over Nick Mullins. All over Nick Mullins, which shows how delusional.
No, but I think to Rob's point, 5 games is about what you give Purdy. Like, if he comes out 2-3, 1-4 at the beginning of the year, you're going to hear people calling for quarterback change.
Yeah. You think so?
I mean, there's just so many options. If you're going to hype up Sam Darnold and you're going to hype up Trey Lance, and then if Purdy struggles a little, you're kind of giving him no leeway. Like, I don't think that's fair to Brock.
You know what that speaks to?
What?
The desperation we need at quarterback. We're so fixated, which is why we love Trey so much, which is why we did that video that's not aging well right now at a training camp, where we're like, oh my God, Trey Lance, because we just hadn't seen him before.
I mean,
and we got a little small dosage with Kaepernick, and it didn't end well with Kaepernick, and I think it was a byproduct of the coaching staff and everything around Kaepernick, and that was that, especially with the political stuff. It just probably wasn't worth it for some teams, I guess. I still disagree with that, but anyway, Kaepernick gave us a glimpse. That's why we all was like, oh my God, he could throw the rock all over the field. He could run too. He's the modern day quarterback, a two-way type of quarterback who could run and throw. We just want to wrap our rounds around somebody and we want our guy. Kansas City has their guy. Cincinnati has their guy. Buffalo has their guy. Philadelphia has their guy.
Do the Arizona Cardinals have their guy?
We don't know yet, which is why people are losing their minds. And they're in a complete rebuild.
Because I think we harshly criticize Kyler. He's put together a couple of really good years.
He has.
Now, they faded, but he's put together a couple of really good years. And even Kyler, who has a bigger body of work than Brock, I'm like, yeah, I don't know about him. To me, Kyler's issues are way more off-field.
If Arizona said, give us Purdy, you could have Kyler right now, would you take him in this offense with the 49ers?
With that money, no. Because at that position, you need to be all in as a leader. And the fact that his own teammates are questioning his leadership, I'm out on Kyler. And I was the biggest Kyler fan coming out.
Right.
Biggest one.
I just want my guy, though. Like, Baltimore has their guy. Cleveland believes they have their guy. The Jets now have their guy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Patriots are trying to figure out who their guy is. Minnesota thought they had their guy, but you know what I'm saying? I just want my guy.
Well, and even though... Okay, injury time.
All right, let's get more into Shanahan.
The only time I hear from Sam.
Boy, Giants fans. Chris Bryant, remember him? Bryant was placed on the IL last week with the left heel bruise and will likely miss the 3 games the Giants play in Denver, Colorado. The Rockies filled his spot on the roster by activating outfielder and occasional Giant killer Charlie Blackmon, who was reinstated from the bereavement list. Injuries have been the theme for Bryant after signing a 7-year, $182 million deal with the Rockies before last season. Boy, he's played in just 92 of the 233 games in which he has been a member of the Rockies. Another guy, I'm not going to lie, I wanted the Giants to re-sign Chris Bryant.
I think we all did.
That turned out to be a good Farhan decision. Give him credit for that.
Well, I think we all agreed the price point that he was getting from Colorado was too steep. We wanted something a little more amicable, but he wasn't going to settle for anything less than top dollar.
No, and 7 years,
especially the way it went down with the Cubs.
Right, 7 years, too, so he got his
where
money.
They squeezed 1 extra year of ARB out of him.
Tough deal for the Colorado Rockies, one of the worst pitching staffs in all the baseball. Giants should be able to hit the ball against the Rockies this week at Coors Field. That series starts today. The injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking. No compromises. Your phone calls. Rich, Rodney, stay on hold. We'll get to you all. 888-957-9570. 49ers quarterback spot. How do you feel about it going into the season? That's coming up here on The Roast.
This is Flea for this little light.
might be 2 hours now, 2 hours ago. We're having a lot of fun on a Tuesday here on the roast. Good morning to everybody out here getting off their graveyard shift. Good morning to all the truck drivers, everybody getting ready for work. If you're at work, what is happening? Drive safely into work. Good morning to everybody out there, man, getting their cup of coffee, getting ready to roll here on the Tuesdays. We're talking Niner football, a lot going on here. And look, man, football season brings out the worst in everybody. It brings out the best in everybody. And I think people are starting to ramp up here. Yeah, I know Jacob DeGrom transferred to the 60-day DIL.
Who was I just talking to about the Rangers? And DeGrom's coming back. I'm like, yeah, good luck with that.
Me.
Was it you?
It was me because he was on my fantasy team. But I picked up Gray. I'm hanging out for dear life.
Is it Josh Young? Who's the guy who's
Josh Young? Josh Young.
Am I saying it wrong?
Yeah, Josh Young.
I thought it was Young. Okay.
J is silent.
Balling.
He's on my favorite fantasy team.
Yeah, he's balling.
I picked him up late last year as a prospect. He's hitting
Simeon's
the ball.
got like a 24-game hitting streak.
Simeon's batting over 300. Seager's batting 350. Their catcher, Josh, I want to say Josh Heim. Their catcher's batting well.
Former A.
Question about that. We were talking about loyalty in the first hour of the show. Is anybody like outraged that Bochy took some time away? And then we all knew he was going to. Like I said it from the get-go. They forced him out. He sat out. COVID obviously coincided with it. Now he's back and he's balling.
Everybody thought he was coming back. I don't think. How many people? I guess the better question here, Shasky. How many people didn't believe he was coming back?
Well, it feels very Bob Myers-like.
Right.
So
Bob
what you're
Myers
seeing from Bruce Bochy,
right?
Not that he'll have the same success. I'm saying Bob Myers is going to do exactly what Bochy's doing right now.
Yeah, Bob Myers will be back in basketball. No doubt.
Right?
Steve Kerr mentioned how hollow it feels already without Bob Myers. Tough. But Bochy, the thing with Bochy, I thought Bochy was taking a Dodger job. I thought Bochy was going to come in and get thrown in the hats of the Giants and be like, yo, I'm coming within the division. I'm going to manage against you guys. But he went to Texas, and Texas will be out here in mid-August on the weekend.
Really?
Yes.
Well, I'll be up the river probably, but I would love to be
in
at
August.
that.
No, I'm going to one of those games, and Bochy will get a standing ovation. They'll have a tribute for him all, and they'll try to sweep the Giants in August in the dog days. So Texas is really good, though. Even without DeGrom, they're rolling right now. So we're going to get back on the 49er talk here because there's a lot of questions. Brock Purdy, do you believe he's the guy? Matt Mayoko came out with the report yesterday. I guess he's walking it back a little bit, but he said the vibe he's getting is there's a belief Brock Purdy will be ready to roll September 10th against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Okay, that's all fine.
It's such a great sentence.
I look at Shanahan.
I'm not mad at Mayoko.
And look, we keep talking about Trey Lance, Brock Purdy, and Sam Darnold. But I'm looking directly at Kyle Shanahan. Number one, you're entering year 7, and we don't even know who the quarterback is. You don't even know who the quarterback is. And there's a lot of pressure on Shanahan. If Brock Purdy is ready to roll, how much better will Purdy be than last year? Will he improve? Because there's a lot of quarterbacks who in San Francisco have regressed under Kyle Shanahan.
Can we at least acknowledge this? If you're
no, I won't buy Giants tickets. I'll get those free. Trust me on that one.
I'm a huge Brock Purdy fan. I mean, what he did in Seattle on the short week with the busted ribs, just incredible. He's missing a really detrimental offseason of development. I think that is one thing that I'm sad about, and I'm worried that when you miss that entire offseason because you're rehabbing at the quarterback position, it's going to take time to get in sync with the wide receivers. It's going to get time to feel confident in your body. It's going to take time for you to feel like guys rushing you right in the grill.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like just to be confident in your body, to be able to hang in there and make the passes that made him so loved at the end of last year. Man, this is going really fast. This whole Brock Purdy arm thing is going really fast.
It's going really fast. Listen, 510 Comcast Business Text line. I'm going to the lines in just a second.
Do you get where I'm going?
I get exactly where you're going. I don't know why you're rushing, but I get why Brock Purdy wants to get back in. Brock Purdy has a lot on the line here. As good as he was last year, he has to replicate that this season, and he has to replicate it in a way to get paid. He's making $900,000 this year in the state of California. Well, you know that's going to be taxed in half. $900,000 for a guy who, look, we all think he could take the Niners to the promised land. A lot of people believe that about Brock Purdy. Whether you believe it or not, Shasky, is one thing, but a lot of people believe in Brock Purdy. He has a lot on the line here to get generational money, to get generational wealth. He can set himself up for life with another big-time year, with guaranteed dollars, because we know what that brings. You know what good quarterback brings, a quarterback play brings to the table? A lot of money.
Yeah.
And so that's why there's a lot of pressure on Brock Purdy. There's also pressure on Shanahan. And there's a text I want to read here, Comcast Business Text line. You know, the whole quarterback drama is by design. according to the 5-1, though. Shanahan doesn't want a quarterback questioning him. He wants an ultimate game manager, someone who's just going to execute the play. No Mahomes, no Rodgers, no Josh Allen in the team future while Shanahan is here. And there is a conversation about Shanahan wanting to be the guy, because if he does get a guy, the quarterback's going to get all the praise, right? Like Mahomes gets a lot of praise, but we still give Andy Reid his respect. Is there an ego thing in play with Shanahan to where he has to be the guy to get all the credit for his play calling? I don't believe that's the case.
That feels too sadistic.
It does, right?
I mean, at the end of the day, the guy wants to win a Super Bowl, and I don't think it really matters one way or the other if he does it his way, someone else's way. He wants to win the big one. I don't know. I don't believe in that. I think I don't know, man. When you win, everyone gets credit. When you lose, everyone gets blame.
Right.
Like, think about last year, right? Just go to the Warriors.
No.
Go to the Warriors.
No. When the Niners lost Super Bowl 54, I'd say 80% of the blame went to Jimmy Garoppolo. Most of the fan base scapegoated Jimmy Garoppolo. Did
you
they
know
not?
Where I stand on that.
You know?
High chart of culpability. It's never one thing.
But the NFC Championship game, we went to Jimmy and we went to Jaworski Tart. And I go, well, Shanahan shouldn't have punted the ball at the Rams' 43-yard line.
Sherman shouldn't have been pressing Watkins. I mean, there's a million different things.
There's a million different things. So, I don't know. Let's go to wow, Rich from Hayward. Give us a call back, Rich. Sorry, man. Sorry we had to wait in a hole. We're blabbermouths. That's what we do. Rodney in Virginia, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up?
So I got two questions. First question is, I know the Niners are trying to promote a quarterback competition, but why do they allow the reporters that report for the 49ers to put out stories like Matt Maiocco did, and then he got to walk his story back? And then my second question is Trey Lance, is he really going to get a chance to be the starting quarterback this year? And if he don't, can they trade him? Because I feel like they hold him hostage in his career. And I'm going to leave it at that.
So, number one, I don't believe the Niners allow Matt Maiocco to do anything. Now, NBC and the 49ers are partners. They are partners. But the Niners aren't telling Matt Maiocco what to write. You know, you can believe that.
Stay in the market for 25 years, being credible on multiple big platforms by just being a mouthpiece for others or anything like that. Like, I come on. That's not fair to his integrity and his body of work and his resume.
Exactly. So I don't buy that. And number two, if you do trade Trey Lance, you're not getting nothing back. He's an incomplete right now. You trade Trey Lance, I don't think that's good value. I think it's better value just letting him stand here on the sidelines if he doesn't get an opportunity to play. I'd rather keep Trey Lance. Did you see the 49ers quarterback go down the drain the last 6 years under Kyle Shanahan? I need as many quarterbacks as I can get. We ended up with Josh Johnson in the NFC Championship game.
I know.
But it was Josh Johnson from the 10th row in Philadelphia. Josh Johnson to go to the Super Bowl. And I love Josh Johnson. He's good in the community, does a lot of great things for Oakland. But that's where we're at. That's where we were at against that Philadelphia defense. That wasn't fair to Josh Johnson. Let's go to Dave in Fresno.
Yeah.
Dave, what's happening?
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for taking my call. Thank you. Bonte, thank you for preaching, brother. Thank you. And I've been saying this for a while now. We got to take a close look at Shanahan. You know, I feel like he's kind of getting that Jimmy G love where you look at the team success, you know, the NFC Championships and the Super Bowl. So, yeah, you know, I get it. When you had Chip Kelly and you had Tom Sula, yeah, you kind of want to hold on to Shanahan. I get that. But in my opinion, I think he needs to prove more he's a good coach and not just a good coordinator. I think that's kind of been the biggest problem to this team. You know, I think he's kind of been holding them back. I mean, I think the success kind of been mostly on the defense, if you look at it, because you look at the playoff games, there ain't really been no shootouts. You know, the offense has a chance if the game is close, 17-14, 20-17.
The Raider game was a shootout.
I'm talking about in the playoffs, but I'm just saying, like, if you got to play Mahomes or something, you know, do you have the faith in that offense to put up 30, 40 points? And I'll just say this. I think his biggest problem is his ego, and I think, you know, it's not that he wants the credit, it's he wants his scheme to work, or his daddy's scheme. Because what he told us was like, look, I don't need Deshaun Watson to run my scheme. I can get better to run my scheme. I can get Cousins. I don't need Tom Brady to run my scheme. I can have Jimmy.
Is that ego or is that ego or is that philosophy, organizational philosophy?
To me, that's just not having a feel for today's game. Because Andy Reid had a scheme, but he adjusted Mahomes. Harbaugh had a scheme, but he adjusted to Lamar. So if you're a head coach, you have to be able to adapt. And for me, it's about to be year 7. He just hasn't shown that yet. He's just so stubborn in his ways where, I'm going to take Dante Pettis because he fits my scheme as opposed to a playmaker or something that you just put on the field and you figure out. He's so in love with his scheme, I feel like it holds his team back.
Look, Kyle has flaws. I think he's adjusted some of those flaws. He's not perfect, but to say that his ego is getting in the way, that's unfair.
That's unfair.
That's too far of a bridge for me.
I just want to go.
Does he have an ego? Of course, everyone does.
Brock Purdy rushing back. Is he afraid to lose his job?
I bet that's an element. I don't think that's the only thing. But
does he see Trey Lance working his ass off, changing his throwing motion, releasing the ball quicker, and he's saying, you know what? Naturally, he's the more talented guy. He has the more pure talent. Wouldn't you say that? Wouldn't you say Trey Lance has the better arm than Brock Purdy?
I mean, how are we evaluating talent? Does he have
better arm talent?
Well, right now, I would say decision making.
Okay, but the better arm. I'm not talking about decision making.
Well, does accuracy fall? Does short area accuracy matter for arm?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I think Brock has much better right now short area accuracy.
Short area accuracy. Okay, that's one aspect of arm. Who throws a better deep ball?
Well, right now, Brock has gotten more opportunities to throw the deep ball, so I'm going to lean in Brock's direction.
Who naturally, from what you...
Well, I think Trey has a better arm in terms of strength.
Exactly. That's all I'm asking, Shasky.
Yeah, but there's so many things that go into...
Exactly. But I'm going to go down that list. Decision-making. Right now, we've seen Brock Purdy make better decisions. Although in the playoffs, against the Dallas Cowboys and the Seattle Seahawks, he tried to throw some... I'm not going to say he tried to throw interceptions, but the Cowboys dropped a couple of interceptions. The Seahawks dropped a big interception in the red zone.
For sure.
Hell, they dropped a big interception on Thursday Night Football in the T-shirt and hat game up in Seattle. Quandre Diggs could have flipped that entire football game. So Brock Purdy has made some bad decisions. We just haven't seen a lot from Trey Lance.
I understand.
To dictate whether or not it's an incomplete.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We don't know if he's a bad decision maker or a good decision maker. We've had 4 games to see it. 4 games. Actually, not even 4 games. 3 games and a quarter.
Well, I agree with that. But if you're asking me what we've seen a lot more from Brock because you have more of a body of work. And so you've got more data points to point to. Like, for example, the Tampa Bay game. The throw that he made before halftime was as good of a deep ball throw as I've ever seen a Niner make at Levi Stadium.
Better than Trey Lance?
I mean, what deep ball? I mean, the one to Debo was a really nice throw in the Texans game, but he's only played 1 game at home.
Exactly.
Right? You know what I'm saying? So, I watched Brock play, I think, 4 games at Levi's, 5 games at Levi's.
There's some good deep balls.
And then the other area that I think Brock is a little ahead of Trey Lance right now is sensing pressure and being able to escape pressure without creating a negative play.
Right.
Not running into a sack. Now, I thought as the year went on, Brock got a little predictable with the spinning out to the left. And that he's going to have to adjust a little there. But, there's no doubt in my mind, he did a better job with a guy in his face. Boom, quick little pump fake right in the dude's face mask. And then he got out and then got rid of the ball. He did a good job at that.
How many times did we see Trey Lance running a negative plays, though?
Not many.
Yeah, not many.
But we're talking about 3.5 games.
Exactly. So I think that's unfair to say that Trey...
and Brock's played 8.
Yeah, but that's unfair to say Trey runs into bad decisions. We haven't seen it enough. And for what we've seen, he hasn't run into that many bad decisions. The Arizona game, his first ever start, it was a bad decision to go in the goal line to try to truck a linebacker into safety. That's a bad decision.
Yes.
Not many. Not many. Let's go to Gene in Oakland. What's happening?
Hey, fellas. While you're on the subject, I mean, listen, arm strength's important, certainly, but, guys like Jamarcus Russell, Ryan Leaf, Jeff George, come to mind. So it takes a whole lot more than arm strength, of course. In fact, I don't know, about a year ago, I came up with something like 12 qualities to determine the quality of 12 items to determine the quality of a quarterback. I don't know if I can remember them all off the top of my head, but things like pocket presence, of course, arm strength, athleticism. You know, there's a whole bunch of them. And if you go down the list, I mean, Brock, frankly, only misses to date maybe on a couple of them. He's not big, and he doesn't have a strong arm. And Trey Lance, I mean, to date, is really incomplete, except for, once again, having size and a strong arm. So, and then there's all this talk about, well, how does Brock get better? How does Shanahan develop him? Well, I mean, let's look at what he did. He was 8-0. He had a 107 QBR, and I think he completed about 67% of his passes. If anything, I expect him to take a little step back. Okay, so that's the question is how can he get better?
Gene, real quick,
something about
Gene,
the left, but
Gene, real quick, can Brock Purdy afford to take a step back this season with Sam Darnold salivating at an opportunity to change his career, and Trey Lance looking for a chance to basically start his career with the 49ers? Can Brock Purdy even afford to take a step back?
Well, I guess you could say no, but you're stepping back from. Look, if he winds up with those kind of statistics for his career, he'll be the greatest quarterback of all time. So,
well, he's not that.
He'll be very successful and take a step back, a bit of a step back. Okay, you can't expect him to continue the way he did last year. It's just it's impossible.
Well, that I agree with, but so like forget Trey, because I feel like it's unfair to try to measure up
Trey Lance,
Brock, and Trey, because Trey just hasn't played enough.
And
like,
seen it.
and in one of the 3.5 games that he played, it was a monsoon in the fourth quarter,
right.
And it's so like, okay, let's go Brock versus Jimmy Garoppolo, right? Because I've seen Jimmy Garoppolo for 4 or 5 seasons, right?
Do you want to go Brock versus Sam Darnold?
No, because whatever. Because then everyone's going to say Sam didn't have coaching and blah, blah, blah.
By the
blah,
way,
blah.
real quick, not a flex here, but Matt in Walnut Creek, who sat right in front of us or right next to us in Philadelphia, goes, Bonte, we're actually in the 4th row in Philadelphia. My bad.
Whatever.
I wish I was in the 40th row with the way that game played out anyway. Go.
No. I was going to say, like, okay, let's compare him to Jimmy Garoppolo, right? Like, I think size-wise, they're about the same. Brock might be a little shorter. Jimmy might be a little thicker, but they're about the same. Pocket presence, I think Brock's got him. You know, arm strength, I think Brock's got him. Decisiveness, I think Brock's got him. Release, they're about the same. You know, I'd say about the same.
Brock has a good release.
You know,
I think Jimmy has a quicker release.
Okay,
Jimmy has a quicker release.
Fine, I'll meet you on that one. Decision making, right now I like Brock.
Brock made a lot of better, but those first 6 games for Jimmy Garoppolo, boy, we certainly love Jimmy Garoppolo's decision making.
No doubt.
That's why I'm eager to see how much better Brock gets under Kyle Shanahan, because we've got to see a quarterback take the next step with Shanahan in a 49ers uniform.
Yes.
That's what I'm eager to see.
But, like, I'm just looking at, like, what boxes that he checks, and then, you know, do your teammates respect you, right? And do they think that you're the guy? And it feels like Brock almost unanimously has those things and has those qualities. So right now I'm siding with the players. Now, can things change? They were all behind Jimmy Garoppolo at one point. And then Jimmy got hurt. And I didn't see them embracing Brock the way they did. And boy, 4 weeks later, it was like a whole totally different story. You know, if Brock doesn't emerge, Bonte, don't you think we're having a Jimmy G conversation right now?
Oh, boy.
Back with the Niners?
Oh, absolutely. It was still out there. Heck, it's still out there if he doesn't pass his physical or if he's not ready for week 1 for the Raiders. It's still there, and somebody's back in the mind, and nobody's wishing Brock failure. I want to listen, folks. If Brock's a guy, then damn it, I hope he's a guy for the next 5 years. I'm just tired of talking about this quarterback roulette. Every football season we've had under Kyle Shanahan, we've talked about the quarterback.
Was Jimmy the guy for 5 straight years?
No, we never bought into Jimmy.
Isn't that kind of crazy?
We never bought into Jimmy.
Think about when they gave him that contract.
Shanahan never bought into Jimmy.
Think about when they went in his 3rd year, even though it was like his first full season, when they went to the Super Bowl. Like, I thought he'd be the quarterback for a long time. He didn't even last as the dude, clear cut, for 5 years.
Dude, Jimmy Garoppolo, I mean, gosh. Shanahan talked about Kirk Cousins during the Super Bowl week. That's how much he loved Jimmy Garoppolo. Tells you all you need to know about the love affair for was Jimmy ever the guy? No, he wasn't. That's why they flirted with Tom Brady. After his best season in the NFL, they said, Tom, coming off his worst season in the NFL, would you like to come play quarterback for the 49ers? And then they watched the tape and said, well, he's just slightly better than Jimmy. We'll stick with Jimmy. Maybe we have a problem evaluating quarterbacks because there's still a rumor out there that, hey, Shanahan really didn't love Trey. He wanted Mac Jones. Then if you love Mac Jones, you should have took Mac Jones. That's my biggest issue with
quarterback thing is so weird.
That's my biggest issue with Shanahan.
So weird.
What do you want? I've been screaming literally since 2019. If Jimmy's not your guy, then go get your guy. Go get a guy you like. And then apparently you love Trey Lance. You're drawing no plays on the iPad. Oh, man, this play's going to work so well with Trey Lance. And all of a sudden, Trey Lance is not your guy. Well, we thought he was Lamar Jackson, and he's not really Lamar Jackson. Well, we could have told you it wasn't Lamar Jackson, and we never played quarterback in the league.
I'd love to know who his favorite quarterback of all time is, because whenever you ask him about, like, what are you looking for in a quarterback, he just starts listing off, like you know those, like, Sports Illustrated articles that'd be like, the brain of Peyton Manning, the right arm of, John Elway, the legs of Michael Vick. Like, he just starts, like, listing all these things and puts together a Frankenstein, and I'm like, is there any one player that you think is complete?
Well, the whole Matt Stafford thing. Oh, he's available? Okay, I'm going to go to dinner. And then the Rams snatch it. Oh, geez, Louise, they got Matt Stafford. Oh, I kind of wanted him. What do you want?
I kind of wanted him.
What do you want? Brian and BP, Palo Alto, Jeff and Marin will get you on the other side. We'll continue to talk quarterbacks. Plus, I got a Bosa question for you. Because you got to pay him at some point, right? Or do you have to pay him? Do you franchise him? And if you franchise him, does he even show up to Santa Clara? We'll continue to talk 49er football here. We'll pivot and talk about some of the other positions in a little bit. But, boy, quarterback, what are the Niners going to do at the quarterback spot? That's coming up. Brought to you by CalHope.org and the Department of Health Care Services.
Life is...
Perez. Listening to you guys now, I feel like our championship window is closed. Our defense has played 38 games in 16 months. That is a lot of football. How long can our defense hang on for Shanahan and his yearly uncertainty at the most important position, quarterback? Frank Clark, Ngakoue, Yannick Ngakoue, still available, but they won't overkill on the side of the ball that he puts the most strain on. I'm done with Kyle and John. I'm sorry. I'm a season ticket holder. All right, well, I'm not done with them yet, but the defense has played a lot of football. And that's the thing, Shasky. Can this defense carry them again this season with the uncertainty at quarterback? Because you know there will be some rocky times early on with the offense. Can they hold on? Can the defense perform at the level they performed at last season? It's a big question for this team, especially after Nick Bosa disappeared in the postseason. Let's go to Brian in Palo Alto. Brian, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Morning, guys.
Morning.
I think, I certainly think it's fair game to criticize Kyle and John, right, for obviously making a really, really poor drafting decision, and moving a lot of capital, and that absolutely they're open for criticism and probably should be criticized for that, right? I think at some point, and we're well past that point, right? Bonte, I mean, you look like the kid finding out there is no Santa Claus, man. There is no Trey Lance, Bonte.
Brian, I do not care, and I'm not the only one who pumped it up. So, go ahead, BPA. Go ahead.
Brock Purdy played last year. He played the best, highest level winning quarterback play for any quarterback for the 49ers since Steve Young. Right?
That's unfair to Jeff Garcia. That's unfair.
Garcia
BPA.
was a top three quarterback in the NFC.
Jeff Garcia didn't win, guys.
Wait.
Won nothing.
He won double-digit games 3 consecutive years, Brian. Like, come on, be reasonable.
Come on, I'll let you finish,
be
Brian.
reasonable.
This is why I hang up on you, though. This is why I hang up on you.
They had 2,000-yard receivers. He was amazing.
Brian?
Can I say one more thing?
Yeah.
I'd prefer it to be accurate.
Right.
So, Brock, but, I mean, look at Brock, 17 touchdowns, 3 interceptions.
It was awesome.
8.5 yards per attempt. He was 8-1. Like,
do you understand?
How can he get?
Do you understand at the age of 30? Hold on, BPA. I'll let you finish. Hold on, BPA. BPA, hold on.
Who do you think's been keeping it real at San Francisco radio for the last 5 years?
You come with this nonsense, and it drives me crazy. You really drive me crazy. My weed habit's gone up because of you, BPA. But check this out: 3 straight years, 30, 31, 32. All right, Jeff Garcia. 31 touchdown passes, 10 interceptions. 32 touchdown passes, 12 interceptions. 21 touchdowns, 10 interceptions.
In a harder to pass
12
era.
12-4, 10-6, back-to-back years. And don't forget, he helped the Philadelphia Eagles win a division at the age of 36. 36 years old, helped Philly win a division and went 5-1 through 10 touchdown passes, 2 interceptions. So stop with the Jeff Garcia slander. Stop it. Continue.
Can I ask a question?
Finish.
Okay. How many playoff games did Jeff Garcia win in his career?
One of the greatest playoff games of all time against the New York Giants. I remember that one. They came back 35-3, I believe.
Brock at 23 years old, Jeff Garcia, I think he took over.
Did Brock win the Cowboys game? Come on, BPA. Did Brock play well in the Cowboys game?
Yes, he clearly and unequivocally outplayed Dak Prescott, who makes $40 million a year.
I think. Let's go back. Like time out. He had one big throw.
That defense was hanging out for dear life in that Dallas game. They were in Niners territory all day long.
It was a very close game.
So what?
Oh, God. So what? No, context doesn't matter. Okay, finish your call. What else you got?
So you're going to criticize him because he didn't throw 500 yards against Dallas when he threw for what?
I'm not criticizing Brock Purdy. Context matters.
He was
I'm
great.
not criticizing.
No. Brock was great in the Seattle game.
Brock is the clear, unequivocal. Brock is QB1.
Okay.
It is what it is. I'm sorry Trey didn't work out. I am. It's
okay.
A bummer,
but let me. Who cares about that right now? That's not. We're not even talking about that.
A high school coaching career.
Brian.
Brian.
Let me ask you this. Brian. Let me ask you this, Brian. Brian. Let me ask you this. Is Brock Purdy going to play as well as he did last season? And if he does, are you willing to pay him some big time money?
Better,
because that's what's going to happen.
He'll play better. You know what?
Wait a minute. Better.
They said after Tom Brady.
That'll be like Aaron Rodgers level.
Remember they said. What?
I said if he plays better than last year's, like if you correlate what he did last year, like you're talking about like 40 touchdowns and 5 interceptions. That's like Aaron Rodgers level.
then you're saying now that Brock needs to play better?
No, I'm saying like anything close to that is like you're talking top 5 quarterback in the league.
I think I think he's just a good quarterback.
No, I agree with that.
Really
So okay, by your standards then. Okay, way better than Trey Lance.
Way better than Jimmy G.
Yeah, way better than Trey Lance.
He is
All right,
better than Jimmy
so
G.
now that he's way better than Jimmy G, Jimmy G, despite his erratic play, had the Niners knocking on the doorstep of the Super Bowl. So now Brock Purdy, he's way better. Should my expectations be Super Bowl or bust? Is that where we're going here?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
That absolutely should be your expectation.
All right, perfect.
I still
I'm glad we came to an agreement.
I like Brock, and I still think that's unfair because it's his first full season.
It's
his first full season.
We're gonna go by BPA's method.
That's
Jeff
not
Gar-
fair.
Jeff Gar-
See, that's
you
too
know-
many freeway exit ramps for me.
No.
I think
I'm
that's
gonna hold him to that standard.
Okay.
I'm gonna hold BPA
You
to that
can.
standard.
You can.
Oh, I will. Because it's nonsense. You come on here and you say it's the best quarterback place since Steve Young. We're gonna ignore Jeff Garcia. We're gonna ignore Jeff Garcia.
Well, that's not fair.
The guy won a division championship with Philadelphia. We all forgot about it.
And I don't think.
Wait. He won another division with Tampa Bay.
Yes.
So stop disrespecting Jeff Garcia.
During a time when the 49ers had dead cap issues across the board, Jeff Garcia, look, I do not think Jeff Garcia is the greatest franchise quarterback at all. He's in the top 5. I mean, people need like John Brody, it's Montana, it's Steve Young, and it's Garcia. That 5th spot is open.
It's a wide open.
All right? You want to take Cap, you want to take Alex, you want to take Jimmy, I'll listen to all of those.
But don't disrespect him. I'm tired of disrespect. And I get what he's done off the field.
We got to give Garcia his proper respect.
Give him his on
That's
the
all.
field.
Just give him
I'm not
his
talking
respect.
about what happened with Steiny and Guru. I'm not talking about what he said to old girl on ESPN. What's her name? Not Cassidy.
Mina Kimes.
Mina Kimes. That's unacceptable. Jeff Garcia is a football player. As a football player, balled out.
By the way,
with limited talent.
I love that you became Atlanta's Bo Bach on San Francisco radio waves.
Come on.
It's BPA.
Twice a week.
You know what it is? You become Popeye. You eat the spinach, and then you become the cranky old white guy on sports radio.
Comes at me like I give a damn about Trey not working out. Do you know the people who should care about Trey not working out should be Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch.
That's true.
They should be caring about Trey Lance not working out, not me. When Trey Lance is gone, when Brock Purdy's gone, when Shanahan's gone, John Lynch is gone, God forbid I don't die before the age of 80 or 70, I will be here as a Niner fan. And that will outlast Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch and the rest of these guys. I will still be here with quarterback X is quarterback in the Niners in 2035. So I don't really give a damn about Trey Lance.
Let's have a reasonable conversation about last year versus this year. If the Niners, what Brock did last year, 17-3, scoring more than 30 points a game. If they do that again this year, no one will have a negative thing to say about him at all.
Absolutely.
Right?
I don't have a negative thing to say about him right now.
Let's say you play 15. I'm picking a number. 15 games. Even if they blow it in the playoffs and they lose in the first round, if they go 15 games and this guy's got a 35-5 or 35-10 touchdown to interception ratio, and he throws for more than 4,000 yards, which would be about on par with if you're correlating out to a full season, right? And they win double-digit games. You're talking Aaron Rodgers level of efficiency.
Wow.
That's why. And all I'm saying is this. Could it happen? Yeah, it could. We just saw half a season of excellence. But I also think it's fair to be like, well, I want to see it over 15 games. Yeah. And I don't think that's egregious to say out loud either.
That's it. That's all. I haven't said a negative thing about Brock Purdy all offseason. All I'm doing is asking questions. But at the end of the day, the bottom line is I'm Bonte Hill. I'll say it again. And I have to say this every day for some of you bozos out there. Brock Purdy's the quarterback, the starting quarterback right now. It's his job. Can I make myself clear once again? It's Brock Purdy's job right now. But I have questions about everything happening with the quarterback spot. I have questions about him coming back and starting against Pittsburgh. That seems a little premature. September 10th against Pittsburgh?
Bonte, this is where the truly elite quarterbacks, when you say their name, 25 or more teams are like, we would swap out our quarterback for that guy right now. Right? So if I say Joe Burrow, there's 25 teams at minimum who are like, even the Jaguars who love Trevor Lawrence, they're like, we'll take Joe Burrow over Trevor Lawrence.
Would you take Trevor Lawrence over Brock Purdy?
Right now, the pedigree of Trevor Lawrence, I probably would take Trevor.
You got to think about that.
Well, he had a really bad rookie year. He had a really bad, because coaching was part of that. What do you mean you got to think about that? He did throw 3 interceptions in the first half of that playoff game, and he was amazing in the second half. But like Trevor Lawrence, I like Trevor Lawrence.
They won the game, right?
What? No, they
won the
came
game.
out. It was one of the great comebacks of all time.
Joe Montana threw 3 picks in it.
I know. I'm just saying, Brock was excellent.
We're
right?
taking Trevor Lawrence over Brock Purdy in a heartbeat.
If you put
and it's not even close.
Oh, okay. I'm just
and look, Peyton Manning. Didn't Peyton Manning have? Doesn't he have the rookie record for most interceptions thrown?
Absolutely.
He's
right behind him is
into the Hall
Troy
of Fame.
Aikman.
He's walking into the Hall of Fame.
No, I know. But there's a different era, and things are like it's way more pass happy now. Like what I'm getting at, it's not about like individual. I'm saying like if you just say it out loud, most people, Patrick Mahomes, right? Everyone's tripping over themselves. Right. Even Josh Allen, who a lot of people have question marks, like, yeah, I'd swap out my quarterback for them. Where you get difficult is like, okay, Dak Prescott. People are like, I don't know. You know, he's better than half the league, but I don't know if I'd take him. Right. Like that's right now, Brock's kind of in that zone where it's he's better than a lot of these guys, but I don't know, right? And that's where we're at right now. Now, Dak's in like year 8, whatever, like 7. Brock's in year 2.
Right.
Let's see where he's at halfway through the year.
It's unfair to Brock.
You know, that's all.
This is a great text. It's a great text. Comcast business text line. In 2034, when we have 3 more rings and Shanahan is ready to retire as neither coach, I want Bonte's take. Oh, boy. I probably won't be on the airway.
Stop being a homer, Bonte.
That's 11 years from now. And that's the thing. I'm the opposite of a homer. According to some of you guys, I hate on Shanahan. I hate on Purdy. Come on, man. What's that soundbite?
Don't you ever call me a homer.
Can you give me that?
A homer, bro.
I don't mind being a homer.
Stop being a homer, Bonte.
I don't mind being a homer.
Bonte, you can't die on this hill, man.
What the hell was he talking about? Jeff Garcia. Jeff Garcia with the Philadelphia won a Division A, won a playoff game and played the Saints, lost by 3 against the Saints. I think that was a Super Bowl team with the Saints.
I just don't know how he could have been so confident. We've barely seen Trey Lance. How could you just say he's a high school coach? I was like, what?
You know,
this is disrespectful.
Here's
Come on,
thing.
Brian.
The common denominator on the true flame out busts at quarterback is they were bad people who didn't want to work hard, at least at the time. Now, I don't think Jamarcus is a bad person. I'm saying in terms of teammates.
Made bad choices. They made bad choices.
Yes, absolutely. Like, all signs are pointing. Again, we don't know, but it doesn't seem like Trey is a bad person doing dumb things and not showing up to the facility on time or not putting in the work. So in that sense, he automatically gets out of the Ryan Leaf Jamarcus thing. Now, Jeff George is interesting. Jeff George couldn't get along with teammates.
No, he couldn't.
But the talent kept it's very much like Jay Cutler.
Right.
Oh, the talent. But people would be like, he doesn't get along. Right. He's not a true leader. It's the same thing that right now I think is being said about Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray, I think, has a lot of Jeff George traits as a person in terms of tantalizing talent, horrific leader of a franchise.
I mean, Jeff George, all you need to know about him is him as a Raider beating the Falcons in the Georgia Dome and running that route of Georgia Dome with his hand, with the finger up, like number 1.
No,
remember that? Do you remember that?
I do.
Jeff George sticking that.
Jeff George was always good for 2 drives against the Niners that looked incredible. He would do the back pedal sling across the middle.
Dude, he was unbelievable.
He would have 2 drives against the Niners that always looked good. Also, in video games, he was a stud.
So don't get mad at me about Brock Purdy. He was a stud in video games. Don't get mad at me about Brock Purdy. A lot of people who wanted to stuff Chris Sims' quarterback rankings down my face the last 4 years.
What do you mean?
Remember Chris Sims?
Yeah. Kyle Shanahan's friend who has his name tattooed on him?
Yeah, top 40 quarterback rankings that he comes out with every year.
Okay.
So
where's Trevor Lawrence?
Trevor Lawrence right now is number 6.
What?
Yeah. So
that's a high. I'm sorry. I like Trevor. That's high.
That's very high.
That's high.
Lamar Jackson 5.
I was high when I wrote that.
Trevor Lawrence. Lamar
Jackson.
High
when I said
Let me just read these names real quick. Give me a second. Lamar Jackson 5. Trevor Lawrence 6. Jalen Hurts 7. Aaron Rodgers 8. Deshaun Watson 9. Matthew Stafford 10. Daniel Jones 11. Kirk Cousins 12. Dak Prescott 13. Russell Wilson 14. Geno Smith 15. Ryan Tannehill 16. Jared Goff 17. Derek Carr 18. 19 is Kyler Murray. 20 is Mac Jones. Who's the hater now, folks? 21 Tua Tagovailoa. 22 Jimmy Garoppolo.
Ahead of Brock Purdy?
Oh, Justin Fields 23. Baker Mayfield,
Justin
24.
Fields is not better than Brock Purdy.
24, Baker Mayfield.
That's not fair.
KD Pickett, who the 49ers will see week
now
1.
I will not know.
25.
No. Get
Come
out
on,
of
Mr.
here.
Divs.
Get out of here.
26 and 27. Brock Purdy, 26. Sam Darnold, 27.
That's funny.
This is from Chris Sims.
So Jimmy, okay. Most Niner fans are going to agree with me when I say this.
Not my rankings.
Brock Purdy's better than Jimmy Garoppolo. Could it change? Absolutely. Come on, man. Come on. Like, what are we doing? Those rankings are incredible, by the way. Daniel Jones feels high. 11, 12 for him? Like,
I mean, that's not my rankings. That's Chris Sims' rankings.
a guy who played quarterback, who
played in the
studied
league.
I respect his football acumen. I don't agree with a lot of his
takes.
Just opinions on players.
But he knows the game.
He also understands scheme better than all of us do because he's obviously played and whatnot. So I'm sure that plays a factor in how he's viewing film and things like that in terms of like decision making. I mean, he's going to have a better idea on a lot of those things. But man, he's selling Brock Purdy short. I mean, Brock Purdy's in the teens at minimum for me. Like, I'm taking Brock Purdy over Derek Carr right now.
Ooh.
What, you're not?
Yeah, I would.
Not that I don't think that's saying much.
Jared Goff, would you take him over? Jared Goff was dynamic last season. He was really good.
Interesting question. I've actually always been higher on Jared Goff than others. I honestly,
No, you have not been high on Jared Goff.
I liked him coming out.
You were down on Jared Goff a lot. We did a lot of shows. You were pretty down on Jared.
Yeah, but I still think I like him better than most.
All right.
I think a lot of people think he just sucks.
Russell Wilson over Brock Purdy?
Yeah, Russell Wilson's better than
Geno Smith?
I'm a prisoner of the moment. I feel like I'm selling all my Russell Wilson stock because he's a weirdo.
Right.
But his first 8 years were pretty damn good.
But his future's looking bleak. He was so bad last year that we were starting to talk about he might not be a Hall of Famer anymore. It's pretty crazy, huh?
The NFL is so like, what have you done this last? Like DeAndre Hopkins, everyone would have been tripping over themselves to acquire him 3 years ago. Now it's like, yeah, you're not worth $15 million a year, which is crazy.
I do want to pivot to Bosa in a second.
But that's how the league is.
I want to pivot to Bosa in a second, but let's go to Philmo Mike in the city.
Philmo Mike!
What's happening, Philmo?
A guy who's not a homer.
Oh, man. I got to go down your road, Shasky. You know I love you. I was on Willing and Dibs, and I turned into Captain Saver Debo because every freaking receiver that could run a route, you want to get rid of Debo for. You always say you do your little snicker. I can't, I don't know. I think I'll go for it. Man, shut up, Shasky. When it comes to Debo, he's the heart and soul of the team, bruh. Numbers don't lie, but numbers lie when it comes to Debo because his impact is that great, my brother. On some real talk, you laughing, but everybody ain't gonna hit the same. The same bravado and swag that people play with, they not gonna go the same. With Kittle, with Ayuk, Debo brings the best out of the quarterbacks. So all this trying to trade Debo, bro.
Who was trading Debo? First off,
you always every route runner that can run a route. Oh, I think I'll rather have him than Debo.
When did I say that?
Up, man.
When?
You said last Devontae Adams came up.
I'll take Devontae Adams over Debo. Yes.
Get on the ball.
I'm taking Devontae over Debo, and the numbers don't lie, my friend. And also, Debo's the one who came in out of shape, not me. Debo's the one who's always hurt, not me. I just call it like I see it. Sometimes the truth hurts, Philmo.
Hey, Shasky, the truth don't hurt, bro. Because when Debo get hurt, we ain't the same team, bro.
That I agree with.
Does happen?
That I agree with.
It's the same team. That's all I'm saying.
That I agree with.
You need to just let these players play out. You just said we're not going to be a super team. Let the year play out. Let the best man play. If it's Brock, and then one last point. If they made a mistake with Trey, they made a mistake with Brock. How you drafted somebody last and you think this highly of them?
Well,
come on, man.
They didn't know till they got him in. They didn't know till they got him in.
Philbo, how you doing, man? How's that?
I mean, other than coming at my dome this morning.
It's about time somebody came at
Jesus Christ.
I was like, I get all the heat. Oh, Philbo, how's everything else, man?
Oh, everything is good, man. I just came from vacation. I was in Miami and Atlanta. I wasn't hearing nothing about nothing.
I had a great time, man. I'm living, working, chilling. And you already know, if you're trying to party, hit me up. Don't be scared to party, Shasky. Don't have me pull you from one of them cabins you in.
Hey, I'm just happy somebody came down Shasky's road for one. I get all the bullets here. I'll take all the bullets from all these callers. Damn.
Hey, look,
and this show's off the rails right now. It's this 8 o'clock hour has been. I don't even know how to count it.
Debo over Devontae. Come on now.
That's all. Come on.
My blood pressure is back to normal.
Devontae's going to the Hall of Fame.
Dude.
I love Debo, but come on, he's already 26.
This is why I'd be hesitant.
27.
This is why I'm hesitant to talk football in the offseason. Because think about where your blood pressure is. Think about where my blood pressure is. BPA's spazzing out right now. Philball's, I just hope he can drive safely somewhere. People are losing their minds right now.
Can we have a Warriors Summit with the elite callers of this show? I want BPA and Philmo to be sitting next to each other at Buonvino.
You just wait till that 49er Summit for 95-7 the game. You just wait for that. You better hope it happens in February, not January.
Here's my favorite. People are like, what has Devontae Adams ever done? That's like my favorite card. I don't know.
He was just first team All-Pro, Derek Carr. That's what he just did.
Time out. Who's saying that?
That's in the YouTube chat, but here we go. I don't know. 121 targets, 997 yards at 24 years old, 885 yards at 25. 1,300, 997, 1,300, 1,500, 1,500. I mean, I don't know. Putting together a Hall of Fame resume, he's got 10,000 all-purpose yards right now. 10,000.
I think some of us woke up and instead of taking vitamins, we just took our stupid pills.
How many touchdowns?
Let me pull you from one of them cabins you in.
How many touchdowns do you think he has in his career?
Who's that?
Devontae.
Over 70.
Yeah, 87.
Yeah.
He's going to break the 100 mark. I mean, come on.
Out. Who said Devontae's not good? Who said that?
I don't know. All I was saying was if you're asking me between the two, I'm taking Devontae.
What are we doing, man?
Pro Bowl, All Pro. I mean, like, Devontae's... Look, we can love Debo and also acknowledge Devontae's put together an unreal resume.
This is what bothers me, and I wanted to segue to Bosa. So I'm going to lose it in a second.
And Debo's one of my all-time favorite Niners. I've told you that.
Who wanted Debo drafted?
You did.
Who wanted Debo drafted from the Super Bowl? I love Debo Samuel. Love him. I understand his limitations as well. He's not the greatest route runner, but this is where I disagree with people. How many playmakers does Cincinnati have?
Like 3.
How many playmakers is Buffalo trying to gain? They ran out DeAndre Hopkins, whether you believe it or not.
Trying to gain. Yeah. Well, they've got some playmakers. I mean, the Diggs is a baller, and the other
Kansas City.
Kansas City wants to get Odell Beckham. They want to get, what's his face? DeAndre Hopkins.
Philadelphia. How many playmakers do they have? They got playmakers everywhere, right?
Yeah.
Dallas Goedert, Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown. They got new running backs now. Who did they just, DeAndre Swift they traded for. Mm-hmm. They got playmakers everywhere, and the quarterback. Tavarius. We have CMC now. Let's go ahead and trade Debo Samuel. Bye-bye, Debo.
Well, no.
Now, that doesn't make much sense.
You keep them all. All I'm saying is that somebody's going to have to go with the way the money is going if you're going to pay
future.
Down the line, not this year.
You let the CBA, you let the cap and everything dictate your future.
Fillmore is Tom Brady. BPA is Nathan Peterman.
BPA,
That's not fair.
No, that is very fair. It's very fair, in my opinion. To take today to Garcia.
You can't die on this hill, man.
It's just 2-4 in the playoffs. I mean, come on. France Arkansas's in the Hall of Fame, never won a Super Bowl, played bad. Jim Kelly doesn't have 0-4 in the Super Bowl. He's back quarterback now? I mean, come on, man.
Dan Marino?
Dan Marino, my favorite quarterback of all time. Dan Marino's my favorite quarterback of all time. And yes, he's white. So don't play the race card on me.
Can't move.
Can't move.
It's such an old white guy take. I love it.
And I love Dan Marino.
Quick release.
Fonte Francesa.
Oh, go pull up old games of Dan Marino. The guy could not move. And would throw the ball 60 yards flat-footed. All right? And you want to talk about
brothers?
You want to talk about never having a running game? He never had a running game.
Dude was throwing for 5,000 yards in the 80s.
Dude, to the Mark brothers, Mark Clayton and Mark Duper. He was throwing to Irving Fryer. He was throwing to O.J. McDuffie. He was throwing to Orlando Gatson, for crying out loud. All right?
I didn't think we were going to get an O.J. McDuffie comment.
Just football talk. I'm not even ready for it. I'm not ready for it, folks. This is why I don't like talking.
You know who's my all-time most underrated wide receiver in Dolphin history?
Who?
Chris Chambers.
Oh
he was so sick.
He was good for 5 games a year.
ESPN 2K5 legend.
So
he was good.
Sick.
He was good for 5 games a year.
So sick.
He was like Lee Evans in Buffalo.
Oh, yeah, I like Lee Evans.
And they both came out of Wisconsin.
Yeah.
They both came out of Wisconsin. They would be good for 4 to 5 games a year. and they go like 1,200 yards receiving, you'd be like, well, that was based off 4 games where they just light it up. Chris Chambers was sick.
He was sick.
I remember he had a sick game. He caught a dude. I'll never forget this. This is how sick my mind is. Fantasy football. Me against Big Dog City. I had Santana Moss going crazy. He had Chris Chambers, and he started Brian Greasy this day with the Dolphins.
Greasy.
And Big Dog, I remember walking to a Big
coach.
5 and then going to a live. You know how they go to the updates? Oh, the update out of South Beach. JB, take it away. And Brian Greasy rolling back throwing the ball. He goes, you know it's the Chris Chambers. That's all he throws to. And Chris Chambers makes some great catch and he's back in the end zone. I'm like, damn it. Chris Chambers is sick. And they were wearing the throwback Dolphin uniforms in the 70s.
They need to go back to those.
Dude, they got some sick uniforms.
Like,
But
right now,
again, hold
Tua,
on.
it's interesting. You had Tua on that Chris Sims thing higher.
Yeah, before we get to that.
Okay.
Debo, let's put a ball on this.
Yeah.
You don't trade playmakers.
No. But
Why would you trade Debo? He's a threat on the field. Even if he's a decoy, defenses have to honor him. And as Philmo said, I do agree with him. He's a tone setter.
Well, that's agreed. No one.
Nobody wants to tackle Debo in the open
Go back
field.
to the Seattle game. He exploded, which I called, by the way.
Yeah, you did call that. Good
I
job.
mean, I called that.
Well, pat yourself on the back.
I'm just saying, like, you're going to say that I'm ripping Debo. I don't. He's one of my favorite
Right.
players.
No,
he kind of got put on ice when CMC came around, and I said, his legs look really fresh. I think he's going to explode against Seattle.
Yep, and he did. Debo's a problem. He's a problem. You don't trade him. You keep playmakers. You want to add playmakers. You can never have enough playmakers. Ask Tom Brady.
Ask Jalen Ramsey.
Ask Sean McVay. He's always trying to find a playmaker. He's signing guys left and right. Don't do that. You don't just trade Debo Samuel. Hey, walk away. Trade Debo Samuel for a 3rd-round pick. What kind of sense does that make? Come on, Tarvarius. Listen to 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that's
KGMZ,
erroneous,
FMNAC,
Fillmore,
San
Mike.
Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. I will say
You
this.
don't have me pull you from one of them cabins you in.
That's a great line.
Two called here and said, shut up, Shasky. No, he's getting paid to talk. Can't shut up. He won't shut up either. It's not in Shasky's DNA. Shasky don't even know how to spell shut up.
Stop being a homer, bro.
Listen, man. I don't know what it is about us. I'm going to just have a come to Jesus moment before we get back into the Niners.
Okay, give it to me.
Something about us, too.
What's that?
Where people like to go on Twitter, they like to go in the chat and just make things up about us.
Oh, that's
about
fine.
what we said and what we didn't say. So many people just make things up about what we said. Just go clip the tape. I'll stand by what I say. Just don't make things up.
I know, like saying that I said Clay is exactly like Kyle Korver. I said he's more like Kyle Korver than he is old Clay.
Why'd you have to go there? We don't need to revisit that one. We don't need to revisit that.
The wording matters.
Please, let's not go there. The fact that Clay but to your point, wording does matter. I don't want to go back down that rabbit hole.
No, but that's the one thing that I always like. People are like, oh, I can't believe you say this and say that. I'm like, yeah, I put my name on it. Every day.
All the time.
My face is on it. In fact, it's on YouTube at all times.
Here,
Any word that comes out of my mouth, I can be
Right.
canceled.
Yeah, no doubt.
Trust me, I'm very
Well,
cognizant of
this
that.
is why we don't go politics. We don't touch top.
I mean, Bonte said to me at the break, how about those people living in sewers? I said, yeah, I don't really want to bring that up on air.
Well, you didn't say that. You said that was crazy.
It was
but
crazy.
And you just brought it up on air.
I know.
You just brought that up.
I know.
Wait,
So-
Where? Where are people living in sewers?
In the city.
In
you
San
see that
Francisco.
video?
Well, there's a huge fire
Check,
over the
check
weekend.
Anna's Instagram.
Oh,
There's
my
like a
God.
fire underneath. The people are living in sewers.
The sewer
It's
people,
unbelievable.
man, they're coming. It's like the crab people.
So it's like Futurama, where they actually lived in a sewer in
So
the
look,
future.
Or Ninja Turtles.
There you go.
Like Mark Willard. He'll say, don't put words in my mouth, and all he does is put words in my mouth. Does that every single day on this show. It's all good. I don't care. We need the attention. We need the clout. But another thing, as much as I love Debo Samuel,
Okay.
when I went into training camp, and we were talking about the season.
Mike, are you paying attention?
What did I say? Since we're patting each other, I said Brandon Ayuk was the best route runner on his football team.
Yes, you did.
And he's the best pure wide receiver. Doesn't mean I want to trade Debo Samuel.
No.
That's not a specialty. Debo Samuel's specialty is give me the damn football anywhere on the football field, and I'm going to make a play for our football
Smoke
team.
screens, running back.
Jet sweeps, line them up in the
slants,
backfield,
yeah.
angle routes, Texas routes.
I actually think he
you
can
name
do
it.
more downfield. They just haven't really unlocked that portion of the offense.
Yep.
But when you watch him at camp, right, and he's going up against all the DBs, he struggles to get separation in the drills. Debo does. But that
doubt.
doesn't mean he can't be good.
Enough of that. Let's talk about your boy, Nick Bosa. Because Brian Barnwell, ESPN, believes that the 49ers have no choice but to sign Nick Bosa. They have no choice but to re-sign him. And it could be some big, big money coming towards Nick Bosa. ESPN again, the headline is the Niners have no choice but to sign Nick Bosa in contract negotiations. And they usually get things done in training camp. Just what would that deal look like? A lot of people, remember we had Joe Corey on, and he said he's going to be the first defensive $30 million player, $30 million per year player on the defensive side of the football. And that was 2 years ago. We didn't find that cut. But here's a quote from Barnwell.
And that was before Aaron Donald signed his extension.
Exactly. And that was before
I've got all the numbers
last
right
year.
here.
Coming off a season in which he was Defensive Player of the Year, finished 6th of the league's MVP voting, the 49ers really have no choice but to make their star edge rusher the highest paid defender in NFL history. A big round number is coming. Bosa should be the first defensive player in league history to average more than $30 million per season on a multi-year deal. Now it's making headlines for Ben Barwell. Joel Corey said that 2 years ago on this show.
Yeah.
On this show. Former agent said that on this show. So I'm going to give Joel Corey his credit for that. Well, they don't have to make room for it because I think the contract extension for Bosa will actually reduce the salary cap space, or I should say reduce to his cap number this first season. That was from Mayoko on the 49ers Talk podcast, which you can find on NBC Sports Bay Area.
When you give a signing bonus out, you can roll it over multiple years.
Where you'll see it will be in the future years where he makes a lot of money, and I fully expect him to be the highest paid defensive player of the game. We kind of saw that with Eric Armstead, right?
Yep.
They backloaded that deal, so they were able to keep some players here, which I think they'll try to keep Ayuk in San Francisco. And that's another thing. Don't you want to keep your homegrown players, folks?
Well, we
always talk about homegrown players. Don't you want to keep a homegrown player in Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel?
The only one that they haven't kept that they wanted was DeForest Buckner, right? That's the only one throughout their regime, 7 years. So I look at it this way. The NFL is so great for the consumer because they have the franchise tag in the back pocket. If you cannot come to an agreement, Bonte, you franchise tag them. Now, will the Bosas hold out? Yes, they will. Mm-hmm. It's not personal. It's just business when it comes to the Bosas, and I don't blame them. Okay? I don't blame them at all.
Bosa family business?
Are they going to probably work out a deal? Yes, I believe they're probably going to work out a deal. And I want to actually, because I've talked about this, I want to get into a conversation about, I don't think we give enough credit to the York family and the 49ers in general for having the cash up front every year in an escrow account, because every time they've needed to pay someone, they've had that money ready to go. It's a lot of money. We give Joe Lacob a lot of money for luxury tax bills and things like that. To have that escrow money, look around the league. There's been lots of teams, not just the Raiders, who, for whatever reason, like Cincinnati's going through this right now. They don't think they have enough escrow money to put down in cash for both Burrow and T. Higgins.
Yep.
They're going to have to figure something out here.
Yeah, Mike Brown's notorious for being cheap.
So right now, Aaron Donald,
owner.
a year and a half ago, signed a deal that, on average, makes him about $32 million a year. I struggle giving a defensive player $30 million a year, but that's market rate. Like, that's where it's going. I struggle with that, though. I'm not going to lie. I don't love it. But Bosa's worth it. If you just look at the list, the guy who I believe in the top 10, who's got the best value, Max Crosby at $24 million a year. That's the AAV. It's a steal comparative to some of these other guys.
You could arguably say he had a better season than Nick Bosa. Nick Bosa won DPOY, but Crosby plays every single snap.
Yeah. Myles Garrett, Joey Bosa, TJ Watt, Aaron Donald, going down to up. Those are your top guys after Max Crosby, who's the fifth highest paid player. Bosa's going to get 32, 33, 34 million on the AAV, the annual average. But the other part that I am starting to come to the realization, with Amazon being in the game with the TV money, with Apple Plus being in the game with the TV money, cap's going up.
It is.
Cap's going up. So the percentage of the cap isn't going to be as bad as when some of these other guys, like TJ Watt, signed his deal 2 years ago.
Did Bosa leave you disappointed by the end of the year with the way his playoff? Because he's had monster playoff games.
This was not his best playoff run.
He was quiet.
Very quiet.
And it hurt not to have a rebuttal for Howard Eskin when he said Lane Johnson kicked his ass with a torn groin. Now, I still believe Lane Johnson was leaving. He was basically moving early on every snap. Every single snap, it felt like he was false starting. But Bosa was quiet in that game.
Bonte, if you don't pay Bosa, like, explain to me another guy who deserves it more.
Yeah.
Like, his excellence, he got injured and tore his ACL. Outside of that, he's been a top 2 player at his position every single year.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, this is what you dream of when you draft someone number 2 overall. You dream to give that guy a 6-7 year extension and 100, because like that means that he's all pro level every year, which is what he's been. The playoffs, there's no doubt. I would go to say this. I don't think he fully recovered from the groin injury, or maybe he resustained a groin injury.
Re-aggravated it.
After coming back. He's got to get right with that groin injury.
And you know what the Niners are going to do? If Drake Jackson can't make that jump, I know people. Frank Clark's been into some messy situations off the field. I get it. Yannick, did he have the best year last year? I don't think so. But I think they need to explore having another edge rusher to take some of that pressure off of Nick Bosa. Now, Armstead and Hargrave will help. Javon Hargrave will help. There's no doubt about that.
I'm actually really excited for him.
I am too. I'm also excited. Now, my buddy from Philly has me a little, and I love Javon because he came on the Morning Russ and blessed us with 20 minutes in absolute gold. But also my buddy from Philly, who's a diehard Eagles fan, best friend, Philly Zoo, said, look, I love Javon Hargrave, but Javon Hargrave ate because of Fletcher Cox. Now, this is a big year for Javon Hargrave to prove that he could play without Fletcher Cox in that great defensive line of the Philadelphia Eagles. That's not even shade. Those are just facts. He has to prove it without Fletcher Cox, who's going into the Hall of Fame.
This is the same thing people said about Eric Armstead.
Absolutely. And Eric Armstead has a lot to prove here.
He's a guy, you look at guys who may not be here 2 years from now, a year from now, I think Armstead's on that list. I don't think they've made a decision on that. But looking at the money and stuff and where it's trending.
So it was alarming that Drake Jackson wasn't even active for the playoff games.
It really was.
Is he ready to step up opposite of Nick Bosa to make this line complete, this defensive line complete?
Did you think that Aaron Banks was ready to play year 2?
I didn't.
Me neither. And he really proved me wrong. So I'm hoping they can do a similar thing with Drake Jackson.
Yep. And again, if you are contending for Super Bowls, you could never have enough talent. You see what Philadelphia did last year, late in the year? They signed Ndamukong Suh and Linval Joseph to bolster their already formidable defensive front. You can never have enough defensive linemen. You can never have enough pass rushers. Frank Clark is just sitting there. Yannick is just sitting there. Why? Help Bosa out by getting more help on the edge.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Speed.
Give me some speed rushers, especially against Jalen Hurts, who you may have to see down the line.
Yeah.
Especially against Geno Smith, who you may have to see down the line. Especially against Dak Prescott, who made some plays with his legs against the Niners in that divisional round game. And I still think that game, I don't know if it goes the Niners' way if Tony Pollard doesn't get hurt. Because every time they gave the ball to Zeke, or every time Zeke was on the field, that was a wasted snap. And I was saying that for the last 3 years. Zeke is cooked.
That game was so much closer than people want to admit. Remember, it went down to the final possession.
Yeah, so I'd like Drake Jackson in year 2.
The Zeke Elliott snap?
Oh, that was terrible. But
what was funnier, the Zeke Elliott snap or the Dak Prescott slide the year before?
Ooh, the Zeke snap. It just showed how bad.
When they called timeout, they're like, yo, just bum rush him.
Right.
That was great. Is Zeke on the Cowboys right now?
No, he got cut.
So where is he?
Working out in Mexico. Or Mexico.
Would you take Zeke Elliott?
You would?
Sure. As a 5th running back, sure.
Why? Nobody.
Does he look sweet in the visor?
No, you don't take Zeke.
I'm teasing. I like Jordan Mason. You know that. I'm a Jordan Mason stan.
Come on, man. Ty Davis Price?
Played more fullback than running back.
I know.
Got a break.
What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by CalHope.org and the Department of Healthcare Services. More of your phone calls, 888-957-9570. That 8 o'clock hour was wild. What will the 9 o'clock hour present? Well, we should all find out here on the Morning Roast.
Stop being a homer, Bo.
Welcome back to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Bonte.
Lou Dog. Woo! What a show. It's only Tuesday, folks. Training camp. Late July.
It's only
Cannot
June,
wait.
dog.
It's only June. Training camp coming in 7 weeks. I cannot wait.
Here are my 4 biggest camp battles. Right tackle.
I can't wait for that
Safety.
first. I can't wait.
Cornerback 2.
Oh, my gosh. I can't wait.
Third linebacker.
It's going to be insane. No, wait. By the way, we still got to go to say Warriors. Who's going to be their new GM?
Which rookie are we going to dump on today? Which youngster are we going to pinpoint the entire season on today?
You know, people don't want to blame Kerr, and I get it because he won 4 championships, but this wasn't Kerr's best coaching season.
You know, it's funny that you bring that up because we're going to get into, at some point, head coach rankings in the NFL that got released this week.
There were fantasy rankings. I guess there was like a fantasy football component.
Well, let me ask you this. Bill Belichick's place in the hierarchy of the NFL in terms of all-time coaches is cemented. What's his current status, though?
Oh, Andy Reid's the best coach of football right now.
Is Belichick top 5? No, not resume. Right now, last 2 seasons, what you've seen thus far, the last couple years.
Top 10, not top 5.
Oh, I agree with that.
If I go top 5, Andy Reid, Zach Taylor, Sean McDermott, Shanahan's right there.
McVay
took a big step back. I
mean, they had a lot of injuries.
Matt LaFleur hasn't been bad.
Matt LaFleur, okay. We'll see what he looks like this year.
Hasn't been bad.
We agree that these rankings are up and down, right?
Yep.
Guys can drop in and out, right? Where does Steve Kerr rank currently? Because whenever you criticize Kerr even a little, he won 4 championships. No one's saying that he sucks.
Right now?
No one's saying Kerr sucks.
I think right now people would put Eric Spoelstra above him.
Uh-huh.
I think people will look at Mike Malone and make an argument right now, which is crazy, right? It's absurd.
I know,
but
0 rings, 4 rings.
But right now, this season, Mike Malone was a better coach. He was.
Okay.
He was a better coach.
But do you get where I'm going with this conversation?
Absolutely.
Right? Like, so just because you've accomplished a zillion things doesn't give you, like Popovich right now. Great example as I go
coach.
Belichick, Popovich.
Nobody would put him in the top 5 right now. Not even close.
I don't think he's earned it.
Not even close.
Right?
Nobody would put him in their top 5.
That's what I'm
currently.
saying. So I'm not saying that Kerr is where Popovich is at currently. All I'm saying is that, you can't criticize. Like, that's part of the job. When you don't win it all and you have Steph Curry and your payroll is the biggest in the league by a wide margin, you can get scrutinized a little. It doesn't mean you're the worst. It doesn't mean that you need to get run out of town, but we could poke holes in it.
So, a couple things here. One, happy birthday to the GOAT, Dante Wiley. One of our biggest roasters out there. He's a candidate for Roaster of the Year. Happy birthday, Dante. You deserve it. Hopefully you had... Yeah, I hope your birthday's booming. Shout out Antonio Proud, who wants to sit up opposite of Skip Bayless on Undisputed.
That would be interesting.
That would be a train wreck. We'd watch one episode and be like, oh boy, this would be bad. There would be fights.
When does that crack come into play for you?
Just play the full clip. Real quick. Just play it. Just play it. All right, because we should have played that right after BPA.
Like Pete Carroll a couple years ago, if you would have asked people, I don't think they put him in the top 5. I don't think they put him in the top 8. And then this last year, I think a lot of people were like, okay, you did that with Geno? You did that without Russell Wilson?
Pete Carroll, you know what? Pete Carroll does deserve credit.
I think he jumped back up into it. Doesn't mean that he lost everything, but like, you have good and bad years.
Right.
Steve Kerr needs a Pete Carroll-like resurgence this upcoming year.
This is a big offseason for the Warriors, which is going to carry us all summer long. That's why when people say these are the dog days of summer or dog days of sports radio, not true. Not true at all. I actually love these days in sports radio. We got the Giants. They'll play the Rockies today.
You love when BPA comes for you.
No, he just says stupid stuff. It's like what is wrong with him? What is wrong with him?
Draymond's got nothing left.
What, like, seriously,
favorite drop.
I just wonder what the hell is wrong with him sometimes.
Bonte, you can't die on this hill, man.
Like, does he watch the games?
Yeah, he does.
How old is BPA?
I don't know.
We give him way too much run. Go call Steiny and Guru today. Start calling them more. He started calling us more for some reason.
No, you know what? No, don't do that.
Why?
Anyone that wants to call us, we will take on all callers.
If you don't talk over them.
Oh, well, I'm Lord Loudmouth, so that happens from time to time.
Gotta be better than that, Coach.
Yeah, not Yuckmouth. I'm Lord Loudmouth, and you're Numbskull.
No,
we're the Loonies.
Numbskull. He didn't age well.
You like
Shout
how
out
I made
Numbskull.
myself the better
yeah,
one?
I do. I trust me. I'm well aware.
You know what? You could be Drew Down and Ice
right.
Cream Man.
I mean, credit to Shasky. He cut me off. The first question at the Warrior Summit went to me, and Shasky jumped right in, like literally jumped in front of me.
Yeah.
And changed the question.
Great quarterbacks, great ball players want the ball in crucial moments. Kobe doesn't shy away from the final shot.
This is a great question. 661 Comcast Business Text Line. Where do Hill and Shasky rank among Bay Area sports media members? I'll answer that one.
Currently?
We're outside the top 10.
Or all time?
Outside the top 10. Currently, all time, we're like
Number
not even
one.
the top 50. I'm not putting myself in the top 50.
Number two.
Well, there's a lot of legends who came through the Bay Area. No, we're not number two.
Number five.
I know what we are in our time slot.
Throw it up in the camera. Did you do this?
Jeff George. You got to run around the studio like Jeff George.
Ooh-wee. Oh man, let's go to. By the way, before we get to Michael Lamore,
Oh, this is my favorite.
This
text
is
of the day.
hold on. So we were
my
talking
favorite.
about Matt Mayoko's article when he said the vibe around Santa Clara in the facility is that there's a belief that Brock Purdy will be ready to start for the Pittsburgh game, Week 1, September 10th. He'll be fully cleared to throw a football August 21st, 20 days prior to the start of the season. So then I just saw SF Niner, shout out Brad Graham, after seeking additional clarification on the report. We have learned that the article put out by Matt Mayoko was an opinion piece. It does not reflect the team's timelines or feelings on the quarterback position. So everybody chill. Brock may not be ready for Week 1 in Pittsburgh. And then we got to go revisit Trey Lance and Sam Darnold. And really everybody's going to lose their minds. Because I tell you what, for some of you guys, and again, I'm going to say it again.
Who's the guy that's working out?
Oh, Jack Cohn.
I'm a Jack Cohn guy. That's who I'm rooting for.
Wisconsin and Notre Dame.
I should put out a video exactly like the Trey Lance one, but for Jack.
He looked very mediocre, but that doesn't mean anything. Brock Purdy looked mediocre. Hell, he got benched against Iowa his senior year. Threw 4 picks in that game. Didn't mean a damn thing. Looked great last year. Almost won Offensive NFL Rookie of the Year. How about that? Almost won it. But boy, if Trey Lance or Donald starts and they look good the first couple games of the season, oh my gosh. I may be calling it sick for those shows. Michael and Lamore, I don't know if I can handle that. That'd be a lot.
Morning, guys.
What's up, Michael?
So I have a quick question before I get to my football point. I'm going to my first Giants game this year, and this will be my first time going to Oracle Park this year. And I was wondering what advice you would give me on the first couple of eateries to try out in Oracle Park.
Got to try the crab sandwich, right?
Mm-hmm.
Got to try the crab fries.
Mm-hmm.
You have to have garlic fries.
Do
garlic
a
fries
lap.
is a must.
Do a lap.
Do a lap before the game.
Get there early and do a lap.
Get there like 90 minutes early. Just do a lap. Check out out the arcade.
My mom, I was talking to my mom over the weekend. My mom said that the slide is a very scary place. And the reason why is because my sister's kids were going down the slide and both of them went down on opposite ends. And my mom got so freaked out because she didn't know when they were going to come down and that they started running around. There's so many people. Just be careful if you got multiple kids going down the slide at one time. I heard it gets a little chaotic. That's all I'm saying.
Go with your point, Mike.
Anyways.
Spadoni feels me.
I'm in total agreement with you guys.
No, he doesn't feel you.
You can never have enough. You can never have enough talent on your football team. But why is it that Nick Bosa is the only one that's being talked about with help that needs help on the other side? Why aren't we talking about Christian McCaffrey, who also needs help, or Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel, who also needs help? Because if one of those guys goes down, are we really going to rely on Juwan Jennings? I mean, no offense to him. He's a good ball player, and Ronnie Bell and Danny Gray, who are unknowns. Are we really going to rely on those guys and expect our offense to be like it was when Christian McCaffrey got here? And if, God forbid, knock on wood, Christian McCaffrey.
So you're asking if Danny Gray and Ronnie Bell can enhance this offense?
What was that?
You're asking if Danny Gray and Ronnie Bell can contribute to the offense and make them as powerful as they were last year, right?
Yeah. I don't think they will as much as Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk do make the offense powerful. Like, why are we talking about just Nick Bosa? Like, why can't we get help for those guys? Like, you know what I mean? Because right after Christian McCaffrey, it falls off right after him. Like, our Elijah Mitchell hasn't shown us anything.
Elijah Mitchell's been good.
When healthy.
Really good.
He just
when
gets hurt
healthy.
a lot.
He gets hurt a lot.
And
which,
Jordan Mason had a couple of big runs.
Oh, it's the Seattle game on Thursday Night Football.
A couple of big runs.
It's great.
I don't know about Danny Gray. I don't know.
Well, Danny Gray, here's the thing. They drafted Danny Gray to take the top off the defense.
And didn't do
Thinking that Trey Lance is going to be the quarterback. And we know Trey Lance has a strong arm. Jimmy Garoppolo came into play. When the 49ers throw deep with Jimmy Garoppolo, I'm not even trying to be funny here. Let's talk about the deep ball. Since some people told me on Twitter, deep balls don't matter. You don't need a deep ball the way the Super Bowl's in the NFL. You don't need to stretch the defense. Okay, whatever. You're lying to yourself. Jimmy Garoppolo, can he throw a deep ball?
You need the threat of the deep ball at minimum.
So the threat of the deep ball is not even going to be a threat because we know that quarterback ain't throwing deep. We know damn well Jimmy Garoppolo's not throwing deep. So that X'd out Danny Gray.
Well, and his point about if CMC goes down, my thing is well, you still have weapons all over the field that need to be accounted for. On a defensive line, if Bosa's out, who are you double teaming?
That's what I'm saying. You're not double teaming nobody.
Yeah.
You have to blitz more.
It's different to me.
So then,
it's very different.
So Steve Wilkes, a new defensive coordinator who we haven't even gotten into yet. Is he going to blitz more?
I have no clue.
Because when you blitz more, obviously that puts your secondary, it's a lot of heat on them. Travis Ward now has to go one-on-one. And you know what? We're
talking about starters versus a backup,
right.
Whereas I'm questioning Bosa's a starter, but the guy opposite him right now we don't have a starter.
That's why I want Frank Clark or Yannick.
Right?
Go get more help.
Exactly.
Get more help and just bring them into the system and just have them on standby. Please.
Yes.
Because now we look at this division, and Seattle scares me. There's some people who think Seattle has a better roster than the 49ers. I don't know if I believe that yet. But boys, Seattle, they do have wide receivers.
Kenneth Walker was so impressive in that playoff game. I know everybody's going to sleep on him.
What did DK do to Travis Ward?
Well, DK's a monster.
That scares me. And now you bring the kid in from Ohio State, Jackson Smith and Jigba.
What was Wesley Snipes' character's name in Demolition Man? Simon Phoenix?
Simon Phoenix.
Yeah, that's what he reminds me of out there.
Simon Phoenix.
Especially with the blonde hair when he's bleaching his hair and
just
stuff.
Busted the ATM
He's
machine
such a
and took
monster.
the money.
I love
So
DK.
sick. By the way, that movie was sponsored by Taco Bell.
Was it?
Yeah. Taco Bell ran all the ads. When you went to Taco Bell, you got the Demolition Man cups with Sylvester Stallone and Wesley Snipes. And in the movie, they had the Taco Bell.
Who was, she was also in Rush Hour.
Sandra Bullock.
Sandra Bullock. She had a
Rob
moment
Schneider
at that time.
in it too.
Was that 95?
Think so, right?
Yeah,
Mid-90s.
Speed.
Mid-90s.
Miss Congeniality. Yeah.
Yep.
Miss Congeniality.
So, JC, okay, Metcalf did that, but what did Ward do to him in the previous two games? When the stakes were high, when the chips were on the table, DK ate in that playoff game. That's all I'm saying.
DK's a great player.
Scares me.
DK's a great player. And they got another receiver coming.
Yeah, that's what I said. Jackson Smith and Jigba from Ohio State.
They're going to have to get some cornerback help.
So do you want to blitz and leave those corners on the island one-on-one with these wide receivers?
Well, we haven't talked about Sammy Womack taking over a slot.
We don't know about him yet.
I know.
We like him. We all like him.
I like him a lot.
I like him. I like him because the Niners do find good nickelbacks.
Yeah.
K'Wan Williams, I liked a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Sammy Womack has potential, but until we see it, and we know quarterbacks are going to throw his way. So I do like Sammy, though. I think Sammy's going to be all right. I think he's going to be all right. Wow, the chat.
Now people are still living in sewers like in Demolition Man. I forgot that they were living in the sewer in Demolition Man.
They were. 888-957-9570. Your thoughts on the quarterback spot. By the way, my boy Christian from the golf spot. I got to come see you. Maybe Monday, get fitted for the driver in the 3-wood when I do that. But he sent me some intel on the live golf contracts.
Oh, give it to me.
So those live contracts were all for a minimum of 4+ years.
Yes.
So the guaranteed money on live was, number one, for a certain amount of time, with the only exit being that they pay back. 2, 4 times the contract value. And their guaranteed money was chipped away from their tournament winnings.
Yes.
For example, if DJ wins a tournament and collects $4 million, that money comes out of his guaranteed $150 million. He doesn't earn additional money.
No.
So those are just some details on the live golf, which is kind of interesting.
Well, no, this is a way of them saying like you can earn all of this money. We're going to give it to you up front and guaranteed so that you're ready to go. I forget who it was that won originally. Not Cam Smith. Somebody won early on in live, and they were talking about that the money came out of his quote unquote signing contract. I'll tell you this: if you can get to it, it's good money.
Oh my gosh, money talks. Follow the buddy. Follow the buddy.
By the way, everybody's saying that the guy Oliver from Atlanta is going to start at nickel. I don't know about that. Womack's a ball player. I'm telling you right now, the guy, he's physical. He moves his hips. He's got good ball, in-air ball tactics. I like him a lot.
You don't like the Oliver signing?
Oliver's fine. I'm just saying, Sammy Womack, I believe, by year's end, will be the starting nickel.
Could be.
I like him a lot.
I mean, I don't know much about Oliver.
He's so physical.
I don't know much about Oliver.
And he plays the ball so well.
Right now in the depth chart, they have Isaiah Oliver starting at one nickel spot. They have Sammy Womack Jr. as the backup right cornerback. Tre'Vius Ward starting at right corner.
Interesting.
Diamondor Lenore at left corner. By the way, Diamondor Lenore, you know what number he's wearing this year?
2.
Yep. That's pretty sick. That's 2's a sick.
Wow. There's one DB that sticks out in my mind wearing number 2 in college.
Deion Sanders. That was like the Pop Warner Hall of Fame number. Like when a guy in Pop Warner football wore number 2 or he wore number 5 or 22, you're like, oh, that dude's legit. He's a problem.
Yeah.
That was the guy. And they were problems. Dude wearing number 2, you can't be no scrub wearing number 2. Like if I asked for number 2, right? The coach would look at me and say, please, take number 77, which Coach Greg gave me.
Please take number 77.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't wearing no number 2.
So you played right tackle?
I played right guard, center in Pop Warner, defensive tackle, defensive end.
So you were the, not Kentuan Balmer, you were the Chilo Rashal of the San Francisco Seahawks?
I was a good center. I had an Alex Mack moment. I had an Alex Mack season.
Jake Brendel, 1 year wonder?
Not quite Jake Brendel. Alex Mack. Oh, man, I can't wait for this Pittsburgh game, man. Any other concerns with the line? Is quarterback the biggest concern of the 49ers moving forward? Is that the number one thing going
into the psyche of the fan base?
It's the psyche?
Yeah.
How would you gauge the psyche of the fan base?
I think Niner fans, when it comes to quarterback play, and I know Mark and I were talking about this when I came into the studio and I had the dogs with me. He was like, that's every team. I'm like, okay. Yeah, every team goes crazy on quarterback, but not like Niner fans. Bonte, it's different.
No, it is different here.
It's different.
It is different.
You think Geno Smith was getting critiqued the way we critiqued Jimmy Garoppolo?
I mean, think about the Seattle Seahawks. They've had Jim Zorn, Dave Craig, Matt Hasselbeck, Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson's
Rick
the best
Meyer,
quarterback.
hello.
Yeah, I mean, come on. It's not even close. You know, there's only a few teams that can talk about quarterbacks like the Niners.
They
Dallas.
said Bonte's the original blindside O-lineman.
Oh, getting trucked by Michael Orr.
Sandra Bullock.
You're Quam Harris. Sandra Bullock again.
I remember I saw Quam Harris. Or was it Quam Harris?
I forget.
I remember when I saw him come into Cobb's Comedy Club when I was working there.
Yeah?
Very interesting.
Did you get by him too? That's a good joke.
That's not right.
Come on,
man.
that's a good joke.
That's so
Or did he
cold.
get caught for holding?
That's so cold, man. That's so cold. He was just trying to enjoy a comedy show, man.
Who was worse, him
I
or
think he
John
got to
Martin?
some stuff. Oh, my gosh.
John Martin was so bad.
Well, John Martin was already bad at that point. We knew what we were getting from Jonathan Martin. Hopefully he's doing well mentally. Now, you're talking about all these guys who were laughing. They went through some stuff, man. I don't feel comfortable talking about
Well, they
these
would
guys.
destroy me. They'd throw me through, you know.
But I
a
mean, they
window.
had some off-the-field issues,
Well, yeah.
you know?
Mike McGlinchey or Anthony Davis in their prime?
Anthony Davis.
Me too.
Anthony Davis was actually good.
He was good.
Forget that. He was actually good.
He just quit too many times.
Right. Wow. Wow, what do you know? Kwame, Mr. Harris just got inducted into the Delaware Sports Hall of Fame.
Oh, him and John Taylor.
Yeah.
Joe Flacco.
Wow, he wasn't that bad.
And who's the guy who played for the Warriors this year? Come on. Number 0, Dante DiVincenzo. All Delaware guys. Not playing for the University of Delaware, but
Right.
all of them have Delaware roots.
guys. Yeah, Delaware Sports Hall of Fame. Good
Wow.
for him.
Wow.
He's 41 now. Damn. Happily living in South Florida.
Yeah, good for him.
Damn.
Still was a really bad pick. First rounder, B.
Yeah, I
Well, they
remember.
take him 17th?
No, I thought it was like 28.
Was it that low?
Was it that high?
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Was it that high? No, I don't. 17. Damn. I remember first round pick.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Was he that high? No, you may not be wrong.
I think I am wrong.
May not be that wrong.
I'm going to look it up.
Oh, he's 26.
26.
Yeah, I thought it was 28. 26. Jonathan Martin in prison. Yeah, I don't feel comfortable talking about him. He's gone through some things. Gone through some stuff. Bam Davis was sick. He was sick.
Was he the one who originally got into it with Grant Cohn way back when?
He did get into
over retiring and not retiring?
I don't remember what that detail. Grant Cohn's has some big beefs.
I mean, he picks the big boys.
He don't mess around.
Gotta give it to him.
Whoa.
He's like the guy in prison. Look for the biggest dude you know and go right after him.
Look, we love Grant Cohn. We like Grant. But he was not wanting that smoke with Javon Kinlaw came on that stream. Boy. The way he covered Javon Kinlaw changed a bit. They didn't have a good game. How was that? There's no extra he wasn't putting anything extra on that one. We love Grant. We can talk about that. Well, boy, Javon Kinlaw walked up on him at practice. It's like, hey, I'm surprised, we're speaking of that. I'm surprised there hasn't been more interactions like that between player and media members.
What do you mean?
Like just players blowing up at media members. Now, it's deemed not to be professional, right? And you got your Raymond Ritters, you got your Coreys down there with the 49ers kind of coaching you up on how to interact with the media. But I'm surprised that we don't get more Russell Westbrook interactions with media members or more Javon Kinlaw versus Grant Cohn than we do. Because, man, there's some media members who be saying some reckless things.
Well, I think a lot of people don't, like I'll take myself, for example. How many times am I in front of some of these guys?
Never.
Yeah, exactly.
Like to keep it like that, huh?
But Radnich said it best years ago. Like, you can't crush them if you're always in front of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I want to be able to be myself.
So you want to crush them and stay away from them.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, if you want to give honest opinions, you can't be jaded by being in front of people the whole time.
Well, you can't be friends with them.
You
can be in front of them.
Yeah.
You could be in front of them. Javi Lopez, out of all people, the first guy to tell me this back in 2016. I was doing something for a podcast at another station. He's like, hey, man, you and Marty sound good. Keep it up, young man. I was like, oh, you listen? I was like, oh, I got to watch what I say.
Speaking of the king and the kid.
Yeah, exactly. Marty Larry was, hey, don't you slander Marty Larry.
Who's slandering who? You were the kid at that point.
No, I still am the kid. Uncle Marty, I got to see him a couple weeks ago. Lubman knows Marty. You can see him in the press box.
Was he holding a mosaic?
No, he always has a mosaic. Uncle Marty, man, is a good dude. Don't you be careful what you say about him. Around me, at least. You can say whatever the hell when I'm not in the room.
You drop that Bonte Hill name around Marty, he'll light up and start, going on about how great you are, Bonte. It's kind of cool to listen to, actually.
That's my guy. It's my guy. You better leave him alone, Shasky.
I was thinking of starting a podcast with him, the lawyer and the loudmouth.
Oh, boy.
Just me and him.
Both of you guys be fighting over getting a word in. That wouldn't last long. Bonte, who is this kid?
He would let Brian and Palo Alto ramble on forever, though.
He would. He does take calls better than I do. He does know how to work calls, and he was the best with Salty. Rest in peace, Salty. He had a way of working Salty that was just art.
Well, Salty knew his stuff.
He did, but then Salty would be going crazy about some seventh inning reliever, and Marty just like, Salty, how's your day today? What are you doing? And Salty would be like, well, I'll pump some iron today. I'm looking good. Got my arms.
It was
looking
also
good.
hour 9 for Marty.
Yeah. Maybe hour 7.
I have tremendous respect for Marty. I love him.
So, but to that point, you could be in front of these guys and you could critique them, but you can't make it personal.
Well,
And you can't start calling them names.
Yeah.
To say, hey, player X, I don't believe had a good game.
Yeah.
Now, that player may disagree with you. That player may not want to talk to you for 2 days, but it can happen. I like to go see the players, but there's no doubt sometimes I say things on the show or I said things in the past, and then, what I said, I see a guy. Like, for example, if I say, we traded Draymond Green, we orchestrated I orchestrated a 3-team deal with Draymond Green. Told Shasky on the way up to the California Classic, I got something for you tomorrow. Watch this. And the lines blew up to the point to where I heard back from players, and they were saying, yo, some executives like this deal. I was like, damn, maybe I should be a GM. But then I got to interview Draymond Green on the post-game show. You don't think I'm thinking in the back of my head?
Our favorite defender. How you doing, Bonte Hill?
Hey, man.
What a rebound in the fourth quarter.
This is how I do it.
All right. I'll be Draymond.
Oh, man. Now joining us here on Warriors Post-Game Live, the greatest defensive player.
Put my headset on.
Yeah, put your headset on.
Yeah, put my
standing by.
headset on.
And Draymond just stands there. He's waiting, too. He's like,
yeah.
He's like looking, right?
I'm Draymond. You're Bonte.
Oh, man, now joining us here on Warriors Postgame Live after a great game, the greatest defensive player of all time and four-time NBA champ, All-American at Michigan State, Draymond Green. Hey, Draymond, hell of a game today. 8 points, 8 rebounds, 7 assists. How you doing, man? Tell me what you were feeling out there.
You know, I was feeling like I was trying to prove the haters wrong by squaring up to the hoop. A lot of discourse I was seeing this week. You know, people that are uneducated with the eye when it comes to basketball, the untrained eye, doesn't realize all the sophisticated things I do on the court. But that's neither here nor there. We got the dub.
Go ahead, Mully. Hey, Draymond, great game. Get some rest, man. We'll see you Thursday night at Chase Center. Hell of a game tonight, man. We'll talk to you then.
See, here's what I want from you, though, B, if we're being honest. I want you to ask me about the pick 8, and I'm Jimmy Garoppolo. How would you do that?
Oh, my God. The pick 8?
Hey, guys. I'm Jimmy.
Hold on.
Who's got a question?
Bonte Hill, formerly the San Francisco Examiner, formerly the guardsman at City College of San Francisco, now with 95.7 The Game Morning Roast. Hey, Jimmy, can you describe that play where you stepped out of the back of the end zone, and were you fortunate enough to where that play didn't count because you threw a pick there for a touchdown? How would you describe that play, Jimmy?
I think we just got to play better.
What did you see on that play? Jimmy,
is that not how he answers questions?
Jimmy, if I could follow.
It's always we. You know, it starts with me first. I got first and foremost. I got to play better, guys. You know, it's just
no. But you didn't ask about the pick 8.
Well, I'm asking about the play, Jimmy. So, what did you see? Did you like the play call there in the back of your end zone?
I don't know. We're just trying to execute. It's all happening really fast. We got to go back and we just got to execute better.
You know, there's a lot of people on Twitter, social media, and Spadoni, I'll let you get in here, but I got to get this question in. There's a lot of people on social media right now and a lot of people, experts on NBC, saying that they're calling it the pick 8. How would you describe that play that turned into a safety for the Denver Broncos?
We were really fortunate. I'm just trying to make the best play I possibly can, and sometimes it just doesn't go your way.
You know? You got to toss some nose, too. You got to do a little giggle.
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to do the smile.
It's kind of funny, you know?
He says nothing. I love how you totally, by the way, package that. Some people are calling it the pick 8. No, you are calling it the pick 8.
The streets were calling it the pick 8, man. We can never get over the pick 8.
The thing with Jimmy, though, dude, he knows it. He's so made the rest of his life. So it's like, you know what? I don't care that I did this.
We just cashed in with Travis Matthew. We just signed another deal with Jordan Brand.
Oh, my God. Oh, no, it just dawned on me. Where's the Raiders' first game at?
Denver.
In Denver.
Yeah, it's
think about Jimmy Garoppolo's history in Denver.
Oh, yeah.
So the inter-squad scrimmages, the 5 interception practice.
Yeah. Booger McFarland saying that Jimmy Garoppolo looks rattled
on Monday Night Football.
Preseason
On
game.
Monday Night Football. And we came in here, Steiny Guru and myself came in here, and the lines were lit up. I will never forget that week of shows.
I got caught up in Garoppolo mania.
It was so bad.
Stay off my timeline.
Guru went to do an
Stay off
IG
of my
story.
timeline.
He's never done that many stories in his life. He had the Ray-Bans on. I got caught up in Garoppolo mania. Stay off my timeline. Y'all like some damn mosquitoes. It was
What
wild.
are the top 3 worst plays of Jimmy Garoppolo's career?
Oh, I just saw that.
Pick 8's the first one. It's got to be. The pick 8.
Oh, my God. I got so many
The pick
plays.
8's pretty good.
McGlinchey's going to be in that game, too, protecting
how about the
Russ.
freaking interception in the NFC Championship game where he's getting dragged down and he just like tosses it? The first play of that drive, he had no business completing that pass. Inbounds with no timeouts. I'm like, Jimmy, throw it away. He's a foot away from the sidelines.
Jimmy's not even here, and we're still railing on him. We can never get over. So, top 3 plays?
Infinite
I could
number
go top
of
15.
outcomes here.
I could go top 15.
Give me a couple.
The interception before, in no order.
Okay.
No order. In no order.
Infinite number of outcomes.
So, the top 15. I'll just rattle them off because I got them in the back of my head.
Yeah, all right.
Because I have nightmares about these plays. All right. Green Bay before halftime throwing the interception when he should have just thrown the ball away. Remember that one?
Yes.
That's bad. The Dallas interception.
That's bad.
The Dallas interception.
Yes.
All right.
How about the Jalen Ramsey one in Week 17 in the red zone?
That was bad.
Just forcing it into 5 guys.
Throw to Kyle Juszczyk.
Oh, the one against Tennessee.
Tennessee Titans.
It's one of the worst
Wide
throws
open.
ever.
Worst throws ever. George Kittle, third offensive snap in the NFC Championship game.
How about the George Kittle one week 1 against Arizona?
Oh, my God.
It was a smokescreen, and he threw 700 yards in the air. And honestly, Kittle's lucky he didn't get Bowman. No, I'm not joking.
Buda Baker lit him up. All right, so that's 6. That's 6 plays. My heart can't take this, man. I don't know if I'm going to make it to 15. All right, so what we got last year? We already got the pick 8 in here?
Yeah.
What about the airmail to Deebo Samuel down the sideline when he just scored a touchdown?
Oh, that was pretty good.
What about throwing behind Deebo in that same game on the Texas route?
Oh, was that the one he got blasted?
He got blasted.
He got the medicine balls that Jimmy would throw.
What about 3 straight plays on Sunday Night Football against the Green Bay Packers week 3 where Trey came in and scored a touchdown at the end of halftime?
Yeah.
Remember, there was a player down every single snap for like 4 straight snaps because Jimmy's thrown over the middle of the field. It was nothing but car accidents.
Honest to God, that was the greatest throw I've ever seen someone make in a game that I went to. Was the Aaron Rodgers throw to Devontae?
Oh, that was sick.
That was one of the greatest throws I've ever seen.
The
The contrast between Aaron Rodgers and Jimmy G playing quarterback at the same time was unreal.
Oh my God, where are we at? Are we at 8, 9?
What about the one that he threw in week 1 against Tampa Bay 2019?
Oh, my
he just
God,
threw it into the abyss. It was like a screen that he like airmailed.
What about the other pick 6 in week 1 against Minnesota?
Oh, yeah, that was pretty
bad.
bad.
He tried to blame Kendrick Bourne for running the wrong route.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
That was pretty bad.
Yeah.
All right, so you had those throws. All right, we got more throws. Give me a breath. I got to catch my breath here.
Man. Pick 6 is still number 1. The pick 8.
The pick 8 still number 1?
It's got to be number 1.
So that's 10 plays right there.
It's got to be.
Oh, the overthrow to Sanders in the Super Bowl?
Yeah, that's up there.
Oh, my God.
That's more sad than anything else.
Because he asked Jimmy Garoppolo to throw it deep. He's not a deep ball thrower. And you should have ran the ball on that sequence. So I don't even blame Jimmy. I'll blame Shanahan for putting Jimmy in that position.
How about the Dolphin game? 2020.
The number 47 game. The corner.
Yes.
Or number 47, number 48.
When Devontae Parker looked like Michael Irvin in his prime. How did Devontae Parker look so good in that game?
That was the game. Everybody started screaming in a Niner uniform. Go get Ryan Fitzpatrick. Trayvon Fitzmagic. They were up 21-0 in the blink of an eye in front of no fans. That post-game show was legendary because remember, Coles called and said, "I'm in Yosemite right now, and I got the Odyssey app, and I got a little bit of service, and I'm tuning in."
How about the closed eyes in the Super Bowl?
That may have been our. You know what? Honestly, God, I'm not even trying to be funny. The Coles interception in the Super Bowl against Kansas City. Oh man, listen, I'm not even trying to brag, but Matt Nahiga said the ratings for that show was unbelievable.
Which one?
The Dolphins post-game show.
Yeah, we had like an 11 share.
It was like 12 share. It was unbelievable. It's the highest number we've been in this market in a long time.
God, that was such a bad game.
All right, we need 3 more plays. 3 more plays. What else do we have? Damn, I can't. I'm blanking on 3 plays. It's got to be worse plays than that.
There's plenty of them. I mean, Bonte. This guy is just we're gonna miss him.
Oh my God, we're gonna miss him. No, it's gonna be good for our sanity that he's gone.
How about the throw? My favorite was when everyone was like, "What a dime!" He threw to the wrong receiver and underthrew him in the Minnesota game. And Kendricks, whatever the linebacker's name is, it went right through his hands and it went right to Emmanuel Sanders. And I said, "Oh, he completely missed the out target and threw underneath, and it went right through a linebacker's hands."
Well, he did throw a pick in that game, though. Remember?
Oh no, he did. No, but I'm talking about the throw he completed. He completed.
Oh my God! Well, remember everybody was critiquing him in the Arizona game. He threw behind Jeff Wilson Jr. on the Texas route.
No.
But that was a touchdown. You got to give him credit. People were talking about his ball placement
on the zero blitz. How about the throw against Detroit week 2? 2018.
Oh my God, the play that didn't count. I almost
How about
broke
him
my
running
knuckle.
out of bounds? Not running out of bounds in the Kansas City game. It was one of the dumbest things I've ever seen.
Remember, I almost broke my knuckle when he threw that pick. I almost broke my. Were you here at Spinoni?
He was so bad for that game.
That game was so bad. Oh my gosh. All right, I'm going down game logs here because we got to find 2 more plays. Yes, we mentioned the Emmanuel Sanders overthrow. The Cincinnati game, week 2, 2019. How did I forget? All I had to do was look at the score. There's a play. He threw one up in the air. It was like a shot put. And there was 5 Bengals there fighting for the interception. Right. And then the next drive, Shanahan called nothing but run plays.
Like 15 straight
you remember that?
runs. I do remember that.
There were 5 Bengals. I said, how the hell there were 5 Bengals there?
Shanahan's doing what he needs to do to win games. That's what everyone kept saying in postgame.
Garoppolo's
all right.
hands.
It's final thoughts.
What about the Washington Commanders game when they won 9-0? He threw the pick and Shanahan said, "The hell with this. We're just going to run the ball in the monsoon." I got a headache just thinking about this stuff, man. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh.
That's funny.
Oh my gosh. There's so many bad throws. There's so many bad plays.
He did the same thing in the Minnesota playoff game where he was like, "Oh, you're about to throw a pick? Run, 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 run."
How did we forget the Colts game in the rain at Levi's?
Oh my God, the throw that went off the fingers that went in the air, it looked like a 3-5s up play. Carson Wentz destroyed them in
What
that
about
game.
the overthrow at the goal line against Jacksonville? Remember that?
No one was around him.
We should start ranking Jimmy G overthrows at this point.
Remember that
For a guy
throw?
who can't throw the ball deep, he's got a lot of great overthrows.
Jacksonville
On
game.
the goal line, man.
Did we mention the Green Bay game where he threw it right to the cornerback in the playoff game 2 years ago?
Oh, yeah, we mentioned that. Trust me, we didn't forget that one. We got
When
that
he
one.
outplayed Aaron Rodgers.
When he outplayed Aaron Rodgers. Outdueled Aaron Rodgers.
You have to give it to Colin Cowherd. Outdueled.
You got to be on some hard stuff to think that he outdueled Aaron Rodgers in that football game. We may have been watching different games, man.
All right, final thoughts.
I got a headache, dude.
Giants go to Colorado today.
Oh, my God.
And they're not usually good on the day, the first game on the road where a big road trip is coming that starts in Colorado. They're 11-17. Is that what it is, Sam Lubman?
10-17.
10-17. This is a big one for the Giants today. All right, they've had a couple of bad series in a row against good teams. I want to see them bounce back.
I expect Casey Smith to decrease his chase rate tonight
in
Colorado. You see Steve's going to cheat. Bonte's going to cheat on the soda diet after this show. Well, at least we were able to end the show laughing and not yelling at each other.
Seriously.
That's a good thing, whether it's BPA, whether it's Football Mike. And Calvin didn't call today. I guess football's not his thing. Maybe he's a lost Rams fan. I don't know. Spadoni, what's your final thought?
I'm just getting a glimpse of my future as a Raider fan.
Oh, my God.
It's not looking
That's
great.
if he
But you
makes
know
it.
what? I'll
If
say
he
this.
makes it to week 1.
I'll take a guy that doesn't throw it away on a 4th down. I'll tell you that.
Oh, wow.
Well, I mean,
Chasky, don't have me pull you from one of them cabins you in.
on 3rd down, he'll just throw it right to Aaron Donald.
Dude, what's up? Callers are getting bold. Apparently, there's a David caller went for Guru yesterday. Went at Guru. TC in Sacramento came straight at Willard's throat. Your boy from Visalia, whatever the hell that place is, 150 people live there. He came at my throat, called me a fraud.
Yeah.
Football might come down here. These callers get bold, man. Getting real tough.
Lubman, are you alive back there?
I am alive, and actually got some, I guess, good news for A's fans today. So SB 509, which is supposed to cover the A's move to Las Vegas, never made it to the floor for a vote last night in the Nevada State Legislature, but a special session will be called, but the stadium bill will not be part of this special session. So, look, talking about Jimmy G overthrows, let's talk about some fumbles here and what the A's are doing here at the goal line on this Vegas deal.
Oh, the A's.
They're a perpetual Jimmy G mistake, the Oakland A's, so there you go.
Fisher, you're going to sell the team for once?
I don't know what's going to happen.
All right. Box here, believe me, 209, Comcast business text line. Us Raider fans aren't looking forward to Jimmy Garoppolo being our quarterback. My final thought is we got ourselves a season with the 49ers, boy.
Seriously.
We buckle up, baby. It's going to be a bumpy ride, especially when we talk about quarterbacks. All right, Steiny and Guru, I have no idea what they're going to talk about. Maybe some Warrior stuff. We kind of pivoted off the Warriors because that's driving us crazy as well. We'll get back to the finals tomorrow, Game 3, Giants at Colorado. That's it for us on the Tuesday. See you tomorrow morning. Have a great day, everybody.
Don't you ever call me a homer.
Man, yesterday was one of those days where kind of got home.
Talk to me.
Was listening to the radio and thought, did we miss something? Did we? And I know what you're saying. Oh, you guys miss something all the time. Did we miss something with the Steve Kerr podcast with Draymond Green?
Wow.
And
you starting early, Steiny.
What he said about the Miami Heat. And was he really talking about the Golden State Warriors? And here's how I'm coming out. Because we played this yesterday, and I didn't think much of it because I didn't think there was a comparison to be made. And I'll tell you why on the other side. But Steve Kerr's talking about the Miami Heat, and how could you not listen to this and not think he was talking about the Warriors too? Take a listen.
None of those guys on Miami are sitting there saying, well, I didn't play, or man, they put in so and so. Like, they're just all about winning. And you know this from our groups that we've had. When you have that championship mentality, every guy's bought in, every guy's just trying to win. Nobody cares about any of that stuff. You don't go into the locker room, saying, well, I should have played more. You just want to win. And that's the beauty of finding that magic when you have a championship team, is that everybody's bought in, and it makes the decisions for the coach really simple. You just go with your gut and go with whoever's playing well.
What's he saying, Go?
That he had guys on his team that were pouting and mad as hell about their individuality and them not playing. And that's why Steph had to give that damn speech talking about get on the bus or don't get on the bus. And you and I, we're different, Stoney. I'm black, you're white, but we are different because we look at things differently. And I'm going to tell you, when I, bring up the Miami Heat, I know you can go, hey, Goo, they're 24, they're 25, they're older, they're more mature. But I see clearly now, what I'm trying to get over to you is Moody, Kuminga, and Wiseman they had uniforms. I don't care how old they were. They were a part of this nucleus, and I don't think they were Andre Iguodala's to where you look at him and you say, how old are you, son? You can't go in the game. Because I've seen Kuminga have success. I've seen Moody. So I'm just flabbergasted that Kerr is going, Tupac hit him up, basically. Like, I'm telling you guys, we had young dudes that weren't down for the cause, and I feel comfortable saying it and outing, and you can guess and decide who I'm speaking about. But what hurts me, before I give it to you, Steiny, is he didn't have that conversation with Kuminga or Poole, I don't believe, because you wouldn't have did it the way you did it to Draymond on that podcast. And now I have more questions about the Warriors culture and who's in, who's out than I ever have.
Excuse me. I think Steve Kerr acknowledged in a way that he's had that conversation with Kuminga time and time and time and time again over the course of the season. Kerr said, I talk to Jonathan all the time. Well, what he's saying, and I believe him.
All right.
Okay, so what I heard him say there is, man, I talked to Jonathan all year long, and I couldn't get through to him. Couldn't get through to him. Couldn't get through to him. And then Jordan Poole, for whatever reason, gets lumped in. To me, let me just tell you where I'm at with Jordan Poole. To me, you don't win a title last year without Jordan Poole. So Jordan Poole is a young player, 23, and he helps the Golden State Warriors win a title, whether you like it or not. He helped them win a title way more than Wiseman, way more than Kuminga, way more than Moody. But he comes back last year, and I felt like it was almost like some of his teammates were like, well, you helped us last year, but now you're back to being just like Kuminga, just like Moody, just like Wiseman. And the reality of the situation is, to me, Jordan Poole earned way more than those other three guys. But for whatever reason, whether it was Kerr or the veterans, they just didn't give Poole the respect that Poole thought he deserved for helping them win a title. And so he comes back last year, and Jordan Poole's like, wait a minute, I'm not a rookie. Stop treating me like a rookie. Stop jerking me around with my roll, and then the punch happens, blah, blah, blah.
But that's a whole lot.
Season goes downhill from that point on. What I'm getting at is, so what are you going to do now?
You're
going to trade? You trading Kuminga and Poole? Is that what you're doing?
I believe Jordan Poole wants out of here.
Okay.
I don't think.
What are you getting for Jordan Poole?
As much as I possibly can. Mm-hmm. That's Lacob's job. That's Dunleavy.
So you're
Jr.
trading Jordan Poole.
I'm okay.
You got 3 guys who are 33 or older, and you're going to trade your 23-year-old.
Listen to me. If you're telling me, Daryl the Guru Johnson, who I want is Jordan Poole over Draymond. My point, Steiny, is they can't coexist. And I'm reading the tea leaves. I see Draymond politicking. He's done a lot here. So some say, Goo, what are you talking about politicking? But there's no doubt he wants to be here to me. But him and Jordan Poole can't coexist. You already signed Poole. He's wrapped up. He gives you more offensively. And I'm waiting on a scenario, Steiny, to where any day it could be Kuminga Poole, because I don't think Dre's getting shopped. And I think you could get more for Jordan Poole and his future than Draymond Green with what he has left. But they can't coexist.
From the 408 Comcast Business Text line, Steve Kerr is a backstabbing head coach who's passive-aggressive. I'm out on his leadership. Voluntarily going on Draymond podcast is not a good move.
Steiny, he said a lot. He said we don't have guys like that. Guys that care about their minutes. And I love Coach Curry. He's done a lot. But the one thing I'll put on his report card where it won't be a passing grade is getting the message across to these youngsters to where they don't buck up. But Steiny, why didn't I stop and smell the roses when Steph told his teammates, he was talking to some of them about not getting on the bus. And now Kerr comes out and lets it all out. And then he talked to Draymond about, when we had squads, when we had teams like that. I mean, if I'm Jordan Poole or Kuminga or Moody or whoever thinks they were being talked to by their coach, Steiny, that's some heat.
Are we missing rats on the table?
Brought to you by AtcoPestControl.com. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. Steiny, before you go, pest of the month, mosquitoes and rats.
All right. Scott Hastings. He's the color man for the Denver Nuggets. We had him on the other day, and here's what he said about the Warriors.
I've got the utmost respect for that entire organization, but it feels like they have turmoil for the first time in a decade in the organization, and that is something they have not dealt with in the last 8-10 years. And this is just an outsider, and I could be. I mean, you're about to lose your GM that's been praised up and down for helping orchestrate this thing.
Yep.
I just think there's a little turmoil going on, and I'm not sure. Can they or will they settle it before next season?
What kind of shape are the Warriors in? If you're a Golden State fan, from when the season stopped till now, do you think differently of the Warriors?
I do, because the things that I were hoping for that they weren't dealing with behind the scenes was not festering, and I found out mainly with Coach Kerr speaking his reality. Steiny, they got some major issues. They signed a guy that now can't get along with what was your heart and soul. Then I think about Jordan Poole and his parents, or Jordan Poole and his spouse, whoever, his brother. How can the Warriors look Jordan Poole in the face and say you're one of us and not do anything to Draymond Green? We've been asking this question for umpteen months. Just think about if I fired on Spadoni right now. That means I swung on him. And I came back here the next day and did the job, and there was no penalty. What message is that sending? And so there's no doubt. Maybe I got it wrong, Steiny. Maybe Jordan Poole wants to retire a Warrior. But something went on with that man inside his head with his production and his mentals that he shouldn't have had to deal with by himself.
Yesterday when we were talking about the podcast that Steve Kerr went on, and he said all that he said.
Yeah.
I I was saying, yeah, something's fishy about him going on that podcast in the first place, but I couldn't quite explain exactly what I meant. But here's the 510. And I think there's something to this. And I want to ask Warrior fans about this, because this isn't me talking. This is a fan on the Comcast Business text line. What a way to send a message to the young players by going on the Draymond Green podcast, the very person who derailed the season. That's from the 510 on the Comcast Business text line. 888-957-9570. There was something about Steve Kerr going on that podcast and saying what he said that I wasn't crazy about. And I couldn't help but think about, there are two guys, two allies right there, both of whom would love new contracts.
1 year left on both of them.
And I like Steve Kerr, but if I'm going to say it, and this is where I agree with Scott Hastings with the turmoil or the disarray. I do not think there are good choices right now for the Warriors. I don't like the idea of letting Draymond walk. I don't like the idea of re-signing Draymond for 3 years. I don't like either of them. Because if he leaves now, you get worse. If you sign him, he's going to get worse. So how can you get better either way? I'm all ears on that kind of conversation. How can you possibly get better if you re-sign Draymond Green, who's getting worse? And not only that, how's Draymond? Let me ask you this. Let's say the Warriors trade Jordan Poole, and let's say they extend Steve Kerr, and they extend Draymond Green. What are the next 3 years with Draymond Green here going to look like? Now, is this the Draymond Green that, you can't win a championship without? Or is it the Draymond Green who doesn't like to play in March? Or is it the Draymond Green who took the year off when his buddy Steph Curry got hurt and missed the whole year? Here's the thing. I agree. You're going to be in trouble without Draymond Green. But don't you have to look in the mirror and say, he's probably not going to play as much or play as hard or play as consistently over the next 3 years as he's played in the last 2 or 3? I mean, does anybody really believe that Draymond's going to get one more contract at let's say 3 years, $80 million, and now all of a sudden he's going to play 80 games a year? He's going to be the leader that, I don't know, you always want him to be, but he sometimes isn't. What? This is
Only
where I
he
say there's
controls
just
that,
I don't see the way out here for the Golden State Warriors.
I do.
What is it?
You bring a therapist in.
That's
you sign Draymond Steiny, and you have him and Jordan Poole hash it out and get past what ails him. And maybe you can't, but I'm just listening to your passion. I'm thinking, oh, my God, he's right. But they can get better, and they can get better by getting a better version of Jordan Poole, okay? That's half the battle to me. And I can't argue with you about the number of games. I don't know why that doesn't faze or bother me, especially when we talked about yesterday this new NBA, Steiny, with watching Miami and the Lakers do what they did. It doesn't matter where you're at if the seeding, if you know you got the wherewithal and the experience. But to get better right now for the Golden State Warriors, that means not kissing Jordan Poole's ass, but making him want to be a fixture here with Draymond Green. Because you are right. If he leaves, they're not better. Now, you said something yesterday, and I thought about it on Bart. What's the downside of the sign and trade with Dre? Why couldn't they get better?
Because it's about money. It's about money more than anything. Again, if you don't do anything and Draymond Green comes back, let's say even if Draymond Green says, I'm just going to come back for my 1 year, which I'm shocked. That cost the Warriors $150 million. Okay, so you sign Draymond Green to an extension, and then you trade him. First of all, now you're taking on multiple hundreds of millions of dollars. Because I
Damn.
was just talking about 1 year is going to cost $150.
We're talking 3.
And you name me the trade, and this is what I mean. I'm not saying Draymond stinks. Of course he doesn't. You name me the why would you trade? Is there a trade out there for Draymond Green that's going to make you better? What team would want to acquire Draymond Green? You think about this. Okay, there's another team out there. We want Draymond Green. And we actually have a player, Golden State, who that when we send him back, he's going to be better for you than Draymond Green was. There's no player like that. I don't think.
Yeah, Dr. Phil Steiny is needed because
and the last thing that I want to bring up is, and I don't know, I think Dibley was stressing this yesterday, but he was absolutely right. Stop thinking, why can't we be Miami? Max Strus, 27 years old. Caleb Martin's 28. Gabe Vincent's 27. Duncan Robinson's 29. Haywood Highsmith is 27. There is a huge difference between those guys and Jonathan Kuminga, 20, Moses Moody, 21, Patrick Baldwin Jr., 20, and Jordan Poole, 23.
So why were they drafted?
We should be comparing Strus, Martin, Vincent, Highsmith to Looney and Wiggins because that's how old they are. They're 28 years old. They're as old as Looney. They've been in the Miami system for 5 years. That's why they're contributing. That's why Looney contributes. He's been with the Warriors for six years.
So you're going to sit here and tell me that Jonathan Kuminga is a stiff that he can't help, that
No,
you didn't see nothing?
that's right. That's right.
And I'm not saying
That's
you're on
right.
basis. You're just
That's
focused
right.
on the birth certificate.
That's right.
The bottom line is
That's
this was a
right.
championship team last year, and it had no business giving scholarships or drafting guys that couldn't contribute. So get past the birth certificate. When I say Miami to you
They
and the
can't
people
play.
listening, I'm talking
can't
about
play.
options.
They can't
Everybody
play.
should be able to. Moody can't
They
play,
can't
and you
play.
were wrong, and you never
They
admitted it.
can't play.
You said Moody
They don't
wasn't
help you
good,
win.
and he ended up playing in the playoffs, and you never once said you were wrong.
He's a
Kuminga
guy.
can play, and Wiseman is not going to be a bust. You were wrong on Moody, and I never called you on it. Moody contributed. He can play. This ain't about birth
Moody's not even a
certificate.
starter
This
in
is
the
about
NBA.
players.
The Golden
And this is
State
about a coaching
Warriors
staff and
don't
culture.
have one proven young player
Because they don't
who
have
can
anybody
play in
to
the
coach them or
rotation.
get them ready.
Okay.
Say that.
No, what
it
I'm
ain't the
saying-
players' fault. You're going
Yes,
to come in
they-
here,
they drafted
we're
guys-
older men, and
Dude.
rip a 20-year-old
They
when you
couldn't-
know
they
he can
can't
play?
They
Come
can't
on.
play.
You're better than that.
They can't
When I say
play.
Miami, the Warrior draft picks
They
had
can't
more
play.
promise than Strus and Caleb Martin.
Right,
This
they've been
ain't
in the
about
league for 5
age.
years.
This is about why would you guys sign off
they
on
ain't good
bringing
enough.
these babies here that can't play?
You're giving yourself
And then
the
the
answer.
one guy that could play, I'm talking to the Warriors.
You're giving him the
Poole,
answer.
You ruined him because he got hit in the face and
You're
nobody got
still-
suspended for
You're
it.
still so naive.
I'm not naive.
You think a 20-year-old is actually
Why'd
going to be
they
able to
draft him,
play
Steiny?
on a
To help.
championship team? To help in 5 years.
This team lost in the conference
5
semifinals.
years.
This team lost in the
5
conference
years.
semifinals.
Okay, what does that mean? So?
They didn't come sign up to play with the Warriors. They were picked to be a part
Max
of this
Strus,
Warrior
4
team.
years in college.
That's fine.
Yeah. 4 years in college,
But
4 years in the
okay,
pros.
my point
Don't
is,
compare
nobody
him
on the
to a
Warriors
guy
should
who
have
didn't
been
play in
non-playable,
college.
especially Moody Kuminga,
Listen,
and they traded
it's-
Wiseman.
Listen, they're not good enough to play on a good team. Wiseman, Moody, and Kuminga aren't good enough.
I don't believe that.
Okay. Well, then you got to fire Steve Kerr, right?
Ain't no right. I don't know. Just somebody needs to. You just said it. You started the show with you didn't like the comments or you found them out peculiar.
Just don't compare Strus and those guys
No,
to
I'm
Kuminga.
comparing Miami because they're doing it with the strength in numbers, which was the Warriors' mantra.
Yeah.
That's how I'm doing
Right.
it.
And who
I'm
were
not
the
going
numbers
age.
guys? Who were the numbers guys? Spates, Livingston, Barbosa.
Okay,
they were veterans,
gotcha.
not 20-year-olds.
And who drafted? My point is, who drafted the 20-year-olds, Matt?
Joe Lacob, Bob Myers.
So shame on them.
Exactly.
They got it wrong.
Come around. They did get it wrong. They drafted guys who can't play for championship teams.
No, they can play.
Oh, you know
for
they
whatever.
can play.
What do you mean? They know they can play. They drafted them. No. Why aren't they ready to play?
Because they're not ready.
Steiny, I'm not even mad. Moody showed you he could play. He had a role.
He's
Steiny, you called
Guru. He's an eighth man. Okay,
I'm not arguing anything more than that. But he played.
That's great.
But what if he would have got seasoned all year long? What if Wiggins would? You know what? The more I think about it, Wiggins coming back might have messed everything up.
Oh.
Like, I'm not yelling at you. I'm frustrated. I get you. The Miami thing to me is about, hey, we trust Spadoni. We trust Goo. We trust Steiny. You know why? Because you're seasoned. We put you in the pot. We turn it around, put some oil in there. We turn this oven on. We helped you grow. These Warriors, all of a sudden now we're nitpicking. Moody's supposed to come here and throw his suitcase down at 20 years old and say I'm ready to be a Western Conference All-Star. What happened to the Big Three and all that stuff? Just being around champions.
What's so hard to understand?
That the Warriors aren't good enough to say, you can't play, you can't play, you can't play. And Kuminga had a good 2 months. I'm not telling you he's Barkley.
They're not. Like, this is what I don't even have a strong opinion one way or the other. What I do have a strong opinion about is they draft, and I'm going to say,
they messed up.
Thank you. And you don't mess up twice by putting James Wiseman in a game when he can't play. He's not a pro player. You don't make up for a mistake by playing Jonathan Kuminga 25 minutes when he played in the G League, for goodness sakes. Like, that's not the way you fix the problem. It's just not.
Steiny, it's problems with an S.
Exactly.
And now the guy that you paid because you thought he went to Santa Cruz and got his groove back like Stella, now he's lost. And if I had to bet, I'm being real. It's basketball at the end of the day. But for Jordan Poole, you get an exemption, son. You get an exemption. The organization did not have your back. And I got to show up to work and have now my coaches on this dude's podcast talking about guys were, hell yeah, I was sulking.
Bottom line is the veteran core wanted help immediately. The veteran core wanted veterans.
Yep.
Instead, Lacob and maybe Myers, I don't know. Instead, the Warriors shoved James Wiseman, Jonathan Kuminga, and Moody down the veterans' throats. And guess what? They couldn't play. They weren't good enough at 20 years old. No kidding. No kidding.
So what do you do now? You're screwed.
That's right.
And you
don't get a do-over.
You never get mad at me.
You
but
don't
last
get
night,
a do-over.
We were talking about the draft, and you want me to get excited for another youngster coming in here? Why would anybody get excited about another youngster coming to a culture that
maybe change the direction of your organization? Where you can actually start to develop players without the obligation of thinking you can win a title.
On the other side, please tell me how you would do that or attempt to do that.
You can't do it. That's my point. It's over. You can't do it. You have to make hard choices, none of which are going to be great. You want Draymond Green back? Great. That's great. 3 more years of Draymond Green on the decline. You want Draymond gone? Great. You just got worse. 888-957-9570. You tell us, are we making too big of a deal out of the Warriors in a little bit of turmoil, a little bit of disarray? Is it 1 or 2 moves that's going to get the Warriors back to improving? Let's put it that way. Can the Warriors improve next year? 888-957-9570. Let's get it. How the Warriors getting better? Draft's coming up on 95.7.
I feel like I'm better than you.
no Jordan Poole.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Matt Stein, Matt Darrell, the Guru Johnson with you. Steve Kerr throwing guys under the bus left and right. Well, that's the way a bunch of people heard it.
And it's his truth. But Steiny, it got me to thinking, man, some stuff is about to go down here in the Bay.
Watch yourself and know who you're talking about.
Did Steve Kerr throw the Warrior young players under the bus? Take a listen.
None of those guys on Miami are sitting there saying, well, I didn't play, or man, they put in so and so. Like, they're just all about winning. And you know this from our groups that we've had. When you have that championship mentality, every guy's bought in, every guy's just trying to win. Nobody cares about any of that stuff. You don't go into the locker room, saying, well, I should have played more. You just want to win. And that's the beauty of finding that magic when you have a championship team, is that everybody's bought in, and it makes the decisions for the coach really simple. You just go with your gut and go with whoever's playing well.
Well, then if that's what you want, Steve, if that's what you want, you need to create a team again with a bench made up of guys like Livingston and Barbosa and Spates and David West and JaVale McGee and Otto Porter and Bielitsa. Don't have a bench made up of a 20-year-old, a 21-year-old, a 21-year-old, none of whom played more than 1 year of college. They're different players. The reason that Miami, Steve, buys into it is because they're veterans. They're veterans. Strus, Vincent, Martin are veterans. They've already figured out the league, what they have to do to win, and how to play in a championship culture. They're 27. They're not 20. You guys thought that you could bring some 20-year-olds in here and they could play and act like veterans. You made a mistake. Clearly. Now, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah. And I'll say this. We were talking to the boss. Steve Kerr, and anybody for that matter, can speak their truth. And he was speaking his truth. But I'm starting to, in my mind, put it together, Steiny. And Steve Kerr probably never was on board with these youngsters being a part of this championship team. And maybe his hands are up in the air and he's saying, doing verbal gymnastics, basically like, you know what, I've already talked to Kuminga one-on-one. And there were numerous times he was on with Willard and Dibbs where, the conversation was about, are you talking to these guys that may be down on themselves, that might not be playing? And he gave rave reviews about Moses Moody and how Moody talked about he would rather sit on the bench in the pros than be playing in college because he's learning. And Kuminga. And now we see what happened with Wiseman. But at the end of the day, something's got to give, and I just keep going to that Declaration of Independence that Kuminga's people wrote or came up with about he wants to know his role moving forward, or a greater role, if that was real. But there is some dissension amongst his team, and I can't get mad at the youngsters for wanting to be a part, Steiny. Like, okay, you got Steph Curry. You got Draymond Green. They can't keep you in check, even if maybe you were being a little selfish and not going after loose balls and things of that nature. But the one domino that I haven't given enough, I hadn't enough thought was Wiggins coming back. Everybody's role changed when Wiggins came back. And I think when Wiggins came back, as excited as I was, he wasn't the Wiggins of last year in the playoff run. I don't know if you've been reading the news, Steiny, but Jimmy Butler's got a similar issue with his father, but he's still playing in the finals, and I don't know how close or what that's about, but he's playing.
Sorry.
Oh, what you mean?
Here's what I mean.
Oh,
now that it's 3 months from there, Andrew Wiggins missed, 40 games?
Yeah.
I don't know why he missed 40 games.
No,
I have no idea
That's
why
valid.
he missed
That's
40
valid.
games.
That's valid.
I
left it at Pops.
I have no idea. Yeah, I have no idea.
Yep.
How's Pops doing right now?
I have no idea.
Pops doing okay? We haven't heard one word about Mitchell Wiggins.
Okay, I see you.
So, I mean, like, I don't want to get bogged down in that, but, yeah, Andrew Wiggins missed half the season because of, I don't know, personal reasons, family reasons. That's all I know.
Yeah.
That's all I know.
All right. And So what do you do?
I'll tell you what the Warriors did. They brought him back, and they just said, hey, Jonathan, go to the bench.
And Kuminga couldn't handle it?
Wiggins, this is the other thing the Warriors have done, as far as I'm concerned. Wiggins gets lumped in with the champions. Poole does not get lumped in with the champions, and I don't get that.
He just gets lumped in the face.
I don't get that. Here's the other thing. Said it before the season. The Warriors weren't going to go anywhere this season because of agendas.
I'll give you all the credit in the world.
Didn't have a contract
Is that an
extension.
agenda?
Jordan, of course I don't know. Was it a factor this season?
No, it was a fact. When you
think
say
the players didn't know? You think the three veterans didn't know that Bob Myers wasn't
Well, you
signed?
know what, Steiny? I'm trying to agenda when I hear agenda, I think of selfishness. But that contract status was natural.
It's Joe Lacob. So you had the best GM in the league working without a contract.
Which would, it blew our
I don't
wigs.
care who the agenda is, whether it's Bob Myers or Joe Lacob. But something went awry. Something was going awry right then. Things started to go awry right after they won the title. Right after they won the title. Why didn't Bob Myers get extended?
I have no idea.
Exactly. And you know what? Why? It doesn't matter. He just didn't, and now that's an issue. You have Draymond Green before the season, I want a max extension. Okay. Wow, where did that come from? You got Jordan Poole wanting money. You got Poole getting punched. You got Wiggins taking a sabbatical for whatever reason. And you know what? I got news for you. The agendas haven't gone away. Because we saw more agendas front and center on Sunday. And what was it? Steve Kerr and Draymond Green want contract extensions. That's what I saw when I heard that podcast and watched it. Okay, what are you going to do? Are you going to rip off a check to Draymond Green?
We're about to find out.
And if you think these young guys haven't been developed, then why would you extend Steve Kerr 3 more years?
Okay, and let me add something on top of that. Are you done? Like, Steve looked exhausted. Are you done trying to get across to these youngsters? Like, is Kuminga a lost cause to Kerr and company because how he pouted? And I'm not pro Kuminga like he's perfect. I told you I saw the loose ball. Go get the rebound. I don't know why, but he didn't handle it well. So I'm just wondering, are you going to try to come back? He has a great offseason and he turns a corner, or is this thing fried?
Well, I mean, look, I'm sorry, but if you're going to extend, if you're going to bring Kerr back with a contract extension, if you're going to bring Draymond back after re-signing, how the hell can you keep Kuminga?
Well, I'm laughing, but I'm crying, but you're right.
Let's go to Olivia in Richmond. What's up, Olivia? How you doing?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Goo.
Hey.
I was calling because when I turned on the radio to take my daughter to school, the first thing I heard was Steiny going off on Draymond about, and I missed the beginning of the conversation, but Steiny, I just want to know, do you really think that when Draymond sat out during that year that Curry was hurt? Do you think that wasn't like...
He quit.
You had stated, like, do you think that Draymond's going to play all 82 games? Is he going to... What's going to happen with Draymond if he gets signed to a max contract?
Right.
So I was just wondering, do you think that he did that on his own? His bosses had to say, you know what, we're going to sit out. He's going to sit out this season. So how does that work?
It works. Draymond does whatever Draymond wants to do.
So it's not all his fault, Steiny.
What are you talking about?
If they allow Frankenstein to be Frankenstein, you can't get everybody's involved.
I'm not allowing him to be Frankenstein. I'm not giving him 3 years.
But you said he quit. They didn't treat him like he quit, Steiny. They said it was okay to do or sit down on your derriere the way you want to do.
He's got a history of not playing hard when it doesn't suit him. He's acknowledged it. I don't care if they enabled it or not. What I'm saying is I'm not enabling it anymore when he's 34 years old and he's going to be taking more and more and more time off. The minute something doesn't go right in the next 3 years, if Draymond's got a contract extension, I want you to tell me, Warrior fans, what you're going to expect out of Draymond Green. Tell me.
And with no Bob Myers.
Let's go to Priest. Priest is in Palo Alto. What's up, Priest?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Thanks for taking my call. I just want to chime in a little bit.
Yeah.
I agree with Guru. Listen, they had the coach, the big three had no intention of integrating those kids into this. They had no intentions from day one, and it showed. He just DMP'd them for no reason. You send a kid down to the G League. He stays down there 2 months. You bring him up. After he put in all that work, you bring him up and sit him on the bench for 3 games. What do you think he's going to act like? What do you think these kids are going to act like? These are lottery picks.
Is that Kuminga or Wiseman?
Undrafted players?
Real quick, are we talking about Wiseman or Kuminga or Poole?
I'm talking about Wiseman.
Gotcha.
And I'm talking about these other kids. These kids are lottery picks, Steinmetz. They're not undrafted players. You don't treat lottery picks, a number 2 pick, a number 7 pick. You don't treat them like that. If you don't want them in your organization, make it known and then send them someplace else. But you don't do that.
Priest,
period.
You haven't said one thing that I disagree with. I agree that the 3 guys, the veterans, didn't really want to integrate the young players. But the bottom line is they might have been the 2nd pick and the 7th pick in the draft, respectively. Yeah. They couldn't play. They didn't play organized basketball.
I disagree because I'm gonna say this.
Come on.
You can keep saying that for the rest of your life. I don't care. I don't believe that. I believe these kids could have contributed if they had been developed correctly and not treated like they were pariah. They didn't want them there. They looked at James Wiseman as a departure from what they were doing, and they looked at him as a threat more than somebody that they wanted to embrace. They manipulated and got him out of town because he was a threat to what they were doing and what they were about. That's what this is about. It's about money and a change of direction in the organization. That's why they got rid of that kid.
Well, we'll see. We'll see, Priest. We'll see if he can play or not.
Yeah.
I don't agree. I didn't disagree with anything Priest said. I don't think the veterans were very inclusive. But I also think that these guys were the wrong picks.
No, Jordan Poole.
They're the wrong picks.
Okay, but when do you get past that, Steiny?
It's over.
I'm talking about for the big 3.
It's over.
It's like, okay, they didn't. The organization did what they did.
When does
we got to
Draymond
make
get
the
over
most.
Anything? When does Draymond get over anything?
Well, he's the last should be trying to get over it. When's Jordan Poole get over the point?
Yeah, still catering to him, apparently,
my
because
point,
he made it a 3-year deal, Goo.
Yeah, but I'm wondering how much of that has allowed them not to suspend him when he deserved to be suspended and ruin Jordan Poole.
Fair.
And if I'm a Jordan Poole, people, bulletin, he's currently Golden State Warrior property. He is still a Golden State Warrior, and I don't think he's right. And this is why I love the Comcast business text line, Steiny. This hit me in the cardiac muscle. This is what I was trying to tell you in the boss in the morning from the 415. Just back to the podcast with Dre and Steve. The podcast comes off with Kerr creating an alliance with Dre over Poole and JK, and he's supposed to be the head coach to bring them together. If I were a teacher, that is an A+. Because that's what it looked like. So that leads me to believe what's behind door number 8 or 9. It could be a package of Poole and Kuminga. They can't coexist. Too much has happened. And that was odd.
I guess I'm trying to think what's most frustrating to me. Right. And I guess what's most frustrating to me is anybody out there who doesn't get what's going on. Like, why is this? Everything has been spelled out. Oh, why isn't Wiseman here anymore? Well, Wiseman's not here. Like,
still hate that. That's me. Yeah.
For this whole dynasty, everybody. Oh boy, look at the Warrior system.
Yeah,
they have a system,
culture.
Oh, it's a culture. It's a system. They play differently. You got to be smart.
Keep going.
It's sophisticated. We're able to switch everything on defense. We pass and move. Okay, so then why'd you draft 2 guys who can't play? Why did you that can't play is too strong? Yeah. Why did you draft 2 guys who do not understand the game, who were incapable of understanding the game because they're 19 and they never played organized basketball. Laugh at me all you want. James Wiseman played 3 games at Memphis. 3.
Facts.
Kuminga played in the G League. But they're going to be drafted with an understanding or an assumption that in a year or two, they're going to be contributing on the same brilliant, smart Warriors teams that know how to play, and they play the right way, and you have to be smart. And, well, then don't draft projects. They drafted projects that they hoped would be ready sooner than they were, and that is a big, big, big mistake. And they made it. They all made it.
Right. But who dropped the ball in getting them ready? Because, Stoney, those picks came from arrogance, too.
They can't be ready.
It had to come from arrogance that the way we do it,
you know
we can get these guys ready.
You know what?
And that's why they threw Wiseman in the fire from year one.
You know what I can get them ready? I don't know. Maybe at 27, like Max Strus. Maybe at 28, like Caleb Martin. Maybe at 27, like Gabe Vincent. I mean, it's not like the NBA is littered with guys who come in at 19 and by 21 they're stars. No, 9 out of 10 players need 5 or 6 years when they're coming in like that. It's okay. They're not light years. It's okay.
Well, man, I'm telling you, the more I think about it, the more hurt I am. But if the big three were that adamant about not going the baby route with these youngsters, I mean, you telling me Steph, Clay, and Dre, okay, Joe, when he was in here years ago, Stoney, and he did say they're just players, he meant that because if you're right, and the people out there are right, that Curry and the rest of the gang didn't want anything to do with these youngsters, well, they came anyway. They came anyway. My thing is, who is it on why they weren't ready or why they didn't fit?
They might never be ready. They may never be good. We don't know that yet. For all we know, Steve Kerr's like, guys, do you realize James Wiseman's never going to be any good? He's never going to be good on a good team. Oh, he may go to Detroit and average 15 and 9. Now, I don't know that I wouldn't say that. I don't see him enough. But the bottom line is in 5 years, if Kuminga's on another team and Wiseman's on another team and they're just guys, then the picks were wrong and those players, and then we'll look back at Steve Kerr and say, you know what? I guess they were incapable of being developed.
And these were pretty, like Priest mentioned, Scotty, these were pretty damn good picks, starting with the numbers. The numbers and the promise of what you could have got. Yeah. I mean, good Lord.
And the other thing is, here's the other
thing.
Those
are 3. 1, 2, 3. Well, one's gone.
Bottom line, too, is Wiseman, they had the number 2 pick when the draft wasn't great. Yeah, they could have gotten LaMelo Ball, and you can think about how different he would have been. And you can think about Halliburton and what he would have done. But the reality is, Wiseman was going to go 3, 4, 5. And who's after him? All those guys, Isaac Okoro, whatever. So they unfortunately had the second pick where they had to be really, really precise. And they weren't. And then they got Jonathan Kuminga. They doubled down on a guy who had no college experience.
So I keep going to this because I need closure, and I just need help processing it. Bob Myers is no longer here. He's gone at the 30th of June. But moving forward, he'll be gone. Steiny, who had the most? Do I dare ask on any NBA or sports organization who had the most input?
Joe Lacob.
Well, that don't look good for Joe.
Well, I think he can live with it. He's got 4 titles.
And the one draft pick that wasn't as high as these 3 that you got, that you lucked up on, and you deserve all the credit in the world for sending young Jordan Poole to the G League, is now, and Jordan, I love you, a head case. Because nobody knows if your play deteriorated because you got punched and you were mad at the organization. I saw it in the playoffs because I thought, oh, it's Little Red Riding Hood, Little House on the Prairie. The Warriors are fixed. And he tells Draymond, get your damn hands off me. And Steph had to take his mouthpiece out like a parent and come chastise him. Like that's not good. And everybody is still in the Warrior uniform. That is the Curry speech. Why did he take the baton from Dre? Dre said he got his voice back. Dre, no, you didn't. You didn't get your voice back. Hey, I'm going to give a speech. Goose, sit this out. I'm going to do it. Why? Think we can figure it out. Dude's in there rolling up, hitting folks upside the head, and you going to get up there and give a Game 7 speech. If you don't get, didn't get suspended. Oh, my. Jordan Poole, you deserve the Nobel Peace Prize to be able to do what you did this whole NBA season and not lose it.
Yeah. The way I look at
but
it
your
now,
game, you lost your game.
The way I look at it now is clearly Poole ain't innocent. To me, Draymond's always going to be in the wrong for what he did, but clearly Poole has some issues, and the team has some issues with him. Moose is in San Jose. What's up, Moose?
Moose.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. I like the conversation here. You know, Steiny, it's kind of funny when you say it now. In hindsight, we doubled down on drafting two guys with almost no experience. It just sounds with a championship core. I mean, it sounds kind of crazy when you think back at it.
Well, you know what? And I'll take it one more step. 3 guys, because the third guy only played 1 year of college. Moody.
Yeah. But you know, I will continue to defend Moody in that he looks a little above his age, and he's fairly mature. You know, and it looks like he knows his role as well. He's not
no doubt
looking to go out there and be a star. You know.
No, fair. Yeah. I mean, I'm not. Go ahead.
No, I hear you. I hear your take. I wanted to comment on kind of what Priest was saying. I don't think any of this is personal from the big three to the younger guys, and I don't think it has anything to do with their money. I kind of get the sense that when players typically defend other players and other guys wanting to get their bags, like it's like my money shouldn't affect your money at the end of the day. I think that's the sense I get from NBA players. But in this sense, I think it's as simple as, all right, we're a championship core. We're ready to run like here and today. Can you play with us? Yes or no? Okay, you can. Turn in the next guy. And that's kind of what happened with Wiseman, and that's ultimately what may end up happening with Kuminga and potentially Poole now. But I think it's as simple as that. I mean, that's how I continue to play hoop like an adult league. It's as simple as that. Can you run with us? We're trying to win games tonight. We're trying to win. You know, okay, you don't look like you can really run with us. All right, you're out. I mean, simple as that.
No, I hear you, Moose. I'm kind of with you there. But I do think the Poole getting the contract meant something. I don't know how to put my finger on it. But no, I agree. It's not that the big three were looking at those 3 or 4 saying, man, these guys are going to end up getting paid. No. It was that they looked at the big three and said, they're useless. They're freaking useless to what we want to do. And you know what?
I got something for you.
You've got a coach that lives and dies and rides with the big three. If you don't want that, then don't extend him. This segment brought to you by SC Johnson. Mm-hmm.
Guru on 95.7 The Game.
By the way, James Wiseman started his first game. Didn't get a chance. Please.
This
they
is
couldn't
James
develop.
Wiseman.
The big ticket.
Not a big ticket.
You don't know what he's going to be.
I know what he was, and he was not a rotation player on a team that has championship expectations. The Warriors tried to get him to do two things, and he couldn't do it.
No, remember I told you I saw clips, Donnie. Him and Curry, pick and roll, Curry giving it to him going up. It was Jokic was in the footage. But it was just like, man, how can you not just keep going to that?
Because he can't stop anybody. Because he was the worst defensive player in the NBA.
Well, he would have fit right in.
With who?
Poole, Clay.
What is it that he, like to me, James Wiseman actually got plenty of chances, and he proved over and over that he couldn't get it done.
What it is with me, and it's kind of similar to Trey Lance, it's not even personal, Steiny. I don't know. Maybe I'm from the Stone Age. Shout out to Flintstones. I'm just telling you, when you draft a guy that high, they're getting 9 lives. And you just brought something up to me that got me, like, I'm so flustered now about everything with the Warriors, and I'm talking about the brass, the decision-making. So you're telling me, here I go, back to Wiseman, I'll get there. You're telling me GP2 made an impact on this team. Everybody saw that he could pick up any of the best ball handlers in the game. He was great. You decided you didn't want to give him his chicken, so you say, Chris Brown, deuces, night-night. And then later on that season, you say, you know what? The number 2 pick that's got something that 90% of the league doesn't have, he's 7 foot. We're going to pull the plug on him to go back and get a guy that we could have had. And this is no shade at Gary Payton II, but it's telling me right then and there, I was Helen Keller. I was blind on basically how bad that looked. Okay, Gary Payton II's coming back, little euphoria, but he never should have left. But I'll leave that there. But you're telling me you're going to say night-night on the promise of James Wiseman for a guy that you thought you didn't need.
What's that tell you about Wiseman?
No, I'm starting to say, what's that telling me about the people here making decisions? That's what I'm looking at. The people that said Draymond Green shouldn't get suspended for slapping the dude upside the head.
Well, he got rid of Myers. He was making the decisions.
That wasn't all Myers. That wasn't all That wasn't our boy Bob. I'm just saying, Steiny, nobody's off limits here. I'm talking about upstairs, downstairs, on the court, the big three.
Don't blame the kids, whatever you do.
No, I don't like pouting. Moody didn't pout, and Moody got in later. But I just like, damn, man, you just giving up on the kid that fast, huh?
No, they made a mistake. When you drafted a guy like James Wiseman, you should have said, you know who we should think about? Like, if we're going to draft this guy,
I already know where you're going.
Let's be prepared for him to be a guy like Jermaine O'Neal. Jermaine O'Neal didn't get time when he was 18, even though he stunk. He played 10 minutes his rookie year, 13 his second, 8 his third, 12 his fourth. He didn't even play his first 4 years. But you thought, the Warriors thought, and all their fans, many of their fans thought, we just drafted Jermaine O'Neal, and he's going to be a great player.
I trust him.
I don't know why anybody trusted him for what?
To
this
develop
guy's gonna be good in 1 year?
Hey, those
1 year.
No, those guys being raw. And this culture, as we talked about, it would all manifest into these youngsters maybe being ahead of schedule.
And here's the other thing. Who's to say Kuminga and Wiseman weren't being developed? It took Jermaine O'Neal 4 years. Maybe Wiseman's going to be good.
Well, I saw
next
Kuminga
year.
have 2 good months this season,
That's,
Scotty.
you know.
But you know what?
That's your definition of good months. He was fine.
He wasn't in the body cast.
He also wasn't like Kuminga is a guy right now. He might be a lot better in 2 or 3 years. But to think the idea, like it's infuriating to me that. And I don't know that the organization ever saw it. You know, when the Warriors drafted James Wiseman, you know what I thought? I thought, okay, so here's what they think. They think the big three has got a few more years, 3, 2, 3, 4 more years. And then when they're ready to shut it down, Wiseman's going to be ready to be Jermaine O'Neal when Jermaine's 22, 23. And that's when Jermaine O'Neal, became an 18-point per game scorer.
He started day one.
Steiny, why do you keep shifting the blame on Lacob when Myers made the... Well, see, that's the other thing, 707.
We don't know.
We have no idea. We know Lacob loved Wiseman. We know that.
I can't believe he got traded. He loved him that much, Steiny.
Yeah.
And now... So I'm throwing it to you right now. What's the most pressing issue with this team? Is it Steve and Dre with the 1 year? Is it the Poole Dre dynamic? Is it the Kuminga dynamic? I mean, there are some dynamics. Is it the Klay Thompson? Is he going to say, you know what? I owe you guys. Just give me half of what? Good God. In that podcast yesterday to the 415's text. And yes, that will stay with me all day. That was him siding with Dre. It felt like.
You're still stuck on you thinking this team's a championship team. So you think it still can be fixed. I don't think I think it's time to move on.
Well, I'm getting worried by the day, as you could tell. When you say championship team,
they're not going to win a title next year, Goo. So if you say that,
well, we don't know that now because they haven't made any moves yet.
Okay, well then go re-sign Draymond for 3 years.
I'm not saying that'll get you over the top. You already know that. I feel like the two big lineup is expired.
There are no moves. There are no moves out there that get the Warriors back to a championship contender.
Is there some tough love to where you say Dre has been great?
Yes, that's my point. Hey, Dre, it's been great. We got to get moving off you. That doesn't mean we're going to win a title.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. This is the price you pay for having a dynasty. There are no good ways out of it. I'm not saying blow it up.
Right.
I'm saying you have to begin to transition. I would begin to transition. I'm not even in love with Kuminga.
Right.
But I would not bring Draymond Green back at this point. I just wouldn't.
Man.
The other thing is, it's the money. Joe Lacob cannot continue to spend this kind of money.
Yeah, man. So you talk about the 150.
So it's like, that's the other thing. It's like, well, so what do you think they do? Well, here's what I do. I'd pay Draymond, then I'd extend Klay, and we got to keep Kerr around because it's all. Okay. He's not doing that. What if I told you he's not doing that? Why not, Steiny?
I would believe you.
Because then the payroll's $8 gazillion.
I would believe you.
So there are no good choices here. So I don't know. To me, the minute you acknowledge, you know what? We've got to embark on something new here. We can't go into next season saying the only result can be a championship, otherwise it's a failure. Because I don't see it.
And you're sitting with the chef.
Right. You know what? And if I'm to believe Priest, you're sitting with a chef who ran off the young kids. Like, nobody really wants to talk about that, but that's what everybody believes.
Well, not ran them off. Jordan Poole didn't get ran off. Kuminga's still here, yeah.
Because they knew. See, that's the other thing.
And Moody's still here. Wiseman's gone.
That's the thing about Draymond that really kind of eats at me.
Uh-oh.
It eats at me.
What?
It's one thing for Draymond to say, Wiseman can't help, man. We can't play Wiseman. Kuminga can't. You don't win without Jordan Poole last year, Draymond.
Oh.
I don't care
you
if
think he doesn't believe that, though?
My point is, I don't care if he believes it or not. He doesn't treat Jordan Poole like the champion that he. I don't. You think?
So you think he has him with the rookies?
Green has as much respect for Poole as he does Wiggins?
No.
Why?
I don't have that answer.
Exactly. And I'm not saying you should.
And I'll tell you this, just as a man, I wouldn't give a damn how good of a ball player you were, Stoney. I respect you and Evan the same. So it has nothing to do with that. Nobody knows why that man. And that's why I keep talking about who's off limits here in a trade or some type of deal outside of Steph Curry. Because, hey, you spitting facts, but the whole thing about if I'm Joe Lacob, my biggest concern is the guy I just paid last year and Jordan Poole, the money's going to kick in this year. Can he coexist with Draymond? And is Draymond worth Kuminga basically reverting back to a bump on a pickle, or do I roll the dice and see what – because Kuminga can do a lot of things offensively Draymond can't do. We all know that. But can he do it? Can he do it when it's go time? I mean, Kuminga, if he were to get that opportunity.
I mean, like this again.
It would be cheaper for Joe to find out.
So what are you going to do? Hey, Dray. Oh, we got to stick with Draymond. Got to stick with Draymond.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then you got to get rid of Kuminga and you got to get rid of Poole.
Man.
Because otherwise, you're just running it back. Yeah. And I got it. Like, that to me is let me tell you what the most laughable thing is to me. Yeah. And I'm going to pick on you a little. The idea that Wiggins will be back next year and he'll be better, and then Kuminga will take the step and Steph won't drop off a hair, and Clay's going to get better somehow, and Draymond's going to play seven. Okay, I dare you.
I'll tell you what.
I dare you.
You're staring that in the face.
Dare you.
Okay, I hear you.
I dare
that,
you.
Hey, that is behind one of the doors. Yeah. I hear you, but that's not it. That might be the reality. And
that team
I know the Wiggins thing.
Nowhere.
I wonder how much love. I'll never know this. And I'm Team Drew Steiny, but I do wonder what was at play. I'll leave that out there. I know Pops, but hypotheticals. We know what we saw and heard. But bottom line, he was gone for an extended amount of time. I'm wondering if he lost some guys in that room. But when I watched them play, even with against the Sacramento Kings, it didn't look like they were not all on the same accord. So I say that to say is Andrew Wiggins can be better next year, Steiny, and he can be better if he doesn't miss time, and he looks like the Andrew Wiggins that was in the NBA Finals last year. So that's hope. And then Jordan Poole is somehow you got rid of Dre.
And bring him back.
Or you bring in Dr. Phil, and you can't. Dr. Andre couldn't fix this.
Okay.
Dr. Bob Myers couldn't fix this. This can't be fixed.
All right, so then you have to make moves.
And I think Poole and Kuminga could fetch you something. Now you're going to say, what, Goo? But something.
You're going to get worse. You're going to get worse. You need Poole's.
I love Poole's tiny.
Poole's artillery.
Okay. Oh, there's
the
man. And his ability to get to the free throw line.
Eddie in Oakland. What's up, Eddie? How you doing, man?
I'm good, brother. I'm good.
Cool.
First of all, I'd like to say, Daryl Johnson, I'm very proud of you. You put up a good fight. You had a great argument today.
Oh, wow. Thanks.
I want Draymond gone. He's right now, he can't help us anymore. What you going to do, sign him for 3 years and watch him get progressively worse? Doesn't make any sense. So anyway, I just called in just to say, Daryl Johnson, I'm very proud of you, man. You put up a good fight, and Priest, you had a great point, and you've made that point before.
Well,
Take care, and I hope our team corrects itself. The only thing I feel good about is that Joe's going to have his hand more in it this year, and we won't have to go through that again.
Joe Lacob? Is that Joe?
Yep. That's interesting. You think his hands will be in it more? Just
his hands are already in it.
That's what. And how much of his hands got? I know the Wiseman thing hurt him to trade him. Somebody had to convince him. Somebody had to say, Joe, he ain't it. But damn, man.
I'll tell you what, 408 on the Comcast Business Text line. I'll meet you here. I'll meet you halfway. Kuminga will be in his third NBA season. It's reasonable to expect an exponential improvement from year 2. Not if Draymond's here.
And that's reality.
He can't beat out Draymond. You can't have Draymond and Kuminga. And apparently now you can't have Draymond and Poole.
Oh, my God. That's the one that gets me.
Guru, sometimes you're... Oh, I thought he said Steiny. I don't want to call you out here. It's good. Well,
boy.
Yeah, read it.
Guru, sometimes you're enthusiastic.
Yeah.
Wiggins has the track record of being good as last year, yet he only's done it 1 year in his pro. One time. I'm with that guy. I'm with that guy.
But if I said who's the second best Golden State Warrior right now, how would you and the texter answer that question? I got my answer. And you want to hear it?
Wasn't Wiggins last year.
I didn't ask that. Weird. I'm saying just overall. It's Andrew Wiggins.
I don't know.
Steiny, who would be a close? Who is playing offense and defense to the capability of Andrew Wiggins on a good day? Now, it depends. If you want to go Andrew Wiggins, Minnesota, Andrew Wiggins after helping dad/family, then okay. Hey.
How many seasons?
I'm going Andrew Wiggins
how many
last year.
seasons has Wiggins had in the NBA? One.
I know you like Wiggins more than that. I've heard you say it. And I didn't even, and Stoddy, I don't even need you to. Yeah, you're using. You don't feel that badly about Wiggins.
You can't rely on Andrew Wiggins. He's got to be a player that you say when we get something out of him.
Well,
it's a bonus.
I'm asking you, Stoddy Lakeup, would he be on
fair
the
game? Absolutely.
Oh, wow, I've never heard you say that.
Of course. Who's Andrew Wiggins?
Hey, K Wig. Boy.
Yeah, I wonder who people left the playoffs feeling like was the second best player on the Warriors.
Like if you,
oh my god,
what this year?
Well, not this
like
year.
After this postseason, after last postseason, it was clearly Wiggins, but after this postseason, I wonder who people think is.
It was Looney.
The second best player.
It was Kevon Looney. To me, yeah.
This 5-1-0. So if Wiggins is the second best player, the Warriors are not a championship contender. I agree. They might win last year.
I would.
Clay was better. Poole was damn.
There was no punch.
Good last year. Steph was better. Draymond was probably better.
Yeah, Dunleavy, Stoney, if you're right, this is his job. Boy, he's got his hands full.
See, this is 650.
What you got?
Wiggins is an elite defender every night. Hit the pike. Hit the pike. This is where you every elite defender every night. That's the problem with Wiggins. He has been an elite defender, but we all know he doesn't bring it every night.
Yeah. K-Wig.
Come on.
Dibs came up with it.
Kathy. Kathy's in Piedmont. What's up, Kathy? How you doing?
Good morning. Hey, I have a question. You're talking a lot about moving on from Draymond and why that may be necessary, and I think that's valid. But the question I want to ask is there anyone currently on the team other than Draymond who can work with Steph the way Draymond does, who can learn exactly how Steph moves and wants to play and can help him be his best self? Because I don't think we can evaluate Draymond in a vacuum without looking at the chemistry that he has with Steph. And can Kuminga learn to do that? Who can do that?
Nobody. I don't think. Do you think somebody's on the roster who can do that, Kath?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
I don't either.
And who are we to say, Kathy, that that's a must? Maybe Steph Curry will be fine without Draymond Green, and I'm not diminishing Draymond Green, but Steph Curry will score the basketball. And it didn't look like the synergy Draymond had and with Steph Curry against the Lakers was good enough, So sometimes you got to do a reset. What if you got a different player in here with different skills and could be more of a threat to the defense? That would help Steph Curry alone.
Okay, that's a good point. I just think there's a real synergy between them.
There is.
Shouldn't be overlooked.
You're absolutely right, Kathy, and that's what is like the old sign. That's what makes this so difficult.
Oh, yeah.
Like when I say I think it's time to move on from Draymond Green, trust me, I acknowledge we're probably going to get worse. I don't think you're getting better if you sign him for 3 years. In fact, to me, that's fraught with more long-term risk. I'll tell you what really scares me about Draymond Green. The problem I have with Draymond Green is he's everything you need when everything's going perfect. But the minute things stop going perfect, he doesn't help you. And he doesn't want to help you. So let me tell you what I'm most afraid of. I'm afraid that you extend Draymond for 3 years, and then next year, forget Draymond.
All right.
If Steph tweaks an ankle for 2 months,
Oh, you going there?
That's right, I'm going there. Because Draymond has a track record. He's got a track record of not coming to post when you're not winning. And I'm looking at the future of the Warriors thinking, I'm not conceding that we're not going to win anymore. I'm not going to do that, but I have to allow for the possibility that in the next 3 years, we may not win like we're used to winning. And you're damn right I'm factoring that into, well, what does that mean if Draymond's around for three more years? How can you not be concerned with that?
Well, I'll say this for Dre, Steiny. This was not a contract year, and he played 65 games.
No, this was absolutely a contract year for Draymond. Absolutely. I mean,
and he got to 65. Help me out.
That's why I don't think he's got. Now, if he comes back for 1 year, I guess it wasn't a contract.
Now that he won't do. You wouldn't want a guy like that to. He don't deserve that, Steiny. How about that? Just like Steve Kerr doesn't deserve it, and Bob Myers didn't deserve it. Now, do we know Joe said, hey, let's fix your contract status, Bob? And Bob was like, you know what? I want to hold off. It could have went down like that.
Let's go to Mike in San Jose. He says something that I understand, but I don't know if I'd go in the same way as Mike. What's up, Mike?
That's okay, Steiny. That's why we listen.
Exactly.
So,
I like Mike.
You ain't wrong what you're going to say.
Hey, Guru, best 20 minutes this morning I ever heard. Just driving and laughing. So love your passion, brother.
Yeah, right on.
So Joe Lacob first runs the Warriors different, and I think you're all wrong on one fact. Okay? I believe Joe Lacob runs the Warriors like a startup. He's always been in investment banking, and that's what he does.
Okay.
So he puts in $400-500 million, and if they spend, let's say, a crazy amount of $450 million to continue the run of success, he loses $220 million a year, which every dollar is deductible in a business expense. But the value of his team goes to $8 to $9 to $10 billion. So I don't think he has one issue at all about pulling the trigger. Now back to what I had said when I called in. As the guy who spends money, as you know, on buying tickets, a bit older in the world, there is no chance that you can move on from Draymond and Clay if you want to win in the next 3 years. And I think everything Steiny has said is correct, by the way. However, you have no talent coming up in that next 3 years. You know, Kuminga and Poole, they're not going to be Hall of Famers. We know that much, no matter what they do. And Kerr chose Draymond's podcast to say those things. They're gone. You don't even have to wonder if they're coming back.
You might be right, Mike.
But that was the telltale. That was the Kyle Shanahan, Trey Lance speech. They're gone. So what they need to do, there's two groups of people that should be mad. The young people, as Guru said, should be mad because they didn't develop. But the old three should be mad because they gave them young guys they didn't want. And everybody's talking like they missed the playoffs by 35 games. They lost 8 games in the last 30 seconds this year by guys like Poole dribbling the ball up his foot and his knee. And it's not, maybe they make the finals. There's only 4 teams there. That's pretty good. But Mike, the other thing on
one more real quick, Mike.
Looking around the league for young people compared to old people, but I would ask Guru, what team in all the playoffs played young people? None.
Thanks for the call, Mike. Appreciate it. We can jump on that on the other side. The one thing I will say before we take a break, like Mike's saying you got to stick with Draymond. And all I'm saying is, boy, I don't know. Yeah. But that's valid. It's valid because because the nature of a dynasty is you're going to be put in unbelievably difficult situations where there's not necessarily an easy decision. What Mike's proposing, I completely understand, but it scares me. Coming up on the other side. Oh, we got a guy who's paying $10 for a text. So we got to read that. 888-957-9570 is the number. You give me a good decision that the Warriors can make in the next month where it's going to make you say, all right, we're fine. We're fine on 95.7 The Game.
95.7 The Game.
So solid, that logic.
To hell with the kids. Dude, I saw Draymond short, Stoney, at 7. I said he's at 73 he played last year. Day. Missed 9.
Yeah,
It was an F.
Look at before all that.
46.
46.
50 to 63, 43.
I'm telling you, I'm ready to put a rat on the table.
Brought to you by AtcoPestControl.com. Visit AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. Pest of the month, mosquitoes and rats. I was looking for that raccoon coming in.
I was too, actually.
It's a,
In case you just
damn!
joined us, there was a raccoon
prancing slash dog
prancing down Broadway yesterday. So scared. So glad I wasn't out there.
Me too.
Lucky for homeless Joe, he wasn't out there either. Might have come and eaten his 3 sandwiches.
People eat raccoon, huh? Yeah.
I'm talking about the raccoon eating homeless Joe's 6-course meal.
Leave my guy alone, Sty. You and Butch.
Got a 6-course meal.
Dude, his life's hard.
Is
you do
it?
understand that. Because he has a cell phone or two.
He's got 2 cell phones.
So life's great. I mean, he could have found them. Come on.
I'm just
Why don't you
saying.
go over there like our boss, break him off a little something on payday, which I'm going to do this Friday.
Yeah, no, you're not.
Oh, you first. But after that, I'm going to shoot him something, man. Don't look at that like he's living it up in the Hamptons. That's for Shasky, too. You and Shasky.
He's got a racket going.
Do you see this?
You know it. You know it.
What type of racket?
He's got something going on.
It's called Run DMC,
that's
Stoney.
untoward.
It's hard times, man. That's all.
My sources say
stop.
he's chosen that lifestyle.
You went in that restaurant that he frequents?
Yeah.
You don't know. You told me this. I remember.
Oh.
And you did some searching while you ordered your food to find out info on our guy.
Oh, yeah, I got info on him.
If I was that worker, I'd have been like, who the hell are you trying to get some info on my boy out here? Beat it.
He's got a racket.
Yeah.
And there's very few people out here that, want more.
Yeah, fix it.
I think of the homeless.
Yeah,
and
okay.
We got to fix the problem.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying, there's one guy we could easily move along into a substantial and
transition.
productive lifestyle without much.
I ain't laughing at it.
Timestamp, Steiny, a cell phone is cheaper than rent. You should see this guy's phone timestamp.
Oh, my God.
It's one of those 14s or whatever. What's the highest number now?
14.
Yeah.
I got the max.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Dublin Marge is in the house.
Hey.
Let's go to Dublin Marge. Hey, Dublin Marge.
All right, I'm calling Steiny to give you a good decision that will make you happy.
Oh. Okay.
You ready for it?
Yes.
All right, we're going to trade our 19th pick for either 2 lower picks or a vet.
Okay.
And then we're going to draft one or two of the 21 to 24-year-olds, like Chris Murray or Tracy Jackson Davis or Ben Shepard, who can shoot the lights out. Somebody who's further along. It's got some college experience.
All right.
So I'm done with the teenagers.
Wow.
Our lowest age right now is 21. So let's not go below that. We're done with those.
Glad you am.
That's Curry era. We're
all right.
With that. Then the second step is to trade Poole and Kuminga to either the Nets or the Raptors. The Raptors are rebuilding, so we could get Porter Jr. back. They probably want to get rid of him. Maybe OG, Anunoby, however the salaries work out. And maybe there's someone else they're trying to get rid of that we could take on and then waive.
Look at Marge.
I'm not.
Yeah.
She
said no more babies, infants.
No, that probably
Gaga-goo-goo.
yeah. No, you like those guys.
No,
you just want to throw them on.
Gaga-goo-goo.
It's one of your themes. It's what you hang your hat on. It's who you are, Goo.
No, it's who I am is nobody's off limits. And when you come from the hard streets of Union City, Stoney, you do what you got to do.
Which is play them if they're not ready. Oh, you're right.
Well, dude, why does it do this? I'm like a crackhead. I need some sugar, Stoney.
I do like that Marge has a solution.
No,
Dublin Marge.
Yeah. And I'm going to say this. You know what? Sometimes you say stuff you want. In gang culture, they don't care how old you are. Once you're initiated, it's on. And that's how I feel like the NBA and sports are, Steiny. I do get it. You want dudes to come on slower. I use that analogy. But James Wiseman, they proved to you they didn't give a damn about his experience. They played the big man. You want to know why? He was 7'1", 240. So they had, you know what? Maybe. And I'm not a fan of you draft high young guys and you don't play them because they're infants. I'm not into that. Right. Let me see.
Well, Steve saw plenty. Sometimes you make a mistake. Sometimes you draft a guy and he's not good enough to be an NBA player.
Yeah.
And like, for example, some guys are so lousy that you don't have to play them. You can see how bad they are in practice.
Stop. Like Austin in San Jose, he said it earlier on YouTube. We really don't know what's going on in practice. This to the Trey Lance thing, too. Even though you may be right.
We know that the young player, this is where I totally disagree. We do know what's going on in practice. One thing that went on in practice is Kuminga was beneath Lamb in the rotation. So I think we can assume that Lamb was better than Kuminga. Yeah. But that's scary.
My point is, had you played Kuminga through the bumps and bruises, he would have been by the Lakers series or
There wouldn't have been a Lakers series.
Now that's funny. I'm gonna give you one.
Oh, one.
But he would have been better.
They started 3-7 when they played those.
And you're gonna sit here and tell me it was all Kuminga's fault or Moody?
Wiseman too.
I just hate he's gone.
They shouldn't have drafted him in the first place.
Well, that's a whole nother story, but you got him because you needed size. And what do you still need?
You never draft.
What do you still need?
You never draft for need when you draft high. You draft the best player available.
Well, with that thought process, LaMelo Ball would be a dub.
Thank you.
One Rookie of the Year under his belt. What solutions do you have? Like what's your? I know I can't. And I'm not being smart. I want to hear evidence, but what do you do first?
I let Draymond go.
Damn, you've been consistent with that, Donnie.
I don't like it at all, but there's nothing I like right now with where they are. But I'm thankful we won 4 times. Like, I'm not looking at it like, oh, we're screwed, even though you are.
Right, I was just about. What am I missing? It feels that way.
Nothing. You got to make the best of a time after a dynasty. You have to try to make the best of the time when a dynasty begins to wane.
Before you get to the phones, I'm going dibs. What was it? Bros before phones and gals. What do you think, Kerr? Are you shocked that Kerr said what he said to Draymond? The way, Steiny, it really came off like he was choosing and telling you who he's riding with.
Uh-oh. I got to do something.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I got to take care of business. Sabod paid $9.99.
Oh, yeah, the $10.
Sabo.
Yeah.
Well, how do we know it's not Sabo? Like Chris Sabo.
And is it real money?
The old third baseman for the Reds.
With the Mr. Peabody
goggles. Is it dollars or rubies?
Yeah, tell us.
Rubles. Ruples. Rupees. Which is it?
Rupees.
Rupees. Not groupies.
Not goopies.
He paid $9.99 for this text. This is Sabo. We don't know if it's related to the old Reds player. I'd rather stink for the coming seasons than having a Klay Thompson who is living in the past and Draymond, who has been a quitter. When Curry got injured and he quit on the play against Oklahoma City. I agree. If I'm the Warriors, the first thing I'm doing, or the one thing that I'm doing, is I'm going to commit a little bit to Kuminga, and the way I'm doing that.
I like that.
Okay, well, stop saying that.
And that's cheap because that ain't breaking the bank.
Save money, and I know it's and I get it. The Warriors have had a lot of success with Draymond Green, but don't discount at times. They've had success without Draymond Green.
If you are thinking of trading some of the young pieces, do you also have to include a guy like Patrick Baldwin Jr.
Hell yes.
And I'm excited.
you know
whatever 19-year-old they get, I won't be more excited than PBJ. I'm excited about him.
Why?
He's got a body. He can shoot like
he's
Kevin.
Skinny.
Dude, a body mean he's got size. He can handle. Dude, PBJ is a gym. I'm telling you, man. Yeah, and he ain't no little small, what do they call it? Small fry. PBJ, please. If I could buy stock, I would put it in him. And I've seen him get hot. But again,
12
he comes where the
high?
youngsters die. You got to be 40 to play. I like that. I'm giving myself a 3. Dude, I'm coughing. We know Kuminga, you said, was going to be a perennial all-star. Hey, stop. Hey, those words never came out of my mouth.
By the way, don't you dare say I was wrong about Moody.
That was 2 hours ago.
Please. How many all-star teams is Moody going to make?
Now, I don't have that answer.
He's a rotation guy.
No doubt about it.
Okay, that's it. Like, Moody, you know why? You know why everybody likes Moody? Because he didn't stink as much as Wiseman or Kuminga. And he had somewhat of a clue how to play basketball. Let's go to Jacob. Jacob's in San Jose. What's up, Jake? Jacob, how are you, man?
How y'all doing? Hey, I want to say this. The Warriors need to clean up the house. The last time somebody put some hands on somebody in the locker room was Spree World, and they got rid of him after that. And another thing, man, we need to get rid of these players. Who's talking about now? Y'all talking about getting rid of? We got rid of future All-Stars back in the days. We got rid of Antoine Jamison, became an All-Star later on in his career. Larry Hughes. We got rid of, like I said, Spreewell became all these All-Stars. You know, even though you said Moody's a potential role player, I can consider Klay Thompson the same thing. No disrespect to him. He can be a role player, too. We got rid of James Wiseman. He's going to be a future All-Star. Who else we want to get rid of? Kuminga? Some of these old players got to go. Starting with Draymond Green, even though he's the GOAT for the Warriors right now. But what y'all think about that? Klay those two, maybe, or he can stay with Curry if you want to be a role player.
Thanks, Jacob. Have you noticed something about... Jacob, hey, have you noticed something about how I'm responding to every caller? Yeah, Jacob. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense. A lot of different ways you could go here. Ain't none of them good.
Right. Well,
dude, let's just give it up.
If you come up with a package that we're leaving out a guy.
Let me guess. Giannis for Poole?
No.
Is that what we're going to do?
Eric, Wiggins, Poole, Kuminga. What could that fetch you?
Not much.
Oh, Steiny. Wiggins team-friendly contract? Dude, I don't know what's going on with
so you're going to trade. Who are you trading?
Poole, Kuminga, and Wiggins. Oh, my God.
So you're trading 3 of your top 6 players.
They're your top. No, hold on now.
Or top 7, let's say, with Kuminga.
Call Toronto, see what's going on there.
Okay.
Just a thought.
It's not a bad one. It's not a bad one.
I'll tell you what. Man.
Shut up, Spadoni.
I'll tell you what. In life, people are the beneficiaries. Like somebody drops a $100 bill in the grocery store and you don't see them drop it, but you see the $100. You benefited from that. Somebody had bad luck, but you got $100. So you're telling me Drake could get a 3-year deal because the organization basically didn't have anybody to fill his shoes? No, to fill his shoes.
You don't want any. Hey, let me tell you something.
Dude, I'm fighting for my life, Steiny.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, my God, help me. Go on one of your long tangents. Come on.
Wednesday? Is he setting up Thursday? Oh, it's Tuesday.
I didn't like that. Your boy's
setting up for Thursday. T. Gino.
Oh, where was that?
Hey, T. Gino. T. Gino on the YouTube chat. You got nothing, T. Gino. I want to dunk on Steiny so bad and see how much he knows how to play. You can't dunk on me, T. Gino. You can't dunk on me. I'll strip you down low. That's what I do.
I'm so sick of you
guys. The only issue when I strip you down low is whether they're going to call it a block or a steal, T. Gino.
Spadoni, who is this dude over here in Steiny's chair?
T. Gino.
You got the happy
You
sauce.
better be careful.
And we need one for the tournament, man.
Go get T. Gino. Apparently he's pretty good.
How tall is he? We need height.
I don't know.
Because I'm going to be a thin mitt when I Tommy comes, Steiny. Yeah.
And Zicko. Zicko, your money's on T. Gino? That's a bad bet, young man. That's it. Oh. What do we...
Well, if you were looking up, he came in and...
No, I wasn't looking up because I have to concentrate on a lot of different stuff.
I was going
here.
to get water, and then he helped. That's my dog. Thank you, E. I ain't like Steiny. Don't tell you things.
All problems, no solution. What are you talking about?
I just asked your solutions. You gave it. You said
you
you wouldn't pay Dre.
What are you not listening, Mustafa Ward? Told you.
Now you engage with me more than them. I've been seeing you veer off with them more than me.
Well, they've been very interesting. They've been bringing up some really good points. Clearly, a lot of Warrior fans were not and this is what we might have missed yesterday. And I'll
what?
Clearly, there were fans who didn't like Steve Kerr going on that podcast.
And there's and I'm going to add something to the list. Players. He's telling me he don't give a rat's behind about Kuminga, Moody, or whoever on the Warriors pool took that. He told Draymond, remember the good old days when we had dudes that wouldn't be pouting and in a bad mood because they weren't playing? Wow.
You okay, bud?
I'm trying.
Carlos is in Gilroy. Somebody get Evan up in the bullpen.
No, stop. I'm always getting yap.
We've already got Evan's already looking to spot start on Thursday. We need
laughing out there though is what bothers me.
We may need an opener on Thursday. We've got Evan for 3 innings, try to get Spadone in here.
Steiny, you're fired.
You go.
Hey, I am the opener of the station.
That's true.
You are.
That's true.
Hendricks.
That's right.
Ricky Henderson.
Carlos, how you doing? How's Gilroy?
Hey, how's it going, you guys? Gilroy's. It's great. Real quick, I wanted to touch base on you mentioned Jordan Poole. We couldn't have won the championship without him last year.
Yes.
And I totally agree.
Okay.
Totally agree. But is it we couldn't win without Jordan Poole or without the role Jordan Poole played?
Yeah, the former.
We had the same Poole. We had the same Poole this year, but man, I think he wanted to be a star. You know, he overplayed himself a little bit there, I think, and I think we just need to roll with Draymond, roll with the old guys, and see if we can make it work.
What does making it work look like, Carlos?
Like, one thing I loved about the podcast yesterday was the conversation they had breaking down the game. I think Draymond, like the tactical aspect that he brings, no other player in the NBA brings. I think nobody talks about that.
Hey, you know what, Carlos?
Our player.
I agree 100%, but I think that's kind of to the detriment of a Jonathan Kuminga and of a James Wiseman in a crazy kind of way with them being so young.
And I agree with you, though, earlier when you mentioned, the 27, 28-year-olds. I get the birth certificates, but it does make a difference. The mentality is different.
And I'm the first one that'll tell you it'll make a difference. What gets my goose is the fact that the Warriors decided to roll the dice on those 20-year-olds.
Yeah.
What else are you supposed to do? I mean, ideally, like they got a good one in Moody. They always go for character guys. I think it happens. It's sports. And Poole last year was great. He took the role and he was amazing. And this year Jordan Poole wants to be a star.
Oh, well, let me ask you. He didn't want to get hit in the face, so just remember that. That counts. People want to forget about it. He got hit in the face.
God, I wish we knew what really happened, but I mean...
We do. He got hit. Why do we care? He shouldn't have got hit at work.
Not fair enough. And I mean, Draymond drives us all crazy at times, but I think what he brings, nobody can replace, honestly, especially with this team. What he has with Steph, what he has with Kerr, we write it out, man. If we didn't play the Lakers this year, we might still be playing right now.
Oh, Carlos.
He's going
too much garlic down there in Gilroy.
Reading, PA, stop the Warriors.
That's right. Wow.
Right. And I'm glad, you know what? And I'm glad you brought that up, Spadone, because that's what Kerr was talking about. Lonnie Walker. He was talking about Lonnie Walker.
Not putting Gary Payton the second on him?
How come we don't have a player like Lonnie Walker?
Jordan damn Poole.
How come we don't have a player like Lonnie Walker who's mentally tough enough to not play for an extended period of time, but then when we call his number, he helps us win a game. No, I got crybabies. I got a Jonathan Kuminga who pouts, okay? I got a Moses Moody who ain't ready.
He was perfect.
Lonnie Walker knows how to be a veteran. And you know what? How old's Lonnie Walker? 24. He's not 21. He's not 20. Stop drafting children and thinking they're going to play
Who
on
was
a
that letter
championship
sent?
team.
Who was that? Who you send that letter to?
It's not hard. The Warriors front office. Joe Lacob, Bob Myers, Mike Dunleavy.
Well, no more Myers.
Larry
He's
Harris,
gone.
Kirk Lacob, Kurt Lacob. Kerr's in there.
Yeah.
Draymond's got his nose in the draft. Stop drafting kids who want him to contribute. No break yet. I'm fired up. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Steve Kerr says Miami has guys that just want to win. Us? We got guys who just want to play, and that's all they care about. Was that the unsaid message by Steve Kerr yesterday? Guru's getting some water. Hopefully he'll get back hydrated, and we'll be back. And it'll be the afternoon at that point on 95.7 The Game. The hell with the kids.
of all suffering is attachment. And I've noticed that you have some attachments.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, like my nose, my ears. Those are attachments, bud. My arms. You like that.
I know everything.
The shell.
Now you know I've proven that I'm going to support you while you go through SOTA, state-of-the-art weight loss program. But, Goo.
What happened? I did not cheat.
Clean up your oatmeal, please, from the kitchen. All right? The sink is like it's got all that oatmeal.
When did you go in there?
During break to get water.
I was like, anyway, I got you.
It's a mess in there.
And you knew it was me.
Well, it's oatmeal.
Which
Day
I almost choked
for
on.
Goo, right? No, it's Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Day 4 for
Day
Goo.
4, yep. And I want to go to the ship, but I can't. Well, yeah, I can't.
Did you see the boss's email the other day?
Dude, do we have a date or not?
For what?
Oh, what email are you talking about?
The one where, we got to get
What
together.
email are you talking about?
Yeah. Break bread.
Yeah.
We've done it before.
No, I'm talking about the show. So I say today we go down to the ship and get some ideas for the rest of the week.
Oh, we can do that.
Okay. And you're all right with that?
Yeah. Please. I'm fine.
You know you lie. I'm gonna take Marcus, and then I'm gonna have to give you one of those. Don't you get it, Goo? Marcus is in Concord. Hey, Marcus.
Hey, yes, I'm here. I have a perfect trade scenario for the Warriors.
All right,
here we go.
Trade scenario is that trade scenario is to trade Jordan Poole and Kuminga on our first round pick to Minnesota for Karl Anthony Towns. And the reason why I say that is because Minnesota must don't see Karl Anthony Towns as a future because they gave up so much to get Gobert. And sooner or later, Edwards' contract is going to come up, and they're going to have to pay him. So they can't afford to have 3 superstars on their team with max salary. And since we have Curry, Clay, and Draymond, we got to strike now. We got to win now because their window is closing.
Not crazy. You love Karl.
Remember we argued.
Towns.
I think you called him Pussycat, but yeah, I would love him in a Golden State Warrior
Kitten,
uniform.
I called him.
Yeah, kitten.
He's a kitten.
Yeah,
Karl Anthony Towns. Not a bad name.
If you're Joe Lacob, you're looking at every roster from all the other 29 teams.
They could use another volume 3-point shooter.
True.
No, that's the only thing that gets me mad. You are right.
Yeah, it's funny. Oh, gosh. You seen these reports out of Santa Clara?
Oh, no.
Sam Darnold took nearly all the first-team reps today.
Well, Evan told us those are designated.
And completed 8 of 13 passes. A lot of nice touchdown passes in the red zone, according to Grant Cohn. Oh, Trey Lance, he went 9 of 14. And, of course, he had a 70-yard touchdown pass.
Yeah.
To Danny Gray.
But the highlights. No Purdy, huh?
He's reportedly running on the side.
All right.
There you go.
9 of 14 practice. 70-yarder, though. You would have thought he would have been mentioned first.
Well, you're not mentioned first when you're not taking first-team reps.
Yeah.
He's taking second-team reps behind Sam Darnold.
No, well, last week he took first-team reps.
Yeah, that was last week.
Evan told us to switch.
So already he lost the number 1 spot?
Stop it.
Steiny, they're rotating. I can't believe he found the oatmeal, but they're rotating.
Oh. Well, you know what Bill Parcells says.
1, 2, 2.
It's John Madden.
Oh, John Madden.
And 3 was the number.
When are you gonna come around to my way of thinking?
Which is not thinking.
3.
3.
Quietly, the Goo got a nice tally today. And a punctured lung. But other than that, I mean, come on, man. I'm not against Brock Purdy. I'm like, it's fascinating that I can sit here and tell the world how great of a play caller Kyle Shanahan is, but yet It's been 7 years, and I'm still in your words, Donnie. We don't know who the QB is.
I wouldn't go that far. It's Brock Purdy.
But in a perfect world, if Kyle had real luck, Brock Purdy would have been healthy. Maybe they lose to the Eagles 30-20, but he's ready to go. We don't know when he's coming back. All reports is he's on track. But it's here you go, Stoney. You think you found something, and now you got to wait because of the medicals. That's all.
Can I be honest? Who cares if Brock Purdy is ready week 1 or week 4? Who cares?
What if you're 1-3 or 0-4 by the time when you get to there?
Okay, so what? You were 3-5 2 out of the last 3 years. You went to the postseason.
I'll tell you this: on a good day, I still want to see more from Brock Purdy. So, he ain't a 10-year vet, Stoney. So I want to see him as soon as possible. But I know he can't control this because of his injury. But damn, I want to see if the dude is the real deal.
Who?
Brock Purdy. And there's some conversations out there. Why do I believe he was throwing that thing down the field? Stoney, he was.
Who?
Brock Purdy, but they were, he's a dink and dunker. Who was I arguing with?
I don't know.
Our guy Ray here was saying, well, if you look at the numbers, his Garoppolo yards per pass attempt were the same as Garoppolo's. Nah. Just look at George Kittle. Look at Ayuk. It looked different, and that offense looked different. I just want Trey to get a chance to drive the Ferrari.
Chris McCaffrey.
No, well, the Ferrari, which is the whole team now, whole offense. May not happen.
Might not happen. So you can't count on guys to one thing I've found out, not only recently, but you cannot draft guys with no experience at the college level and expect them to jump to the pro level and contribute right away. So Shanahan said Brock Purdy throws 3 times per week and is right on pace. And John, this is
there you go.
Why don't you just say to John Lynch, I don't believe you. John Lynch said our guy is hitting all the markers.
But he's throwing where nobody can see.
Right, so they know.
No, but why can't why can't the public watch and see him hit the markers?
They can. The writers can, right? Well, the writers don't see anything.
Nobody. He's been
right. So say you don't believe John Lynch.
No, I'm from Missouri. I'll see it when he throws the ball with pads on. That's me.
Yeah, it's stupid. Mm-hmm. So you don't believe, man up and say you don't believe John Lynch.
Don't put words in my mouth.
Oh, I'll put words in your mouth.
You can. You do it. You try to do it every day. He'll be ready when he's ready to take live reps. He's throwing. Well,
you don't care?
He's fine. He's throwing
3 times a week.
Oh, yeah. Can we see it? Oh, no.
Matt Mayoko reporting everything is on schedule.
All right. That's good news.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That doesn't get me mad that
Purdy's
on schedule.
No, it does I can tell.
You think Brock Purdy's going to start week 1, Steiny?
Yes.
Do you really?
Yes.
Now, I'm not saying anybody's lying. I just, man, Steiny, that was her.
The other thing is, again, this is if he doesn't, so what? Seriously. Well, give me the difference between Purdy being ready week 1 and week 4.
What could be 0-4?
Okay.
The record.
All right. And he won 8 in a row last year.
Now, and then I'm going here. If he's not ready, was that a setback that had him not ready, or they're just proceeding with caution?
No. They're proceeding with caution.
It's a big deal because I know you, after yesterday's show, regular season means nothing to you. It does mean something to me. So those, if they went 1-3.
Now,
the regular season, you said it means nothing. It doesn't hold the.
It doesn't.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You said. And then you were saying, what are you talking about? I'm just reminding you.
Well, I mean, when you say I said it means nothing. And what I'm saying is it doesn't not mean nothing. It means that nobody's taking it seriously. I'm talking about the NBA. It matters in pro football. But again, what, 8? How many teams make the playoffs? 8 now in each conference or 7?
7.
7 or 8. So half the teams make it. So you get off to an 0-3 start. Who cares?
No, you got action.
Who cares? Just when he's ready, he'll play.
What if Trey Lance gets off to a 4-0 start?
Then make a decision. Then that's a good problem to have.
Yeah, it is. We brought
you guys.
Don't lump us in.
You people are so.
Shout out Eddie Murphy.
You want to. You know what you want to do is you want to create conflict and chaos and create drama where there isn't any. Brock Purdy's hurt. He's going to be ready for week 1. If he isn't, he'll be ready for week 3. But he's the number 1 quarterback on the San Francisco 49ers. It's not that complicated. Just meet me. Say, Steiny, you're right.
I don't even want to table
Say,
at that
Steiny, you're
restaurant.
right. Say, Steiny, you're right.
Those words have never came out of my mouth.
What am I wrong about?
Sound like
what am
this
I wrong?
guy.
What am I wrong?
Actually, the more the better, so I can help educate.
What am I wrong about? Brock Purdy's the number 1 quarterback. He's likely going to be ready for week 1. If he's not, he'll be ready for week 3 or 4.
Who can back up
Who
your
cares?
assertion that he's the number 1 quarterback?
John Lynch.
What you got the sound?
Yeah, I'll get it for you for sure.
Right.
So you don't
How
think
old
Brock
is it?
Purdy's the number 1 quarterback?
No, I think his status as far as health is in the equation.
Am I?
And when you say number 1,
That's
who's
what
going to be
John
weak?
Lynch said.
All right. You
Like, it's
taking
not what I said.
So there's no competition then.
I don't think so. No,
I'm going with Evan. I told you this too. If let's say he's week 4, Brock Purdy, he starts week 4, and I asked you this yesterday. I said, what if Trey Lance, let's just say it was Trey, lit the world on fire those 4 weeks?
Like, why do we look at that as a bad thing?
Well, it's not
then guess what? Then the guy you moved up to get looks like he's going to be pretty good.
It's us getting the answer to your question on who's the number 1 quarterback.
Okay. Well, then you know what? Then you know what Shanahan and Lynch are going to say? Brock Purdy was the number 1 quarterback coming into the season, and Trey Lance beat him out.
Right. And that's a big deal for Trey, who a lot of people are counting out. And maybe it's not even close, Donnie.
I just tell me where I'm wrong. The organization has given every indication through their thoughts, through their words, and through their actions that Brock Purdy is the number 1 quarterback. He's coming off an injury.
If healthy.
Might not be ready.
Yeah.
For week 1.
And I'm focused on the if healthy.
Well, he's healthy. If he's healthy, he's number 1.
I heard Lynch say that.
If he's healthy, he's the number 1 quarterback.
But again,
so the minute
there's
he gets
variables,
healthy,
Steiny. If he can't go to week 3 or week 4,
okay,
I'm under the impression, and it sounds like you are too, that Trey could control his destiny. In the sense that, hey, I know I'm the substitute, but if I kick ass, and I might make them make a hard decision. It's kind of a long shot.
The point is moot. Matt Mayoko, 19 seconds ago, NBC Sports Bay Area. This is 19 seconds ago. Coach Kyle Shanahan said Brock Purdy is ahead of schedule with his rehab, but he's not closely following the ins and outs of the recovery, but he's ahead of schedule.
Well, so he should be ready for training camp.
Yeah, I would think. Rob's in Fremont. Hey, Rob. What's going on, man?
Rob.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Oh, doing great.
Fired up, man.
All right. I got 2 quick points. One, Steiny, I disagree with you about getting off to a slow start. That cost us the number 1 seed. We wouldn't have to play in Philadelphia if they didn't start off slow. So Sam Darnold or Trey Lance playing for a couple days, for a couple games, if Brock is out, that's scary to me.
All right.
The second thing I want to talk about is, guys, I know Trey Lance had some bad luck, I'll call it, but this isn't a popularity contest. Every time the 49ers talk about Trey, they're always saying, like, yeah, he's such a good worker, or he's such a good guy, but they never talk about his game. They never say, like, yeah, he could do this, or yeah, he could do that. But do you guys remember the time when Kyle Shanahan was in a post game and he said, Brock Purdy lets me call the game the way it needs to be called?
Mm-hmm.
That's what we need. We just need a guy that could play. And so far, Trey hasn't shown he could do that. And that's my thing.
Nice.
Right.
That's Rob.
But to Rob's point, what if he gets another opportunity?
Who?
Trey.
To run up the middle 11 times?
Well, those are called plays.
He ran up I know, it's because he can't throw.
Yes. Anyway, but I'm in a good mood. The whole point is if he can get the
guy
wheel
in the flat.
If he can get the wheel again, maybe they'll never take it away because that's all he's got at this point.
Yeah.
Because if Trey is,
they'll take it away
Brock
if he
is
plays
healthy,
like he did in Chicago.
Brock's going to be the starter.
Oh, here he is.
Uh-oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, 510. It's impossible to listen to Steinmetz. Oh, that's a shame.
But you didn't read the other part, did I? You did.
Well, I can't. It's a profanity.
Oh, hell no.
Wine Mets?
No, the a-hole.
Oh, no. I don't get it. But the wine Mets I like.
Listen, I get it.
Where's
Some of my
Jim?
truths are very uncomfortable. So, I don't live in fantasy land and assume that a 20-year-old is going to the Hall of Fame before he ever plays a game. That doesn't mean I've given up on Trey Lance.
I thought you were talking about Wembanyama.
I was like, whoa.
No, I'm talking about Kuminga and Wiseman. Let's wait till they develop. That's all. Skinny Bob.
2031. Oh,
what's up, Skinny Bob? How you doing?
Bob.
Skinny, I'm running out of golf balls.
You're running out of golf balls.
Yeah, I lose a lot of them.
Well, I got a lot of them. And what's your favorite ball?
I like the Pro V1s, although it's a little too much ball for me, if you know what I mean. But I like TaylorMade Super Soft also, Callaway Super Soft.
There you go. Well, down the road.
All right.
Look for it. Mail. Hey, Steiny, I agree with you about 19 and 20-year-olds. And Guru, you're very passionate about the quarterback situation, but I'm not worried about either one of them. They'll play. The best will float to the top. What I'm concerned about is billionaire owners, and Lacob's going to make the decisions, no doubt about it. And Steiny, I got to ask you this. You're a golfer. What do you think of today's PGA and LIV partnership? Personally, I'm not a fan of billionaires, and I don't like the idea of PGA and LIV Golf coming together. With that, I wish you guys the best. You're very entertaining. I can only catch you a couple hours a day at most, but you're up and coming, guys, for sure.
Wow.
Take care.
Thanks,
Skinny
Bob.
Up and coming.
That's Skinny Bob from El Rio.
Skinny Goo coming.
Take
yeah,
that. Take that,
Bob.
haters.
Oh,
Take
hell
that.
no.
Take that, haters.
He talks so just.
Steiny, your reality is not always sound. They sound more pessimistic towards Bay Area sports than a logistical point of view. Well, because you don't get it either.
No, I have. I'm the guy on the show that has a take.
Yes, and my take is very simple. Brock Purdy is the number one quarterback.
Well, and I did.
He will start week one
we'll
if
see.
he's healthy.
And
if he's not, you know what? If the number one, this is a crazy thought.
Lance better hope.
This is a crazy thought.
Lance better hope he's not healthy.
Yeah, can you believe, like this? I know, call me crazy. If Brock Purdy's not ready, they'll use the number 2 quarterback. And then when Purdy's ready, he'll take back up.
Like if your boy's on fire.
Exactly. And this is where you lose me. Because for some reason, if Purdy's not ready and Trey Lance starts the season and he does do well and they're 4-0 and Shanahan goes, you know what? We're not changing right now.
Yeah.
You'll be pissed off at something. I don't know what it'll be, but you'll be upset about why'd they say Brock was the number 1 quarterback?
Oh, dude,
I thought Brock was better.
That is bad defense. You're reaching.
You think?
Yeah. Come on, man. I want to see I want to see Trey Lance win the job. And I want to see him lose it, too. And he may have already done that. But just said you had lost the job because you said, but the 4 games that he played, the 2 last year, the 2 before that, maybe in practice, you do have me thinking, man, have they seen a lot of this kid? But I know he did not fall on his face last season with like 20 interceptions to 4 touchdowns. We just saw him get hurt. I didn't like the play call, and maybe they didn't like or trust what he could do, but he was named the starter. But damn, Steiny, how many times have we seen, a team give the keys and be like, oh, you know what? Steiny's hot. Goo, you got to stay on the sideline. Like, if I were Trey Lance's friend or family, I'm telling him, dude, that's pretty much all you got at this point, dog. I know you ain't rooting for your boy to get hurt. He's already hurt, and I'm talking about Brock Purdy. But if you get in there, you better play your ass off.
I hope they're not just giving him that talk for the first time now.
Simple question. Our Comcast business text line. Just answered it. 916-510. Guru, simple question. Whose job is it to lose at quarterback, Brock or Trey? It's Brock's to lose. I'm just saying what Trey has for him is this elbow thing. Now, he could be back week 1 and it's over because he didn't have the whole reconstruction of the elbow.
I guess, and I know you're going to be like, I'm coming at you, but I'm really not.
Steiny, I'm 6'4". You want to know the weight? But anyway, come on, man.
So, do you want Brock,
it's the same thing, and it's not race. It's the same formula or thought process for me with the Warriors. You're giving up on a number 2 pick this early, and it's the same thing with Trey Lance.
Okay, fair.
You drafted him this high.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay, that's
no shade at Brock, because I gave Brock his credit,
Fair
Stoney.
enough. That's where
Just before you throw him back in the water, let's see if he weighs enough.
And that's where I'm going to push back.
Okay.
Is if Brock Purdy ends up starting week 1, I don't think that's giving up on Trey Lance.
And you know what? I'm glad you said it that way. I don't think so either. But now my whole thing of my premise yesterday was, Steiny, I'm reading every different outfits. Rich Eisen, Trey, I hear he's going to get traded. And he still may.
What if he does?
Evan, did you hear the Niner quarterback that they were working out yesterday? I retweeted that. I was like, I can't remember his name, Shocker. But I'm like.
His name's Shocker?
No, I'm Shocker. I couldn't remember. But I was like, okay, why is that? Let's be honest, Donnie. If Trey Lance got traded in the next month, would you be floored?
No. Would you?
Yeah. Because they gave up on, or they said, Good, you got to get over it. We gave up on something where we knew the light wasn't coming on. With James Wiseman.
To me, that's the way you have to look at it. Because if the Warriors traded James Wiseman and say, no, he's going to be really good, well, what are we doing? Or Trey Lance, we're going to move Trey because he deserves to play. He's really good. Well, then you just have to say,
you know what?
You made a mistake.
Let me ask you this about Wiseman. 12 and 10. I'm just using those numbers. He goes to Detroit. Let's say he averages 12 and 10. Would you immediately say, okay, that's a 12 and 10 player. He can do it in the Warrior system? Or is the Warrior system full of champs and so complex that 12 and 10 would compute to what we saw him doing, maybe 2 and 3? How much credence would you give to that 12 and 10 in Detroit or him not being on a winning team?
Let me see what their record is. I got to see what their record is. Because James Wiseman could have gotten onto the court for the Warriors, averaging 8 points, 7 rebounds, and 2 blocks.
I would have loved
But he
that.
couldn't block shots, and he doesn't rebound like they wanted him to, and his defense was a mess. So it's and he didn't score efficiently.
How can a guy 7'1", how can it, and I'm just using your how can his defense be a mess? I mean, you can
because he's slow.
But
he's not smart.
Steiny, he wasn't
He doesn't
slow.
know how to
Steiny,
help.
he wasn't
He has
slow.
no lateral movement. What?
Now, I ain't gonna argue with the lateral movement, but he ain't slow. James Wiseman was not slow.
No, he's fast one end to the other. He can't go side to side.
Yeah.
He's late on rotations.
I'll give you that.
He doesn't get rotations.
But you can fix that, right?
I don't know. They couldn't fix it in 2.5 years. Whose fault is that?
And half of the 2.5, we gotta go. Half of the 2.5, he was hurt. So that's on him.
You know what? Until further notice, James Wiseman stinks. How about that? Will you meet me halfway? And if he's any good, I'll say I was wrong.
I'll keep you to that.
Thank you. Well, actually, I don't really believe he stinks. I just believe,
and I knew
he's
didn't.
very, very young.
Make who?
Going to be a long time before James Wiseman contributes to a winning team. 888-957-9570 is the number. Nothing's going right for Goose young players in the Bay Area. They just can't seem to get on the field or on the... I'm kidding. 888-957. We're taking calls. We got an hour and a half left. We got a big idea meeting after the show. Mm-hmm.
I love the young people.
It's not easy living like a jackass all the time, Goo. I feel sorry about it sometimes. There's a surprise.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I feel like being harsh. The hell does James Wiseman do well? As long as we're going to talk about him. What's he do well? James Wiseman, what's your number one attribute? What's the thing you do best?
Like his little feathery touch around the rim.
He's got no touch around the rim.
Were you watching it in
His
Detroit?
best attribute is he can run the floor. That's his best attribute.
Yeah. I don't like that. I want my big to be able to rim run, but Steiny, he got a little feathery touch around the rim, man. And that's why I asked you about empty calories or empty numbers.
Field goal percentages for players his height.
All right. Well,
that doesn't matter?
No, because he's still an infant. He still needs to get in the lab, but I'm just telling you, I was watching him play like, damn, man.
Damn what?
Who was the Jokic big man the Warriors had? There was the Messiah that was going to bring the best out of them. Anybody heard his name lately? I'll wait.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's your first problem, thinking Wiseman was going to be Jokic.
Well, we said Jokic is coach. Nobody said Jokic. Remember, he had Jokic's big man coach that was supposed to help him. Hey, nobody.
So
there's
no
other
other coach
Jokic
to help him, but he's unhelpable. Sounds to me like Wiseman's got the problem.
Yeah.
I will say this about Wiseman, just to clarify. He's not a terrible rebounder. He's average. He's an average rebounder. So there it is.
But
here's the other thing.
And I'm rooting for him. And he got raps.
There you go. And that's what it's all about.
What's all about?
You love that. Actually, he speaks Mandarin. He may need to.
Yeah.
Might be the only league he can play in.
This is James.
I'm giving you ones. You're trying, but I'm giving you ones.
Dave in Livermore's got a question for the boys.
All right.
Hey, Dave.
D.
What's going on, boys? So,
hey,
really quick, I would be bummed out if we didn't get to see Trey have a chance. But I got a question for you, and I'll take your answers off the phone. So, why are we believing that he is ahead of schedule when every doctor that every analyst or reporter has talked to has always said he needs to throw for 3 months as part of his recovery before he gets cleared to step on the field? And then I'll let you guys take it from there.
In John Lynch, we trust, and I guess you and Guru flat out, why don't you just say it? Kyle is a liar, and so is John Lynch. Just say it.
You sound like my buddy, never go full Jeff on YouTube.
Oh.
He's accusing me of saying Lynch is lying.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying they're doing that when any player comes back. Yeah, everything's good, and we'll see. In the 3 months, if you want to consider May, June, July, August, he'll be back. And you know what, Stoney? I'm checking my own self.
Thank you.
Because when Brock got hurt, I thought the surgery, and Evan, I told you this, you might forget, and I don't think I told you. It was 49 Frankie. I thought he was going to have the full reconstructive elbow surgery. He didn't have to have that. And that would have put him out a hole. So I was so fixated on, man, this dude, so he may be back by week 1. We'll see. But I kind of infatuated with myself here.
Well, what's new?
Please. And it's what I told you about.
So we're gonna get Instagram goo here.
Please.
Okay, here we go.
They call it IG.
Okay.
But yeah, I said that as like a normal person about why I'm rooting for Trey and why I was rooting for James Wiseman as an organization because of where they were drafted. And Steiny always goes CNN politics. Like, just me, I'm not throwing that stuff away that fast. And you said something very
poignant,
astute. You said, Goo, just because he doesn't start doesn't mean they're throwing him away. But I was thinking, because all the noise, if they trade Trey. Because then you're saying,
what if they do trade Trey? What will you say?
I'm going to be honest. I would be shocked because then the answer that you posed to all of us yesterday was, Goo, I ain't seen enough from Purdy. It's 8 games. That's what would shock me the most is, okay, damn, they went with the Steve Young to identify this. They don't need to see 16 or 17. I just after last year's game, the way it ended, and you had the NFC Championship, I think they carry 3 quarterbacks for the rest of Kyle Shanahan's career. And they got a new rule where you can activate on the same day. But Steiny, well,
like the one thing that I don't care who starts at quarterback for the Niners. I don't care who gets this. I'm not giving up on Trey Lance.
Honestly, you mean that?
Goo, my problem is drafting somebody who's not ready and then saying, we must play him. The hell with that.
But when you draft
a player like Trey Lance or James Wiseman, I would never assume in a million years they're going to be ready soon. Now, if other fans do that, they can. If a coach does that, they can. But I'm not giving up on Kuminga. Right. I'm not giving up on Wiseman. I got doubts about Wiseman, but.
And this is more for Trey, and I love you explaining it, but Steiny, when you say or insinuate, which you have on more than one occasion, Goo, they might be seeing something in practice, this strictly for Trey, to where they're turned off. I think that's where I'm like, nah. What? Like, he sure wasn't practicing since he got hurt against Seattle. Now he's on the field throwing the ball. My point is, he ain't hurting himself being hurt because he ain't practicing.
But no, that hurts you, though. Like Purdy not playing now hurts him. I truly believe this. If there's a chance Purdy misses all summer, and because Trey Lance gets to work this summer as the number one, that come week 1, Purdy maybe is 90% ready, and all of a sudden Lance is starting to benefit from all the work he's got in the summer, and now you're like, you know what? Trey Lance is pretty good. Okay, well, how good is he? Is he better than Brock, or is he not better than Brock? Should we go right back to Brock? Should we let Trey Lance quarterback more? Do we give Trey Lance a long leash? That's what's going to happen.
And I do agree with you about the Purdy. It ain't helping him right now because it could open the door again if he's not ready for Trey to get the wheels and show some stuff.
510, hey, Steiny, regarding Wiseman, he's saying his basketball IQ is low, or maybe his IQ in general is low. His IQ in general must be high. I mean, you think I'm crazy?
No.
To me, I will never disrespect any human being that speaks 2 languages. Ever.
So you loved Kobe then?
Well, I respect that.
No, I get it.
Because I don't.
I flunked Spanish.
So
I got to Yo Tango.
James Wiseman is a very smart guy. Through no fault of his own, he only played 3. And you know what? He played for Penny Hardaway. You learn under
one of
Penny.
My favorites, though.
Yeah, as a player.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, well, hey.
He ain't exactly working under Mike Krzyzewski.
I'll get a tattoo, not a real one, that if you throw it at me, Wiseman will make an all-star appearance, one, in his career. I'll take that bet.
One all-star? Yeah, I wouldn't touch that.
Well,
Chris Gatling was an all-star one year.
Win.
When there were injuries to other players.
And he had that.
Chris
he had the.
Gatling.
We'd be at the club. He had Cat Gun was his personalized license plate. And the chicks used to be up on him.
Danny and OC. I guess that's Orange County. Behind the orange curtain, Danny?
I am. I'm in Orange County. This is Danny C. in the OC.
Nice.
Originally from Northern California.
Danny.
So, yeah. So I got you guys on the Odyssey app. Whoop.
That's a 4. Look at these. What you got?
Hey, so I'm calling in because I got a big smile on my face. This is the best show that I've listened to between you guys since the Draymond punch. And want to know why? Because we finally got a break from the 2-hour segments on Is Jimmy the Guy? Jimmy. I was going to scream.
Yeah.
But about what Guru said, he says he wants to see Trey drive this Ferrari. Mm-hmm. And last season, Guru, you were always like, oh, with all these weapons, and Kittle up the middle, and Ayuk, they should be dropping 30 every game. And Steiny was like, what weapons? If they were weapons, they would be dropping 30, but they're not. So, so many years I've been listening to you guys. I thought, Steiny, you were such a curmudgeon, but the more I listened, the more sense you made.
Thank you.
Because when Brock came in, he could finally use all the weapons, and the team was dropping 30. So I don't think just because you put Trey in the driver's seat of a Ferrari, he's going to run that thing off the road.
Yeah.
Brock can drive the car. Let him drive the car. And then my last take is get rid of Draymond. He's a cancer. You get better, you get healthy when you get rid of the cancer. Wow. That's all I got.
Danny.
Hey, Dan. Now
Don't
you
be
took
a stranger, Danny.
He gave you love, but you took a little L in there. I'll take a victory lap. You want to decipher what victory?
I have no idea what you're talking about because you must not have heard the same caller from Ocean County.
I heard that. He said
Orange
you
County.
thought the Niner weaponry as a whole was
It is. You overrate their weaponry.
When Brock Purdy came back, they were a machine, Steiny. That's why everybody's enamored with Brock. Dude, they were putting up 30, 35 points a game.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, they
didn't do it against Dallas.
Oh.
But Steiny, it took off. It looked different. Give me that. Give me the dub. He said it. You remember the Kittle show you did? Dude, I was worried about. You go remember the whole Kittle thing with the.
What about him? He's a better blocker than pass catcher. Why can't people listen
time I think you're
to
changing,
what I
man,
say?
You revert back.
He's the best blocking tight end in football. He's not the best pass catching tight end in football.
He's
Hence, he's a better blocker than pass catcher.
Different for him with Brock. How about that?
And you know what? Yes, you do. You do overrate Brandon Ayuk.
Oh, Steiny.
You do.
Yeah. No, I just got a vision.
What? He's a 2, playing as a 1.
You know what it is?
And Deebo Samuel's a gimmick guy.
I don't know why you're tickling me now. I'm laughing. I don't know
why.
Dude, he was an all-pro. I'm just, come on, man. And
the reason you're going to think.
Yeah.
I don't care.
If you're being serious, I'm going to stop laughing.
The reason Christian McCaffrey is so vital to the San Francisco 49ers is because before he got here, they did not have a carrier. They had nice players, but they have nobody before McCaffrey capable of carrying the load game in and game out for the entire season. They needed a guy who could touch the ball 20 times a game because Ayuk can't do it. Mitchell couldn't do it. Mostert didn't do it because he couldn't catch out of the backfield. Mitchell. They needed a guy to be their big boy because as good as Kittle was, they didn't use him like an 11 or 12 catch receiver each game. Ayuk, he's not a 12 catch receiver game or 10 or whatever.
I disagree.
8 or 10.
Okay.
Well, not with this quarterback.
I get your whole big
not with
picture.
Trey Lance.
But Steiny, here I go giving flowers. I'm giving 1-800-FLOWERS to Kyle. You are correct, but yet I blame a lot of that on Jimmy not being able to have that synergy with Kittle the way Brock does. That's neither here nor there. With those limitations, the Niners went to a Super Bowl in 19, had a lead. Can I interest you in the 10-point lead 2 years ago in L.A. that Bonte and Shasky were at on the road? So with those limitations or restraints and not having that quote-unquote bell cow, because any team could use a McCaffrey, you're right, any offense, they still were there.
What I'm getting at is when they had Elijah Mitchell and he could carry, like he didn't receive the ball. He wasn't a pass catcher. Well, that's.
So do you think some of the credit, this is interesting. Do you think some of the credit that people, and I'm asking myself this now, that are giving Brock Purdy could really be coming from the bowl of Christian McCaffrey?
What do you
like, is Christian McCaffrey, how much is he making Brock Purdy? See, I feel like I know quarterbacks, and that's why I can't say it's all McCaffrey. It's a lot, but that kid has the ability to look downfield, improvise, throw on the run. Now, will that keep up? I don't know. Well, we'll see. This dude beat the Dallas Cowboys, the second best defense in the league, I believe, behind the Niners, into a third with the Eagles. They beat Seattle. They were losing at half. So I'm asking you, do you think with what you just said, and you painted a bright picture, are we giving Brock credit that really needs to go to McCaffrey?
Like, I don't care. I don't think they're good enough from what I've seen. I don't think the 49ers are good enough at the quarterback position to win a Super Bowl. Now, if you want to say, well, they've gotten there, yes, they have. And I'll just say at this point, yeah, and I think their quarterbacks have been just good enough to get them beat in the playoffs. Now, is it possible Brock Purdy is their starting quarterback in week 1 or 2? And it's like, Purdy looks pretty good. Purdy looks pretty good. Wow. 49ers went 13-4. They're the number 2 seed. They went. Like, is it possible that Brock Purdy can have a hell of a year and be the starting quarterback on a Super Bowl team? Yes, it's possible. Do I think it's probable? I don't. I don't. I look at, they have 2 quarterbacks on their roster right now with a total of 12 total NFL regular season games played. That means their top 2 forget Darnold for a minute. Their top 2 quarterbacks have 12 total games of regular season experience under their belt. They need more experience. I believe most quarterbacks need more experience to be the quarterback who takes their team to the Super Bowl. Are there exceptions? Yeah, I guess there are exceptions. Ben Roethlisberger or some Tom Brady,
Russell Wilson.
But you better be, and look at those quarterbacks. They're all 3 going to be in the Hall of Fame. So that's all I'm saying is I'm going to say the 49ers can't win a Super Bowl with their quarterbacks until they win a Super Bowl with their quarterbacks.
Okay.
And then I'll say, yeah, they did it. And if they do it this year, I'll be surprised. If they do it next year, I'll be less surprised. If they do it in 3 years, I'll be like, well, that's what happens. A guy developed for 3 or 4 years.
I got more than 3 family and friends, Donnie, and each one of them would be in the line of everything you just painted right there. So I'm not here to tell you you're wrong. That's how you feel. But as a writer, a former writer or current writer, I got to ask you this question. If you really feel the quarterback is the reason Kyle has not held up the Lombardi trophy, and we kind of talked about this a couple weeks ago, at what point, not the hammer, at what point do we start saying, hey, Kyle, when you're going to get, if you believe that the quarterback position's keeping him from winning, when do we start watching him rectify or fix that or blame him?
When they start losing. They don't lose.
So like last year, Brock getting hurt, and I know you're like, ooh, they would have lost that game anyway. No, does that count as a mulligan as far?
No, I don't hold it against them. They used the quarterback who played 8 games, and he got to the NFC Championship. It's like, I'm sorry, that's a great year. The 49ers had a great year last year. Why did they have a great year, Steiny? Because they used a rookie quarterback, essentially,
Mr. Irrelevant.
And they got to the NFC Championship.
I don't argue that. It's incredible what they did and what could have really happened. You go to your Mr. Irrelevant or your third-string quarterback, night. Dude, they went to the NFC Championship game. So I do agree with that. I'm asking you just about, okay, if it's Trey, Brock, could be either. When do we say, damn, Kyle, you ain't got the dude yet? Because you seem like you feel. Wow, that's what I'm saying.
Thing. Kyle Shanahan's been in the NFC Championship game 3 out of the last 4 years. Go ahead and fire him if it's Super Bowl or bust.
I'm not saying fire because I disagree with you because they didn't lose because of quarterback play. I know you believe had they had better, they would have won.
Well, they went through 3 quarterbacks, so I think we can say they didn't win because of quarterbacks.
No, well,
I think the Eagles would have beaten the 49ers even if Purdy stayed healthy.
I won't even. But I'm going 19 with Garoppolo up 10 with 6 minutes.
Well,
that's blasphemy stuff. Like they didn't lose because of Garoppolo.
Well, it's funny you're going to say that now, but for 2 years you fixated on one play where he didn't hit Emmanuel Sanders, and if he hits Emmanuel Sanders, we win the Super Bowl. So for 2 years, for 2 years, you were saying. Garoppolo makes that pass. We went. So it's
I'm not the only one that said that. But I never said, they lost the whole game because of Jimmy. I said it was Kyle's play calling, and I'll stand on that. So
Kyle called a great play to get Sanders open.
Okay, that's a play that I'm talking about. A majority of you're passing the ball when you should be running. Chris Jones, they're just pinning their ears back, knocking the crap out of Jimmy Garoppolo, but Kansas City couldn't stop them on the ground. And you were at the 49-yard line with enough time to get a touchdown or whatever you needed. So I just disagree with you on your assessment that the quarterback is the biggest reason Kyle hasn't won. I'm ready to say, and I have, Kyle's the biggest reason they haven't won. Kyle's in his own way with his play calling and the 10-point lead,
so
which you don't care about.
You're saying there are other coaches who would have won Super Bowls with the 49ers.
They would have won that 2000. Oh, there's no doubt that 2019 Super Bowl.
Well,
and I'm going to use the guy we fought on.
I disagree with that.
Okay. All right, Stoney.
I mean, yeah, you want to say Andy Reid?
No, he would have ran the ball when they were having success running the ball. Everybody knows it.
Here's what I'm going to say.
Okay.
Here's what I'm going to say.
Go ahead.
That Kyle Shanahan, if I don't think another coach, the 49ers have a Super Bowl.
Oh, you're saying that kid. Wow.
You do?
Dude, the 2019 is Exhibit A. So the play calling is the reason they didn't win.
I disagree.
It's Steiny. Watch it again. It's a Steiny. So Kyle Shanahan will tell you he got too cute. That's all. Another coach that knew that were gashing him on the ground. I'm calling run plays. They couldn't stop Mostert. You ask your boys in the morning. Everybody know, Niner fans know Kyle got too cute.
I'm talking
19, that's all.
If you think another coach would have won a Super Bowl with the 49ers, other than Shanahan, I'm going to say, well, first of all, it's hypothetical. But secondly, it's like, I don't believe that.
You saying get them there, and I'm talking in the meantime in the game. But you're saying get them there to the field, like the whole season.
Well, yeah. What Shanahan gets to get him all the way to the Super Bowl, and then some other coach gets to try to win one game?
I was just honed in on the sequences at the end. But when it's go time, when a coach I know you're gonna scoff, but Steiny, this is just who I am, and I'm not ashamed of it. I'm a guy that believes things happen for a reason, and woulda, coulda, shoulda. Kyle throws that flag early on in Philly, and that touchdown is negated. Maybe Brock doesn't get hurt. I'm just that was a big play. And it was a miss. He admitted it. Or whatever was going on with the person upstairs. I'll tell you what, it won't happen to a Kyle Shanahan team again.
You don't know that.
Steiny, yeah, that they fixed that. Dude,
they fixed it?
The Wi-Fi got to be faster. But that was, I know it's one early play, but it was big. It was humongous. And they came back to tie the game with Josh Johnson. It was 7-7 after McCaffrey's run. Yeah.
Okay. Well, then it's Kyle's fault.
No, I wanted to read that article that you would write about the 7 years and him not having his quarterback is fascinating. I thought you were going to be like, dude, we're not ready for that. But you're like, that would be in print.
I don't think anybody's could have done better the last 4 years with the personnel they've had than Kyle Shanahan. Here's the thing,
I'm giving you thumbs up on that.
Well, you said Kyle Shanahan was the reason they lost the Super Bowl,
right? But you said the quarterback's the reason they lost.
One of the reasons, yes. I never say one thing. Their
and I have
defense
given
let them
Kyle
down.
credit for taking Jimmy to the Super Bowl, Steiny, and the NFC Championship game against the Rams.
You want it both ways. You want to say Kyle's a great coach, but
they
then
would call that
blame
cake
him.
and eat it too.
Exactly.
I'm on a diet.
Exactly. Are we breaking? We're breaking. 888-957-9570. That segment brought to you by Caltrans Stormwater.
That said, I'm a hater.
Kittle like a Niner.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Steinmetz now, the Guru Johnson with you.
Know my name.
It's really like, what are you laughing at?
I'm not laughing.
I'm looking at Evan.
Oh, I can't see back there.
I like Goose Phil Collins' impression.
God, he's so good, man.
I think I get it now. People are upset. They get upset with me because I'm the anti-hot take guy, and they can't deal with it. Guru, I don't know how you do it. Am I the only guy growing tired of this dork? Okay.
Stoddy, I love you for reading that.
Can somebody tell me what you tell me what my hot take is here? Okay, San Francisco 49ers, head coach Kyle Shanahan. He's a good coach.
Yeah.
Damn good coach. Okay? They have a hell of a roster. Hell of a roster. I'm looking at their quarterback position. I don't see a lot of experience. Okay? That worries me when it comes to winning a Super Bowl. All right? So if you're asking me, would I bet on the Niners winning the Super Bowl with Brock Purdy or Trey Lance this season? No. Because they don't have a lot of experience. Now, one of them, let's say Purdy quarterbacks the whole year, and he's pretty good, and they lose in the NFC Championship game again, but he's pretty good. And next year rolls around. Maybe at that point I'm like, you know what? Purdy's ready. Purdy's gotten better. I just don't.
You shouldn't feel ashamed about that.
That's not a hot take.
Right. And I got to say this about Kyle Shanahan and what you just touched on. If Kyle Shanahan, and I know one's older than the other, if he could take Jimmy Garoppolo to the Super Bowl and get him almost to the Super Bowl in years past, Steiny, you don't think he could have that influence on Brock? And I'm going to put Brock first or Trey.
Yeah, but I don't think right away. I don't think in Brock's second year.
Well, and the reason I say
Brock Purdy's had.
But the first year they were. If he would have been,
how many starts did Jimmy Garoppolo have when he went to the NFC Championship his first time?
Evan? I want to. If you could put the game show music, I'm gonna say 5. In New England, you mean?
No, in San Francisco.
Oh, I thought you meant before. You could cut it before he came to. I thought you meant before he came to the Niners. How many starts did Jimmy have?
I'm saying, how many starts did Jimmy have for the Niners before they got to the whatever the first year was?
Oh, yeah, well, he played 5 games. The last 5 where he beat upset Jacksonville,
Right.
remember that?
Right.
And then he went into the season and they took – I think he broke his leg. He busted his knee.
Right. and he played behind Tom Brady for a while.
All right. But can I interest you in – even though it was a short sample size, Brock couldn't control it. Steiny, 8 games and 3 playoff games last year. Does that mean anything to you when you look at your graph and you say, you know what, he is young, but that's a big eraser. 3 playoff games, 2.5.
2.
I hate it. 2. But
2.5,
damn, Steiny,
2.5.
You can't. Now what? Can I interest you in? Okay, what if they beat the Eagles with Brock Purdy? They're in the Super Bowl.
Right. I'm not saying it's outside the realm of possibility. I mean,
that sounds different than they can't do it. All right.
Jimmy had 12 starts before the Super Bowl season, okay? And Purdy's got 8. Jimmy Garoppolo played behind Tom Brady. All I'm saying is, can Purdy do it? Yeah, he could do it.
All right.
Of course he could. But if you look at the history of the NFL, it's more unlikely to happen than likely to happen.
And that's why I feel robbed last year when he got hurt. Shout out Robin San Bruno, because I wanted to see if he could actually take that final exam, which was the Eagles' defense.
The reality is this. If you were asking me, Steiny, you have to bet on the Niners to win a Super Bowl, either this year or next year. I would say next year. Why, Steiny? Because whoever they have at quarterback will have an extra year and starts under his belt.
I'll give you that.
That's all I'm saying.
But what made you say hot take?
Because people can't understand that, what I'm saying
the hell
is,
with the people. Because
Well, you're one of them.
Dude, I'm gonna give you 3. Talk to your mom on Facebook. Hey, I'm telling you, for the people in the back, I came in here yesterday and brought up race and that dynamic with Trey Lance. I never once put that at the doorstep of the organization. So I want to differentiate that, Steiny. And I know I feel kind. Now I have no second doubts. I said what I felt and what I'm reading. Now you can say pick up other stuff and read. So I can sit here and talk about me yearning to see Trey Lance get a shot, but this is where I'm not hot take Jake. I'm a man. I also can give flowers to what Brock Purdy did. That's all. But I was hearing and reading, he's going to get traded. He's out of here. He's Justin. It's no. And I believe I'm going to be right to where he's still, whatever facet his role, whatever role he is in, I'm talking about Trey Lance, he's not getting traded. And if he does, that's when I'll be like, I'd be shocked. That's all. So just like I am with Wiseman, Steiny. Just like I am with the big ticket.
Let me get this straight.
Big Ticket 33 on Twitter.
You come in yesterday, and out of the blue, you bring up a racial issue.
And it wasn't out of the blue.
You brought it up so out of the blue that your father, Norm, was talking to you yesterday and said, "Hey, son, I know you and I both can't stand Steiny.
No, he didn't say
he's
that.
an arrogant SOB, but." It feels like you might have blindsided him yesterday with the racial component.
No, not him. You. He was listening to the show.
No, me.
Yeah, and I go, damn, what made you say that? He's like, nah, did he know you? Did I thought about it? And I was kind of keeping it a secret.
Well, Norm's going to say the same thing today again. Hey, Steiny, you're hitting him. Goo, you're hitting him again.
No, this is for the this is for the Jackals. See, man, I don't.
Yeah, there's no argument. I was just giving you.
No, there's no argument. It's just this is for the people I get frustrated. Like, do you believe, Mormons? They have more than. Do you believe you can have one? You can love 2 people at once. I believe you can, but the laws say you can't. You know what I mean? You want to, but the heart's big enough to where you can. So I'm grown enough to give Brock Purdy his flowers for what he's done, and still yearn to see what Trey Lance can do. And Bonte Shasky will tell you, in 49 Fergie, I didn't like, in Evan, in Spadoni, I didn't like the wind up. I didn't like the play calling by Shanahan, but if I talk to Trey, I'd be like, dude, what was going on? Your delivery, you had no.
I'm really raw.
You had no comfort, poise in the pocket.
I know.
So I'm not up here telling you, he's Donovan McNabb. That's what I'm hoping he can be.
I'd like to think he'd be honest like me. Hey, dude, I played Division III.
But then now you're going to get me to get mad. Dude, the Warriors, it's the Spider-Man meme with the Warriors front office and the Niners. Can we see a video of the workout that Trey Lance did?
You don't want to see it.
Some people are whispering Kyle wasn't even there. I'm going to throw that out there. Can we find out?
You know what? We can't let Goo get away with this anymore. You can't say somebody. Who? You got to put a name on it.
I have no name. Sources.
Who? Okay, go ahead.
Well, play it again, Evan.
Oh.
I have no sources. No, it's a gut feeling.
What, a gut feeling that?
Because there was some talk that was Kyle at the workout.
Where did the talk come from?
Social media, Twitter.
Specifically.
No, I don't have that.
Was it a fan?
I can't remember. It was
it a
ago.
writer? Was it a teammate?
I want to say round table. It was a combo. Yeah, a combination of both.
Well, see, now I don't believe you.
Well, then you're saying I'm lying again.
I'm saying you're misremembering.
Oh, no, I'm never Roger Clemens. I would tell you my source.
Leroy in Oakland.
Our guy, he shocked me yesterday. Leroy.
Steiny.
What?
Goo, man, Steiny. Goo. Man, look, Steiny, you always got hot takes, Steiny.
I couldn't believe he said that, Leroy. Like, dude.
What?
Give me one.
You don't know it, Steiny, because your hot take is this. When Goo says something, your hot take is
the opposite.
Is it? Is it really? Are you sure?
It's check systems, sure? Leroy. Boy.
In itself, Steiny.
There. Leroy, you complete me. And Evan plays the buzzer.
I like this call.
Hot takes in itself.
Shut up, Evan.
You questioning Goo all the time.
Dave, boy.
It's awesome.
Man.
Leroy,
It's not possible someday.
I've told this story about my friend who was older than me back in the day. His name was Ron Limpus. He was an older person, and he said, Matt, you always have the right to question.
That's beautiful.
And that's all I do with Darryl.
That's beautiful.
I question.
That's a hot take. That's a hot take in itself, and I love it, Stein.
I'm going to disagree.
Great. I love you, Lee.
Thanks, Leroy. I appreciate it.
Leroy.
I think.
He kept it real.
So
he kept it a hundo.
You better be careful.
Right. So, in other words, when Goose says the 49er fan base is racist, and I say, oh, boy, are you sure? My take is hotter.
No, it's not. Please. And I didn't
He
say
never
that.
said.
Yeah, I know.
There we go. Oh, Murillo's in Petaluma. Hey, Murillo, what's going on? You want to talk about Kyle Shanahan?
That's kind of what I mentioned, but look, let me say beforehand that football is not my forte. I coach soccer and I love basketball. But one thing that I've been listening to you guys the whole day, one thing that got me a little sick here is the Guru take. Another coach would have done something. Come on, Guru.
I know. That's what I got to deal with.
Look,
Camarillo, when did I say that?
There's one thing. You
Show some respect.
can't have it both ways. Remember what I said. You can't have it both ways. You can't have a coach that puts you there.
Oh, okay.
And then you look back at one.
Oh, you're talking. Okay.
Say,
if you let me finish, go ahead.
Yeah, no. I'll go ahead if you want to.
I was just talking about one sequence of play calling that cost the Niners the game against the Chiefs. People that love Kyle Shanahan, I'm one of them at times, but I think it's fake to give somebody credit and not be able to say, you know what, in that moment you could have did something better. That's all I was doing with Kyle Shanahan. I told Steiny I don't think any other coach could have got the team with Jimmy Garoppolo to the heights that he has. Why can't he close? He was the culprit against the Chiefs. Put the fourth quarter on and call me.
No, you could have a point here. Well, I don't think we're saying you don't have a point.
I am. I'm saying he doesn't have a point.
Be quiet, man.
You can also go back on that same game and point a bunch of situations he created that put you ahead in the score.
That's fair.
But my call here is about, look, there's one thing, Guru, and a lot of people like to say when they're making their points is the equation. And one part of the equation, and it goes everywhere. It goes to the Warriors, the Niners, the Miami Heat culture. My point is relationships. Relationships are a big part of the equation. It's something very hard to measure. Even the guys who are beat writers, it's hard for them to measure. Imagine for us, we're watching from the outside. So I think trust is a big thing when you try to point back on some key moments and say, oh, the coach maybe should have trusted somebody else, or maybe another coach would have gone a different direction, because, hey, the trust that got you there is the trust that you're going to die with. So, to me, it's why the Miami Heat culture is so strong. It's behind Pat Riley, and he knows how to pick the man. He knows how to pick personality that he can trust to play regardless of their past, of how they're drafted or how they played in college. It's about the now. And the now relationships matter a lot. That's just my take for today.
Good stuff,
I'm
Murillo.
not mad at that. I like it.
Just good, solid.
He made me think of something I want to throw at you like Roger Clemens. Not in a bad way. I don't want to beam you.
He exposed you.
So you're going to sit here in the first block of the show and you say, you know what, Goo? Maybe Dre, Clay, and it was stronger than maybe. They didn't want the youngsters.
Well, no, that's what Priest said.
Oh, okay.
Priest said they never.
Okay, right. But you and I heard Iggy and Steph on that podcast. It was real. They don't know what it takes to win. But again, I'm going to Miami's culture. Forget the age. The fact that their star players, and I know Jimmy ain't been there forever, but I'll bring up Butler. You drafting you bringing these non-draftees to my team. You want me to play with these scrubs? Never once did they question the direction of Pat Riley and the scouting department.
Yeah.
They accepted whoever was on the team. And that's what just kills me, that the Steph Curry I know, our guy, if you think they were really like to me, Steiny, you ever work at a job, they're like, hey, here's a new hire, Evan, show him the rope, Steiny, and he's got to shadow you the whole day.
maybe I need to wake up out of the 70s, but that's what I think Steph, Clay, and Dre were doing.
You know what
are supposed to do.
Yeah. Well, maybe it's not cut and dry.
Yeah.
Maybe the Miami players saw that the guys they drafted were good and could play. And maybe the champion Warrior players saw who the team had drafted and said, these guys can't play.
Or maybe ain't even worthy of where they got drafted at.
What I think, and let's not skip over. Here's the bottom line. This is what I'm hearing you say. Oh, Kyle Shanahan is a great coach.
Go ahead.
And we would have never gotten to the Super Bowl without him. In fact, that was the year we started, 8-0? So we started 8-0, and he's getting in. He is a great coach, and we're probably, what we finished that year, 12-4?
Yeah.
14-3, 14-2,
12-4.
Oh, 12-4. We're not going to finish 12. We're not a 12-4 team without Kyle Shanahan. Ooh, there's a win in the playoffs.
Right.
Woo, there's another win in the playoffs. NFC Championship, another win in the playoffs. Wow, Kyle Shanahan, unbelievable. Kyle Shanahan. Hey, they lose, and you said it's because one sequence. One series.
It was
like
it was
that's who he
series,
is.
Donnie. It was the fourth quarter. The play calling.
You can't do that,
dude.
You can't do that. That's like I want to be Kyle's buddy, and I want to say he's a great coach, but he choked.
Now listen, had he delegated the play calling, I would say that person's name right before you in the audience. And I've said this, and Evan, I've said this. I need to get it tattooed on me. The Honey Badger. A good defensive player on the Kansas City Chiefs said these words. Every time they threw the ball, I wanted to send them a gift basket.
All right.
And that meant his team could not stop that Niner freight train on the ground.
All right.
So had the OC been Matthew Steinmetz, I'd have said, you know what, Matthew Steinmetz, he's not great. And he ain't responsible for him being there. I'd have been like, in clutch moment, what was he doing? Guess who was calling the plays? Kyle. So then, that was that. And somebody made a great point on here. Guru, what if they would have caught the 3rd and 15, the 5-1-0? You're right. What if your boy would have caught it against the Rams? But there's another 10-point lead in the NFC Championship game against the Rams. How I judge football, Steiny, I'm not so sometimey to where, you dropped that ball, fumbled. You got one dude to galvanize the troops, and you got a 10-point lead Super Bowl on the road, NFC Championship here against the Rams, and it's squandered. You lost it. I do recognize his brilliance, but I also could talk about his shortcomings.
I know, because you can't, you're afraid to go out on the. You're like.
I asked for him to be fired.
How the hell can you say Kyle Shanahan cost the 49ers a Super Bowl? Come on, Goo. They ain't there without him, and I don't even love the guy.
Two things could Ralph Barbieri. Two things could be true at once. And I love you. Call Guru. You love your boy, your boyfriend. But I can also come down kick his ass on that play calling. And if he grabbed a mic, he would probably tell you, dude, I messed that up.
So Mike Malone just cost Denver game 2.
Michael.
Cost him game 2.
I'll
say it because he didn't call timeout at the right time. If he calls timeout there, maybe everything changes.
He was going on a field that he felt.
So was Kyle.
No, Steiny,
he's calling plays. That's all.
45 seconds to get to the huddle. Think about what's going on. Look at the clock. Think of what you want to do. You're gashing the Chiefs. Why the hell are you dialing up pass plays with a guy not named Montana? Yeah, I would have looked at it like we're up 10. I'm gonna run this thing. If not, bleed clock. And they didn't do that. And to the 4-1-5, Kyle didn't blow a 3rd and 15. That was Mosley.
You just always need somebody to blame.
Now
sometimes team gets beat.
As a parent,
sometimes teams get beat.
There's no doubt.
Okay. Well, I don't think Kyle Shanahan's the reason
for you.
The 49ers lost the Super Bowl.
Lakers beat the Warriors.
Chiefs were better.
Lakers beat the Warriors this play. There was nothing on the Warrior list that I said there was no excuses, Donnie. That's when you just tip your cap. Lakers were better in 6 games.
Well, no. See, you want to say that, but then you say Steve Kerr lost him game 5 because he didn't put Peyton in to guard Lonnie Walker. What is it?
What is it? I did say, but I didn't say it with the enormity of that's why they lost the game.
But of course it's why they lost the game. Lonnie Walker had 15 in the fourth quarter.
No, it was a thought I had, but I didn't go to the extent of that's why they lost the game.
Sometimes you get beat.
And you do, and I come from that school.
Well, apparently not when Kyle Shanahan coaches.
Oh, my God.
Jacob. What's up, Jacob?
Yo,
Jay.
Hey, I'm blaming this on Kyle Shanahan. He deliberately wrecked this Ferrari. How many times we gonna keep handing the keys over to these nice cars that ain't really doing anything? What already showed you that Brock Purdy's injured, and the same thing would happen when Jimmy G would get injured. We're gonna talk about this two years down the line. Or when are we going to hand this over? Because the same, this gives me Alex Smith and Kaepernick vibe, to where they got tired of the new car and they finally handed the keys over to the Ferrari, and the Ferrari kind of took us over the top. The same thing that happened in Kansas City with Alex Smith and Mahomes. They traded the new car. They handed the keys over to the Ferrari. I mean, what are we waiting for? Kyle Shanahan deliberately wrecked that Ferrari. They need to fix it. There ain't nothing need to be fixed about this Ferrari. We got the speed to open up. It reminds me of Debo. Reminds me of Anton Bowden, where he was taking too many shots. Now that we got this Ferrari, now when Debo line up, we don't know if it's gonna go to Debo. We don't know if it's gonna go to McCaffrey. We don't know if it's gonna go to Brandon Ayuk. They're not taking all these big shots. Now that we got speed on the sideline.
Let me. Thanks, Jacob. Appreciate it. Now, okay.
Now I didn't get what
let me tell you
Ferrari, Brock Purdy.
Let me tell you what I'm taking exception with. Don't you dare! Don't you
I already
dare
know where you're going.
Compare Debo Samuel to Anquan Bolden. Those are two different levels of player. Bolden's going to the Hall of Fame. Debo Samuel, come on,
dude. Hey,
come on.
Do you think it matters who might be throwing him the football? Because according to George Kittle, just a couple minutes ago, saying Trey Lance looks significantly better
a compliment
than last
for
year.
Trey.
Well, of course, he stunk last year.
From a teammate.
Wow.
He was hurt last year, Steiny.
Let's go, Trey.
Not against that. Yeah,
Trey got a compliment.
Yeah, here it is. Hey guys, I think Trey Lance is I think he's going to prove to be a better quarterback than he was against the Chicago Bears. Oh, thanks. Oh, we're going Super Bowl now. George Kittle's just saying what he's saying.
Yeah.
But he hasn't ever said that before. He's only stood up for Brock Purdy and Jimmy Garoppolo
He stood
prior
up
to
for Trey Lance. Hell, he went to post with Trey Lance, even though he knew Trey Lance wasn't the best quarterback on the roster, just because the coach asked him to.
But Steiny, can you take
Kittle
a step back?
will do whatever the coach and the team
Can you take a step back
wants.
and just think maybe your boy has improved? He went and worked Trey.
Yeah.
He went and worked with Mahomes and his coach or whoever the guy is not affiliated with the Niners.
Maybe there's a chance he improved so much he's going to be better than Brock Purdy.
But then here I go.
What's the problem here?
Yeah,
they have two quarterbacks,
I can't drink.
neither of whom have distinguished themselves from the other.
One more than the other, though. And I, as much as I want to see Trey, I can sit here and tell you, Steiny.
Well, then I don't know what you're mad at.
And it was the fans and the noise ready to pull the plug on the whole get Trey Lance out of San Francisco. That's what I was mad at. And that's what I called weird energy. But the team is not doing that as of yet. My thing is, I can do two things at once, Donnie. I can tell you, hey, Trey Lance, the scoreboard right now is 50-0. And it's 50-0 Brock Purdy for what he did and those bonus points in those playoff games. So you better hope, Trey, that his arm needs a little more healing, because when you went to the John Lynch, and I tried to act like I didn't hear it, but I heard it, if he can go week 1, he's going. And you may never see the field. Well, that's just the truth.
Well, that means that Trey Lance ain't good enough. It's not better than Brock Purdy when Brock Purdy's healthy. 888. No, sir. Yeah. No, sir. All brought to you by SC Johnson. That's a damn good package.
to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Go ahead, tell me how much this matters. This is apparently a big... What are you looking at, Grandy?
I was like, who the hell are you looking at? I hate I can't see back there.
Boy, Hot Take Radio. I think I'm a little worried about the 49ers' experience at quarterback. They don't really have a proven quarterback. I'm not saying they stink. I'm just saying I'm a little uncomfortable, with a guy with just 4 games and just 8 games. Maybe they're going to burgeon and blossom, but And then with the Warriors, I think it's time. I know this is crazy. This is Hot Take Central.
Dude, you're killing me.
I think it might be time to start the transition off the big 3. Oh boy, yeah, I'm hot.
Well,
take
they got
Jake.
trade, Chris. They
Hot
got
take
trade
Jake.
scenarios out there. Chris Haynes had one. Dre going to Dallas with LeBron yesterday, but that's not you or I bringing that up. But again,
sound take.
Brock Purdy's success last season doesn't give you any, even if you still feel like their experience, like that don't help a little bit.
Yes.
Like a pacifier. Here, take this.
You'll
and
notice
you suck on it.
they're going to be good. I don't think they. If you're asking me, are they going to win the Super Bowl? The answer is no.
Well, that's what Niner fans are. Steiny, those good old days and winning are over. They're tired of getting close.
Well, then find a better quarterback. By the way, go ahead. This apparently is big. Boss coming in here. Now he can come in. Hey, I do think the boss came in and said, I do think this is kind of it. Play me what he thinks is interesting.
I'm not going to lie to you guys. I think Trey looks significantly better than he did last year. I really do. I think his confidence is there. I think that he's throwing really good passes. I know you guys take videos sometimes. He overthrows people once in a while. Hey, it is what it is. He's still learning and stuff. But, just watching him, he just looks so much more comfortable and confident in the pocket. And I really appreciate that from him, from all the work that he's put into it. I think all of our quarterbacks, I saw one of you guys had a stat that Brandon Allen didn't have an incompletion yet. That's pretty cool for him, too. But I think all of our quarterbacks are playing well. But like I said, I think he just looks comfortable back there, and he doesn't look like he just looks like he's having fun, and I really appreciate that from him because when he's out there having a good time, it definitely brings up everyone around him.
Evan,
why is that? Okay,
Trey got a compliment. Oh my goodness, Trey Lance, but that's got to be big. That means something. He says significantly better than last year. That's a start. Which you may not get week 1 if Purdy's able to go, but that's a damn good start, Trey. Now, some could be like, George is just saying that.
I'll take George at his word that Trey Lance looks good. Okay, great. And he beat out Brock Purdy.
Yeah, right.
I love George Kittle, but it's like, and he says Trey Lance is getting better. So what? I believe he's getting better. He's a 21, 22-year-old quarterback, right? Question is he going to be better than Brock Purdy by week 1?
Yeah. And again, I know Brock Purdy he was around, but he wasn't even a mere thought. But last year, with all his imperfections, Trey Lance got the start in Chicago. Now you hear, again, it's one player, it's not he, but you hear his teammates say he looks way better than last year. You kind of just wonder what he can do with OTAs and training camp, how far Trey can be by week 1 if it was on him. Good news. Because let's be honest, there ain't been no good news for Trey Lance. I don't care who it is. He was hurt. He didn't do this. He didn't do that. And now his tight end says, you know what? And then I am wondering, Steiny, a part of me, does Trey know something about Brock? Does Kittle know anything about Brock and when he'll actually be back, knowing that Trey's going to give him the ball? Well, let me throw a nugget to my youngster.
Is?
No, I'm saying if Kittle knew that, you know what, it's between Trey and Darnold, so I'm going to just finesse it and give my boy some love.
Here's what a hot take would be. A hot take would be George Kittle has no interest in being a tight end on a team with Trey Lance. And so because he knows Brock Purdy is way better than Trey Lance, he's saying, Trey's getting better just because, you know what? George Kittle is a good guy. He's a company man, and he's going to support a teammate.
Yeah, you could be right. And he always had Jimmy's back. And that was what you needed, mosquito repellent for all the people that
and here's
were coming for
here's the
him.
other thing. It's like, okay, I believe you. Trey Lance is getting better. But with all due respect, who cares? Is he better than Brock Purdy? It's like, hey, here's what I believe. I think Jonathan Kuminga is actually getting better. I think he has improved over the last 2 years. But you know what? Until he gets better than Draymond Green, what's it matter? Because he's not going to get a chance to play
Now, let's
much.
just say in that scenario, though, Steiny, let's just say something were to happen to Brock as he started and got hurt, and here comes Trey, like Brock had to do for him, and he took the bull by the horns and ran with it and got you to the NFC Championship. Could Trey do that?
Maybe.
So it does matter in the sense that if Kittle is right and Trey has improved some, I mean that would bode well for everybody if they needed him if he doesn't get the starting job.
And last year, what was the deal? Here's the other thing. So Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't ready for week 1, right?
Yeah, we thought he
and
would.
Brock Purdy took no snaps in the preseason because he was the Scribini that he was. That's why Trey started. They didn't have anybody else to start.
I want to say Brock played in the Minnesota preseason game.
Okay.
Neither here nor there, but yeah, Steiny, I get you. And Jimmy they had him out off of the ranch, and he ended up being the savior.
Yeah, it's I think the 49ers have a hell of a team. If I had to bet, I don't think they're going to be able to win it all because of the quarterback situation.
Okay.
And you're going to say, but
I'm gonna
Steiny,
say something
look
else
how
to you.
far they've gone with the quarterbacks they've had, and I'm going to say you're absolutely right. And but they haven't gotten it done.
I know we're up against it, Steiny.
And I think things have gone. I think the 49ers have had some pretty good luck the last few years.
And
to tell you
that's
the
what
truth.
scares me, and I won't dare use window, but I'm telling you, Niner fans, Steiny, they're tired of blue balls. They have gotten close. I keep throwing 19,
Right. And I'm going to keep continuing to say the fans can stick it up their Guglioni because
But that doesn't
the
change.
49ers have had more success than 27 teams in the NFL the last 4 years. You don't get the right to just get a title because we have blue balls. It's like, grow up. Grow up.
What point are you reacting to? The point is Niner faithful, the fans, they matter, Steiny.
Okay.
They're tired. See,
Tired
you
of
can
what?
just blame you
What are they
because you're
tired
not
of?
invested emotionally. You can just say, "Oh, you had 4 years." Some Niner fans would trade in they've traded in 3 of the winning seasons for one to culminate in a Super Bowl.
Well, guess what?
That's how
You don't
thirsty
get
they
to
are,
win a
and they
Super Bowl.
should be that way
You
because
don't-
Joe Montana and Steve
Here's the
Young
bottom
got
line.
it done.
Yeah, that was ancient
Niners ain't no
history.
runners. The
Half
Niner
their
fans
fa-
are not
half
runners
their-
up.
half their
I
fans
know
don't
them,
even
and I
remember
work
those
with
guys.
them. They are. You can say that.
Let me
Oh,
tell
by
you
the way, you
something.
had 4 years and you won a lot of games. Damn it, they want to win a Super Bowl again.
You know what? And I want to date Haley Barry.
You're stealing my material,
Hallie.
Shut up, Barry.
Dude. When
Any
I heard the name, I just
If you're a 40,
you
I'm
want to win.
They
This
have
ain't
been
cute.
winning.
In
They've
your
won 3.
mind, they have.
Okay, you know what?
They want Super Bowl,
Clown.
Steiny.
You know what? You're a clown then. Clown
You
fan.
calling me a clown?
Clown fans.
Oh, please.
Super Bowl or bust.
Please.
What are the 31 teams every year are just suckers. Suckers.
What does that mean?
It means that just because you want to win a Super Bowl doesn't mean
We're
you
talking
get to
about
win
a team
Super
that
Bowl.
was close and had leads.
That's right.
And so what are you talking about? 31? These blatant statements that we don't give a damn about 31 other teams. We care about what's going on in the Bay. And one, Steiny, why I'm loud, is you're ignoring the Niner history when they used to go and win. And all of a sudden they go and they come back with blue balls.
They
the
won
Niner fans are tired of that.
30 years ago, Goo, hit the pike. They won a Super Bowl 30 years ago.
Oh, my calendar says they were in the NFC Championship game last January.
When's the last Super Bowl?
19.
Montana and Young are irrelevant. They mean nothing.
You don't believe that.
And the 49ers are where I always want my team to be in the mix. Every single year. Wow. 3 out of the last 4 years, they've been a Final Four team. And you're going to sit there and say,
what are you going to say?
I'm
second place, Steiny?
Yeah, you're going to say, let's
then
get
you're
back
not a
there.
winner.
Let's
you're
get back
a loser.
There. No, let's
you're
get
a
back
loser.
There. Let's
and
get
you're
back.
not a fan, so you don't care.
Yeah. Okay. And you're going to be miserable 95% of the time.
Because you ain't emotionally invested. Because if you were, no diehard would say what you just said. Well, we won 3 times. We're runner-up. Give me runner-up. I don't care. Please.
What kind of
the shame that comes with losing every time you get close? So you're a Buffalo Bill. Oh, you'd rather be a Buffalo Bill fan. We'll go every year and not win.
What are you,
Nothing to see here.
What are you, 6? You think you can win a title every year? What are you, 6 years old? You think you can win a Super Bowl every year? Is that who our audience is?
We got to win it every year.
Oh, only one out of 30. Let's go. Let's take a break. Crossover next. Got to go. That's C. Johnson. because I go by what Jack Nicklaus said. They said, Jack, how come you use a T? He says, because I play for money.
I'm mad at
Just
him.
makes it easier.
One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, one of his greatest films.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
AJ Ananobi.
This is the crossover brought to you by California Academy of Sciences. Every visit supports the Academy's mission to regenerate the natural world. Learn more and reserve your ticket at calacademy.org. So, it's funny, Goo.
Man.
Here's where I'll start. Like, the Boston Celtics now don't talk about Larry Bird and Kevin McHale anymore. The Lakers don't talk about Magic. What? Why do we keep bringing up Montana and Steve Young? Like a standard was set 30 years ago that nobody remembers.
I'm never mad at you, and I love you. People don't know that. I do love you.
I love you.
You're not a fan. And I need to realize that the more that I talk to you on a daily basis, because that is a part of history. You love documentaries, which are based on history.
Yeah.
And for you not to think Niner fans are okay, understand and enjoying success for going to 2 NFC championship games like they've against the Rams and the Eagles and lose
Good run.
the 19 Super Bowl after being undefeated when they played in the big game. I'm not telling you the fans are so short-sighted. They don't say, oh, Willard, we had a good season. I'm telling you they're getting tired of getting close and no cigar.
Yeah.
And I don't think I'm on a planet all by
I
myself.
think the 49ers have had a pretty good run.
Right, but who won their last Super Bowl as quarterback?
I know.
Montana or whatever?
It was Young.
Steve Young.
It was Young.
Steve Young.
94.
And did Boston win since Larry Bird and Kevin McHale?
Once.
Okay. And
you're right.
the other example you gave, the Lakers. Have they won since Magic and Kareem?
Does Houston talk about Akeem Olajuwon?
Yes, they do.
By the way, yeah, by
Yes,
the way,
they do.
I do challenge
All right.
your point about LA. I don't think there's any team in sports more stuck in the past than the Lakers.
Okay.
Like, it
Now,
never,
what's that
never
look
has
like?
been.
What's that look like?
I'll tell you what
for,
that looks
for,
like.
For
Yeah.
anybody under 40 to talk about Montana and
okay.
Young is
Well,
a joke.
Well, that's fine.
You got
That's
the,
all I'm saying.
And I don't even-
and I agree with that.
I don't
But
even
here's
know
the
what
thing.
I don't know what the genesis
But
of your
any-
conversation even was.
But anybody over 40 who saw Montana and Young would never be naive enough to think we're going to win a Super Bowl every year. So we're talking about young people, apparently, who have this entitlement from I don't know where. Like,
We're talking about a trend of the Niners under Kyle Shanahan getting close and not getting it done.
And he says I'm not a fan, but I'm saying if I were a 49er fan, would I be disappointed that we gotten close? Absolutely. But this is what I want as a fan. We're knocking on the door every year. You know what? I'm looking at this year. Do I think the Niners are going to win it? I still think they're too. I still think they're too inexperienced at quarterback. I bet they go to the playoffs though, because the NFC's the NFC, and maybe they go. Maybe they win a round. Maybe they win 2 rounds. Maybe Purdy gets it done. It's like
so the Buffalo Bill model is okay for Steiny. He would look at that like, oh, not under Jim Kelly.
Right.
Oh, get there all day long. No, we're fine.
It doesn't mean you're happy with
it's not a model.
but it beats 95% of the alternatives.
It's not a model. I mean, like, here's one thing I think about often whenever we do legacies, reputations, whatever you want to call it. Let's go Marv Levy for a second. Now, how you feel about him?
He's a great coach.
He's a loser.
If the dude kicks the ball through the goalpost.
Norwood, yeah.
And by the way, that dude was the best kicker in football
So-
that year.
There are moments like that in sports where, and I'm not saying the 49ers even one of them, but there are moments like that in sports where you're like, man, we're painting people's reputation based on the fact that some other dude had a really weird, poor play at the wrong time. Right. And now the Bills are the poster for being close and not getting it done. It's like kick the ball through the goalpost one time, and that changes the whole story. And I don't think it should, right? Like Marv Levy should, like, yes, that was a great run.
They were a badass team.
They were awesome.
Okay. Yep.
They were awesome. What I think you guys are touching on, though, and why this is so hot every damn day, and we're in June, is the uniqueness of this situation. Now, if the 49ers had a Jim Kelly, you could just focus on the frustration of falling short. But what is happening at the 49er quarterback position leaves open for so much debate, so many opinions, and so much just oddity. Like, there's no Super Bowl favorite who doesn't know who their quarterback is in June. and has 3 options and none of them are 26 yet. That's never happened before in sports, in football. So I think that's why there's so many different entry points to this conversation. And I think that's why you guys end up where you are.
So forget the 49er quarterback situation for a sec. Last 5 years, like, who would you rather be a fan of, the Niners or the Giants?
The Niners.
San Francisco or New York?
San Francisco.
Oh, the Niners.
The Niners.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But they haven't gotten it done.
Neither of the Giants.
Right, but the Giants have 3 titles in their last. Like what I'm saying.
I'm with you.
Do you know what
I'm with you.
Do you know what I'm saying here?
Yes.
Like the Niners, they're in the mix right now, and maybe they won't get it done, and then they just miss the playoffs next year, and things change. But it's like that's
life.
That's their run, and they had a shot at it.
Yeah, that's absolutely the best. Sports is always the best example of you'd rather love and loss than never love.
Hello.
Right. So I'm not. This goes back to the Giannis question from a few weeks ago. No, it's not a big waste of time if you didn't win it all. No. The answer is no. It's not a failure automatically. Sometimes it is.
But Mark Willard, at that point, Giannis was heated like all get up that this is the second year that his team didn't get back to the finals.
Sure.
Because you know what I believe he's thinking? We are good enough. I got hurt this past series. I won't make any excuses. But he took the presidential way out, and there was some merit to that. But I don't believe he was driving home telling the wife, get the tickets to Cabo because I'm cool we didn't get to the finals.
No, that's not being cool with it. You can be tremendously disappointed, and every 49er fan has a right to be tremendously disappointed. But I think there's a transference of take that disappointment to now mean the 49ers currently are not doing a good job.
Yeah, nobody said that. I said the fan bases, they're restless. Would you give me that?
Well, I mean,
they've been spoiled, but they're restless.
But
I'm restless every year.
But they're indistinct from any other fan base. It's every fan base. To me.
Kansas City's not restless.
Well, I'm talking about teams
but don't you think they will be
who's gotten
week
closer
one?
to a championship the last 4 years than the 49ers?
Well, the point is, would you rather that, or would you rather you not be in the playoffs for 4 years?
My whole point. But
I'd rather be there.
Steiny, there was a time, and you won't let me go to the Montana and Young, but I will. There was a time I got 49er friends, their whole slogan, you could tell me get over it. It was fact. When we go, we win. And that was 5 times.
Yeah.
But now it ain't that.
years ago.
Oh, it don't matter.
Kaepernick had that conversation with Young. Young called Kaepernick and was like, we don't lose Super Bowls. But that's also lore.
Right.
I mean, that's the way it went. When those 49er teams that went to the Super Bowl, and I know there was 89 and whatnot, and that one was close, and the John Candy and the drive and all that stuff. But the 49ers, for that 10 years, they were the best team by far.
I don't disagree.
They were just absolutely pummeling people. These 49ers, they're not that. They're right there.
But the fan base is hungry and they're restless.
And every fan base is hungry
can come and get on
restless.
the mic. And Steiny, it's nothing bad. You are not invested, so you don't understand.
I understand.
A fan.
Yes,
no, you
I
don't. Because you would go into a room of hungry wolves and be like,
every fan.
Nothing to see here. We got ducks that are hungry. It don't matter. Niner fans are tired of getting close and not winning. But you come in there singing the whole song of 30 other teams could beat.
No, fans the last 5 years.
I don't expect you to understand.
Cincinnati fans. Every fan base gets frustrated. Bay Area fan base is no different than anybody else. They want to win like every other fan base.
I'll say this. It's just the matter of the clock ticking. You'd hate to have this run end without at least one ring. I'll give you that, Goo. Yeah. Because, sure, the New York Giants fan base is frustrated, but a Bears fan base, the Giants, that's a different frustration. That's like, are we competent? What the hell are we doing? That's different frustration. This frustration is, dude, we're not going to – Bills, Atlanta Braves, those kinds of teams where you're like, are we going to get out of this period of unbelievable – this unbelievable roster and not get the ultimate crown? So that's what I think. That to me, that's the angst right now for me.
Are the Celtics facing that, or is it too soon to put that on?
Yeah, probably. I mean,
no, they're facing it. And that's why they want to. That's why they're talking about Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown being out. Yeah. I think they're definitely feeling the angst. And if the fans aren't, then the players are. And if you end up trading Brogdon and Jaylen Brown then the fans are definitely feeling the angst, without a doubt.
Yeah, I just think I don't know whether it's from the Giants or from the Warriors, but like this idea that fans are like, they're tired of getting there and getting beat. It's like, okay, well, I'm sure the Utah Jazz fans were what did they do for 15 years when they came up short?
The quirk, though, is the thought, because you can be frustrated all you want if you're a fan, but here's the delusion is, well, if we give this roster to someone else, they'll get us over the top.
And that was the biggest.
We
talked about it earlier. It was good conversation.
Yeah.
I don't think I give Kyle his flowers on that.
Yeah.
Because Stoney was like,
but he cost them the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and I was just going there. You said, and we had a good conversation. He said, I believe the Niners don't have that type of quarterback to get them over the top. That's what prevented them from winning. I'm like, no, 2019 on line one. I believe in the fourth quarter, Kyle's his want to throw the ball instead of gashing the Chiefs like they were, to me, he cost them that Super Bowl. But I'm not by myself, okay?
You're not by yourself.
Okay.
However, when I come back and say he wanted to throw the ball and Kittle was wide open down the seam and Jimmy didn't see him.
I know what plays you're talking about.
Now, whose fault is that? Because if he sees him, they get at least a first down, and they probably win the game.
Right, but they were at the 49-yard line with more than enough time.
I'm not saying
to
he was
what
perfect.
they wanted to do.
I'm not saying he was perfect.
And if you know your quarterback's not Montana-like, all you got to do is have him hand it off, and
maybe
the disaster will not strike unless he fumbles. That's all. Like I'm grown. I can love Kyle and also say there've been some moments, the Super Bowl, one of them, to where I'm like, dude, you hurt your team with the play calling.
Yeah. I mean, he hurt his team with the play calling, and the players hurt him with a lack of effectiveness.
Dropping the interception.
Exactly. Right. Jimmy G's got Emmanuel Sanders open down the seam, and he doesn't hit him. So to me, it's not ever about just one individual. It's about the collective. And we can look at Philadelphia last year and why they lost to Kansas City. Is it because the one dude held on third down at the goal line? Is that why they lost? Because you gave Kansas City a fresh set and they went in and punched it in? No, it's so much more than that.
I'm with you, man. I think so much of sports media and sports fandom is trying to find the one human to blame, and it's never one person's fault. The Warriors
just kind of said that.
The Warriors are the best example anybody could give you right now of that. Everybody's got a person that they're mad at.
It's Clay's fault.
Right. Or it's Jordan's fault. Or it's Draymond's fault. Or it's Steve's fault. But it like collectively, whether it's the young guy's attitude, a punch, development, whatever. I heard you guys even bring up Steph today. Like, how come Steph, who clearly has this huge opinion in the room, yet we never even include him in the conversation?
The chef.
Because he's a chef. Right. And because, so like nothing's going to stick to him. You can't blame one person.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. I know Guru's going to hate me for this, but this is the way I look at it.
Yeah.
How many teams are there in the NFL?
32.
Okay. So the average should be one title every 32 years. But you know what? Let's say half the league doesn't care. Okay. How about one every 15 years? That'd be about right. Like, that would be a pretty good run. So,
except for we have been waiting 30.
Exactly.
Right.
So that's fair. It would be time. It would be time.
Yeah. But how many teams in the last 16 years, to your point, have won a title? Over the last 16 years.
In what sport?
Football.
Okay.
How many in the last if that? New England's got probably 5 or 6 of those. Tampa's got one. You got the Rams. Philly's got the one. Kansas City's got a couple of them.
Couldn't I use that to say, Steven, it's even harder than that because you have to break down.
Exactly, you could say that.
What was the question? Over the last
16 years,
how many different
NFL teams?
So are we going back to 07 then, yeah?
Apparently.
Just throw a team in that's
Colts have one.
You can take them out.
The New York Giants have 2.
Yeah,
that's fine. So Colts and Giants.
The Pittsburgh Steelers
3
have 1.
Okay.
The New Orleans Saints 1.
True. Breezes.
The Green Bay Packers have 1.
Yep.
The
That's
Baltimore
5.
Ravens have 1.
Your count is off because you counted the Giants twice.
No, I didn't. I said they have 2.
Yeah, we're
They said
talking
the
about
Giants have
different teams that have
Right.
them.
I just said
so
two.
they don't get credit.
I'm not
for
counting
two.
anything. I'm just listing them.
Okay, go
Here we
ahead. You're doing
Yeah.
great.
All right.
You're doing great.
The
Hang in
Seattle
there.
Seahawks. The Seattle Seahawks have one.
Yeah.
The Denver Broncos
Should have
have
two.
one.
All right.
The Philadelphia Eagles have one.
Sure.
The Tampa Bay Bucks have one.
Okay.
Los Angeles Rams have one.
Okay.
And then there's the Chiefs and the Patriots.
So that would be 13 different teams.
Wow.
I
well,
think.
was it?
Yeah, it's a little higher than I thought we were going
Chiefs,
to get.
Rams, Bucks.
Yeah.
Pats, Eagles, Broncos.
Yep.
Seahawks, Ravens, Giants.
Steelers.
Packers, Steelers, Saints, Colts.
I love
Wow.
when you
Yeah, you're
recheck
right.
my work.
13.
It's
By the way,
just one of my favorite
here's
things.
also,
Because I do the work, and then he rechecks it,
no.
and then he confirms it based on his
No,
own
no, no.
work.
Hold on, though.
That's great.
It's bad math, but it's my fault because I went back to 07 to 03. That's actually 17, not 16.
So strike whoever won it in 07.
Yeah, so there, it was 13 and 17.
See, to me,
13
Okay,
and
so
17.
12 and 16.
Or strike the Colts.
Sure,
Strike
we'll
the Colts.
strike 'em.
All right, so it's 12.
Thank you.
But to me, isn't
Yeah.
the
You were wrong. You
isn't
were
the
wrong.
most important thing?
Based on your math, I
Totally.
was wrong.
Totally.
And you can disagree with this if you want. But when I look at the Niners in the last 4 years, or even if you want to go back to Harbaugh, there wasn't a year when I said they were the best team and they didn't win it. Like that Chiefs team, I can't say the Niners were better. Did they have a lead? Yeah, they had a lead.
Yeah.
Were they better than the Baltimore Ravens? I don't know. It was pretty close.
I don't even remember who was favored. Who was favored when the Niners played the Chiefs?
Well, and we could play that game if you want in terms
I
of
wanna say
did
the
the
Chiefs
best
were.
team in the past 16 years win the Super Bowl? Because we could talk about Tyree, Manning, helmet.
But
that team was undefeated.
Yeah, but if we
they
know
beat
sports
an undefeated team.
and why we watch Steiny,
No, but
you
that's
know
Steiny's
the answer to
point.
that question is no. The best team doesn't always win.
Is the best NBA team going to win this year? Is Denver the best team?
I think so.
They might
if
be.
win it.
But what are we doing is what you just talked about as fans or media. Why are we even bringing that up? That's what I was telling him yesterday. If Miami wins, they were the best team this season. Why can't it just be that?
Because
why do we got to go? Because they was the best team.
It's a
Mark?
little too black and white for me.
No, black and white is who's holding the championship at the end.
Exactly.
Right,
Thank
right.
you.
That's all it's
That's
supposed
all
to
that
be
matters.
about.
So here's the way I always say
Yeah,
it.
you
No,
just
it's
talked
not.
about it. You just said it.
I don't
Guru,
no,
I'm with you.
I don't say sports is not about who the best team is. Sports is about who wins.
Right, and that's your Giants.
I
We're
like
never
that,
the best
but,
team.
but
that
that's
doesn't-
the champion, okay?
Right. Like it's not about that. It doesn't matter who we overrate this. I don't care who the best team is. If you just want to tell me the best team is, then why are we playing?
Right. So
Let's
that's
just
my
go
point.
home. Let's go home and do something with the kids.
So to his point, how unfair is that to the team that wins if we say, well, you guys weren't the best team?
You won.
Well, they weren't the best team in the regular season.
Oh, okay,
Right. Like, I mean,
But
yeah.
who cares about the regular
and
season?
that's what we
Fair.
got into yesterday about.
By the way, I still do.
The
Like,
regular
I-
season is going down the drain.
I don't care about
Will
that.
it
It's down
matter?
the drain.
Yeah,
Like,
I do.
how relevant is it? Will it matter if the Heat win? We'll say, and I think somebody else said 44. Yeah, it's the team. That team had the least wins in the regular season, had the worst seed of any team in NBA history, and they won it. Like, that's it.
Yeah, they won. I don't think
like,
they're the
that's-
best team.
Doesn't
at all.
matter. You don't
Yeah,
have
it
to be the
doesn't
best
matter.
team.
Right, it
Exactly.
doesn't matter. Yeah.
You hold up the Larry, you get the parade. I don't give a crap who you are.
like,
you
we
can call me whatever you want to call me.
We talk about like the Giants. The Giants had what, by our definition,
That's amazing.
a dynasty, and they were never even
3
the
and
best
5.
team.
Never.
Has that ever happened in the history of sports? Where a team that's never the best team has a dynasty.
But they
That
had a
seems
formula,
impossible.
though, that when
Yes.
it was go time, Bochy and
Well,
company
in
knew-
baseball,
Okay, all right,
baseball's
all right.
It's
quirky,
baseball,
right? Like
yeah.
Michael Morse fists a ball over somebody's head. Now you're the best team.
I got to pick because I know I want to ask you about
Stay
the
as long
golf,
as you
but
want.
I'm going to ask about the Steve Kerr, Andre. I know we beat that in the ground, but I got to ask: were you too surprised at his just honesty, or I don't want to use disdain, but he was almost like I think Kuminga and Poole are out of here. Because of the
Feels
there
that
was
way.
no,
Well,
I don't give a damn
and
about
I also
Dibbs'
think
feelings
that Draymond
or
is going to
whoever
stay
one of
based
the
on
youngster.
that. Yeah, like Steve doesn't go on Draymond's podcast unless Draymond's going to be here. That was my takeaway, and that's. I mean, Draymond.
I didn't like it.
I'm not asking you if you liked it or not.
No,
I'm
agreeing
saying
with you.
No, in terms of the way it felt to me, it felt like Steve said to Draymond, Yeah, I'll do your podcast because you're going to be here and I'm going to be here. And you know what? Let's crush these other two because they're going to be gone.
Willard.
And I think that's the way it has to go.
Drew
honestly.
is line in the sand.
That's the way this has to go.
And I agree.
If you want to go all in on the present, and Mark's been a big fan of this, and I'm totally with you, Mark. If you want to maximize Steph's window, you're not going to try to nurture Jonathan Kuminga into being somebody.
I wholeheartedly agree.
Jonathan Kuminga's best year in the NBA is going to be in 2028. And I firmly believe that. And look at Miami, Steiny.
Well,
if you
were
want
right
to
on
talk
the
about
money yesterday.
Struess and Duncan Robinson and all those guys, they're all 24 and 25.
Right.
Kuminga's 20.
They're older than that?
Dude, they're older than Bam Adebayo. They're all older than Adebayo, Struess,
Like, here's the other
and
thing.
Robinson. These
Player
are
development, it takes 5 years.
exactly.
Not two.
right.
Especially if the guy didn't play in college.
Now,
Thank you.
Now, there's two things going
Thank
on
you.
here, though, because you guys are, totally right. However,
Man.
not every human being is the same. So the other aspect of this, and the way I read yesterday, because what was it? You asked if I was surprised. I was surprised he did the podcast. I was not surprised what he said. I was surprised he did it.
So at both.
Well,
Yeah,
at a certain point, you have to find when you feel like the narrative and the opinion and the world is going a certain way, and you're like, that's not what happened. You have to find a subtle way to shift the narrative. And that's what you do. You don't come out and say Jordan Poole's a jerk.
Right.
You come out and do what Steve Kerr did. My feeling,
if you were Poole, Kuminga, or what, I mean, oh my gosh.
The whole organization is completely sideways over Jordan Poole's behavior from the moment he got paid. That's what I think. I don't think they
But you're not justifying the punch, though.
No.
The reason the punch was potentially so awful for the Warriors is all the obvious reasons. But if Jordan Poole is acting a fool and he won't follow along and he won't get in line and Warrior culture, if he won't do all that, well, you can't really call him out because now he's the victim. Now he got punched in the face. You're going to be the jerks that go over there and rub salt in the wound. So I think they felt completely without weaponry in terms of how to handle the way Jordan was being all year, which you saw on the court and off. You all saw it. You saw
But it's
the
not
way.
worthy of the punch, though, Willard.
No.
So even though we can't check this dude like we want to check him, he got checked. He got to embarrass something that will never go away.
Go back to, and this is micro.
Okay.
Go back,
Yeah.
and I remember you bringing this up. A lot of people have. Go back to the second he got punched, and nobody ran over there. What the hell was that?
That was Kuminga was there. I did
What
see
was that?
There was a delay.
So doesn't that say to you that people are almost sitting there going like, you know what I mean? I think that they're worn out by Jordan Poole.
Okay.
In October?
Yep.
That's wow.
Well, he just got paid.
So
Well, he was
Willard,
just
yeah.
gonna, all right.
Oh, yeah.
What do you guys got coming up?
A
You
show.
can stay.
Steiny, a show.
Okay.
I don't
Our show's
appreciate
coming
that.
up. Yeah.
Their show's coming up on
Our
95.7
show's
The Game.
coming up. Yeah. You want to stay?
Oh, he played it. I'll
Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. I got questions. Which is good. I like it when I feel this way. Starting off the show. That Warrior stuff that we just got started, we'll get back to that. But the 49ers, a bunch of them spoke today. And you all right? Why are you shaking your head? Is everything okay? Oh, because you're over here moving furniture as if you're working for U-Haul or something like that. Yeah, okay. Coffee goes over there. Chair goes over here. There you got your water. We good. What's going on, Twitch and YouTube? Glad you're with us. 888-957-9570. Get ready to weigh in. And key 49ers said key things today. Before we even share any of that with you, this started resonating with me last night. I don't know why it kind of took me a while before it sort of landed with me, but I kept seeing the same thing on Twitter, I've heard a lot of callers to our show, Dibs, say this, and I thought to myself, okay, instead of Brock, Trey, Brock, quarterback, let's just focus on one of them for a second, and let's find out where everybody's opinion lies. And so we're going to back up a little bit. Let's talk about Brock Purdy for a moment.
Okay.
What I keep hearing people say is, well, this guy is just a younger, maybe a touch quicker version of Jimmy Garoppolo. Yeah, his name is back. Jimmy G.
Can't shake it.
Get ready. Get ready. Today there's going to be some Jimmy. Is that what you all think? Let's Jimmy 2.0. Is that what this is? And is that why maybe some people have a lack of confidence in what they saw from Purdy? Only 8 games. I grant that. I don't know how anybody could be just like sold, like, okay, let's just sign him for the rest of his life. I don't know how you could be, but is that why people are so hesitant? Because when Jimmy showed up and showed out and went on his little undefeated run,
right,
and then got $27 million a year, and then it didn't necessarily go the way people wanted it to go, even though he came darn close, but he was never a great statistical quarterback, and the 49ers did not raise a trophy. Okay, so is that what everyone thinks? 888-957-9570. Do you believe that Brock Purdy is just simply Jimmy G 2.0?
Yes.
You do?
Yes, I do.
Talk to me.
He is a system quarterback. He's physically limited, and he wins because he's in the Shanahan system. And when you talk about a quarterback who can take over a game or a quarterback who is elite, that's not this guy. And if you look at Jimmy G's stats over 5 games, they were pedestrian. 96.2 quarterback rating. He won every game, 7 TDs, 5 picks. Brock Purdy's numbers were better. A quarterback rating that was higher, a TD interception comparison that was higher, yardage that was a little bit higher, not a lot higher based on his starts, but he had a lot more talent around him. So I think that the detractors would say Brock Purdy is a guy who's benefited from having a lot of talent around him and a guy who doesn't make a lot of mistakes, and that's what Jimmy Garoppolo was at his best.
Okay.
A system quarterback.
So what if I countered with this? What if I countered with, we loved Jimmy because he showed up when the bar was so incredibly low. They were terrible. They were 1-10. And Jimmy walked in, and they started winning football games. And we went, we love this guy.
Yeah.
What was it, 6 TDs and 5 picks?
7.
That run?
7 and
was
5.
It 7?
Yep.
I thought it was 6.
Nope,
Whatever
7
it is.
and 5.
Okay, 7 touchdowns, 5 picks.
Well, the one came when he came in mop-up duty and before he started. That was one of his touchdowns.
All right. So, but let's give it to him. He threw it. 7 touchdowns.
It counts.
5 interceptions. Just kind of like whatever numbers. But the bar was way down here by our ankles. And so when he raised it up to our waists, we went, let's make him the highest paid player in the game. We found our guy. And John Lynch said it as much. We found our guy, and that's a great feeling. And then the Jimmy era happens. We don't need to go over everyone's opinion on that, whether it was successful or not. Sorry, Giannis, was Jimmy G's era with the Niners a failure? Is that how you look at it?
We don't do failure.
Okay. So everybody has that's been talked out. But it goes the way it goes, and when Brock Purdy comes in, the bar for the organization is at a completely different point. Instead of being at our waist, now it's up at our chests, and Brock walks in and takes it from our chest to our shoulders. I'm not going to say top of the head, but he raised it from the chest to the shoulders. Jimmy raises it from the ankles to the waist. What if I countered with that? Doesn't that give an acknowledgement that what Brock Purdy did was heavier lifting than what Jimmy did?
I guess, but you could also look at it and say that what Brock Purdy did was on the backs of a system that's already in place and surrounded by Pro Bowlers, if not Hall of Famers. And so what Brock Purdy did was easier than what Jimmy Garoppolo did. But what we forget about what Jimmy Garoppolo did was the fact that and I'm looking at the game log right now, Jimmy Garoppolo in his wins, he beat Chicago 15-14. Chicago was god-awful. You beat Houston 26-16. Houston was terrible. You beat Tennessee, a good team. You beat Jacksonville, a really good team.
They were a good team that year.
And then you beat a Ram team that had already given up. Sean Mannion, shout out Foothill High in Pleasanton. I know the Mannion family very well. I will not disparage the Mannions.
Whoop.
Yeah, I know all the Mannions. All of it. I know his father. I know his uncles. I know his grandfather. I'm not going to get bogged down in my Mannion knowledge, but the Ram team they beat was not a real Ram team. So Jimmy had 2 good wins, 2 wins over terrible teams, and a Week 17 win against a team that had given up. So a lot of times we glorify what Jimmy G did in a wrong way. What Brock Purdy did was real. It was a playoff team in a playoff drive with a very, very good team around him, but Brock had good numbers. Brock played amazing. So I don't think that the comparison is fair in terms of he's now Jimmy 2.0 because he went undefeated, but I do think that we also have to look at what Brock had around him in terms of the weaponry as opposed to Jimmy Garoppolo.
That's totally fair. That's totally fair. But yeah, Brock won playoff games. He won 2 of them. He won playoff games. He beat real teams.
Right.
And then I'll add this as well because I think this is part of the conversation. As you said with Jimmy was so hard for people because what was the number on the stat sheet that was actually good? There was only one, and it was his win-loss record.
Yeah.
Other than that, not terrible numbers, but they weren't great numbers either. He was never, like this guy would go maybe take you to a Super Bowl or an NFC title game, but boy, you didn't want him on your fantasy team. You did not want Jimmy Garoppolo. Like round 13, you're like, all right, I'll take Jimmy as my backup. Like that's what we all did. Brock Purdy's numbers are numbers. These are real numbers. Now, what I have in front of me is just regular season, okay? These are regular season numbers. 5-0, a completion percentage of north of 67, over 1,300 yards passing, 13 touchdowns to go against 4 interceptions, a quarterback rating north of 107. Now, that was only 5 games. But if you run that out over 17, and I'm not saying we can do that yet.
No, we can't.
But
we can't.
That, by the way, this also leaves out the 5-0 leaves out the Dolphins game. It doesn't leave out his stats.
Right.
But it leaves out
and we're leaving out Jimmy G's first game where he went 2 for 2 with a touchdown.
Okay.
Quarterback rating of 143.7.
Very impressive. I loved that throw. And the other one, too. They were great throws.
18 yards. And a tug.
If you run out what Brock did last year over a full season, you're talking about an elite level Pro Bowl statistical quarterback. Right? You don't argue that, do you?
I mean, 4,000 yards, 39 touchdowns, 12 picks.
Well, is it 4,000?
It's a little bit more than 4,000.
Yeah,
you don't have to do the math. 1,374 over, because you're giving him the Miami game, which is game 6. So if he times it by 3, which would be 18 games, he's at about 4,000 yards. He's at about 38 touchdowns. He's at about 11 interceptions and a QB rating of about 105. That's pretty damn good.
Pro Bowl quarterback.
Yeah, pretty much.
You're not going to find, sure, is that Mahomes? Okay, maybe it's a little south of Mahomes. That's really good stuff. Jimmy never did that. Not for any 6 or 7 game stretch. He never did that. He just didn't.
Well, if you look at his best year, his only year that he played all 16, 3,978 yards,
right?
27 touchdowns, not 38.
A lot less.
13 interceptions and a QB rating of 102.
Okay.
So that's damn near what Brock would be, except not quite the same amount of touchdowns.
You know me. Jimmy was a good quarterback.
You love Jimmy G.
He's a good quarterback.
No, you love Jimmy G.
We have our relationship.
You do.
It is what it is.
It's close.
I'm not going to label it, okay? I don't do that. I know what it is, and so does he, and we leave it at that. But the point is it's too small of a sample to get overly excited. However, it's a sample that we frankly never had. We didn't. Jimmy never did this. So I just think there are a lot of different little wrinkles in the conversation because I hear you. Jimmy didn't get to play outside of last year. Jimmy didn't get to play with Christian McCaffrey in the backfield.
You know who he did get to play with?
Who did he get to play with?
In his first game, Carlos Hyde, 17 carries for 54.
Yep.
Matt Breida, 12 for 45. You want catches? Kyle Juszczyk was on that team. That's the only guy who was on both Marquise Goodwin, Trent Taylor, Garrett Selleck, and a little dollop of George Kittle who had 2 catches.
I mean,
that's not McCaffrey, Debo, and Ayuk.
But that's at the beginning.
My God, bro!
And those running backs, I'm not gonna discuss.
Hyde and Breida or
okay.
McCaffrey and fill in the blank.
Understood. McCaffrey is the first elite running back that the 49ers have probably, and I mean elite. It's the first time in the Kyle Shanahan era with the 49ers.
Goodwin and Taylor or Debo and Ayuk?
Yeah. Well,
my God.
However, Jimmy played with Debo. Jimmy played
Not
with
this year.
He played with Ayuk.
But we're talking about the 2017 year.
Right.
That's the comp.
Right. Well, but does it have to be? When people say it's Jimmy 2.0, I don't think they mean necessarily Jimmy's first year versus Brock's first year. I just think they mean that Brock Purdy is like Jimmy.
Right.
Therefore, he's limited, and maybe he is. I know.
Well, hopefully he's not injury prone like Jimmy.
Here's the thing. I'm going to admit what I guess is a weakness in this conversation for me, because you know how I feel about the draft. Oh, the NFL draft. I just don't put any stock into it at all. Now, is a first rounder more likely to be good than a seventh rounder? Sure, I'm not a dummy. But I don't care what the Niners draft grade was last month. I don't care. It doesn't matter. So when people go, look, there's a reason that Brock was picked in the 7th round. Right, there is. It doesn't mean it was a good one. There's a reason, but I don't know if it was a good one. There's a reason that Tom Brady was picked in the 6th, but it wasn't a good one. It turned out to not be a good. There's a reason that George Kittle was picked in the 5th. It was a bad set of reasons. So,
well, it depends, because if he could have gone to the Titans and maybe not been a very good player at all.
Maybe.
It's all circumstantial in the NFL.
Well, not all. Some.
Mostly.
Some. And I
think it's mostly circumstantial.
I think maybe for quarterback more than other positions.
Agreed,
also,
yeah.
Right? But I just, this idea that because of the limitations that led to him being a 7th round pick, now need to stick with him for the rest of his life. He can't outweigh his draft. He can't get better. All of those things that people say, that I don't agree with. We're sponsored by calhope.org. Is Brock Purdy just Jimmy 2.0? Is that the label we're giving him? 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call or text 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
It's Bonte Hill from the Morning Roast, and we have some big news.
See ya. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It brings all the feels. Dibs and I are sitting here having a conversation about Central Coast. As a Cal Poly grad, whenever you bring up all the golf courses, thank you. And Professor, thank you, Grandy. Whenever you bring up the golf courses on the Central Coast, just brings me all the feels, man.
It does?
That's where I learned the game.
Yeah, nice.
That's where I learned the game.
Nice.
I would love to go back to all of those places.
Come with me. I got a passenger seat open. Looks like I'm driving down to scoop up Pookie, a.k.a.
Pookie!
Pac. He goes by Pac. He was one Pac.
Pac, not two Pac.
He was one Pac. When he was an 8-year-old.
Well, now, why did he get one if two only got two? I feel like he should be three.
He got one because...
He's ranked ahead of two?
At the time, his nickname was Pookie because he was our little guy. Mm-hmm. And when he was a little leaguer, about 8 years old, he went to write in his hat, because you write your name on your hat.
Yeah, you write the name on the hat.
And he wrote P-O-K-K. He didn't write P-O-O-K.
Pac.
He wrote Pac. So all his teammates and all his friends started calling him Pac, a.k.a. Pocky, a.k.a. Pocky Lamb, and so he became Pac.
Okay.
And so now he's my Pac. So
I love that.
Pac needs a ride home from college in Santa Barbara, so it looks like Big Papa. Shout out,
I love it when you call me that.
So Big Poppy and Pac, East Coast, West Coast,
man,
we're going to actually come together.
This got serious really fast.
It did.
I did not
There's
think
no
that
beef.
could happen.
So you think I have one baby, turns out I have two.
You got plenty.
Yeah, I'm going down to get Pac. So you and I were talking about a possible golf trip on the way down.
Shout out to all the parents who don't write their name, the kid's name, in the Little League cap bill. And actually, I don't want to shout you out. I would just want to shout at you.
Totally.
I get visibly shaken when there's one hat left on the dugout floor and you walk over and pick it up, flip it over to see what name is there, and there's no name. I'm like, honestly, Little League parents, if there's only one thing you do all year, I don't even care if you drop your kid off on time, write the name in the hat and use a Sharpie.
It's not that hard.
Don't use a pencil. Use a Sharpie, put the little kid's name, pick whatever wrapper you want, and put the name
Pac
on the bill of the cap.
Yeah.
Okay?
And it's...
All right, that's my public service announcement.
Thank you
today.
for that. As a coach, I made sure that everyone did that. First practice, you bring a Sharpie. Let the kids do it themselves,
Sure.
especially when they're 8. That way they can write in their own way. And
might get a lifetime nickname out of it. Who knows?
my guy put Pac, and so now he's Pac. He's been Pac for about 10 years now.
Amazing.
Or
That's
more,
it.
so...
All right, so... you know what? That was a fascinating sort of way to look at this whole thing because I hear it from a lot of people. Gosh, Brock is Jimmy 2.0.
Brock or Pac?
Both of them.
Okay.
Yeah. Pac 2.0 would be 2.0 Pac. Anyway.
Yeah.
Point is this, and I'll admit a spot where my feathers get ruffled, and maybe it was because of even the house I grew up in. I love every single piece of my mom and dad who are still together today. But one thing I learned in this business was I took a little chip on my shoulder in terms of like, I'm going to prove to you that I can do it. Because my mom is a worrier. And so when I was going to do this job, I was fed with a whole lot of, oh, no, don't. No, that's just not safe. And there's not this. And I guess it's hard to get into, and it's not stable. And she was right; it's completely unstable.
Sure,
boy, was she right about that.
And hard to get into,
right? But I did it anyway, and I carried a lot of that with me. Of like, I'm going to prove to you that I can do this. I don't like it when we tell people you can't, you won't. So when I watch people, and I saw a bunch of you on YouTube just a second ago. Brock is not going to do fill in blank. He's not Tom Brady. Well, probably not. I don't know who the hell's Tom Brady. Why would anyone have that career again ever? It's a crazy career. I would never predict that. But who on earth are you to tell all of us where this is going to go? Why is it that because he was drafted in the 7th round, you're so damn sure that he can't be great? Why are you doing that when we have evidence in every draft that's ever existed in any sport where people fly out of the late rounds. In fact, people fly out of no rounds. They are undrafted, and they turn out to be amazing players. That's what I want to know. I totally understand why people are excited to see Trey Lance. But why are we flipping that into telling Brock Purdy that because he was drafted in the 7th round, that's a bunch of poppycock that he might end up being really good? I don't get that.
I don't know if that is the only reason why people don't think that Brock Purdy can be, quote, any good. I think that people look at the similarities between Brock Purdy and Jimmy Garoppolo. Physically not that imposing, physically not that skilled. They don't have great mobility. They don't have a great arm. Brock Purdy's more mobile than Jimmy Garoppolo, and he seems to be a little bit more able to dissect what's going on with the defense and improvise and make plays and all that and more. But you look at a guy like Trey Lance who's got more physical skill, he's got more size, more strength, and you think then by proxy that he would be a better quarterback. And I don't think that people look at Brock Purdy's draft spot as much anymore in terms of, well, because you were taken where you were taken, you can't be any good. I think a lot of that's gone now.
Do you?
I do, personally.
Interesting, man, because I look at this, and if I asked you, I'm only going to give you 2 players. You get to name 2 names. You can pick any 2 you want, but give me who you think are the greatest quarterbacks of all time.
Of all time?
Yes, and I'm going to make you say only 2 names. So it can be any 2 you want.
Right.
But the greatest quarterbacks of all time. Who would you pick?
I will say Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to say Mahomes because he's on that trajectory, and I want to be ahead of the curve.
Yeah, that's fine. Like, I have no issues with whatever your answer was. And Patrick Mahomes is physically imposing. He has got every physical tool you can imagine. I would bet that many people listening to my voice just said to themselves, Tom Brady and Joe Montana.
Right.
Both of whom had seemingly 0 physical skill. None. They couldn't. Montana.
Brady's 6'4".
Yeah, and he's got a good arm. It's certainly not.
It was better when he was younger.
Yeah, but it's never.
Go back and watch the YouTube clips. The dude could throw it.
No, he's an NFL quarterback.
Yes, but
he never was a Mahomes or an Allen in terms of a howitzer arm.
Right.
He was never that.
Much bigger arm though earlier in his career.
Sure, Montana. He couldn't move at all. Montana could a little bit. But he didn't have a great arm. He didn't have, what did Joe have? He didn't have a great anything. He had a great sense. He just had a great way about him. He had the ability to come back late. He was incredibly accurate. If I look at those 2 quarterbacks.
Montana more mobile than you remember, though.
No, I said he can move.
Yeah.
He can move. I think Brock can move as well as Joe, maybe even better.
Different era.
Yeah,
but
they move differently. I bet for some people a name coming up would be Peyton Manning. Now, Peyton Manning had an amazing arm. He was very tall. But again, when he walks into the room, that's not an imposing athlete like a Mahomes or an Allen or anything like that. So I don't know that there's that line that we draw between you're a great athlete, therefore you can be great at quarterback. You can be that mediocre-looking NFL athlete and be a great quarterback. We've already seen it multiple times.
It's harder, though, and those guys are more rare. Your Drew Breeses and your Doug Flutie's those are more the aberration. Russell Wilson, that's more of the exception as opposed to the norm. If you want to go through the numbers, the stats of all the best quarterbacks in history, you're going to find more Elways, Mannings, and Brady's than you are Breeze and Russell Wilson.
Yeah,
and Brock Purdy.
But you put Brady on the uber athlete side, and I don't think he belongs there. I don't think he belongs there at all. He couldn't even start in college. He was
a big guy though, late bloomer.
There's a lot of big guys. I mean,
but in terms of physical athletic specimen, absolutely.
Huh.
And we could talk about Dan McGuire at 6'9". It doesn't mean because you're tall that you're good.
No, I disagree. Remember the pictures of Tom Brady for his draft profile. He was very he looked like a tall Mac Jones. He wasn't chiseled. He wasn't anything.
Well, Mac Jones is 6 foot?
Yeah, right. But what's Tom?
6'4".
Okay. That's not that great. Okay, he was a little tall. Bonte's 6'4".
Bonte could spin it. Don't sleep on
Do you know
Vontae.
what I mean? I'm not putting Brady on that side. The Uber athletes. And how many Uber athletes were drafted to go be great? And
Well, how many Uber athletes
terrible.
are playing quarterback right now in the NFL?
A lot.
I mean, really good. I'm talking about an athlete who could be, maybe this guy could play a different professional sport. You're talking about Jalen Hurts and Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes.
Allen.
You put Josh Allen on there. I wouldn't put Joe Burrow on that list.
See, Burrow and Herbert are interesting. Those are pretty, dude, they're athletes.
Russell Wilson you'd put on that list. The guy played.
The guy I used to know.
The guy could have played minor league baseball.
Sure.
He's on the list.
But he's
Kyler
small.
Murray's on the list.
But he's, yes, sure.
But you're talking about Uber athletes, quote unquote.
Absolutely.
These are guys, to me, if you are an Uber athlete, you're a guy who could have played another sport at a high level.
And you just named some people that you'd take Brock Purdy over right now. If I offered you Kyler Murray or Brock Purdy for the next 4 years, who would you take?
At shortstop?
No, at quarterback.
Oh, at I'd take Brock Purdy.
There you go. So I don't I mean, this underscores my point, I guess. Why does the 49er quarterback, or anyone for that matter, in order to be great, why do you have to be an Uber athlete? Why do you have to pop off the screen?
But it'd be a lot cooler if you did.
Sure.
And I think it's partly because of Jimmy Garoppolo PTSD. For those people who don't think that Jimmy Garoppolo was good enough, for those people who think that Jimmy Garoppolo was the reason why the Niners didn't win those Super Bowls, you look at Brock Purdy and you think, here we go again.
Yeah, maybe. But that's PTSD. That's not rational. That's not coming from...
It's emotional, yeah.
Right. That's not coming from a good place. Like, when people go, Brock Purdy's not Tom, I'm like, you're right. He's also not Jimmy. He's Brock. Like, we don't need to make him someone else at all. And I want to make sure I'm clear here. I'm not saying that Brock Purdy's going to be an all-time great. Here's my opinion. It's way too early to know for sure, but I loved what I saw last year, and I think that in over an 8-game stretch that included playoffs, I thought that run from Brock Purdy was better than anything we ever saw Jimmy Garoppolo do. I thought that. And I'm mindful that they were his first 8 games.
Yeah.
So
it's hard for me to go that far because of what we talked about last segment in terms of who he had riding with him, because it was much easier for Brock Purdy in Kyle Shanahan's 7th year with a Hall of Famer, Christian McCaffrey, a possible Hall of Famer in George Kittle, a surefire Hall of Famer in Trent Williams, and 2 elite all-pro level receivers in Debo and Ayuk, as opposed to Marquise Goodwin, Carlos Hyde, and a bunch of nobodies. Jimmy Garoppolo had a much tougher go taking over a 1-10 team than Brock Purdy did.
Quick aside, you saying that Brock Purdy played with 2 elite receivers. I know one guy who vehemently disagrees with you on that point. His name is Debo Samuel.
How would you assess your season last year?
Oh, it was awful. It was awful.
In what way?
Every aspect.
Did that leave a bitter taste in your mouth?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Me and Kyle had a long meeting the other day. We watched tape. We talked about it. We put it behind us, and just going through the tape and just look how sluggish and like how bad it looked on tape. Like I said, just reflecting on last offseason, it kind of played a big role in that, and I never put nothing like that back on tape again.
Did you feel it as the season was going on, or was it not until you went back and watched it?
I was kind of behind the 8 ball a little bit for us, being in my routine that I normally be in for us the offseason, getting ready to play because, like I said, a lot of distractions was going on. But, I kind of felt it, but I was just, trying to will my way to help the team in every aspect possible.
How about that? Brock Purdy was getting pulled down by this crappy crappy WR1 that the Niners had to deal with all year named Debo.
Man, that's surprising to hear him be that frank and that honest in a self-reflective mode. He comes out in the opener, 2 catches for 14 in the monsoon. You were there.
Yeah.
And then, 3 good games and then a bad game and then a couple of okay games and then he got hurt and then he was hurt late in the year. So I could see where he looks at his overall numbers and says, geez, that's not the player that I want to be.
I mean, first of all, it kind of fires you up a little bit.
It does.
Like you kind of love it when you hear a player do that. Debo Samuel has now gotten paid, but Debo is not going to sit back and rest. Like he's got a desire to come out and be so much better this year, and so that's wonderful. But back to the issue at hand, I fully acknowledge your point with regard to the team Brock was playing with versus when Jimmy showed up. Two totally different animals. Two totally different. So
and even the coach that he was playing for, I think, was totally different. That was Kyle's first year.
That's an interesting
As
point.
opposed to now, where
That's an interesting point.
I mean, the laminated play sheet is much more, I think, secure in terms of what he's trying to do with this team.
Right. So he was a rookie head coach at the time.
Yes.
But he was not, obviously. I mean, he's been Kyle Shanahan play caller for a long time in the league.
Yes, but he was 1-10, turning to Jimmy Garoppolo, low pressure, low wattage, no talent. It was a little bit easier, I think, for Kyle, as opposed to now where Kyle's much more established in terms of what he's doing.
For those of you who think that Brock Purdy is just Jimmy 2.0 also, may I bring up a different point? Brock Purdy appears, I've never met the guy, but he appears to not be the kind of guy that will just, I don't know, leave his head coach on red for 6 months. Like, what about who these guys are outside of that? And I'm not turning Jimmy Garoppolo into being a bad teammate. I don't think he is that. I thought his sideline demeanor was phenomenal. I thought his command of the huddle was very good. He was a very, very good quarterback, but never statistically great. And it sounds like maybe at times almost a little bit aloof in the offseason. Purdy, it feels like, and I would probably say this about all the 49er quarterbacks right now, like they handle themselves in exactly the way you would want them to handle themselves. I'm already going to give Brock Purdy a nod over Jimmy in terms of like the quarterback head coach relationship. That's already better.
Yeah, and that's pretty easy to see in terms of the fact that he is actually here and talking about, throwing and Kyle and the things that Kyle and John have said about Brock Purdy. It feels like they're much more on the same page. It was stunning to hear those reports when they first came out about Jimmy Garoppolo leaving the coach on red and, completely kind of ignoring the offseason communication therein. And now we know what we know about Jimmy Garoppolo going to the Raiders.
Remember Kyle just a couple months ago was like, have you talked to Jimmy? He's like, I'd have to run into him. That tells you all you need to know. So I don't know, man. I look at this and I acknowledge that it's been 8 games, so there's no way that we can all define who Brock is and where it's going to go next. There's no way we can do that. But I feel that in both directions. The same way I think that those 8 games, you cannot say that Brock is going to be great. You also cannot say that he's not. You can't say that.
That he's not going to be great?
How can you say that? How will we know? Like, again, when people say that, to me it feels like they're saying, look, he's got a 7th round grade. How on earth could he be great? I think you said the other day, or maybe it was one of our callers, but it was like, Brock is who he's going to be.
It was me.
8 games? Me. 8 games, and now we've decided that he's complete.
I said he's closer to his ceiling than Trey Lance
is. Maybe. I don't know what his ceiling is.
Right.
Maybe he's going to be even better. Maybe he's going to win all the games forever, Dibs.
Sure.
Never going to lose.
Is he more likely to be Jimmy Garoppolo 2.0 or Tom Brady in terms of his career arc?
More likely?
Right.
I guess I don't know how anything could be likely and have it also be Tom Brady. So I guess I would answer that as Jimmy. But I'm not really about comparing Brock to Tom Brady. That's a crazy thing to be saying about somebody 8 games into their career.
What if we compare him to Kirk Cousins?
Okay.
If he has a Kirk Cousins-like career.
What's the difference between the Kirk Cousins career and the Jimmy career, I guess?
Well, I think Cousins has been more cemented, more permanent in terms of his job as a starter.
He's statistically better than Jimmy, but not in the win-loss column.
Right close, though, in the postseason in terms of postseason bursts and the ability to stay healthy.
I don't even. I
have to look it up, but I think Kirk has.
I feel like his playoff record has got to be way worse.
But more playoff appearances on a worse team, I would imagine.
I wonder.
I'll punch it up.
Yeah,
for you.
punch up Kirk Cousins' playoff starts versus Jimmy's playoff starts. Jimmy, when he gets there, tends to stay longer. Than Kirk. How many playoff wins does Kirk Cousins have in his career?
He's 1-3 in the postseason.
All right, so Jimmy's got more games and a way better record. So I don't know which one you'd pick. Kirk Cousins helps people's fantasy team. Jimmy helps people's real team. That's the way I would define those two guys.
Yeah.
You know? But I don't mean can he be Brady. I just mean can he be great? Like, I'm open to that. Brock Purdy might be great. I don't know. I got no reason so far. I've seen nothing that suggests that that's off the table. Right? When he plays, I understand when you see him play, you're not like, oh my gosh, this doesn't fly off the screen at you. But it often doesn't look that way with quarterbacking in the NFL. Like, his numbers are great. His numbers at the end of a 5 to 8 game stretch, whether you want to count playoffs or not, were legitimately like high-level NFL elite quarterbacking. You push 40 touchdowns per season and only pick off, 10 or 11. That's elite quarterback play. So why would I take being great off of the table?
You wouldn't, but in terms of how great can he be the kind of quarterback to lead you to a Super Bowl win? I'm not sure if I would put my stock in that. Can he have a year like Jimmy Garoppolo did in 2019, where he went 13-3 and he threw for nearly 4,000 yards, 27 touchdowns. Jimmy had 13 picks, which feels like a lot, but he was second in comeback player of the year voting. He was an all-pro. Can Brock Purdy be a quarterback like that?
Dan, I'll tell you what.
It's a Dan day?
It's actually not. Hey, Dibs.
Damn.
This just handed to us.
Yeah.
This statistic just handed to us.
I threw it away.
You did?
It's from Grandy. I'm not reading that.
I know, but it sort of helps your argument, to be honest with you.
That case.
Take it out of the trash. This might change some opinions. This is an interesting piece of paper you just handed us, Grandy. So we'll pass that along coming up next. Plus, wait till you hear what George Kittle said about Trey Lance. This, too, is interesting, and we'll get to your phone calls at 888-957-9570. It's presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. They call this show Willard and Dibs.
The Alameda County Fair is back in Pleasanton June 16th through July 9th. Experience delicious fair food favorites, thrilling carnival.
Actually, the more the better, so I can help educate.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that's right. Keep the questions coming. And Kyle Shanahan and Willard and Dibs will educate you. Educate you.
Sure.
Nice Dipsy shirt.
Thank
Digging
you.
it. Get on YouTube. Dibs has disrobed and re-robed.
Yeah.
And
still fits.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Moving into the 3 o'clock hour. Good 49er colors on your Dipsy shirt.
Thank you. Yeah. I completed 4 Dipsy races.
Did you do 4?
Couple of double Dipsies. Yeah. Back in my late 20s to early 30s, big Dipsy runner. And, of course, it's Dipsy Sunday, which is the oldest trail race in America, Mark.
I did not know that either.
Yeah, from Mill Valley to Stinson Beach.
I know the trail well. I just hiked it on Mother's Day for the second time. I'll hike that thing. I just won't run that thing.
Yeah, you did the whole thing.
Oh, we did the whole thing.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll
and you
hike
got
it.
to ride back, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. We drive, me and lovely Christy put a car out there, and then you drive back, and then you hike that thing.
Yeah. 676 steps.
You leave some oranges and a cooler with waters in the car that you leave, and oh boy, those taste good on the way home.
Yeah, that's not what I would leave when I would do that, but yeah, something like that. More like a 12-pack of old styles and, a couple of hoagies.
Want a beer?
Totally, I wanted a beer.
I'm going to go over here and get a beer.
Yeah.
By the way, I'll tell you what we do know is our mutual friend, one Peter Hartlaub, who writes for the San Francisco Chronicle, has been chronicling the build-up to him performing in the Dipsy race this weekend.
Yeah.
And he's never done it before, and he's been terrified of the idea.
And he should be. No,
I'll tell you this. When I hike it, I'm like, yo, run this thing?
Yeah.
Like, it's not even just the difficulty of it where it feels like you're going uphill for the first, 83% of the trail.
Pretty much.
It's also just like the foot sort of awareness. Imagining that sort of uneven ground with a bunch of people running it with you.
On your left.
And it's spots. Yeah, I know. That's the famous line. On your left. And I'm like, on my left, the trail is half a foot wide right here.
Right.
I'm like, how do you not end up? How many times you fall?
Usually twice.
Okay.
Famously in steep ravine, because you go up 676 steps, as you know, and then you get to the top, and then you go all the way back down, which is the unfortunate part.
Right, and then so you go back up again.
And then you climb out. It's about a 2-mile climb that ends with Cardiac, and when you get to the top of Cardiac, you get that ocean breeze for the first time. And as you get to Cardiac at the top, you look out and you can see the ocean.
Yep.
And then it's basically 2.5 miles all downhill.
Kind of straight and downhill.
And so you're trying to really bomb it and let it go. And like you said, there's a couple of spots where the footing maybe isn't so good. And I went, can I say ass over tea kettle?
Yeah, you can.
A couple times.
Brother.
Steep ravine, bro, into some sticker bushes.
I cannot imagine how you don't. Like when I've hiked it twice and I'm like, I don't see it. I just don't see it. I'm like Steiny looking at the Warriors' future. I'm like walking the Dipsy going, I don't see it, guys. I just don't see it. I don't see how this is going to work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let alone full speed.
So Hartlaw, brother, I'm with you.
Best
I
of
don't
luck.
see it, but
Godspeed.
Godspeed and text me if you need some water.
Yeah. Or a Band-Aid.
Or a Band-Aid.
Yeah.
Or a trip to the hospital. I don't know, wow. It's
those days are in my past. But
damn right.
Well, and
damn right.
When I was running it, and this shirt is from '97.
Peter's older than me. Peter's
he's younger than me, but older than you.
It's close.
Yes.
Yeah.
But this shirt's from '97, which means I was 28 that year, almost 29.
Okay.
So the knees were fresh, and your boy was a runner, and so I was going completely all out, all 7 miles. Now, if I was to do the Dipsy, you can put me on a calendar, bro.
Put me in last place.
Shuffleupagus,
dude. I'll walk and I'll
walk
see you
the
there.
Stairs, oh, yeah.
I'll
Where's
see
the
you there.
handrail on this
Order
damn
me
thing?
a beer and
Totally.
I'll be there when I'm there, okay?
Geritol. Anyway.
I have this very important piece
I
of
have
paper
it too,
in
and
front
I'm
of me.
excited.
Yeah. So check this out. For anybody who wants to bring up the point, well, wait a minute. Brock got to play with Christian McCaffrey. Jimmy didn't get to play with Christian McCaffrey. Now, this theory has its holes as well because Jimmy was a seasoned vet by the time he got to play with Christian McCaffrey. Brock Purdy has only played those 8 games, just a wee little pup, as you know. But if you're interested to know what the game logs would be for the quarterbacks the first time they played with Christian, the first time they played with an elite running back. So Jimmy Garoppolo's first 4 starts with Christian McCaffrey. Completion percentage, 72.3, 7 touchdowns, no interceptions, and a quarterback rating of 114.3.
It's pretty good.
Brock Purdy, in his first 5 games, his only 5 regular season games, this does not count the Miami game, 68.5 completion percentage, a little bit lower, 11 touchdowns, that's higher, 2 interceptions, that's higher, and a quarterback rating of 119. So if you want to use rating as the thing, then Brock was even a little bit better than Jimmy with Christian, but Jimmy was great too. Those are legitimately both, and again, small samples,
right,
but great runs. I think, as we all know, when Christian showed up and started starting, the 49ers never lost again. So everybody was really good with Christian McCaffrey.
Right. Everyone was great, and the team was great, and Jimmy was great, and Brock was great. And if you look at these numbers, they're almost identical. Jimmy a little bit more accurate. Brock threw more touchdowns and was slightly better in terms of quarterback rating, which I don't love in terms of its real reflection of how good a quarterback was. But this is a nice, good comparative sample. Brock with 1 more yard per attempt than Jimmy Garoppolo, which indicates that maybe he was a little bit more aggressive, or perhaps the receivers that Brock threw to got a little bit more yak in terms of what they did after the catch.
Yeah.
But very comparable, these numbers.
Yeah, pretty comparable. But again, Jimmy is coming in, what is that, year 6, year 7 of his career?
Right.
Brock's coming in for his first 5 games of his life as an NFL player. So the fact that he's still outrated Jimmy Garoppolo. Again, we can look at this. There's 100 different ways to look at it. I'll just sort of whittle it all down to what my 1-sentence opinion is on this. I don't think Brock Purdy is Jimmy 2.0 because Brock Purdy, in his small sample, was already significantly better than what we ever saw Jimmy do.
Or incrementally better.
Well, I mean, look.
In terms of this comparative number right here.
Is he a better decision maker?
I think so.
Does he move better?
A little bit.
Is he more or less accurate?
He's a little bit more accurate,
Okay.
not much more accurate.
All right, and what about the team? Like, did they score more with him? Like, the answer to all of these things is yes, and it was his first games ever.
Right.
So how does that add up to Brock is Jimmy 2.0?
Well, we'll see based on what defenses do to adjust to
fair.
Brock Purdy,
That's
because
fair.
Jimmy Garoppolo, even after the adjustment, still came out and played as well as Brock, or damn near as well as Brock, when he had Christian McCaffrey and the other weapons on the team. So we'll see what the defenses do to adjust to Brock Purdy. And now Brock is doing what Jimmy's had to do so many times, and that is come back from injury.
We got to pay this off. We mentioned that George Kittle said some interesting things about Trey Lance. Here they are.
I'm not going to lie to you guys. I think Trey looks significantly better than he did last year. I really do. I think his confidence is there. I think that he's throwing really good passes. I know you guys take videos sometimes. He overthrows people once in a while. Hey, it is what it is. He's still learning and stuff. But, I mean, just watching him, he just looks so much more comfortable and confident in the pocket. And I really appreciate that from him, from all the work that he's put into it. I think all of our quarterbacks, I know I saw one of you guys had a stat that Brandon Allen didn't have any completion yet. That's pretty cool for him too. But I think all of our quarterbacks are playing well. But like I said, I think he just looks comfortable back there, and he doesn't look like he just looks like he's having fun. And I really appreciate that from him, because when he's out there having a good time, it definitely brings up everyone around him.
Okay, there's 2 things I think of when I hear George Kittle say this, that Trey Lance looks significantly better than he did last year. The first reaction is, sweet.
Yeah.
That's kind of interesting. That's amazing. But then you also think back to last year, and you're like, hang on a second. You all said Trey Lance was incredible last year. So now you're saying he's incredible-er?
Incredibilist.
Am I supposed to believe you now? Because last year in the offseason, you're like, wait till y'all see Trey.
Yeah.
Wait till y'all see Trey. And then you unveiled him, and like it looked like the coach never wanted him to throw the ball. So is he Is he better? Like, I like that idea.
Right.
If I can take it at face value.
Well, you have to take it at face value until you see otherwise. And the fact that his teammate is saying it, what does George Kittle have in terms of investment? Does George Kittle know that the team wants to trade him and therefore he's been told to hype him up? That doesn't strike me as a George Kittle way of going about things. I don't think George is going to say that just so they can increase his trade value.
No,
I think that he believes that on face value.
Yeah, although teammates say nice things about teammates,
especially
right?
in June. Yeah.
Yeah. So your call's next, 888-957-9570. We're also heading toward a very big Steve Kerr question that I have to throw out there. Looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth? Do you want to earn up to $39 per hour within 3 years of starting? Then apply to become a VTA bus driver by texting VTA bus to 333-161. Again, it's text VTA bus to 333-161 to apply. Your call's next on Willard and Dibs.
And this is Dan Dibley, and the time of year has arrived when people enjoy working outside, and Golden State wants to know how they can help you with your home project. Are you in need of replacing weather-beaten fencing or looking to build that deck that you've been dreaming about? With assistance from your professional contractor or builder and Golden State, your gratification is just a short time away. For businesses looking to upgrade your outdoor space, Golden State realizes time is money, so with their large inventory and quick delivery, businesses can complete projects with little interruption. For those of you outside the city areas, you may want to consider fire protection. Golden State works with a variety of vendors who can protect your home or business with fire-resistant and flame-reducing siding, trim, shingles, and decking from James Hardy, TimberTech, Fiberon, and others. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com to see how you can upgrade your home or business. Family owned since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will.
select appliances plus $300 off select refrigerators at the Home Depot ends June 7th. Pricing valid May 18th through June 7th, 2023. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
So the good doc is going to hop in here in 45 minutes, and I don't know. Do we need to change our questions? I don't know if we need to ask him about Jock Peterson and Tyro Estrada anymore. You know why?
Tell me, Mark.
They back.
All the way back?
They are back, reinstated.
They're going back to the club.
It is a rehabilitation sensation.
Cha-ching!
And cash me out 2 times because
double up,
Jock and Tyro are back. That is your Giants roster update for the day, and there is one every day.
Well, it can't be the complete update because 2 in means 2 out. Who got to go?
Yeah, gotta
go.
I was going to give you that.
Oh, give it to me.
Here it goes. Bryce Johnson, AAA, Sacramento.
That sucks.
Brett Wisely.
No.
AAA.
Not Wise.
Sacramento.
No.
Corresponding as well, infielder, outfielder, Matt Beatty, who was DFA'd a while ago, has cleared waivers and elected free agency.
Oh, man.
So he gone. Do we got a lineup?
We do. Just came out.
Let's go.
Lamont Wade playing first, leading off. Tyro Estrada back at second and in the 2-hole. Jock Peterson DHing, batting third. And, of course, this is Giants at Rockies tonight. J.D. Davis playing third, batting cleanup. Conforto in right, then Haniger in left. Yaz in center. Patrick Bailey behind the dish. And that's Brandon Crawford batting ninth, playing shortstop.
I did not hear Casey Schmidt's name today.
Brandon Crawford batting ninth?
Yeah. Where do you want to bat him?
Dude.
How about 11th?
I mean, can we just reflect on the ignominy of being...
Dude. Who do you want to put him in front of? He's clearly the 9th best hitter of that group right now.
How does that go when Gabe has to talk to Brandon about hitting ninth?
I think the other option
I
is
was
Casey.
queuing you up to do a little Kapler.
Obviously,
thank you.
You probably shouldn't even be in the lineup at all.
I got to beg for it these days.
Sorry. I'm out of practice.
We as a coaching staff. Well, it's June now. You need to get your Kapler back.
What over under 2.5 home runs for the Giants tonight?
In Colorado?
In Colorado.
Who's pitching for the Rockies?
I don't know. Somebody. It doesn't matter. His curveball's not going to curve.
Well, you told me last week, name an Oriole.
Yeah.
I'm going to be over here.
Name a Rocky.
I couldn't do it. Is Larry Walker still playing?
No, he's not. He is not. Let's see. Today's probables.
Taiwan guy. He's still pitching, right? Taiwan Walker.
Taiwan Walker?
Yeah. I'm out of Walkers.
Why don't you pick somebody's name who's not Walker?
Oh, Mike Hampton is throwing tonight.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
There was a former Giant on this team. He's still there. He's just not healthy.
Chris Bryant, right?
Not playing.
Has Chris Bryant been healthy since the day he left? I don't think so.
Man.
I don't think so.
Chuck Nasty's been there for like 15 years.
Yeah.
Charlie Blackmon.
No, for real. Can you name a Rocky?
For real. Next question. Okay? I told you to stop embarrassing me.
You can't name any?
No.
Really?
I mean, if you press me and gave me time to Google it,
Hold
of course.
on. What if I did this?
Hold on.
There is game show music, please. Gosh, that almost sounds like you're is that a bong? What is that over there?
No, that's.
All right. There is a player on the Rockies active roster who was also on the Giants earlier this year. Who is that player?
Name that Rocky. Is it Edahiris Montero?
No. What the hell is that?
He's on the Rockies.
Cheater!
You pulled up the roster?
And you still get to it?
Roster in the middle of this?
Is it Dinelson Lamet? Was he a Giant?
No, that's who's starting tonight, though.
Who knew?
Good job. Former Padre.
I'm just trying to name as many random. Is it Mr. Hand? Was Brad Hand a Giant this year?
No, Brad Hand was not a Giant this year. Another former Padre.
Oh, I know who it is.
Yep.
Ezekiel Tovar.
No, it's not Ezekiel Elliott or anybody else.
It's Austin Wins.
Austin Wins. All he does is wins.
No matter what.
No matter what.
It's more fun when I have the roster and I can guess wrong answers.
How could you not say Charlie Blackmon? Like if I was like, name a Rocky, you should have been able to get the long-haired crazy man.
Because, Mark, I am not as dialed into baseball. Even with the new rules, I've not found myself locking in.
Well, lock in.
Infinite number of outcomes.
If you want to talk about the things that I'm locked in upon ahead of the Rockies roster, I will give you such things as the 49ers OTAs, the Warriors offseason machinations,
Vanderpump Rules reunions. I'm just ready to jump
Lucas
in.
is in.
Tomorrow,
He's locked in.
Episode
That's
3,
what it is.
Scandival. I'm absolutely more locked in on that.
You're locked more into live golf than the Rockies
No
roster.
doubt.
I know that.
No doubt, Jay Moynihan. Well, you want to talk about beep, beep, beep. Back it up, Jay. What a chump. He's making Rob Manfred look like a damn genius.
Bro, let's do commissioner rankings. Commissioner power rankings. Go. Who do you hate the most? You got Manfred? You got Monahan.
It's Monahan right now.
Don't forget.
Without a doubt.
Goodell. What about Raj?
Goodell's untouchable.
Silver?
He's always my favorite commissioner.
Silver?
Silver, I mean, the only thing that he's done to me is the midseason tournament threat that still is yet to bear fruit. The play-in I don't like. But at the end of it, the NBA is beyond the commissioner. He's fine.
Is the Count Gary Bettman still in power? Is he there?
I love the puck. 1, 2, 3.
Exactly.
Yeah, the Bettman. Is he even still the commish?
I don't even know.
Monahan is at the bottom right now.
Well, today.
What a snake.
Dude, getting below Manfred takes some digging.
Yeah?
It takes it, and he done did
and
it.
I give Flaccid Rob credit because he has done a lot to fix Major League Baseball. Games are faster. There's more action. Baseball is better than it's been in recent days.
Everybody in the East Bay would like to talk to you for a minute about your love for Rob Manfred.
Well, that's not Rob's fault.
Oh, he's got a huge hand in it.
He does, but the blame falls
John
far,
Fisher.
far
of
beyond.
Of course,
If
John
you're
Fisher.
if you want to point the blame at the A's situation, it's Fisher 1, it's Fisher 2, and then maybe you get to Flaccid Rob.
Major League Baseball is they're the Oakland A's are first, and baseball.
The Oakland A's are second.
Yeah, but baseball comes in ahead of the city of Oakland. I'll tell
Agreed.
you that for
Absolutely
sure.
agreed.
For sure. And the city of Vegas is over there just like, what? Like they're totally
Not their fault.
No, it's not their fault, but they are
They're the other woman.
They're the other woman. Absolutely.
Right.
Or man.
Well,
or man.
Fine. And I'm just going to say, I'm going to keep it with a gender, with a profile,
You
because
keep it
that's what we
100?
do.
Okay.
I'm
Why
going
don't you keep it real, dude?
Mark, I'm going to keep it real.
Okay.
It's not Vegas's fault that the A's are cheating on the city of Oakland. Vegas is just there, They're just, they knock on our door.
But you
let
don't-
them in.
But you don't need to do that.
But what are they supposed to say? No, you already are a kept individual. We don't want you. No, of course.
No, they should say no because they're not going to do any good for Vegas either. Like that, it's a bad deal. I don't even know if it's a real deal. The A's are moving the goalposts every 2 seconds, and nothing is getting voted through in Nevada either. And if you can't get voted through in Nevada, holy hell, you can't get voted through. Period. Sell that team.
Well, why would you sell that team when you're getting your way and you're able to? Well, they're getting to at least court Nevada.
It's not working.
Major League Baseball has not stood in their way.
They had a bad day in court yesterday, brother. They had a bad day in court last night.
Right, for the third time.
Yeah.
And what does that mean in terms of the A's?
It may mean that they don't have a home.
Well,
it may mean they don't have a home.
They've got a home in Oakland.
That team.
No, I want them to sell the team, Mark. I've been very clear about my wishes and my dream of Joe Lacob buying that team and moving them to the city.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. Buy the team. And there was a rendering that somebody released a week or so ago about what the Coliseum site could look like if you built a new Coliseum, the baseball stadium, a little bit closer to Bart, and then you built like 6 youth baseball fields around it, and you built a bunch of tennis and pickleball courts on the side. You could turn it into a complete athletic complex.
Yeah.
Which is what you need.
Right. Well, that sounds like a good idea. That doesn't sound like a billionaire's business idea, though.
No.
Yeah, that's,
a billionaire's business idea was give me 5,000 square feet or 5,000 square blocks in downtown Oakland, and I'll throw together a chintzy little stadium for a team that no one wants to see, but give me the land. Yeah.
All right, 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibbs. Glad you're with us. Yeah, good Doc's going to hop on here in a half hour. But Jock Peterson and Tyro Estrada ready to go for Gigante tonight. Let's go to Jonathan in the city. Hey, Jonathan, what are you doing?
Just cooking up some extra large meatballs.
Wow.
I just want to say, man, you got a question mark, and Dan earlier is Brock Jimmy 2.0.
Jimmy 2.0. What do you think, Jonathan?
No. Hell no, guys. First of all,
what's going on with Jonathan's phone? No. That's not good enough. That's not good enough. Jonathan is one of our faithful callers.
Yeah.
I think he's called enough times where Odyssey should buy him a new phone.
He could be out of minutes.
Yeah.
Remember the old school minutes plans?
I want to hear what he had to say, though. The whole Jimmy 2.0 conversation. I don't know. You started out by saying yes, and then, I don't know. I think there are certain ways of looking at it where you feel one way, certain that you feel the other way.
I think it's a yes, but I also think that in terms of who Jimmy Garoppolo was, people use him being Jimmy 2.0 as a disparaging comparison, I think. And that's where I think that's unfair. He could be Jimmy 2.0, but if you look at Jimmy Garoppolo and what he was 38-17 as a starter for this team. That's a pretty good winning percentage.
Really good, yeah.
In terms of games won. But you look at what he did, yards per game, 238.6 yards per game. That, to me, is the kind of quarterback that Brock Purdy is going to be. He's not necessarily dink and dunk, and he's not a complete game manager, but he's the kind of quarterback that you're not going to lean on to go out there and win a game. You don't need Brock Purdy to make plays, big plays, in order to win a game.
Well, I always wonder when we say this, like you and I have had what sometimes turns into a semantics conversation about Brock Purdy being the 6th best player on the 49ers or the 9th best player on the 49ers, and they're the one team that can do that at the quarterback position.
Yeah.
And so if we use the word best, I can sort of agree with you. But when we use the word important, that's where I sort of disagree. In other words, Trent Williams is way better than Brock Purdy. Trent Williams is better at his job than Brock Purdy would be at this point at his job, but I would still argue that Brock Purdy's more important. If you got to go play a big division game that's going to really launch you into the standings, into first place, or you're going to fall 2 games back. And I said, you got to play without either Trent Williams or Brock Purdy. Who do you want to play without? Trent, you're sitting.
I'd rather play without Brock Purdy.
Yeah, no, I like your quarterback. It's just by definition, the position is so much more important than all of the other positions.
But I think in terms of value over replacement player, VORP, which is a baseball stat, the drop-off from Trent Williams to, I don't know, Mark, who's the backup left tackle?
I don't know.
Thank you. But we know who the backup quarterback is, and he's not that much of a drop-off from Brock Purdy.
Do we know that? I don't know that we know that.
Well, it's either Sam Darnold or Trey Lance.
And I know nothing, quite frankly, about either one of them in a 49er uniform.
I would feel better about Trey Lance or Sam Darnold replacing Brock Purdy as opposed to, Nick Zakelj?
I don't know, bro. For one game.
I don't know either.
Yeah, Chief. For one game.
Ow.
You know what I mean? Trent Williams missed a bunch of games this year. He missed a stretch of games. The 49ers have actually had pretty good luck with, oh no, we've lost an offensive lineman. Who's this jabroni that we're throwing in there? What's his name? Dan Brunskill? Oh, actually, he played great. That can happen.
Left tackle, though.
But I get it. The quarterback.
They went through 5 of them last year.
Which do you think would affect the line more?
The point spread?
Right? Niners are going to a weekend. They're 4-point favorite. Then the news comes out. Trent Williams is out.
Oh, it's quarterback.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean anything. That's just the point spread. That's the bettor's perception.
It means something. I know it's not automatic A to B, but it definitely means something.
But if you looked at all 32 teams, if you took away their quarterback, the point spread's going to move 3 to 4 points no matter what. For Mahomes, it might be 6, or Josh Allen, it might be 6.
Yeah,
for the Niners, it would be less than many other teams.
Maybe, but look, you're still handing all of that over to a complete unknown, and it's the person who's going to have the ball in their hands on every play. Like that, man, I can't think of what matters more. We all agree it's the most important position in sports. 888-957-9570. How about Dave in Pleasanton? Hey, Dave. Thanks for calling. What are you doing?
Hey, fellas, I just got home, but I had to chime in. The last caller, even though he didn't say too much on the Jimmy 2.0, he's right. The answer is hell no, and here's why. Brock, in his first year, can throw the ball outside the numbers. He can actually throw the ball away instead of just, crawling to the ground instead of getting hit, right? His touchdown to interception ratio is way different than Jimmy Garoppolo's. And he's probably not going to throw a safety and an interception in the same play. That's all I
got. Dave, I totally hear you. Now, I do think on one level, that Broncos game, that's a tough one for Jimmy, man. Like, he looked awful. It was, quite frankly, it was the worst game that I can ever remember him playing in a 49er uniform. And it's up to each and every one of you if you want to make that the poster game for him, or if you want to give him at least a partial pass because he had no camp and that was his first start getting thrown back in there off of Trey Lance's injury. Jimmy played really well last year when you look at the whole year. He played really well. But I'll take the overall point because you know what? He played well, but he didn't play as well as Brock. He didn't play as well as Brock, and Brock also got thrown in there. Brock also didn't have tons of, if any, first-team camp reps. And, he also hadn't played NFL football before. And he went in and he raised every single portion of the Niners' offense. So
I don't give Jimmy a pass for that because he came in the previous game against Seattle and played great. And so then now you get a whole week of prep, and now you come out and you talk about how you were rusty.
Right, I'm
not buying it.
Except for he did say in that Seattle game that they were just kind of winging it, which he loved.
Sure.
Do you remember the Denver game was the lip sync gate when when everyone had decided that Jimmy came off the field and said, these plays blimp and stink, or this play calling stinks, or whatever, and who knows what he actually said. But it was clear after the Seattle game that he loved the idea of going out there and slinging it and winging it a little bit more, for sure.
Against Seattle, sure. And then you come out against Denver and you score 10 points and you lose in a very, very ugly loss. And he lost actually 3 of his first 5 starts. So you could say that he played better. He did, but they didn't play better.
Remind me of where it went from there. After Denver, where'd they go?
You beat the Rams 24-9.
Okay.
In a very ugly game at home. You whoop up on Carolina 37-15.
Jimmy played really well in that one. I remember that one.
Atlanta, you all stunk.
Oh, yeah.
In the second game of a road trip. He had 2 interceptions, and he threw for 296. Most of that was in garbage time.
They were terrible.
When they were down. And then you got rolled by Kansas City. 44-23. He threw for 303. He had a pick in that game. He got sacked 5 times.
And then
by the Chiefs.
Was the very next week Miami?
Beat the Rams, beat the Chargers, beat Arizona, beat New Orleans in a shutout, then Miami.
But it was after Kansas City that C-Mac starting.
Yeah.
That's what happened there. Christian McCaffrey showed up.
Yes, and he did not throw another pick after that. He had 7 touchdowns, no picks.
They never lost another game until they got to Philly.
Right.
Yeah.
True. And he got knocked out of the Miami game after 4 throws. Jimmy G. Yeah.
I mean, honestly,
Jimmy got hurt.
That's weird. If we were going to make that case about who's more important to the 49er offense than Brock Purdy, I would go there rather than Trent Williams. I would go to McCaffrey.
Well, I think they're both in the list for me.
Yeah.
And I would put Debo on the list. I would put Trent Williams, and I would even go so far as to maybe put Kyle Juszczyk on that list.
More important than the quarterback?
These stats meet it out. Jimmy
Kyle
Garoppolo was great. He was rolling, and he got hurt. Brock Purdy came in. And they were rolling, and Brock got hurt. And if you would have had another quarterback to throw in there against Philadelphia, maybe you still win that game.
Yeah, I don't know. The fullback, I just think
critical in this offense.
I think it's not that he's not critical, but I mean they've played without him before. Even Debo, and again, I don't know what the drop off from Brock to Trey is. You said it a little bit ago, it's not that big. I don't know what it is. It might be nothing. It might go the other direction.
Right.
Maybe Trey's better than him. I have no idea where this is going to go, but I haven't seen enough to feel comfortable about anyone coming in behind the quarterback and the 49ers, quote unquote, not missing a beat. They can play without one of their receivers. They can play without their fullback.
Yeah.
They
I just look at what they did last year when they lost their quarterback. You lose your starter, Trey Lance, and the backup comes in, and you do pretty well. And then you lose your backup, and the third stringer comes in, and you do pretty well.
Really well.
So I didn't think that they lost a beat at all from Trey to Jimmy, from Jimmy to Brock. Now, from Brock to Josh, maybe you did because Josh hadn't played.
Well,
now you're down to QB4.
But so does Brock get credit for that, or
Shanahan gets credit for that?
Interesting.
I think.
Interesting.
And that's why I've always said that the quarterback in this offense is not necessarily the most important player.
Do you know what's interesting? When you say that, it's like we're in the midst of this time where, and I think rightfully so, people have a lot of questions about Kyle Shanahan and the quarterback. In other words, why did you move heaven and earth to go draft a guy, and then what we're supposed to just not notice? We're supposed to not notice that you gave 3 years of draft capital into a guy who's never going to play. That's really odd. But in the same breath, a lot of people are going to go, man, Kyle Shanahan's off. This is the one team who's able to do it without a star at quarterback. And I can't think of a bigger compliment that you could give a coach. I've never, who said that in the history of the league? This coach is so good, they don't even need a good quarterback.
Right.
And they can win. That's the greatest compliment that you could ever give a coach. I've never heard anyone say that about Walsh, Parcells, Lombardi. I mean, Andy Reid, anyone. Who has ever said this coach is so insane with his play calling and has such a roster around him, they don't even need a great quarterback? And it feels like it's coming from the same people who have a lot of Kyle questions. If you've got a coach who doesn't need a great quarterback, I would like to sign him to a lifetime contract tomorrow.
Right?
That's unbelievable.
My questions about Kyle Shanahan are not about his play calling. It's about his game management. At times, I think the game management stuff is what gets away from him. And, sometimes he maybe gets to be too smart for his own good. But the way he runs his offense with the formations, the pre-snap motions, the play call, the sophistication, you've seen it. You don't need an elite quarterback to be successful. Look at the quarterbacks they've had. They've made it to the Super Bowl or damn near the Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo and Brock Purdy.
Right.
These guys they're not great. They've never been in a top 10 list on any assessment.
They're not bad either, though.
They're fine.
That's not the word for
They're
them.
Eli Manning.
Well, he's going to go to the Hall of Fame.
But why is he going to the Hall of Fame?
Because
he won 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah, because he won 2 Super Bowls.
Right. Other than those 2 Super Bowls, Eli Manning, he's all right.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. The good doc is around the corner. We also need to get into this. Obviously, it touched a nerve with a lot of people yesterday. Steve Kerr on Draymond's podcast. Based on the reactions that I saw all over the place, I have a very, very pointed question with regard to Steve Kerr for all of us to answer. And we will do that coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
Just looking up some excellent...
the ones who get it done.
Steve, did we lose you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm here.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that was from the time that we were interviewing Steve Kerr. Speaking of interviewing.
Yeah.
We just had an experience here during the break because tomorrow, our boss.
Look.
Thank you.
Look.
Matt Nahigian from the corner office. He will be interviewing one of the ladies who went into the whale's mouth over the weekend at Avila Beach. Did you all see this? You hadn't even seen it. So
I had not.
I got to show you the video.
Oh, my goodness.
From two different
dude.
angles. Lucas, have you seen this?
Yeah, I don't want to pour any cold water on this. The video's 3 years old, but it just resurfaced this weekend.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Much like they just resurfaced.
Wait a minute, but I read an interview with them.
Yeah, I heard one. They went on with Levitard, so I'm excited to hear what Matt
No,
gets
but the
out of
whole
them.
thing was apparently about how there are a lot of whales near Avila Beach, so people are out there a lot more right now.
Well, it's probably this time of year 3 years ago. It was in 2020.
So the article was 3 years ago?
Maybe.
So this was in the middle of the pandemic?
Yeah.
Did the whale wash its hands? That's gross.
Or it's Bailey.
They could have gotten sick.
I think the whale spit them out because they tasted like sanitizer.
Whale's like, oh, gosh, you didn't use any hand cream?
Totally.
Ugh. So, that does throw a little water on it. But anyway.
It's still just as interesting a story.
Have you seen it?
Yes, I have.
Grandy, have you seen it?
A lot of times. And I paused it.
Oh, my gosh. So, yeah, these two women are just on a paddleboard, and they're whale watching.
Kayak.
Oh, they were on a kayak. And this whale literally just comes right up underneath them and with the mouth wide open. I mean, like out of a children's book. There's that children's book where they do the whole thing is like inside the whale's mouth. I mean, that's what it looks like. And then from one angle, it just looks like the whale eats the people. But what sort of happens is the whale breaches and comes down on its side, they sort of spill out in the water. And the woman's like, I have no idea. Like, the whale was there, and then we were in the water.
Both of them wound up in the whale's mouth for a
moment.
The way that they described it was like 15, 20 seconds. They never knew they were actually in the mouth. It felt like they were just in, like they were body surfing, caught up in a wave.
Yeah.
And they eventually made it out, but you could see how the woman who was holding the oar of the kayak, her arm and the oar was outside of the mouth, while the two people were inside.
It looked like he was smoking a cigarette, but it was a woman's arm.
Exactly, and apparently, they were on their way in back to shore. They were going to hang out for 1 second. They knew that there was a second whale about to breach, and as they paused to see where that whale was, they found themselves on top of a bait ball. So that they saw all the fish like slapping up against the kayak, and they felt it. Like, oh God, he's coming, and there it is. Came up right under him.
So Matt Higgins going to talk to this woman.
November 2020, I just punched it out.
Yeah. Oh gosh, that was the height of it.
Yeah.
You can't be out there touching people.
No.
All right, so he's actually trying to solicit questions on Twitter, and that's my first question. How the hell were you two people on a kayak together? That's completely unsafe.
Exactly. Weren't 6 feet apart unless they were in the same household.
Where is your social distancing?
Didn't see any masking either, Mark.
Yeah. What are you, a couple of crazy Floridians or something?
Exactly.
Jeez. I'm kidding. I love Florida.
Sure.
Kinda.
Yeah.
I've had some good times in Florida.
Yeah.
Florida's got 100 different personalities.
I was going to say, I've never been to Florida.
Yeah.
I've been to Miami. I've never been to Florida.
That's a good point. Florida has, we're in Fort
It's like California.
Yeah, we're in Fort Lauderdale, and then we're in Daytona Beach. And this is different. It's different.
Well, think about Humboldt to San Francisco to Sacramento to L.A. to Orange County to San Diego.
Right.
Let alone like Indio and Barstow and
Wairika,
Tahoe and
Wairika and Berkeley.
Weed.
Redding and Berkeley are in the same state.
Yeah, exactly.
Those are different experiences. All right, so this got everybody going yesterday. The Draymond Green Show. We played it a bunch of times. And here's the one that really sounded like, and I agree, a lot of us, the translation sensation is that Steve Kerr in this comment is saying that Jordan Poole and potentially Jonathan Kuminga were too worried about minutes and role rather than a championship.
None of those guys on Miami are sitting there saying, well, I didn't play, or man, they put in so and so. Like, they're just all about winning. And you know this from our groups that we've had. When you have that championship mentality, every guy's bought in, every guy's just trying to win. Nobody cares about any of that stuff. You don't go into the locker room, saying, well, I should have played more. You just want to win. And that's the beauty of finding that magic when you have a championship team, is that everybody's bought in, and it makes the decisions for the coach really simple. You just go with your gut and go with whoever's playing well.
So what I'm more interested in today is the way everybody reacted to Steve Kerr in this. The fact that he's sort of aligning himself with Draymond Green by even going on the podcast, by saying this. I get the emotions of everybody, all the things we've talked about this year, the young guys, the old guys, this, that, and the other. So I got one tweet, and it's just one tweet, but I heard this a lot, and I got a lot of reaction that was along these lines. One person says to me, boy, I can't wait until Draymond and Steve Kerr are no longer a part of this team. And I'm suddenly thinking, gosh, I'm trying to think of a multi-time championship coach who seems to have as many haters in his home market as Steve Kerr. And I couldn't think of one. Why do so many of you dislike Steve Kerr? A guy who has won 4 championships with this roster, seems like, even on a personal level, pretty agreeable, kind person, a person who the other championship members, if you will, have respected, have talked up. Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, right? Draymond, I know he bothers people. That's fine. Bob Myers, Joe Lacob, these people will all just speak glowingly about Steve Kerr. I'm trying to figure out where this comes from. Why do so many of you dislike Steve Kerr? Didn't you tell me when we were talking about him a couple of weeks ago, some business that you frequent where the person is like, fire Kerr. You need to get this guy out of here.
Yeah.
We cannot take this championship level coaching.
Well, he's won 4 titles, but 5 times he hasn't, Mark. So
That's
you can't point out the 4 titles without pointing out the 5 years where he failed. Yeah. Yes, Steve, you failed to win a chip. Granted, 3 of those times he made it to the finals, but that's not good enough, darn it. Mm-hmm. And the other 2 years, what happened there, Kerr? Like this year. And how about the year where you went 15-50 and you basically punted on the season? But I'm saying this obviously tongue-in-cheek because I don't understand, similarly to what you're talking about, how you can really come down on Steve Kerr. Now, can you look at what this team has failed to do in terms of the young players? Yeah, you can be critical.
Of course.
Over Jonathan Wiseman, who now is a Detroit Pistons, and Jonathan Kuminga, who through his first couple of years, it feels like maybe things are going sideways. Moses Moody maybe hasn't developed as fast as you want, and Jordan Poole is a player who developed, and now he might be in a spot where he's going to go on and be elsewhere. So can you be critical? Of course, but
absolutely.
The idea of I can't wait until Steve Kerr is gone, well, I can wait because I remember such names as, Dave Cowens and Brian Winters and Keith Smart and all of the other down years, even Mock Jackson, who was here for a couple of seasons, and he did pretty well.
He did some good things,
but he poisoned the well with the way he went about things, and couldn't wait to have him be gone with some of the things that he was saying.
It's odd, man. Yeah, I'm with you. Like, it's one thing. To me, that's sort of the day-to-day. That's like, you know what I mean, a family member. Hey, your mom, your dad, your kids or whatever, do they drive you nuts on a Wednesday, right? When they won't get to school on time, or they're taking too long in the bathroom, or they're challenging you, they're being disrespectful, whatever it is. They drive you nuts sometimes. Could you criticize them? Yes, of course. Do you want them gone? Like, what are we doing? So I would love to hear from some of you who have been, and maybe you are a very vocal minority, but 888-957-9570, where does this come from? The other comps in this city with regard to accomplishment are, man, the list is short. It's Bill Walsh, it's Bruce Bochy, and that might be the end of it. Or do you want to get to the Seiferts of the world?
Right.
Who have also danced in these waters. I've never seen it feel like this. When we got to the end, when Farhan got hired and Boch was at the end, can you imagine? Did you hear from one person who's just like, man, I can't wait. I can't wait for this guy to not be here anymore.
Right.
Get out of here. What on earth is that? Where's the Steve Kerr hate come from? Draymond, I personally don't feel this way at all. It's a little easier for me to understand because he wears on people at such a level, and he is so pushy, and he is so loud, and the technical fouls, and just Draymond. I get that. Even though I'm still surprised at how many people want him gone too, with all of the winning that he's contributed to. But Steve Kerr, this one is wild to me. How many people feel ready to criticize him, blame him for the way the season went, and start looking for something new?
Well, you can do the first two things and not do the third, because I can see criticism of Steve Kerr, as I mentioned. The young players, if you believe that he has not developed the young players as well as he should, you can criticize him for that, and he would counter that they're in a championship window and he didn't feel like that they were playable, and that's why he did what he did, and you either take his answer at face value or you don't. And you can look at his record, winning percentage of .665 in 4 championships. Bruce Bochy's winning percentage with the Giants was just a tick below 500. He was 2 games below 500 in 2,106 games, and he won 3 titles. Bill Walsh, .609 winning percentage and 3 championships. So Steve Kerr, regular season win percentage, higher than Walsh, higher than Bochy, championships, more than Walsh, more than Bochy. It's hard to not say that he's the greatest coach in the professional history of the Bay Area.
And winning percentage is a little different in the NBA than the other spots. I get that. But
it is, but it's not.
Yeah, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. And it is time, before we get to your calls on that, for Cleared to Play. We'll take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring an associate professor of orthopedic surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Good, Doc. How are you today?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing fantastic. We were joking earlier that now we don't need to ask you about Jock Peterson and Tyro Estrada because they both just got activated and they're in the lineup tonight. But I still would love to. I feel like Peterson has been out maybe longer than one would think. What was your read on his injury and the length of time he was out?
Yeah, no, I think, in and of itself, like having a hand contusion and swelling, it doesn't seem like it would be a big deal. But I think anytime you're worried about grip, and I think batting is particularly where you're worried about how that's going to impact you, if you're not able to grip effectively and that impacts your ability to be effective on the field, I think it's going to take a significant amount of time. So depending on where he was kind of sore, where that bruising and swelling was, it can take sometimes several weeks to get back. So I think a lot of people say, just kind of, suck it up, deal with it, and get out there and play. But if you can't grip it and it's kind of throwing off your swing, then I think there can be a big impact in terms of his effectiveness. So not super surprising, but I know a lot of people were frustrated about why is he out for so long. It sounds like he's back out there, and hopefully he'll be in the lineup today.
Can the same thing be said for Tyro Estrada, who was put on the DL with a left wrist sprain? Is it something that you have to watch in terms of being able to play on back-to-back games, or once he's back, he should be okay and good to go?
I think typically you're usually good to go. I think they're pretty conservative with it. I think where you get worried about it's not necessarily the back-to-backs, but more so like how does it look in 7 to 10 days when it's got you've got a lot of batting practice, you've played a lot, you've done a lot of throwing. So I think things like that where these things can creep back up a week or two from now. So I think back-to-back shouldn't be an issue, but these hand and wrist injury in baseball players, even though they may seem minor in other sports, they really do impact performance. So I think looking to see how these kind of pan out as the next couple of games go on will be really key for both of them.
Doc, I wanted to ask this with regard to Brock Purdy, and we're now starting to hear people say ahead of schedule. Always, weary of a setback, but I wonder if that's even relevant at this point. If there's going to be a setback in this kind of injury, could it happen at any point? Or is it almost like, and I apologize for this comp, but is it almost like a pregnancy that where like once you get through the first 3 months, it's so much more likely that it's going to go well?
Yeah, no, I think I totally agree. I think as you get further and further along from the surgery, the chance of something kind of bad happening goes down. I think these next couple of weeks are really the key time for him, is to really see how that elbow holds up to as he gets going to throwing more vigorously, throwing at higher velocity. He's able to do that and progress, and we know that from the data, UCL repairs and pitchers who are throwing much harder than a quarterback does hold up very well. So I'm not necessarily worried about the throwing. I think the part that we really don't know about is how is that elbow going to hold up to in terms of repetitive contact. And I think that's the bigger deal, is like when he takes that first hit, will he be able to throw then that next week? So I think that's a little bit of the worry, something that we don't really know about. We haven't seen quarterbacks play a long period of time after UCL repair. So that's where I worry about. How is it going to be week 4, week 5, week 6?
Is there anything he can wear in a protective way to prevent that sort of a shock impact on the throwing elbow?
No, it's really difficult. It's a tough thing, and I know that you can have braces, you can have other things, but then that's going to affect his throwing motion. And the last thing we need is more people staring at throwing motions of 49ers quarterbacks on YouTube. But I think that's the key thing, is that you just can't brace it. So teams are going to go after it. He's going to get contact on that, and people are going to try to tackle him with that right elbow. So I think it's something to watch, because we just don't have the data. We don't know how throwing athletes who take contact do with this injury.
Doc, what do you think on the NBA Finals and the Tyler Hero situation? What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, if you look at NBA players who kind of come off, kind of a broken hand like he has, they usually end up being right around 50 to 55 days. That's where most of the data lands. He's obviously a little bit earlier, kind of at the 6-week mark. I think there was a report, yesterday, that said he was still having some swelling in the hand. So I think even though he may technically be healed, he's got plates, screws, pins, whatever are in his finger, how that hand's going to respond, just like a baseball player, particularly with your shooting hand, I think that's really going to impact how he performs. And then you get him in there, his rhythm's off, his timing off. Is it really going to help the team out? So I think for someone who is primarily a three-point shooter, who's doing a lot of ball handling, he may not necessarily be able to play big minutes, or if there's any swelling or any discomfort or stiffness that comes from these kind of injuries, it may limit him. So it sounds like he's progressing, but I would not be surprised if he doesn't play, because these hand injuries are very tenuous, and just a little bit of swelling, a little bit of stiffness can throw off your ability to be effective.
Interesting. Could throw off Miami as well. They've obviously got a good thing going without him. Doc, great stuff as always. We thank you so much for hopping in.
No problem. Take care, guys.
Oh, there he is. Dr. Nirav
Thanks,
Pandya.
Doc.
Proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health.
Tyler Hero officially out for Game 3, which is tomorrow in Miami.
Mañana. Yeah. Series shifts to Miami.
And is it a Wednesday, Friday? Is that what we're looking at? I think it was three
right.
days between the first couple.
Set it up for a Sunday game. I think that you are correct. Wednesday, Friday, Monday. Wednesday, Friday, Monday. Taking the weekend off after the Friday game.
Okay.
And travel to Denver for a Monday game, Game 5.
And 2-2-1-1-1. They abandoned the 2-3-2 some time ago, which I kind of like the 2-3-2 in terms of fairness, because you don't play everybody in the East as often as you play everyone in the West. So I thought it was a way to kind of balance out the two conferences.
Yeah, I actually feel the other way. I felt like the 2-2-1-1-1 is more fair, because I always felt like the home court advantage team in 2-3-2, you don't get the advantage back at home court unless it goes 7. Like I watched, and maybe it's because I watched the Lakers do this one time. If you split those first two, which seems often, like you are immediately in a scenario in a 2-3-2 where if you don't win a road game, you're out. You're out. That's
right.
it. You know what I mean?
I mean, if you can't win a road game, you don't deserve to be a champ.
But it's like, again, if you've earned home court advantage, it should have to go through your home court a little bit more in the
and
later.
I guess that's my point, is because you haven't really earned home court just by having the best record. Well, this year's a little different, because although the Eastern Conference, I think, was better at the top, and maybe weaker at the bottom.
If Boston had won that game, they had home court in the finals.
Right.
Yeah.
So, the very fact that Denver happened to have the better record than Miami, they didn't play each other more than 2 times.
Yeah.
So, to me, it's kind of an unfair way to do it.
I want to say hello to Dennis on our YouTube chat.
Okay.
Because he just said something that is right along the lines of kind of what I'm getting at with this Steve Kerr thing, and then we're going to go to the phones. We see a lot of you coming. Dennis says, it's amazing that Willard ignores that Kerr refused to develop the young players all year and then threw them under the bus on Dre's podcast and then wonders why people want Kerr gone. All right, here's what I think is amazing. A, I think it's amazing that you think that that's what happened. But B, even if it did, you find that to be a fireable offense for someone who's won 4 championships in the last decade. So you call it a fact. It ignores that Kerr refused to develop the young players. I do not buy that. You asked me before the show, who has Kerr developed? Ironically, it's Jordan Poole. Did he not develop under Steve Kerr? Is he not a young player that went from the G League to a $130 million contract? So my follow-up question, though, would be to anybody who thinks that Kerr, quote-unquote, refused to develop the young people, are you saying that he literally has something against young players at such a level that he discriminates against them? Or do you think that there would be a reason why he wants to go away from certain young players?
Well, the criticism is why haven't the young players gotten better so that they have no choice but to play the young players? And this is something that we all lean on, the callers, the texters, the YouTubers. It's not Steve Kerr solely who is developing the young players. The way that this works now is every assistant coach is assigned to a player. So each coach is trying to develop one singular player. So if you want to look at an individual player and then blame that assistant coach for not developing that player, well, you're still wrong. Because the player is the one who has to develop. And you only develop to the extent that you want to work on your craft and get better. And if you are leaning on your on-court minutes over the course of 82 games to measure the development of a young player, well, then you're not looking at it the right way. Because Jordan Poole did not develop that way. He developed in the lab, in the gym, in the G League. And then 2 years ago, he became Jordan Poole, who got the huge bag.
Well, I mean, let's throw out a bunch of names, okay? Because it seems like people want to run this. Steve Kerr does not develop young players. Okay, so I brought up Poole. Did Poole get better under Kerr?
Sure.
Okay, did Kevon Looney get better under Kerr?
I guess.
Okay. Did Andrew Wiggins get better under Kerr? A young player when he arrived?
I mean, for a couple weeks.
What do you mean for a couple weeks?
For a couple weeks, he got better, and then now he's back to being the Andrew Wiggins that he was when he came here.
I mean, even that's debatable, and obviously there was some weird stuff going on this year. But
I think it's a stretch to say that Andrew Wiggins, quote, got better. He had a great month last year, and this year, even before the weird stuff, he did not have a good year.
I think it's hard to say that he only had a good month. Remember, he made the All-Star team, so he had a great first half.
Okay.
Followed by a just fine second half,
right,
and then an amazing playoffs.
And then this year he wasn't very good.
Yeah, he was fine. He was fine, but if you he was gone for the second half of the year.
Even before the time that he was gone, he was injured and he had the adductor, as you remember, and even before that, he was largely ineffective. He did not have a good year.
Even go back to what if I even threw out names like the Big Three? Did they get better under Steve Kerr? Did they get better?
I mean, I guess.
Oh. I mean, did
and again, I think we're assigning too much credit and blame to the coach. That's my point.
I'm not handing it all, but it sounds to me like there are a lot of people running around out there with the idea that nobody gets better under Steve Kerr.
Did Jacob Evans get better under Steve Kerr?
Did not.
Did Jordan Bell get better under Steve Kerr?
Did those players?
We can play tit for tat all day, though.
Except for did those players get better under anybody? What you'd be looking for, based on what I'm being told, are players who don't get better under Steve. Then they go somewhere else and they blossom. They become amazing.
Boucher. Okay. Chris Boucher blossomed elsewhere.
Did GP2 nail down a job for the first time in his life under Steve Kerr? No? Just asking here. 888-957-9570. Your call's next. Willard and Dibs.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs.
do. YouTube.com/957 The Game to watch us live. If anyone swears, if anyone starts to disrobe, you get to see it. Radio audience does not. It's like a special little place, okay?
That was me talking about a whale coming up from underneath and swallowing people in a kayak.
Which apparently has not happened since 2020. Like, what are we waiting for, whales? Let's go. Get it together. Like and subscribe.
Apparently, they're orcas trying to kill humans. It's like a revenge plot. Have you heard about this one out in Russia?
No. What do you got? Did that go over my head?
No. It's a long story. I haven't done much research, but...
apparently, nobody's done more research on whales eating humans than you.
Yeah.
You've got all the answers. Why doesn't Hagen just interview you?
There's a story out in, I think it's Russia, in that area where...
That area, you know.
Wow.
In the Russian area code.
This is a well-sourced report.
Oh, God, he's coming. He's coming. That part of the world. Orcas are attacking human boats, and the theory is because maybe a fishing boat ran over, again, hypothesized, a boat ran over a mother orca. A leader of a pod of orcas, and so
there's a wayward pod of orcas.
Mm-hmm.
This sounds like a really bad Lifetime movie, but I'd watch it only if it was late on a Saturday night. But anyway,
Cocaine Orca, is that next?
Yeah. What's that stupid Sharknado whale version? Whatever it is.
Next too.
All right,
that's actually happening.
888-957-9570. That is the number. We'll get to your calls here on this Steve Kerr situation. Guru just sent me. He slid into my DMs on the IG. And
Here he comes.
Yeah, he sent me a video. It's like a montage of Jordan Poole driving to the hoop. Different slow-mo plays where Jordan was unbelievable and dynamic with his ball handling and his speed and attacking the basket. And there's like a little slow jam underneath it.
Oh, I got it too.
Yeah. A little We Belong Together kind of a vibe. Gonna miss you, Jordan. You're not gonna know how good you had it till I'm gone kind of a vibe. Did you respond to him yet? Because I responded and I said, this is amazing. Now do the one with all the turnovers. I'd love to see all the slow-mo plays of Jordan ending up on the ground while the ball is in the hands of the other team going in the other direction. Or maybe a slow-mo of Steph Curry throwing his mouthpiece. Or a slow-mo of Draymond Green walking off the court because they're so fed up with Jordan Poole. I don't want to make it all about one guy. I've sat here and told you for weeks, when things go wrong, it's never one person's fault. It's not all Jordan Poole's fault. But I don't believe that anybody with the Warriors organization, himself included, has any interest in continuing this relationship.
I think that he's interested in getting that bag, and he's got the bag coming to him.
He's got it.
I won't speak for Jordan Poole because I don't know Jordan Poole, as we famously heard from Priest, who had that great drop, and I agree with him, and he's right. So we'll find out. We'll find out what Jordan Poole wants to do. And if he's here and Draymond's here and this year goes the way it went this last year in terms of Jordan Poole and the frustration they're in, then the Warriors aren't going to be a championship team. And that's a fact. So if he stays and Draymond stays, can you mend it? Or if you can't mend it, then one of them's got to go.
Well, if it is really going the way that we're starting to feel and hear that it's going, and I do believe this is way bigger than Draymond and Jordan Poole. I think we've made it about that way too much. I think those are the headliners, obviously because of the punch and because Draymond is the emotional leader. He's also the emotional instigator in this particular case. So we've made it all about Jordan Poole and Draymond Green. I don't think that. I think it's way bigger than that. And in fact, I think there's plenty of evidence that would suggest that many, many times during his tenure since getting the contract squared away, that this is the whole Warrior team against Jordan Poole. As it feels like the organization against Jordan Poole. They did not suspend Draymond Green. I think there's a reason. They'll never say this. You can't say it publicly. What if, behind closed doors, everybody with the Warriors is thinking to themselves, yeah, I can see why somebody hauled off and hit the guy.
Well, actions speak louder than words, Mark. And we do know this. We do know that Draymond Green punched Jordan Poole in the face. And we also know that the team didn't suspend Draymond Green. Mm-hmm. Whatever else was said behind closed doors, those are words. We know that the actions involved was one teammate socking another teammate, and the teammate who threw the punch and the teammate who received the punch were both there when the season opened, and it was ring night. So the player who delivered the blow was not rebuked in any formal way. Now, there were some behind closed doors conversations, and he had to earn the trust back and all the rest of it. Words, those are all words, but the actions were not taken in terms of, to your point, having Jordan Poole's back. Mm-hmm. They certainly didn't. And so now you skip forward through a whole season and a year where you lose to the Lakers in 6, and now you're wondering what comes next. And now again, actions will speak louder than words. Steve Kerr on the Draymond Green podcast talking about, well, the Heat role players, they knew their role, and they didn't complain about this, that, or the other. Those are words. Those are powerful words. What happens next when it comes to action? Either the action will be Draymond stays and Poole stays, which feels like the most likely thing, by the way, that Draymond and Poole will both be Golden State Warriors. That, to me, feels the most likely.
I don't know
the
about
next
that.
most likely, to me, is Jordan's here and Draymond's gone. The third most likely would be Draymond's here and Jordan's gone.
Wow, see, I'll pick that one.
As the most likely.
Absolutely.
And then the fourth most likely would be both are gone. Because one of those four things is going to happen. Both are here, both are gone. Jordan's here, Draymond's here.
I feel like there's almost no chance that Draymond's gone. Next to none.
So there's no chance that both are gone by proxy.
Correct.
So then the remaining two would be both are here or just Draymond's here.
I think I'll pick just Draymond.
Yeah. And I probably will too, just because I said that 3 months ago. I said that I could not imagine these two both being here. But the more I think about it in terms of, the future and the business part of it and no Bob Myers, I think Bob being gone makes it a little bit more likely that Draymond might be gone.
I'll agree with that, I guess, but I feel like the thing is so far down the road to the point of Kerr even going on Draymond's podcast. I think there's messaging in there.
Yeah.
And one of them, as you've stated, is that these guys they've been as clear as day. The whole organization is that they're bringing the key players back, and the Jordan thing is, man, it's prickly. It's difficult. You can see it. Dale and Cupertino here with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Dale, what are you doing? Dale?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now.
Yeah, I thought it cut out there for a second.
We got you.
Can you hear me now?
Yep. Oh, Dale, we're not gonna do this much longer. What do you got, bud?
Well, I was really a Kerr-backer until the first words after they lost out. The coach threw the young under the bus and said the big three got to stay. Keep in mind the big three are more than half the salary. Maybe that's why Bob resigned, is he financially couldn't keep the team alive with all three. So I think we're going to see question marks here in terms of, I'm not a fan of Draymond anymore. I mean, he got rid of Durant. He's punched Poole. He's yelling at the junior players in every game. He thinks he's the coach. And Kerr kind of lets him be the coach, which Draymond Green is like daddy's girl. Daddy's girl can't do anything wrong. So I think the toxin is in having two aged players who make a lot of money who made more turnovers in the playoffs than one young player.
Dale, I know a lot of us are looking at things unfold. Thanks for the call and sort of attaching to it. Oh, maybe this is why Bob left, or that's why Bob left. Listen, this is one of those things we're obviously never going to have 100% certainty why he left, and he's going to make it about family, and we're going to read into it. Maybe it was, they're not going to give him the money, or he didn't want to have to trade one of the big guys. To me, to this date, the best clue about why he left was shown in that press conference. And what I felt were uncomfortable moments and words from Joe Lacob. That's through my eyes. I'd have a hard time thinking like Bob left because there was no way out with regard to the roster building here, or that the organization's like, you have to do this, but you're not allowed to spend money. I mean, Joe doesn't say that.
No.
A day after being like, we're going to win no matter what the rules are.
Right.
Like, he's definitely still going to spend maybe not all the dollars. He's going to spend a lot.
He's going to still be over the tax.
Yes.
He's not getting below the tax threshold. He's not going to chop all the salary to get to a point where now they are the Oakland A's of the NBA, and they're just making a tidy little profit. Competition be damned. We don't care how we do the rest of the way in terms of wins and losses. And I do think, reflecting back on the Joe Lacob portion of the press conference, that he did realize, I don't know if he found out just a few hours ago, but it finally sunk in a few hours ago before the press conference that Bob was leaving. I think he held out a small sliver of possibility that even in the 11th hour, he could convince Bob to stay because Bob's competitive and he's competitive. And why would you want to leave this, Bob? Because you and I are both really competitive and I want to keep fighting for this, and so do you. And then Bob finally let him know without a shadow of a doubt that he was leaving.
Right.
So when Joe said what he said, like, I just found out a few hours ago that Bob was leaving, I think what he really meant in that was it finally sunk in that Bob is leaving.
Yeah, or he finally gave up trying to convince him otherwise.
Right.
Maybe. I mean, the press conference had been scheduled for a week. So, and Joe was a part of it. So we're to believe that Joe, just 3 hours before speaking, was told this is what you're going to go speak about.
Right.
I got a hard time believing that one. So, yeah, I don't know what he actually meant by that, but the idea that this just landed in his lap for the first time is obviously kind of ridiculous.
And to your previous point about the money and him competing, you're Joe Lacob right now, and it's June 6th, and you're thinking about the draft coming up, and you're thinking obsessively, how do I get my team better? Because you know the NBA Finals are going on, and Denver's the best team in your conference, but they look vulnerable, and an 8 seed in the East might do the improbable, or as you called it, the most unlikely, the biggest upset run in your adult life in terms of a team from this spot doing what they might potentially do. So think about it in terms of Joe Lacob. You're watching this play out, and you're thinking, much like you believe, we're not that far off from Denver. And if Denver is a team that could be vulnerable to an 8-seeded Miami, and the Warriors are thinking we're probably better than Miami right now, or at least competitive with Miami. How do we tweak this thing? What do I do between now and October to keep this train a-rolling?
Well, it's also just like every year is different. You know, I think the quirk that we do, which is we'll get to the end. Let's say Denver wins this thing in 6 games, and we'll be like, oh my gosh, the Warriors have to figure out a way to beat Denver. Maybe. Or maybe Denver will go sideways next year.
Right.
Or maybe someone will get hurt.
Like Memphis has gone sideways.
Like repeating is incredibly hard. You don't just show up and do it. And so could things spin the Warriors' way next year? Sure. And there's a few other teams in that boat too. That's kind of where I'm at on it. Al and Pacifica next up with Willie and Dibby. Hey, Al, what are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Just finished the oil change. I'm about to pick up some seafood for dinner tonight.
Okay, every 3,000 miles. Good for you.
What's up?
Nothing, Al. I'm just
He's riffing.
I'm just being a weirdo. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, great show so far, man. I'm listening to all these blames and all these scapegoats hitting up Steve Kerr, but I just want to know, like, what all-time Hall of Fame coach has developed a player that doesn't want to be developed? There's a saying in business and operations world, development should be 80% owned by the person looking to get better. So does Jordan Poole want to get better? Does Jonathan Kuminga want to get better? Moses Moody, I see it. We all see it in the playoffs. But we need to stop putting the blame on Steve Kerr. Looking back at all the years in the NBA, like the history of the NBA, Bill Russell, Phil Jackson coaching Jordan, Phil Jackson coaching Pippen, Phil Jackson coaching Rodman, Doc Rivers coaching Paul Pierce, Ray Allen, Greg Popovich coaching Duncan and Parker, Phil Jackson again coaching Kobe and Shaq. Like, which one of these Hall of Fame coaches actually spend time trying to develop a player that does not want to be developed?
Well, Al, this is a good point, but let me take your point even further and look at it from a different lens, which is to say, when have you ever heard of a player get markedly better, like he develops? He goes from G League or the bench, and he becomes a star player in the league. When you see that, how many people go, man, the coaching, am I right?
Yeah.
Incredible coaching. No, we give the player all the credit. So when a player doesn't develop, why are we going so often straight to the coach?
He nailed it when he said 80%, and I think that's a fair way to put it.
I do too.
It's 80% on the individual, no matter what your craft is. So you and I have been doing this a long time, but you take one of the younger broadcasters in our fold here. Yeah, we'll take you, Grandy, as a great example. In the back, if he develops, and he and Evan Giddings and Lucas, all of our young people here are talented. They all grind, and they're all getting better, quite frankly. I think about Stephen Langford, who's now anchoring on KCBS. He started as an intern on the Rise Guys at 19. And so now the big joke for me is, wow, I developed Stephen Langford, well,
except for, you say that about every single media person in the entire market.
Only the good ones.
Yeah, okay.
And that's kind of the point of the bit, Mart, is because these guys, all these young people, and when Grandy and Evan 10 years from now are crushing it and doing jobs, much like the jobs that we have, hopefully not our jobs, because I still want my job and your job, but I'll be taking credit. But the credit goes to them, and the credit goes to Kawhi Leonard, for example, and not Greg Popovich, who went from San Diego State to NBA Finals MVP. It wasn't because Popovich sat with him every day and showed him how to dribble with his left hand.
Well, what's wild is Jordan Poole used to be a G leaguer and then developed into a real thing in the NBA. And then it's not even like that never ends up on Kerr's resume. And I'm not even necessarily saying that it should. I don't think we got to a spot this year where the development stopped. I think we got to a spot this year where Jordan Poole and the Warriors stopped looking at development the same way. I think there's a difference of opinion between Jordan Poole and the Warriors, and I think it trickled down to Jonathan Kuminga. There's a difference of opinion in what that looks like, and that's our rub. It's not that, as so many of you say, Steve Kerr doesn't give a rip about development. It's so funny to me. I never am going to tell you that any of these guys do a perfect job, but a lot of people's opinions seem to suggest that these coaches want to lose. Like, what on earth are we doing?
Right.
Steve Kerr is just walking around in circles, kicking himself in the shin? Man, Kuminga would be amazing if I just let him play, but I'm not going to because I don't like him because he hasn't had his 23rd birthday yet. What kind of weirdo character are we building here? He wants to win.
Right.
And they think that this is the best way, and there's got to be a reason for that. And I see a difference of opinion on how to go about doing that. Jordan and Jonathan think it rests with them having larger roles, and Steve thinks it rests with them doing a better job with the roles they have.
And that's the other interesting part. And what would you say about a head coach who came out and said, I'm not that interested in winning games because I think that the only way to develop these guys is by giving them 28 to 32 minutes a night. So we're going to play Wiseman, Moody, Kuminga, and Poole a ton. And, Steph's going to play probably 28 or 30 minutes. And, Clay's going to play about 30 minutes. And Wiggins, we're going to give him nights off. And Kevon, you're going to play about 12 minutes. And Draymond, you're going to play about 22 minutes because, darn it, we need to develop these young players. And developing the young players means I got to play them on the court when the development of a young player, and think about Trey Lance in terms of his development, even if you think that his development only happens when he plays, a quarterback only throws the ball about 30 times in the Shanahan offense at the most. So you're saying those 30 plays are the only time where Trey Lance can really develop as a passer?
Yeah.
It's foolish.
Yeah.
Or a baseball player. Your 4 at-bats, Casey Schmidt, that's the only time where you can develop. Forget the film study, the BP, the field work, the meetings, and all the rest of the things that goes into being a major leaguer. So a lot of times we lose sight of what development really means.
Totally agree. Rich in Fremont next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Rich, what are you doing?
Hey, guys, how's it going, man? I'm just driving, going to my next stop here. By the way, you know who employs me?
Who employs you?
Atco Pest Control, man. If you need pest control problems and you need service to take rid of nasty rats, you call Atco.
I love it. AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. Guru leaves the read in front of me every day.
Just in case. And now, Rich, you have to put the rat on the table since you did that.
Exactly.
Yeah, I am. So the rat is this. You said earlier that, because you've been getting a few tweets from individuals saying that they want Steve Kerr out and they hope Draymond Green is out. And it kind of felt to you that, you kind of see, I guess, a couple more tweets. Now you're thinking that most of the fan base is on board with this.
No, not most. And I said that. I said that this might be a very vocal minority, Rich.
Get him, Rich.
Yeah, hey, I'm here to speak for the fan base who knows and understands. Under no circumstances do we want Steve Kerr gone. Under no circumstances do we want Draymond Green gone. These individuals that are doing these tweets, these are young kids, man. These are the ones that, satisfy me now. That's that group, okay?
Yeah.
It's like these are the ones, they forget, hey, by the way, just last year, Steve Kerr and company brought you a title. And now you're upset. Why? Because we got to the second round? And so what do you think this is? What, you think getting back-to-back titles is easy? It's like it's not. So you didn't get satisfied this year. Hey, learn patience. This is the NBA. There are other players and teams out there just as good as the Warriors, and they're going to attack just like the Warriors would. So they lost this year. Hey, guess what? There's next year. Show some patience. This is the NBA. It ain't set up for your satisfy me now attitude. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Rich.
Thanks, Rich.
It's a very good call. Although I'll say this, I do think Steve Kerr and Draymond Green are different conversations when it comes to this. Also, a small sample, but you and I and the whole staff, we sat there at the Warriors Summit,
Buon Vino,
not too long ago, a couple of weeks ago, and we put out to the audience, which was not just a bunch of 25-year-olds, do you want Draymond Green on the team or not? And it was split, man. It was 50-50 at best. It might have been 60-40 against.
Yeah.
And I get why people, again, I understand why you're worn out by Draymond. I understand that. I do think it's a hell of a reach, though, and a jump to go from that to we want him off the team. And
Mark, I want him on the team, but I also want him off the team.
Okay,
so,
explain that.
And it's fascinating because there's never been a player in my sports fandom life that I've loved and hated in equal amounts, and sometimes over the course of the same quarter, because he's so exhausting with his referee complaining and his barking and his stomping, missing open shots and blaming everyone, yet all he does is win championships. So you can't win with him. You can't win without him. Or you have to win with him, and you can't win without him.
Is there a little Garoppolo comp there? Not because of complaining, but just kind of the like, gosh, we have never done very well without him, but damn it.
To me, the closest thing is Bumgarner. In terms
Bumgarner.
of just like, come on, bum.
Yeah.
No, it was a lot. It was more than just the end. Like barking at people and
snot rocket.
I don't mind the Rockets, but staring people down.
Yeah. There's a freaking World Series hero.
Right?
Like a hero.
Every game, 7 1/3, 4 hits, 1 Ernie.
We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. We get to more of your calls on this. Plus, we circle back to Brock, Jimmy 2.0. All of that coming up next on Willard and Dibs. All right, and it's Willard.
No. Okay, you right.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm not sure that we're going to get paid for today.
What happened?
I don't know that we're doing our jobs.
What are you talking about?
Well, apparently, and maybe Grandy and Lucas can speak to this better than we, apparently today was yelling day on 95.7 The Game. I kept getting tweets that everybody was yelling at each other. And I feel like maybe it was more of a Steiny and Goose situation than a Bonte and Joe situation. Right? Was everybody, did it get hot today? Did it get hot? Do we know?
Yeah, I didn't hear that part of it. I heard a lot of Steiny and Goo, and it seemed like they were getting along.
I don't know. By the time we got in here, they did look worn out by one another, but that's normal. And also, I think Guru just hasn't eaten. I don't think
that's definitely.
I don't think he's eaten. The young man needs some food. I'm all for the soda diet. I love what they're doing, and Bonte is going to need a new wardrobe, and everybody wants to be healthier. I am 100% in their corner, and let me know what I can do to help. I told Guru, I'm like, the first few days are always going to be the hardest. Because didn't he start over the weekend? And it's only Tuesday. The first 2 days, everybody knows this.
Sure.
You turn over a new leaf, you start something new. I'm going to quit smoking, or I'm going to quit sugar, or whatever it is you're doing. The first few days, your body goes nuts. So that's what's going on. But I'm also looking at the man. I'm like, I don't want you on the floor by 2:00. I don't know. Maybe is he biting off a little bit more than he can chew? Are we going too fast?
Just chew it and do it.
Can you ease into this? Can my man get a burger? Just one. I don't know. Have half of a burger. Share it with somebody. I'll eat the other half of the burger.
Yeah, burgers are out.
Let's go. They're out?
What? I'm sure the burger part is in, but the bun, I would imagine, is out.
I had a good one last night. I had a good one with fries. It has onion rings on it. Oh, come on, dog.
I mean, that can't be in the soda diet.
No, I'm not on the soda diet.
I actually might be the third man in here in terms of, it's this damn chair over here,
Mark.
It
is the chair. Although Bonte sits in this chair.
Bonte's looking good.
You know what else he is? Apparently on the line. Right now.
Bonte?
Yeah. Bonte, how much do you weigh?
Man, I'm at about 225 right now, baby.
Look at you.
20 pounds to go. Personal goals, but man, to start to fit perfectly. The suits are getting loose. I need more belt holes. I mean, it is crazy what's happening with the soda diet. Hey, man, SOTA, say it with me now. It's state of the art.
SOTA, and by the time we get to Warrior season again, a few things are going to happen. You're going to be just a wee little skinny thing, and Jordan Poole's going to be playing for a different team. Those are my 2 predictions, Bonte.
Well, that's fine. And if I'm Jordan Poole, with the way some of the people talk about him around here, I don't want to get the hell out of town, too. Because somehow, some way, Jordan Poole has become the poster boy for everything that's gone wrong with the Golden State Warriors. And quite frankly, Mark, I'm kind of sick of people singling him out like he was the biggest baby. Let's be real about something. Context matters. Jordan Poole averaged 20 points a game wearing many different hats this season. As a starter, as a facilitator, as a scorer, as a bench unit player. And oh, by the way, think about all the combinations he had to play with off the bench. One night it's Dante DiVincenzo. One night it's Moses Moody. Oh, wait, there's Kuminga and James Wiseman. If anything, we should be applauding Jordan Poole for sticking it out this season, considering what happened to him this season before the season even happened, and watching a veteran basically get no punishment for it. Don't give me this crap about, he had to miss a couple practices. Draymond Green got to play in every single game. So we need to stop talking about Jordan Poole being babied or whatnot. Nobody got babied, Mark. Nobody got babied on this team. If anybody got babied, it was Draymond Green, because he didn't get popped, and he was able to do what he did, which is curse out coaches, and everybody say, well, you know what? It's okay. That's just Draymond being Draymond. We needed that fire. Well, I call baloney on that.
Yeah, I didn't say, Bonte, I didn't say anybody got babied. If you're referring to my tweet yesterday, or the comment that went out on Twitter, it was that I believe that Steve Kerr, with his comments yesterday, was essentially accusing Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga of, at times, acting like babies. What you're talking about is the basketball side, and I'm with you. Jordan Poole is put on a bunch of different situations and has to navigate that, and that can absolutely be difficult. I'm sort of arriving at the point, though, where I feel the other things that we've all observed, and whether it is Draymond walking off the court, Steph with the mouthpiece, or even the way all of us felt when we watched Jordan play basketball, which was somewhat consistently frustrated. Let's be honest. I've reached a point where I think there's a lot to that. That's all. I think there was a lot going on behind the scenes where this team, from top to bottom, was frustrated with Jordan. And Bonte, I'm concerned that contract changed him. That's what I think.
Well, what changed him was getting punched in the jaw. All right, and seeing Tweety Birds at a practice. That's what changed him. Let's be real. Let's stop avoiding that, because Steve Kerr, Draymond Green, as soon as the season was over, what did they say? That punch affected everything. It shouldn't have happened. And did they hold the veteran, the 4-time champ, the former DPOY accountable? One could argue that they didn't. They did not. They did not. This is a couple practices, and then you get to go to ring night and get your ring and still play. No wonder they struggled on the road. Well, no wonder they won 11 games on the road away from Chase Center. So if we got a Jordan Poole problem, all the youngsters were frustrated. Everybody's frustrated when your role is constantly changing. And so did money change Jordan Poole? I don't think so. Not with my interactions with Jordan Poole, but he's a young man who's 23 years old, going up in the social media era. Would you be a little disturbed by looking at social media all day saying, damn, they're just making fun of me every single day? I can't get away from it. And then, by the way, when we start to roll, there's an article with Draymond Green referring to the punch saying, well, I got my voice back when I talked to Jordan Poole again. Or I got my voice back when I stepped up to Jordan Poole and talked to him about decision-making. You think Jordan Poole? Just leave him alone. Let him do him. Now, you want to talk about Steph Curry throwing the mouthpiece? That's fine. But Draymond Green has been thrown out of games for cursing out teammates on the court. He's literally been thrown out of games. So I don't get why we continue to give him a pass. Well, I get why we give him a pass.
Yeah.
He's won the 4 champions.
Exactly.
Champion. But you know what? That's not acceptable, though. How he behaved on the floor this year, cursing out teammates and coaches left and right, when does it get old? So all I'm saying is I see a lot of blaming and finger pointing saying, well, people didn't want to play with Jordan Poole. People want to do that or do this. Well, Jordan Poole, you know what? He had the right to be a little pissed off this year, considering everything that happened and considering everything that he went through.
No doubt, Bonte, and I've said that all along, and I think the team did him in particular a disservice by not punishing Draymond Green. But you go through the whole season, and I do think that Jordan Poole allowed the noise to get the better of him. You saw him openly pouting late in the year and in the playoffs, and I think that affected his ability to bounce back after bad games. And whether or not Steve Kerr should have stuck with him is a whole nother issue. But going forward, do you think that these two, Draymond and Jordan Poole, can coexist together? And if not, what's the change that has to be made?
Yeah, honestly, I don't see how it does work together. I don't see how it does, honestly. And if I'm Jordan Poole, that's why when Mark threw out the Celtics trade, not to come down Mark Willard's road, I'm Jordan Poole, say, hell yes, send me to Boston. Get a fresh start. I'm going to have the ball in my hands. I get to reset my career and get away from everything that happened in the Bay Area. Now, again, it's a risk to give Draymond Green an extension. I personally wouldn't do it because I don't know how his game is going to age. If you're watching the playoffs and you're watching all these teams, you got to have threats on the floor at all times offensively. I think it's a bucket-getting league. You got to go out there and get buckets. And you watch the way Miami beat Denver the other night, great shot-making in the fourth quarter, 5 threats on the floor at one time. Anthony Davis and LeBron James camped down on defense and chilled. They were able to play 42 minutes because they knew they didn't have to guard number 23, Draymond Green, and they didn't have to guard Kevon Looney together. So this whole best net rating as a starting unit missed me with all that. Teams are saying, you know what? Make them shoot it. And they still don't shoot. Again, I don't get why when Draymond Green, and I'm not trying to come down this road because he's a Hall of Fame player. I can't wait for him to get his jersey retired here. He's done so well in the community out here in the Bay Area. He's been an all-time warrior. But at the same time, I need some evolve. I need you to evolve offensively. I need that aggressive Draymond Green. When he's scoring 10 to 12, 14 points, you know their record. When he scores at least 10 points a game, they win 78% of the time. But the Lakers didn't honor him. They didn't respect him. And was his defense all that against the LA Lakers? Well, Anthony Davis ate. He ate on everybody. And then against Jokic and the Denver Nuggets, AD looked like a role player. All of a sudden, AD couldn't even guard Jokic one-on-one. They had to double him and throw Rui Hachimura on the MVP for crying out loud. So I don't think they could coexist, but at the same time, I would be hesitant to give Draymond Green an extension. I would force him to opt in and say, you know what? You and Clay can play it out on the contract year. Let's see what you got. Come earn this money.
Bonte, I got 3 things before you boogie, man. First of all, you're always welcome on this show. Second of all, you can come down my road whenever you want. No, never any worries there. But third, I got a question. I got a question for you, my man. Your opinion on this, and we have, as well established now, we have different opinions on this. Do you think that Steph Curry agrees with yours?
Great question. Draymond's his road dog. But Steph Curry's also been on record saying, we need Jordan Poole. We go as far as Jordan Poole goes. We need him. He has the ability on this team that not too many guys can do, which is get to the free throw line, break his man down one-on-one, create in the half court, and just be explosive. I mean, this guy, the Warriors don't win last year without Jordan Poole. Let's not forget that. Without Jordan Poole, we could pick apart some of his playoff games. He had some good games against Boston. He had some bad games against Boston. I get all that. It was his first postseason run. Before his first postseason run, I would give him an A-, considering he'd never been playing in front of the bright lights in the NBA. Steph Curry knows we kind of need Jordan Poole. He does something that nobody else does on this team. So I think Steph Curry would be a little disappointed not having Jordan Poole and an extra ball handler, because what's Steph Curry's greatest skill set? It's playing off the ball and running off multiple screens. You know, Steph Curry, we saw his usage rate against the LA Lakers, and he got worn down. His fourth quarter were atrocious. He got worn down. He needed that extra ball handler. So I think Curry will want Jordan Poole back, and he knows that Jordan Poole can extend life for him in the NBA.
Is this all like post-nap? I mean, this is good energy, man, or do you still need one?
I'm a little fired up. No, I just left. You know, I've been up all day. I'm about to go get baby Chance at the playground. We may stop by Shasky's practice on the way there. No, we're chilling, man. We're living life, man. I'm up. I'm fired up. I was listening to you guys. I saw your tweet. I said, man, let me know. It's time for me to call Mark Miller, man. Just, you know, you guys would have just switched to the afternoons, and we can't do the crossovers no more. It just doesn't work out.
You're ducking us, Bonte. I caught you in the parking garage, which was good. We had a good 20 minutes in the garage, and I brought it in for the bro hug, Mark. My arms went all the way around this man.
Yep.
Getting skinny, B.
Yeah, and you had to reach up a little bit.
You know I did.
Yes.
That's how. Hey, listen. That's how I knew I was there too late, man. I rented the dibs, so I was trying to get out of there.
Yeah,
and then I didn't get out the clock for another 30 minutes. Man.
Yeah, I hit him for a quick 20 or 30. Thank you for that, B. I needed it down there.
Bonte, you call anytime, dude. Call anytime. Go drive safe.
Hey, I'll be calling back. I'll be calling back during football season. We already know how hectic that is. So, you guys continue to do your thing, man, in the afternoons. Good listen.
I appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate it.
All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. There is Bonte Hill. And I got him to both take a deep breath and then say it's a great question. And yes, I already deposited it in the bank, so you could talk all day long about how he doesn't count as a guest because Lucas didn't book him. It does not matter. Yeah. That is in my hip pocket, and I'm already gone.
Nope. Well, I'm counting it because it counts as a guest booked, so it's great.
Okay. And that would count one guest for the week so far. So I feel like you guys are working in cahoots.
Here we go.
Lucas is counting it because he needs it. You both need it, so you can both have it. Fine. I don't want to be the negative Nelly over here, but if you're that thirsty for a good question from a caller, and I had to pause for the sip. Yeah, you are that thirsty. You and Lucas both.
Purple drink. Come on.
And now if Grandy's equally thirsty for best of content that gets played at 6 o'clock, then all y'all are doing it wrong.
Yep.
Stay tuned. Thank you, Mark. Well done.
Only one way to find out.
Totally. 6 o'clock.
Coming
with the
up.
Grandy man.
All right. Let's go back to the phones. Hey, Mark in San Francisco. Cool name. What are you doing?
Hey, so what? I'm doing well. So what's going on? First of all, you guys are talking about burgers. So I'm over here by Nation Burger, so I can get you guys hooked up with a good Nation Burgers there. Dibs, what you want?
Just give me a medium rare. I'll take a straight up burger. Let's go. Let's do this.
All right, Mark, what you want?
Just make sure that the onions are grilled, okay?
All right. You got to have a grill onion. So,
yeah.
I agree with Bonte. I agree with Bonte on the Warriors. First of all, the Warriors do need Jordan Poole. But the Warriors need a mature Jordan Poole. As we see in the playoffs, we didn't see a mature Jordan Poole. During the season, we seen a mature Jordan Poole.
Sometimes.
Do I believe that Draymond needs to go? I think Draymond needs to be back to being the disciplined Draymond, being the leader of the team. Do I want to see both of them together? Unfortunately, it's not going to work. Like, I'll go back to Jeffrey Laird and Will Clark in the dugout. So someone has to go. But as the Warriors are moving forward, we need to get back to that championship caliber team that we had.
Mark, I think you have an intricate point here. Then we disagree on who it is that has to go. And in fact, let me throw out something that I believe to be true that my earlier statement may not have you realize. You asked me what was the most likely scenario, and I said Draymond here and Jordan not. However, I am not one of these people who believes that it is absolutely unrecoverable. This town ain't big enough for the both of them. Can they work together? It's possible. And when Mark says, for example, what they need Jordan Poole on this team, but they need a mature Jordan Poole. That is the next role of the ball in this conversation, because there are three possibilities. There's Jordan Poole as he's been here. There's Jordan Poole not here at all. Or there's a different Jordan Poole here, which I actually think is what the Warriors would like most. But I don't know if it's possible. Do you remember when Steph Curry, this was the Logan Murdoch article, when Steph Curry at the end of the year, when it was all done, and he sat in his locker and made sure everyone, including Jordan, could hear him, and he points at his locker and goes, "That guy's the key. That guy's the key."
To the future.
Yes.
Right.
What I think he meant is that guy right there, if he buys in, if he tries to become one of us instead of staying one of him, then this can work. But if he continues, and this is my read, if he continues to do what he's been doing, where I had to call him out before going to Sacramento for Game 7 and saying, will you please trust me? Will you please let me do this? And we will guide you to a victory. If they get the Jordan Poole that they got this year, they don't want him anymore. But they'd love to have him if he would just buy in to the damn concept that's been working for a decade.
But that's too simple in my situation, my assessment, because he got punched in the face. That's why, Mark, because they didn't do anything this year to make it okay for Jordan Poole to buy in, because he bought in last year and he won a championship last year, and he was a great player for this team last year. And then this year he comes in and he's feeling himself, and Clay claps back at him on their trip overseas, and he talked about, basically how he would love to have a shootout with Jordan Poole, and you could tell that there was already tension going into the punch, and then he gets socked in the face, and then nobody in the organization had his back to the point where they should have had his back.
But why do you think that is?
For whatever reason. I don't know why.
What is it?
It's probably because Jordan Poole was feeling himself, and he was a champion, and it was a pool party, and it was money time, and he was going to get paid, and maybe he was walking around letting people know that he is the new thing in town. And maybe there was resentment from the veterans, but they didn't handle it the way they should have. And it was more than just Draymond Green.
Agreed.
Steph and Clay and Kevon and Steve and Bob and Joe and whoever else could have made that better. They didn't make it better, in my opinion. And so Jordan Poole spent a whole year, and Bonte's right in terms of Jordan Poole's role.
He's also in the chat. Go ahead.
Oh, Bonte's back on the phone? He's in the chat.
No, he's in the chat.
You're a starter. Now you're a reserve. You're playing with Dante. Now you're playing with this guy. And we need you to do this. We need you to do that. His role constantly changed, and all the while, it never felt like he was a part of what the team was doing overall.
Yeah, listen, I'm never going to get to the point where I condone the way that it was handled. But this is one thing that I will say, and this is my read. This isn't fact, it's my read. When someone is misbehaving, okay? When someone is misbehaving and it's wearing everybody out and nobody likes it, and then one person decides, I'm going to be the one to come in and drop the hammer on this person who's misbehaving. If they overdo it with the punishment doesn't fit the crime, well, then you've got a problem. But it doesn't change the fact that everybody in the room is still annoyed by that original person and their misbehavior. this is what I think happened.
What if you underdo it? Which is what I think happened. So, yes.
What do you mean? What do you mean
you
if you
underdo the punishment?
Well, no. Underdoing, we're talking about the punishment, if you will, of Jordan Poole.
Oh, right.
Right? Draymond Green overdid.
Right.
He overdid the punitive portion of what I believe is people not liking where Jordan Poole was at that time, the teammate he was being, the coachability of the player. I believe the Warriors collectively were not happy with where that was, and then that bubbled over, and Draymond lost it like Draymond does.
Right.
And that's not good, and it's not okay, but I don't think it changed the fact that everyone in the organization was still like, yeah, Jordan's a problem.
But did that fix the problem?
No.
It made the problem worse.
It made it worse.
So,
absolutely.
So after the problem gets worse, based on what Draymond said, and I'm not disputing your account of what may have led to the punch, and you're not saying that he had it coming to him or Draymond was in the right in any way, shape, or form. I don't want people to think that that's what you're saying because I know that's not what you're saying. But before we get to that point where Draymond casually walks over. This was not an instance where these are two guys who were jawing at each other and tempers flared.
Well, I don't know what's being said. You can't see what was being said.
He slowly walks over and gets in his face, and then Jordan pushes him away, and then he hauls off and smacks him.
Yeah, he lost it.
Lost it. He lost it, but there was more premeditation to me behind the fact that he then took it to that point.
I mean, maybe. There's no way to know that for sure. This is just, so let's say that the premise is true that I've laid out, and then let's say the execution of what happened next that you lay out is also true. And then you get to the end of the whole experience, and you've got to decide which one you're going to keep. Who are you more mad at? The person who has had a consistent thread of problematic behavior.
Right.
Or the person who...
You're talking about Draymond.
No, I'm talking about Jordan.
It's funny because when you lay that out, Draymond Green has had a longer track record of problematic behavior.
No, that's the behavior we can see on the court. The Warriors have never seen it as problematic because they win every other year.
What has Jordan Poole ever done that you know of that's problematic?
That I know of?
Nothing.
Well, nothing that I know of.
Right.
But I'm reading the room over here, which is what we do. And it seems to me like the whole team was mad at him all year. That's what it looks like to me.
And yet he averaged 20 a night and didn't miss a game.
Great.
So
and then
led the team in scoring.
And then shrunk into a tiny shoelace when the playoffs started for the second year in a row.
Because the coach wouldn't play him. He didn't have opportunity, Mark.
Hey, now, I know you're not even being serious. I know you're not being serious.
I'm just playing devil's advocate from Jordan Poole's standpoint.
But we're misremembering the playoffs last year.
Oh, no, I've been the one to say it more than anybody.
He was okay.
He was unplayable.
At best, he was okay.
Unplayable in the Boston series.
So what does a group of championship players think about a player who gets worse come playoff time? You know the answer to this.
A player who shrinks when the moment is the biggest, you lose their respect.
Absolutely.
Without a doubt.
And then your response to that is to get a bag and have your ego go up and your ask for playing time and clout goes up. How do you think they're going to react to that? Draymond made a critical error in overdoing the punitive portion of this, which actually robbed everybody of everything in terms of what they could do about it.
Right.
But it doesn't change my opinion that the organization believes that Jordan is actually the much bigger problem. And it doesn't change that when this whole thing is over, they look at it as Jordan's a consistent problem and Draymond lost his bananas for a split second.
The 12th time.
So, no.
I mean, he cost you an NBA Finals already when he lost his temper.
But he's never punched a teammate. That's a different realm than getting a tech.
Sure. No, but in terms of him losing it, Draymond has lost it before a number of times.
Not this way.
Correct.
Not this way. This is bigger. This is different.
Bigger than costing your team the NBA championship?
In terms of you lost yourself
it's
emotionally.
Debatable.
Because, but cost himself a championship in that moment, like it was a debate at the time whether he should be suspended. I didn't think
there was no debate.
I didn't think he was going to be suspended in the
I knew
moment.
he was going to be suspended because he had accumulated enough flagrant points to where he was going to be suspended.
No, remember, LeBron talked the league into that at the podium. There's no doubt. It didn't even become a thing until LeBron got to the podium and started making a deal out of it. The same way.
I'm not sure if he got a flagrant on the spot or if the flagrant came after the fact. I'd have to research that.
Either way,
because when he gets a flagrant, that's enough points to where it's an automatic suspension.
I do remember LeBron's press conference, and it was after it where everyone started buzzing like, "Oh gosh, he might get suspended for the next game."
And maybe the flagrant came after the fact.
Of course he did.
Which it could be the way. But
yeah, so I
look at a young player who played great, had a good season. You won a championship, and he got a huge bag. He got the contract that everybody dreams about. How can he not get ahead of himself and have a bit of an ego? And where's the leadership to nip this in the bud before it gets to that
that's
point?
What they were trying to do, and he wasn't listening.
I don't see any evidence that they tried to do that. He hadn't even gotten his contract yet.
But I've got the evidence for you. I've got all the evidence for you. And that's why I feel so strongly the way I do. We all saw it. We just chose to not realize what was going on. We got Klay Thompson overseas, ripping him in front of a microphone. Then the season starts. There's the punch. Then Steph Curry's hucking a mouthpiece. Then Klay's throwing his hands up in the air. Then Draymond is walking off the court.
That to me is all after the fact of once the punch happens, all of that is water under the bridge.
These are the actions of exasperated people.
Right.
They're the
leaders.
Yes.
The team leaders.
That's how you look when you've been trying to get someone to do something and they won't do it. That's how I look when I want my kid to go to school.
Well,
that's how I look.
You didn't do a good enough job, and maybe the leader of the team, Draymond Green, had his leadership eroded by his own actions.
But
to me, that's a cop-out in terms of...
A 23-year-old is young. He's not 6.
But he's 23.
My man.
He's a young player in the league, and for you to expect him to act in a certain way and expect him to comport himself like a 34-year-old Steph Curry, a father of 3.
No one's asking that.
And expect him to act like Klay after getting punched in the face in preseason.
No one's asking that. They're asking him to buy in.
You're taking too much of a leap, in my opinion, in terms of putting the blame on Jordan Poole.
They're asking him to fit into Warrior basketball. And there's not a darn one of you that watches games who thinks when you watch Jordan play, oh, yeah, he's fitting into a team concept perfectly. No, you're hucking nachos at your TV because the guy can't keep his feet. And the same thing that we're watching, they're watching. It drives them bananas because his decision-making is terrible. And then we don't understand when they get exasperated and throw their hands up. They're trying to lead him, and he won't listen.
Yeah, we do understand. And, it's funny because you want Jordan Poole to play a certain way at certain times, like during the 26 games when Steph Curry wasn't out there. Now we want Jordan to go ahead and try to cook and score because we need you to score. And then now Steph comes back.
Who wants that?
No, it is that.
I want him to play
exactly what Bonte said earlier in the call, and I agree with him in terms of his changing role. When Klay is out,
that's tough.
When Steph is out, you play differently. So Jordan Poole's being asked to play a bunch of different ways, and playing the Warriors way. Does Andrew Wiggins play the Warriors way?
Yes, I believe so.
Andrew Wiggins plays the way he plays, which is on the weak side, rebound, hit the 3 when you get it. Occasionally, he'll go to the basket. He doesn't play the way that Steph and Klay and Draymond play. He plays differently.
Everybody's got different skill sets.
Right. Jordan's skill set is dribble, dribble, dribble. His skill set is not run around and catch and shoot.
Except for, I disagree. In fact, do you remember the game this year where Draymond pointed out how great Jordan was, and he said, that's the Jordan Poole we need on a night where Jordan showed you he could have double-digit assists. Where is that guy?
Yeah.
I grant
he's not there.
I grant you your point about how it's difficult to go into all the different roles for Jordan Poole. I grant that point completely. It at times is a raw deal, but it is the deal with this team.
Right.
And you signed the contract, so this is the deal. But no matter what your skill set is, you can play in a team concept. Because if you don't, you lose. Like A to B in the NBA. You play as a team or you lose. And when I watch him play, it looks to me, at minimum, like they think he's not playing within a team concept. I've never seen Steph and Klay react that way to players in their career. I've never seen it before.
I just think that you're expecting a young player, and yes, he's 23, he's not 6. That was an astute point. But a 23-year-old Steph Curry was not the Steph Curry as a player that he was at 28,
but he wasn't
31,
but he wasn't joining
and 34.
This. But he wasn't joining this.
No, but in terms of like how to play and how to be an NBA player, it takes time to play and mature and really understand how you can combine your skills. Because I agree with you, Jordan Poole's the best attributes that he has do not necessarily align with what the Warriors want him to do and want him to be. So he's trying to marry his skills, which is dribble, attack the rim, fancy things, long three-pointers. It's a very me-centric style of basketball. That's not what the Warriors do. So how does he combine what he does best in his mind with what they want him to do?
Because
that takes maturity.
Yes, and I think he can do some of those things. I'm not asking for him to be polished and perfect. I'm asking for him to listen to the leadership and do what the team needs him to do. You don't have to execute every time. You don't have to be perfect. You don't have to be a grizzled veteran when you're not. But you do have to accept leadership. You have to be coachable.
Right.
When you are joining an iconic group, that's different than what Steph joined. Steph joined something that he needed to build, as it turns out. This guy is joining, and it's hard. I'm not saying it's not hard, but you are joining a dynasty, and it feels to me, through my eyes, I'm watching someone who doesn't want to listen to the most accomplished players in the last 25 years of the NBA. He doesn't want to do it their way.
I think that's a little too extreme for me in terms of saying that he doesn't want to be coached. Or
and I think he changed.
Yeah, this year.
I think he
changed.
The
numbers would indicate that his productivity was down. He shot more. He shot more poorly.
Correct.
He scored more. His assists were up.
But asked for more minutes.
His turnovers were up a little bit. Turnovers were up significantly.
But wanted more opportunity.
Played the same amount of minutes as last year.
Right.
Got more opportunity.
Played worse.
In general, he was less productive, and then less efficient.
And complained.
I don't know how much complaining he did.
I mean there was at least the one game, 0 points against the Lakers. And
that was at the end of it.
I think if we talk to Anthony Slater or Monty Poole or anybody, they'll tell you Jordan Poole thinks he should start. And that's fine.
Right.
I don't want
But we never saw any complaining. The dude got punched in the face and didn't come out and say a word about it.
Think about it. If he starts, who goes to the bench?
Klay Thompson.
Okay.
And Klay made it clear that he's not coming off the bench.
That's a rub right there. And who do you think the organization's going to vote for?
Oh, it's Klay.
Of course. And by the way, based on their play from beginning of the year to end, I would agree with them. Maybe not the way it ended against the Lakers, as if Jordan was much better in that series.
Right.
Like Klay was bad in the playoffs. Jordan was worse.
I think it's unfair to say he complained. I think that's...
He went to the locker room and said it was an issue of opportunity. Well,
that's like saying Steph Curry is a hothead.
But you don't say that based on one game. It's been reported by everybody who's there that he is not he is not happy with the role.
Played all 82.
Yeah.
And, led the team in minutes and in total points. I don't think that you can look at his play overall over the course of 95 games that they played, and he played in all 95. He didn't sulk over the course of the year.
He didn't?
At the end of the year,
I mean,
you can see the frustration.
How many times on the bench? And
I don't think that it was a major thread throughout the year. There were instances.
Yeah.
Sure. There were instances of Draymond Green quitting on plays. It's not you're not going to call him a quitter because he shut it down on one play.
I mean, it was one play.
Right.
I think that there were more instances than
there were more instances for Jordan Poole, but I don't think that you look at his year and say that he complained a bunch. The end of the year was bad for him.
I would call his year disappointing.
I would agree.
Yeah, I would definitely call his year disappointing.
I would call their year disappointing as a team.
Yeah, but I wouldn't call Steph Curry's performance disappointing.
No.
I wouldn't call Draymond Green's performance disappointing.
No, he was good
for the whole year. I would for Jordan Poole.
Andrew Wiggins was disappointing.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go to Ben in San Jose. Hey, Ben, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing?
Hey, how's it going, guys? So I guess a couple things.
So Jordan actually signed his contract after the punch. I'm wondering what the organization might have told him or said to him to convince him to sign. That's one thing I think about, and all the embarrassment that he's endured. You go on social media, even now, there's all these memes of him getting punched and being the butt of a joke. Not to mention all the trash talk going on the court. How many guys you think are talking shit or saying something that along the lines of "don't make me."
Yep. Thank you.
YouTube catches that.
Thank you, Ben.
Good time for your YouTube read.
Yeah, where's my YouTube read? So, head to youtube.com/957 The Game. Watch us live. Look at Dibs. Handsome man. And if anyone swears, you get to hear it.
Somebody's talking Schmidt. Talking Jake Schmidt.
Exactly. Man, all y'all, if you want to swear, all you got to do is say Schmidt now.
Every time.
That's all you got to do.
It's my new go-to.
Schmidt. Yeah.
He can play third. He can play short.
Just say it slow. Just slow down. We got
make
plenty
sure
of time.
Gets in there.
4 hours.
You got to get the M in there. I'm usually good for one.
Yeah. No, I got you. So, anyway. I got you. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing.
No, I don't want this to come across as me being a dyed-in-the-wool Jordan Poole supporter. I caution putting too much blame on a 23-year-old because I do think that being 23 in the association and being in this situation where your year starts with your mentor, your big brother, as he was so called, knocking you out. That to me is a tough one to recover from. So if he is going to pout a little bit over the course of a year, I'm going to give him more of a pass.
Right, and I agree with you. Except here's what I believe.
It's about time we started yelling at each other.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You heard me say you're not getting your paycheck. You're not getting paid today if you don't yell. He said, I hate your point. Here's the thing, and I never want to blame a victim, and he was absolutely the victim here. But my opinion is, something led to the punch. I don't think Draymond Green just out of the blue was like, I don't like what you just said to me and I'm going to punch you.
Agreed.
I think that they were fed up.
Already in October.
Absolutely. Remember, this is a year-round deal for these guys. They're around each other a lot. Who knows what was going on last year? Just because they won a title doesn't mean everybody's all kumbaya freaking yah with each other. That's not how it works. Massive egos, 12 roster spots, millions of dollars on the line. All of that. Massive celebrity. This is really hard to navigate. It's why this thing is difficult to keep together. So who knows where those relationships were to start this whole thing. Now, his point about Jordan Poole signing after the punch, just a couple things to add there. Contracts are not signed in a day. So I believe the negotiations were well in hand already by the time the punch happened. That's number one. Number two, and I keep saying this, if the Warriors don't sign him then where do we sit today? We sit in restricted free agency where the Warriors have lost all their power. They may have to pay him more than they want to pay him, number one, or they may lose him and get nothing in return. So I believe that contract last year had as much to do with the fact that, one, it was being negotiated well before the punch.
Yeah.
And two, they kind of had to sign it if they wanted to keep their power. And newsflash, teams like to keep their power.
Yes, and the power of having Jordan under contract is you control what happens with Jordan Poole. So, in fact, if you do want to trade him now, and I think there still is a likelihood, a possibility that Jordan Poole does get traded, you're going to have to get that salary back, and you're able to get a player or two players in that veteran $10 to $15 million range who can come in and help you if you feel like Jordan Poole is not a player who can help you.
Aren't you all struck by what happened right after that punch, the days after it? Sure, everybody was really mad at Draymond because it did ruin everything, as it turned out. I think it ruined what they were trying to do. It took all of their voices in terms of trying to get Jordan Poole to be more of a team player, or calm down, or stop being so arrogant, or whatever it was that they didn't like. But aren't you struck by the fact that Steve Kerr's most frustrated point in all of this was that the video got out? They weren't taken aback. They weren't surprised. They weren't. Look at the video again.
I'm looking at it right now.
They weren't surprised.
Courtesy TMZ.
Nobody moves. They weren't surprised.
Ron Adams walks over after Draymond Green as if both are heading to the cafeteria for a light snack.
It's almost as if, damn it, I can't believe he just did that, but I totally get why. Like that, if I were to put a caption to the movements of the people when that happened, that would be it. And then hours later, what are they mad at? That the video got out.
Well, I'm going to point this out because I'm reading it in the story, and it says, as for the reason behind the fight, Steph Curry denied a report claiming a change in Poole's attitude amid contract negotiations led to it. Steph Curry called that absolute bullshit.
Right.
Absolute BS, Mark, is what he called it. So,
and I have no
if you
reason,
take that at, and I take that at face value. Because,
I don't.
Steph Curry's not.
They're words.
But he says it's absolute BS.
Right. Remember when Jay Monahan said that they would never, ever, ever do business with Live Golf, and in fact played the violin for all of the families who lost loved ones in the 9/11 attacks? Words from rich people.
But this is the chef, Mark.
I understand that.
This is not a guy who traffics in half-truths or smoke and mirrors.
But he's asked But he's asked a specific question in a very sensitive time. And the organization has got to say what they've got to say for this to be okay. What's his other option there? To say, yeah? Jordan's a jerk? So someone punched him? Now where are we going with this story?
You know what he could have done?
What he could have done?
Kept it real.
I plead the fifth.
You got to keep it real. You see what we're dealing with.
Turn around and run out of the room.
Seriously. I get what you're saying. He has no other answer.
This is like, look at all these teams and players and people we talk about. You don't think they're telling us the truth all the time, do you? Obviously, we believe that Joey Bart is going to be a great player. Call up Patrick Bailey. Come on. Right? I'm naive, but I'm not that naive. Is it what are we doing here, Lucas? Elude?
Yes.
Elude in San Jose. Love it. Hey, Elude, what are you doing?
Can you hear me?
We got you.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. So I'm sitting here washing my car, and I was trying to figure out what would make me feel better if I got punched. And a long time ago, we used to be watching Mike Tyson, me and my friends, and Tyson be knocking out everybody. And we always say, "Man, I take that punch for $1 million." So my thing is, if Draymond should pay him some money, maybe $3 million, and so Jordan Poole could get over it, and we move on.
Except for the Warriors gave him $128 million. Elude, would you take that punch for $128 million?
Oh, heck yeah.
Exactly.
Take 128 of those.
You could kick me while I was down there. You could step on the side of my head. And you could laugh at me when you were done. $128 million. You kidding me? Listen, this isn't about money. Like, some of the rub with the Warriors might have been about money, but it's actually about power. It's about standing. It's about all of those things. Again, I realize the nature of our conversations here, and there's no way to have them without speculation because none of us were there.
Right.
And none of us are going to get a straight answer and the full story from anybody unless we were ever in a private room with no microphones and had a very deep friendship with any of these people. So I get that there's speculation. But this is my read. And boy, we've spent a long time talking about it, watching behavior, listening to people, talking to people behind the scenes the best we can. Doesn't mean we have the full story, but this is my read. And I have felt for most of the year like a lot of key figures in the Warriors organization are exasperated with Jordan Poole. And the funny thing is a lot of the fans who defend him, a lot of the fans who are like, hang on a second, Jordan's the victim here. You're right. It was definitely the victim to get punched. But all of you are exasperated with him too. I've never received so many text messages about a player during games in my life. my life, I have never received so many frustrated texts from friends and tweets from Warrior fans than Jordan Poole. You're all exasperated with him.
Right. And how, if you're exasperated with a young player, how do you go about handling with that exasperation?
Not that, but I don't believe that was the first act. I don't believe that was the first
final act. So you're Jordan Poole, and you get your face caved in, and then the video gets leaked, which is like a second punch to me. Because it's one thing if you get clocked like that and nobody ever knows. Nobody ever knows other than, Draymond Green punched Jordan Poole. We know that Michael Jordan punched Steve Kerr, right, in a practice famously. We don't know what that punch was like. We don't know if Steve, we don't know anything about it because we never saw it. This we've seen. So when you see it, you all think a certain way about it. And then when the team doesn't do anything to Draymond Green, that's like Jordan Poole getting hit again. So now,
I agree.
All right, Jordan, go on out there and be a team player and pass when we say pass, cut when we say cut, shoot when we let you shoot. Because I'm Klay Thompson and I'm not giving up any of my shots. Score when Steph's out, but when he's not, come off the bench. We need you to start. We need you to do this, do that. And you know what? You're going to do it all because it's the Warriors' way. P.S. You got socked in the face, and the guy who hit you didn't get punished.
Yeah.
Team on 3.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
I mean, we're expecting a 23-year-old.
No, we're not.
Also, here's a gigantic bag of money, and make sure you're a team player.
I believe your story is leaving out the part that's not where it began.
Right.
The story didn't start that day.
No, but that's where the story ended to me.
And that's fine. And here we are months later, which is often when we get our real answer about how somebody feels about something.
Right.
And you can see darn well who the organization sided with.
It looks like they're leaning Draymond's way.
You think?
Because
they're on his podcast and talking about an extension.
Exactly.
So,
and Steve Kerr is intimating that Miami is winning because their role players,
their bench players
are playing their role.
Are on board.
Yes,
and
which he didn't say anything about Jordan.
I mean,
but he was intimating.
I feel like I remember that when Steph Curry had a speech before Game 7 in Sacramento, who was he texting with the night before to decide who was going to talk? Oh, that's right. Draymond.
Yeah.
So that he could talk to who? Who do you think?
And Poole, it felt like.
Exactly.
I mean, we didn't.
Exactly.
He didn't say that definitively, but.
I don't know. This feels as clear as day to me on who the organization thinks was more in the wrong over the last 2 years of their lives.
I get it. And if you want to portray it as right and wrong, you can. And I've been a guy who has said all along, I don't think that these two can coexist. And if you still want to win a championship, if you want to fancy yourself in a championship window, then it's an easy call. You bring Draymond back and you find a way to trade Jordan Poole. I just stop short of putting any blame at the feet of Jordan Poole. Was he cocky? Probably. Was he having a swagger beyond where he should have? Sure. Does he dribble, fall down too much and play too much me basketball? Absolutely. But if you're going to ask a 23-year-old, newly minted, multi-millionaire who got his face caved in by a guy who used to be his big brother on the team, and you're going to expect him to be a good teammate and go out there and do what we say and just play ball?
But again, your timeline here is, how are we expecting Jordan Poole to act this way when we punched him in the face?
It's 2 timelines, Mark. It's 2 timelines. No, I'm serious.
Very good.
It's 2 timelines.
Yeah, no, they were expecting him to act that way before he got punched.
And he didn't. And that's not good.
That is my belief.
But they also expected him to act that way after the punch because he's a key cog on your team. And you were unable to get him to do that.
And what's the goal?
Well, the goal is to win.
Okay.
And the goal is to get Jordan Poole to play at his absolute best, but you were unable to reach him because whatever happened post-punch, you were unable to get him to play the way you wanted him to play.
No one is saying that Draymond handled this correct.
No.
It was a disaster.
And I think
it was a disastrous act.
Beyond his handling of it, I don't think that the organization subsequently, in the second timeline, timelines, Mark.
I think they felt totally handcuffed here. You can debate that, but I think they felt we got 2 ways we can go here.
Yeah.
We can punish Draymond, which to the outside looks like that's the right thing to do. Let's punish, the brutal behavior, right? We can do that. But that is going to make us a lesser basketball team in the long run. And we can't do that because that's not what we're doing here.
Yeah.
Everyone wants morality in big business. Go look at golf today.
Oh, they had a choice to make. And they thought that not punishing Draymond would be better for the season than punishing Draymond would be.
Exactly.
And it's debatable, in my opinion, as to which course of action would have been better. We can all look at it now. Hindsight is 20/20, and you can look at what a 10-game suspension would have done for the team versus a 0-anything suspension. And so now we can look back and, hopefully they're doing their own internal review as to the next time a player punches another teammate.
Hopefully there isn't a next time. Huh? Some NBA players would have you believe it happens every other week.
Right.
I don't really buy that. 888-957-9570. We will continue to take your phone calls. Not done with any of this. Not even close. We are brought to you by Cars.com. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to Cars.com. And since up to 50,000 cars are added per day, over the course of this ad, 8 new cars will have been added. Ooh, there's a nice truck. Oh, a purple one. Cars.com. Where to next?
It's been said that time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. What home improvement project have you been putting off that you're determined to get done this year? Golden State Lumber and Building Materials can help you pick up the pace on your next project with the large...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, man. You get your check. I get my check.
Yeah.
And Grandy's going to get his check, right? What's coming up at 6 o'clock? Only Grandy knows.
Maybe a little piece of that. That was hot. We got into it.
A little piece.
I liked it. A little piece of that.
A little. Isn't it a 40? 40 is a piece and 50 is a burger. Is that right?
Yes.
40 piece?
That's what we agreed on.
But then I feel like people say 30 burger, too. What's a 30?
People can say whatever they want, Mark.
Yes, they can. We do it every day.
I'm not here to come down on anybody anymore. After what happened today in the world of professional golf with the commissioner, Monahan, basically doing a complete 180 after 12 months ago saying, you know, I'm so glad that our players don't have to be on a tour where you have to apologize for yourself. And here we are 12 months later, and he's saying, I know people are going to call me a hypocrite as they do a complete 180. And all of a sudden, hey, Saudi money, come on in, everybody. So I'm not going to judge anybody anymore because, Mark, at the end of it, all this is one gigantic cash grab.
Sure.
Why didn't they punish Draymond Green for punching Jordan Poole? Because they thought by not doing that it would help them win, which would bring in more money.
I don't want to sound like I'm in favor of what happened on the PGA Tour today, or that I'm going to put this stuff against things that matter more. But the bottom line is, money in our society almost always wins out when it comes to big business, and by the way, it does with most of us too. Like, we make and I don't mean that people are putting money in front of their families, but then again, how's your family doing without it? We all make our professional decisions, and money is one of the number one driving forces behind that. So, yes, I do think there should be limits. I wish that a certain number of billions would be enough. I don't really see myself as someone who's wired the way many of those people are wired. If I ever got to $1 billion, how hard would I work for the second billion? I feel like not hard. I feel like I'd go to the beach and just sit. Like, I'm good here. Let's go play now. But it's not the way these operations work. Yeah. And no matter what any of us felt about some of the golfers who took the live money to begin with, I was never someone who really came down their road for taking the money, because I think that sometimes we go, oh, gosh, the money, it's dirty Saudi money. Well, who owns all of the stuff that you buy at the grocery store?
Right.
Where's that money going?
That actually hit me this morning when I was thinking about it.
You know, like,
I was just reading a story about, and this happened maybe 10 years ago, there was a big textile plant in Bangladesh that collapsed, killing 1,200 people. It's the biggest single industrial disaster in the history of the world, and this company was making clothing for many of the clothiers that we know, including John Fisher's beloved Gap. Mm-hmm. And so we think about all the clothes we buy and the food, where does it come from, and all the rest of it. You can really drive yourself crazy when you try to follow the money on anything from the hat you're wearing to my hoodie. To,
thank you.
I think we're both wearing our same Nike shoes today.
I got them
matching
on.
shoes.
Yeah.
Our buddy shoes.
I was going to wear my sneakers today, my other Nike sneakers, but one of my neighbors left some dog poop in the yard, and bummer. So now that's on my shoe. So I changed shoes.
So to that extent, yes, the live golfers, Brooksy, and hey, it's Brooksy and DJ and Phil. Phil takes $100 million of dirty Saudi money. And now the PGA Tour basically says, come on back, guys.
Come on in.
It's okay.
Yep.
We forgive you.
As long as you give us the power, we'll take your money.
Right.
And
they don't have to give that money back, though.
Look, whatever anybody's politics are, have you raise your hand if you've ever been to a baseball game in the last 10 years in the entire metropolitan Bay Area? Have you ever been to a baseball game?
Yeah, I've been.
All right.
I've been to a couple.
Where's your money going? Feel good about it?
It's either going to a Bangladesh textile factory or to it's tremendous. Make America play baseball again.
So, okay.
No, I'm with you.
That's where your money's going.
And you can pick and choose any sport, any entity. And so, yes, the Saudi Arabian government is sports washing its despicable human rights record by buying Formula One teams and Premier League teams, and now they're combining with the PGA Tour. And, what does our country do in terms of our geopolitical approach to things?
We're perfect.
Right. So
we're perfect. We're awesome. We've never done anything bad behind the scenes.
Right.
Or right in front of everyone's faces. Jason in Redwood City. Hey, Jason, what are you doing?
No, much on my way home. Hey.
Nice.
Hey, Jordan Poole ain't been nothing but a straight. He's been a professional, totally professional. He did everything the Warriors asked him to do. Now that
disagree.
It sucks that he struggled at the wrong time. But at the end of the day, what are the safety protocols for the Warriors for taking a punch to the mouth? They lucky Jordan Poole didn't throw a lawsuit at both of them, at Draymond and the Warriors, for not protecting them. And another thing about that, y'all said who developed under Steve Kerr. I don't think Looney did. He only not under the new center coach that he got. He ain't averaging no double. He ain't developed no jump shot. Maybe one. He taking maybe one or two shots.
But Jason, with that take, no wonder you're supporting Jordan Poole the way you are as a perfect professional, which no, he has not been. No wonder you're doing that, because you sound obsessed with stats. How has Kevon Looney developed? He's turned himself into a championship big man, even though he had terrible physical problems and had to rework his game because of that. Like, when we think development, I'm not solely thinking about, do you average 25 a night? No. Do you become a productive, inclusive member of a championship squad? And the answer for Kevon Looney is yes. And quite frankly, for Jordan Poole so far, it's not really. When you get to the end of the season, who gets better? Looney gets better. Poole gets worse. That's the facts. I don't think they're very arguable either. So appreciate you, Jason, but we see it very, very differently there. Jordan Poole has been the consummate professional. Again, it's really hard to have these takes without making it sound like I'm supporting a punch. The punch was a disaster. It was despicable. It was awful. You don't do people like that. But that doesn't really necessarily have anything to do with every other day of this whole experience. And again, I'm not making Jordan Poole out to just be someone who's completely awful either. But I think it's rather obvious. Again, I'm not there, but at every other level, everyone with the Warriors looks totally exasperated with him. And they don't look exasperated with Draymond, which is crazy.
Right.
Like, think about that for a second.
Well, and I think it comes to two timelines to me, because before the punch in the offseason, were they getting exasperated with Jordan Poole? Yeah, you could see evidence to that. The Klay Thompson comments and the trip to Japan and, Draymond losing his cool at practice, absolutely. But after that, Jordan Poole, I don't think necessarily acted as a player who was shutting it down and wasn't trying to be the best that he could be. I don't remember seeing him on the court like intentionally. There was a couple of moments where Steph wanted the ball and Jordan took the shot instead. You'd have to ask Jordan with Truth Serum if he did that because he was mad at Steph, or is that just Jordan Poole still feeling a certain amount of confidence in his game that his teammates don't think he should have?
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Nolan in Pinole. Panolan, if you will. What are you doing, Nolan?
I'm just shopping right now, but I always have the station on because I love listening to you guys.
Appreciate it.
So I think that the problem is, I think that this is like a bigger problem with the Warriors. They had 5 rookies. They had Wiseman, Poole, Kuminga, Moody, and now they have like PBJ. But they don't respect their rookies' games. Like, we don't really know what Jordan Poole's game is. We don't really know what Wiseman's game is. It just said they don't fit with the Warriors, and they have no room for new games on their team. And if you don't conform, they're going to get mad. And unfortunately, or not unfortunately, but Jordan Poole is just the best of all the rookies. And
well, not a rookie though, Nolan. Not a rookie.
Shooting ability.
Yeah, not a rookie, Nolan. Like let's you know what I mean? And Jordan Poole has won a championship with this team.
He meant the young players.
Yeah, I get that, but I think I do think Jordan Poole can and has fit with this team. I think their frustration is that he wants to change it. He wants the role to be something other than what it is. That's
Yeah.
That's what it looks like to me.
And that's natural for a young player who's had success and won a championship, and now all of a sudden he's paid. I don't think that it's necessarily right in terms of the team dynamic, but I think you could see that as a natural progression for a 23-year-old who's had success, and now he's got financial success.
You want to do it again tomorrow?
Absolutely. Can't wait.
Jim Duquette, right, Lucas? Tomorrow? Yeah? Mañana?
That's right.
Rock and roll.
And you and I at Niners practice.
Well, we'll bring the
Yeah, we will.
We'll bring the flavor of the bay.
The smell of the grass.
Exactly.
The snap of the towel.
The throw of the towel.
Thank you.
What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Coming up, it's the best of the game. Full hour, 95.7 The Game's best content from the day, hosted by none other than Mark Grandy. So for Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
I cried when I stepped on the scale and I was weighing about 255, and I said, damn, how am I going to get into these suits? And I got into that suit and I said, boy, if I eat anything, a button's popping. And I almost cried. I almost shed some tears. Real life thug tears. However, soda came into my life. You get these weekly weigh-ins, right? And you start eating better. And in the first week, I'm like, wow, I'm under 250 for the first time in months. Then the next week, oh, wow, I'm under 245 for the first time in months. Oh, wow, I'm at 229. What the heck is going on? Well, what's going on? It's soda. That's right. It's great. And the number one priority is keeping the weight off of you and keeping it off and keeping it down. It's not a workout program, no counting calories, no pills.